reporting. Breaking overnight, an agreement reached. Writers and studios agree on a deal that could end the historic strike that has grinded Hollywood to a halt.
Republican resistance as the clock continues to tick. Congress spent the weekend trying to prevent a government shutdown. We're live from Washington on the negotiations and the impacts this funding fight could have.
Emotional exodus, how a longtime conflict in Eastern Europe is forcing nearly 3,000 refugees to leave their home. We'll have a live report.
Reversing course, why some school districts across the country are bringing back police officers amidst ongoing safety concerns after a push to get rid of them.
And grilled to perfection, how an unlikely restaurateur in Wisconsin is filling the hearts and the bellies of her community with her new hot dog business. It's Monday, September 25th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Layton. 146 days after picketing began, the Writers Guild of America has announced a tentative deal with Hollywood studios on a new contract. The agreement, if agreed to by members, would bring an end to the historic writer's strike that began in May. In a statement, the negotiating committee called the deal exceptional and praised the solidarity of the striking members for making it a reality. In the fight for a new contract, writers demanded higher compensation and residuals, as well as stronger protections against the use of AI. Hollywood actors will remain on strike until SAG-AFTRA reaches its own deal with the studios.
House Republicans spent the weekend negotiating over plans to fund the federal government and prevent a shutdown at the end of this week. But as time runs out for the House to act, internal divisions within the party that controls Congress will make any deal easier said than done. For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. Drew, what went on in Washington this weekend?
Well, good morning, Francis. As you said, Congress has until Saturday to pass the funding bill and prevent a government shutdown. Several government services will be disrupted if Congress fails to act by the September 30th deadline. Most notably, 4 million government employees would go without pay, and some federal offices would have to close or face shortened hours. After going home last week without coming to a compromise deal, House Republicans worked through the weekend to hash out a path forward on this issue. Despite these efforts, it appears that very little progress was made. Hardline members of the party continue to dig in their heels on spending cuts and calling for balancing the nation's budget. On Sunday, Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy spoke to NBC about those in his party blocking appropriations bills and the eventual outcome of this government funding battle.
It's almost that they want to walk you into a shutdown, then blame you for the shutdown. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think we should show we can govern. I think we're able to work through this. At the end of the day, get there.
Amid the Republican-driven impasse, some House members have raised the possibility of a bipartisan deal to prevent a shutdown. Last week, the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus introduced a budgetary framework that would fund the government through mid-January. Caucus co-chair Josh Gottheimer said on CNN Sunday that they are focused on keeping the lights on. But some Republicans have threatened Speaker McCarthy with removal from the speakership if he were to reach across the aisle to come to a deal. Back to you.
Right. Drew, thank you.
Just days after his indictment on major bribery and corruption charges, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is now facing calls from his own party to resign. But the Democrat is pushing back against the allegations and saying he isn't going anywhere. NBC's Julie Sirkin has more.
New calls from members of his own party for indicted Senator Bob Menendez to resign.
I do believe that it is in the best interests for Senator Menendez to resign.
Despite the New Jersey Democrat denying any wrongdoing and saying he's not going anywhere, indicating he will fight the bribery charges against him, and accusing the growing list of officials urging him to step down of, quote, rushing to judge a Latino.
As a Latina, there are absolutely ways in which there is systemic bias, but I think what is here in this indictment is quite clear.
Menendez facing his second corruption indictment in less than a decade. This time, he and his wife accused of a sweeping bribery scheme. Prosecutors alleging the chair of the powerful Foreign Relations Committee accepted gold bars in cash in an illegal effort to help 3 businessmen and Egyptian officials. nearly the entire congressional delegation from his state saying Menendez can't continue to serve. And John Fetterman becoming the first Democrat senator to say Menendez, quote, cannot continue to wield influence over national policy.
I've called on him, given the gravity of the charges, to step aside.
But New York Congressman George Santos, himself the target of a federal investigation, with a different take.
Do you think Senator Menendez should resign?
I think everybody is innocent until proven guilty, so I don't think he should resign. No.
Our thanks to Julie for that report.
A hearing is set today on Long Island, New York, to decide where the Gilgo Beach murder suspect's guns should end up. Earlier this month, the Suffolk County DA's office filed a motion to turn the more than 200 weapons found at Rex Heuermann's home to Nassau County Police. That's where he could face gun possession charges. Heuermann's attorney wants the guns returned to the defendant's family, arguing they could sell the firearms to raise money. Heuermann is facing 3 counts of first-degree murder and is not expected to be in the courtroom for this hearing.
Turning now to Armenia, where nearly 3,000 Armenian refugees have arrived after fleeing Nagorno-Karabakh. The mass exodus comes just days after Azerbaijan took over the enclave during a 24-hour military offensive. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us now with the very latest. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Jessica. Well, there's about 120,000 ethnic Armenians living in Nagorno-Karabakh. And even though after it seized that territory, Azerbaijan pledges that it wants to give them all equal rights as citizens, the Prime Minister of Armenia, during a televised address on Sunday, said that they face now ethnic cleansing and that many are fleeing their homes for fear of reprisal and persecution. Now, on a statement published on its website this morning, the Armenian government said that, as you mentioned, up to 3,000 people have now left Nagorno-Karabakh and fled to Armenia. The Armenian government said that about half of them already know where to stay, meaning they're probably staying with family or friends, but they had to provide more than 1,000 of them with government-funded housing. They said that they will welcome any ethnic Armenian who wants to flee Nagorno-Karabakh and find shelter in Armenia, but also fears that there will be an exodus unless Azerbaijan promises or introduces real living conditions for them and introduces mechanisms to prevent ethnic cleansing. In the meantime, other Armenian leaders say that those who are left behind, who are still in Nagorno-Karabakh, may face a humanitarian crisis soon, as they are left without shelters and perhaps food may run out soon. In the meantime, on the political front today, the president of Turkey, Erdogan, will be in Azerbaijan. He will meet the president of Azerbaijan for bilateral meetings, talking about regional and global issues, including, of course, the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. Back to you, Jessica.
A lot of parts to this. Claudio, thank you.
It was a frightening rescue for boaters in North Carolina impacted by Tropical Storm Ophelia. 5 people needed to be saved from an anchored 38-foot catamaran in the Cape Lookout area after the owner of the boat, called the U.S. Coast Guard in the evening, saying the weather was looking alarming. When crews arrived, waves were nearly 8 feet high with occasional 10-foot swells, not to mention the whipping winds. Amazingly, there were no reported injuries.
And that storm is still lingering across the East Coast, giving a lot of us a very wet start to the work week. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking all that rain. Michelle, make it stop.
I know. I wish I could. And we will see slight improvement. It's going to be slow, but by Wednesday, looking much, much better. Tomorrow, we still have some clouds in place, even some showers. We're going to see periods of rain today as well. So a soggy start. It was a raw weekend and an indoor weekend. And we're seeing that rain still falling as that low is off the coast of New Jersey. You can see some rain bands that are a little bit heavier too, where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's where we're seeing those heavier rain bands is sort of embedded within this. And that will be the case as we go throughout this morning. And then we're going to start to improve as we go throughout later today, tomorrow, and then especially on Wednesday. So here's the setup. We have the remnants of Ophelia bringing periods of rain throughout the day. We saw gale warnings, also some really rough surf, some minor coastal flooding. You know where that is. If you live near those sections, you want to move your car and be careful careful of any flooding there. And possibly we could see even up to a ½ inch of rain in some spots. That includes portions of New England into the Northeast, Long Island too. And we could see some flooding from that. Also wet in the west, we have an atmospheric river. We saw that yesterday. We're going to see it once again today. So this powerful upper low is pushing this atmospheric river. It's like a river in the sky of water. And it's bringing ample moisture of heavy rain, some really gusty winds. We're all day there too in the Pacific Northwest from portions of Washington into Oregon, also Northern California. And again, some heavy rain in spots where you see the reds, the oranges, the yellows along the coast there. We're looking even up to 3 inches of rain in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures in the 60s and 70s in the upper Midwest. Also looking at the chance of some spotty showers lingering in the Northeast as well into parts of New England, where we're going to see the remnants of a feeling kind of lingering up the coast, bringing a soggy day. All right, that's a look at your Monday forecast, guys.
Okay, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
A NASA capsule containing precious asteroid samples from space is back on Earth. This marks the first time the agency has brought asteroid samples to our home planet. Touchdown was confirmed in the Utah desert just before 11 a.m. Sunday morning. The asteroid is estimated to have formed in the first 10 million years of the solar system's existence, and the samples could help scientists unlock secrets about the solar system and how it came to be.
When Early Today returns, we're diving into the latest debate sweeping school hallways.
Parents asking for school resource officers to return to campuses, why other families are pushing back.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We're back with a new debate over police officers in schools. Many districts across the country chose to get rid of them over concerns they weren't treating students equally. But now many are bringing officers back. Here's Priscilla Thompson on what's behind the reversal.
2 lockdowns within a week at Capitol High School in Olympia, Washington.
15-year-old student was arrested around 9:30 this morning.
2 incidents of students bringing in guns.
Anytime I get a message like that, I'm concerned.
But here and at schools across the district, there are no on-campus police. In the wake of George Floyd's murder in 2020, Olympia and dozens of other school districts across the country decided they no longer needed school resource officers, known as SROs. In Olympia, some parents are now fighting to bring them back.
This is something we need to address immediately.
Frank DeRocher has 2 kids in schools in the district and is running for school board.
These are specially trained police officers that have gone through direct training to know exactly how to best approach these students in these situations.
The school board now moving to reinstate them, and they're not alone. Denver Public Schools got rid of its SROs in 2020.
We begin with another shooting and another sad commentary on violence.
But after 2 school shootings, the district brought them back this year. They've also returned to certain districts in California, Maryland, and Virginia.
Not all students feel safe with armed police officers on campus.
Talana Reed is on the Olympia School Board and opposes school police, even after those guns were found on campus. There are parents who say these officers do make kids safer. What do you say to them?
Their children may be safer, but they are from a certain demographic and a certain group. We have just as many saying absolutely not.
Research shows that Black students are involved in more than 80% of violent police encounters in schools, and students with disabilities more than 25%. A concern voiced by students in Olympia.
I, as a student, am not at all comfortable with police walking the same halls as me.
As parents work toward a common goal.
We need to have the trust that our kids are going to a safe place.
At the end of the day, it's about protecting.
With different solutions. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Coming up on Early Today, a groom asks someone he's never met in person before to be his best man. We'll share the moving reason.
And later, details on a mattress recall you won't want to miss.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with how the kindness of a stranger gave one man a second chance at life and created an unbreakable bond. NBC's Kate Snow has the story.
Ben, you may kiss your bride.
When Ben Clark and Jamie Ewell got married in Iowa this month, Ben's best man was someone he'd met for the first time just the day before.
Sure. Hi, nice to meet you. Yeah, you bet.
Jan Rolfes traveled all the way from Sweden to walk Ben down the aisle.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan.
9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan. 9 Jan. I am ho
Let's start with you, Ben. What was it like to meet?
Oh, it was great. Great to meet for the first time. Obviously wouldn't be here if it wasn't for it. So.
Yeah, you feel it.
Okay. What are you looking for?
Jan and Ben bound by a life-saving gift. More than 10 years ago and thousands of miles away, Jan was a match when Ben needed a stem cell transplant for a rare form of blood cancer. Jan had donated his stem cells through DKMS, an international nonprofit dedicated to the fight against blood disorders. A simple procedure that he says took just a couple of hours. Jan, was it difficult?
No, not at all. We're proof right here that somebody from Sweden can save somebody's life here in the Midwest.
The two of them remained strangers until Ben reached out to Jan on email a few years back. And when Ben proposed to Jamie,
could I see those rings?
He knew he wanted Jan standing by his side.
That was pretty overwhelming. Without him, I wouldn't be here. And that's what this is all about.
Ben giving his best man this gift with the engraving, "Thank you for giving me life. I am forever grateful." Do you think you'll be connected for the rest of your lives?
Oh, absolutely.
What does it say about the human spirit?
Sometimes, you can do tiny things that are just right to do. They can have a big impact.
Our thanks to Kate Snow for sharing that story. He is family now. He should be the best man. Yeah. That's a really sweet gesture.
Yeah, I can see some Godfather roll down the road in their entire journey after
no pressure.
This wedding there. When we come back, we've got the details on a driverless truck bill in California.
And the latest on SpaceX's new Starlink satellites.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having. I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Driverless trucks could hit the road soon in California as SpaceX sends more satellites to orbit. Here's what you need to know early today. California Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed a bill that would have required human drivers to ride in self-driving trucks weighing over 5 tons. Union officials and critics say removing those drivers would cost the state more than 200,000 jobs.
Canadian Union Unifor ratified a new 3-year contract with Ford over the weekend. The automaker is offering a 15% wage increase over the life of the deal, plus new pension benefits.
Costco is recalling 48,000 Nova Form mattresses over reports of mold growing. The manufacturer is offering either a full refund or free replacement by calling customer service.
And SpaceX launched 22 Starlink satellites from Cape Canaveral Saturday, marking a record-tying 17th liftoffs for this Falcon 9 rocket. Up next, meet the 83-year-old entrepreneur serving more than just hot dogs.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
An 85-year-old in South Carolina is always finding new, exciting ways to serve her community. And her newest venture is a hot dog stand. Jordan Markoff from our Columbia, South Carolina affiliate is telling us what inspired her to get into the restaurant biz.
Grilling up dogs and sizzling fries. That's just a small part of what 85-year-old Joanne Dehart, or Boss Lady JoJo, does on a daily basis at Jay's Hot Diggity Dogs.
I love people, and I love helping people, and that's what it's all about.
But this isn't her first time in the restaurant biz. Back in 1980, Joanne and her husband opened Frandina's, one of the few restaurants serving up hot food in prosperity.
After my husband passed away in 2010, I volunteered at a thrift store in Chapin, Good Works, and I said, you know, the old restaurant is still standing. Why don't I do that? And one of my workers, Betsy Weaver, said, Joanne, that's a fine thing for you to do.
So Joanne got to it, turning the old Frandina's into Heart and Hands thrift shop, serving people all throughout the community. But Joanne still felt like something was missing.
Nobody had anything to eat around here. So I said, you know, why don't we do a similar small hot dog stand?
And that is how Jay's Hot Diggity Dogs was born. If you're wondering what you should get when you stop by, well, Joanne does have a suggestion.
A hot dog all the way, with chili, mustard, onions, everything.
With a thrift shop and a hot dog stand, you'd think Joanne Dehart would have her hands full. But it turns out the only thing full is her heart.
I just love people, and I love doing what I'm doing. It's a joy to come to work.
Our thanks to Jordan Markoff for that report. And I just love her.
Hot diggity dog. We all do, too, in that attitude. Now to the last Sunday in September, it's National Gold Star Mother's Day, but we didn't want to miss an opportunity to recognize these special moms.
A Gold Star mother gets
not invited, but put into a club for moms whose sons or daughters were killed in service to our nation. It's a club that you don't want to be in, but it's a club that everybody who is in it, we're there to support each other.
We are certainly grateful for the sacrifices of these moms, these families, and honor them on special days like Gold Star Mother's Day and every day as we find new ways to support and say thank you from our hearts.
Thank you for watching Early Today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday. We are days away from a possible government shutdown. How lawmakers are working towards a deal. A live report from Washington coming your way.
Border Patrol agents make a desperate move to save the lives of migrants crossing the Rio Grande. Why officials in those border cities say they're at a breaking point.
Tech tries to offer a new fit for the fashion industry. One company says bringing fashion into a sustainable future could be as easy as printing a document.
She loves the players and they love the game. Why Taylor Swift stole the Sunday night football spotlight.
Fall is in the air. Apple farmers say people looking to ring in the season could make or break the orchard's future. It's Monday, September 25th. Early Today starts right now. Glad you're with us this morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And hi there, I'm Jessica Layton. House Republicans spent the weekend negotiating plans to fund the federal government and try to prevent a shutdown at the end of this week. But as time runs out for the House to act, internal divisions within the party that controls Congress will make any deal easier said than done.
For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. Good morning, Drew. What went on in Washington this weekend?
Well, good morning, Frances and Jessica. As you said, Congress has until Saturday to pass a funding bill and prevent a government shutdown. Several government services will be disrupted if Congress fails to act by the September 30th deadline. Most notably, 4 million government employees would go without pay, and some federal offices would have to close or face shortened hours. After going home last week without coming to a compromise deal, House Republicans worked through the weekend to hash out a path forward on this issue. Despite these efforts, it appears that very little progress was made. Hardline members of the party continued to dig in their heels on spending cuts and calling for balancing the nation's budget. On Sunday, Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy spoke to NBC about those in his party blocking appropriations bills and the eventual outcome of this government funding battle.
It's almost that they want to walk you into a shutdown, then blame you for the shutdown. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think we should show we can govern. I think we're able to work through this. At the end of the day, get there.
Amid the Republican-driven impasse, some House members have raised the possibility of a bipartisan deal to prevent a shutdown. Last week, the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus introduced a budgetary framework that would fund the government through mid-January. Caucus co-chair Josh Gottheimer said on CNN Sunday that they are focused on keeping the lights on. But some Republicans have threatened Speaker McCarthy with removal from the speakership if he were to reach across the aisle to come to a deal. Back to you.
So much can happen in this critical time. Drew, thank you.
Meanwhile, President Biden and former President Donald Trump remain locked in a dead heat ahead of a potential rematch in 2024. The latest NBC News poll has the two tied at 46% among registered voters. Mr. Biden's disapproval rating now stands at 56%. That is the highest of his presidency, while 62% of voters have major or moderate concerns over the numerous criminal trials that Trump is facing. Despite these worries, Trump remains the overwhelming frontrunner in the Republican primary, with 59% of Republican primary voters naming him as their first-choice candidate.
The humanitarian crisis at our southern border nears a breaking point. That's how El Paso mayor described his city situation. This weekend, Border Patrol agents taking drastic measures to save the lives of children crossing the Rio Grande. NBC's Guad Venegas reports from the border.
Dramatic moments at the border showing the desperation and determination from people trying to get into the U.S. Border Patrol agents making a life-saving decision, cutting the razor wire fence to rescue this group of migrants carrying young children, then pulling them out of the dangerous barrier. The group got stuck after crossing the Rio Grande in Eagle Pass, Texas, where thousands have arrived, others finding ways to avoid the razor wire.
So they climbed
onto these containers from the river, and now Border Patrol is helping them get off. They say they want to contribute something to the United States and help their families back home.
400 miles away, the mayor of El Paso sounding the alarm.
The city of El Paso only has so many resources, and we have come to what we look at a breaking point right now.
A new shelter opening its doors to help as the migrants continue arriving south of the border. In San Diego, the local rapid response network stretched to capacity, saying in a statement, "We cannot provide respite shelter and services to all the people seeking asylum that DHS is releasing." Amid the crisis, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visiting the border over the weekend.
Most recently, Congress has yet to act on our requests for $4 billion in funding and resources.
With cities like Eagle Pass bracing for a wave that continues to make its way through Mexico and headed to the border.
Now our thanks to Guad for that report.
Turning now to Armenia, where nearly 3,000 Armenian refugees have arrived after fleeing Nagorno-Karabakh. The mass exodus comes just days after Azerbaijan took over the Armenian enclave during a 24-hour military offensive. NBC's Claudio Lavanga is joining us now to break down the very latest. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Jessica. Well, there's about 120,000 ethnic Armenian living in Nagorno-Karabakh. And even though after he seized that territory, Azerbaijan has promised that he wants to give them equal rights as citizens, the Prime Minister of Armenia, during a televised address on Sunday, said that they now face ethnic cleansing and that many are now fleeing their homes in fear of reprisal and persecution. On a statement they published this morning on its website, the Armenian government said, as you mentioned, that the number of people who've now fled their homes and found refuge in Armenia have now gone up to 2,900, almost 3,000. They said that many of them, or about half of them, know already where to go and stay, meaning they probably stay with family and friends. But more than 1,000 had to resort to government funding houses for now. The government of Armenia says that they will welcome every ethnic Armenian who wants to flee Nagorno-Karabakh because of the situation, but they also fear that there will be an exodus unless Azerbaijan offers them real living conditions and introduces mechanisms to prevent ethnic cleansing. In the meantime, other Armenian leaders say that, or warn, that they may face, those who remain in Nagorno-Karabakh for now, they may face a humanitarian crisis as many are left without shelter and may run out of food soon. Jessica?
So uncertain and so scary. Claudio, thank you.
Turning now to Hillsborough County, Florida, where 6 people, including 3 children, are dead after a train crashed into a car crossing railroad tracks. A group in an SUV was on their way to a quinceañera when they were struck.
The word devastating doesn't begin to describe the events and tragedy that unfolded behind me.
The victims range in age from 9 to 52. One passenger remains in critical condition.
Tropical storm Ophelia drenched the eastern seaboard this weekend. Ophelia has since weakened, but thousands are still without power after winds and rain brought down those power lines. NBC's Antonia Hilton is tracking the impact.
Tropical storm Ophelia lashing the eastern seaboard, flooding streets and parking lots before weakening to a post-tropical cyclone. Thousands of homes and businesses still in the dark across North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and New Jersey. After winds of up to 70 miles an hour damaged power lines. An investigation underway in Pennsylvania after a home exploded when a tree fell, potentially causing a gas leak.
Yaden Emergency Management planned for this, and they were able to evacuate a home that cares for elderly and people with special needs.
The storm dumping almost 9 inches of rain in parts of North Carolina and more than 5 in parts of Virginia. Nearly 9 million people under coastal flood alerts.
It's been very rough, and this wind here is killing me. I mean, I think it's a 20-mile-an-hour wind.
Yes, so not quite as long as Jeff Mason, a Long Island park director, says the growing threat of storms has changed the nature of his job.
About 60% of the job is prepping and thinking about the new challenges that are ahead of us.
Ophelia will camp out in the south for the next 24 hours, but its remnants will be felt into the Monday morning commute, with winds up to 35 miles per hour and the risk of flash floods.
What a mess. Our thanks to Antonia for that report.
Well, that storm bringing a soggy start to the week here on the East Coast. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking where that rain is heading. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, still so soggy today. We're going to start to see slow improvement starting this afternoon, but still dealing with the rain this morning, where you see the darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's showing us where that heaviest rain is falling. So we do have bands of heavy rain, but it's a pretty wide rain shield. We saw that all weekend long with Ophelia. It was really top heavy with a lot of rain falling in the north. Now, as we go throughout the day, we're looking at possible flooding, especially in those flood-prone areas, low-lying areas. So we're looking at generally a quarter inch to half inch. Not a whole lot of rain, but still just kind of a miserable start to the work week. Also really wet on the Pacific Northwest. We're looking at atmospheric river bringing some rain and also some winds. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, some rain showers are going to fall in the upper Midwest. Temperatures in the 60s, 68 degrees in Minneapolis. And it's another raw start to the work week in portions of the Northeast with the remnants of Ophelia. We're looking at 68 degrees in Philadelphia, 62 in New York City. And that's your Monday's forecast.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Can't wait for it to dry out. Well, the answer to fashion's climate footprint might be as simple as an email.
We explore the future of 3D printed fashion next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air,
is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Reports show the fashion industry wastes nearly $500 billion in product every year. And now one company is using 3D printers to try and change that. The goal is for consumers to design their own wardrobe, email it to a local printer, and ultimately create a more sustainable industry. Gotti Schwartz reports.
They call it fast fashion for a reason. It's an industry that's never moved at such a rapid-fire pace. Styles changing at the speed of a TikTok trend. The demand of one-day delivery, the promise of a free return. It's consumerism at its apex and a far cry from the days of owning one perfectly tailored suit worn down to the threads.
I used to go to a dressmaker or like a seamstress or a tailor, and they would create something custom for you, and then you would keep it. It's gone from that to mass consumption, and I think there's a tipping point.
And while the endless options on what to wear might be surprisingly cheap sometimes, fast fashion has come at a cost. With a global supply chain crisscrossing to markets around the world, the fashion industry is now the third biggest polluter on Earth, responsible for 10% of all global carbon emissions. Here, mountains of garments and unused fabrics thrown away to landfills and forgotten about.
When you come across images showing like mountains and mountains of clothing
being buried or being landfilled in other countries. What do you see in that?
I see first world countries offshoring their guilt to third world countries.
And he should know, Garrett Gerson was a rising star in the fashion world. Literally. He even appeared on NBC's reality show Fashion Star, and he traveled the world with his collections.
You think we're going to win?
Oh, for sure.
And then he came across this snag in the business model that was impossible to ignore.
I watched a documentary called The True Cost. It was like a big eye-opener for me. We're environmentalists at heart. We're here to be stewards of the land, and I'm doing the exact opposite.
Each year, about $500 billion is lost in unused clothing ending up in landfills.
I thought, it's not sustainable.
So he started to redesign fashion for the 21st century, one that's not so much about sewing as it is about writing computer code. And today, nestled in the Malibu Mountains in a converted old horse barn, Variant 3D is weaving future tech into the industry.
I want to be able to 3D print clothing, products, textiles, with zero waste, using sustainable fibers. I want to do it locally.
With digital scans, his team has developed software that they say will soon allow anyone to design their own wardrobe, email it to a local clothing 3D printer with your exact measurements, and voila.
I keep checking to see the size. I'm like, what size is this?
No, you don't need the size. Yeah, it'll be your size, and as it should be, right? And that's what the future looks like, and that future's not far away.
This is the ranchwear of the future right here. You can't feel this because it's TV, but the stretch and the feel, this is what I always imagined the Jetsons were wearing. So you're not just talking about printing clothing for the masses. You're talking about printing clothing for the individual.
Yeah, the individual at mass.
But how realistic could this be for the average consumer?
Probably in 10 years' time, we should probably all have one of these printers in our home, so we'll be able to do this ourselves.
Like for everybody, or just for the people that have millions of dollars?
No, for everybody. No, I think this will be as cheap or as affordable as a 3D printer.
You buy your own clothing?
Yep. Your own clothing, your own shoes, recovering your own furniture.
I'm going to hold you to this promise.
A software solution to mass pollution, sketching a digital pattern for the future of fashion.
Our thanks to Gotti for that report. He says in 10 years, it's not going to be too far away.
I wonder what we'll be wearing, Francis. Still to come, a Super Bowl reveal that'll have you saying, yeah.
And the music superstar that had a front row seat to the next great American dynasty.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way expeditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Mandarin deliberative.
All right, it just me too.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum. It's a very critical situation.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
But now they're going to have to make a shift to try and make up for that.
On 3rd and 7, Pickett drops, firing deep downfield, streaking is Calvin Austin, who's got it, and he's got it all.
We are back to break down the biggest stories in sports, starting with Sunday Night Football in Las Vegas. Kenny Pickett threw a pair of Pittsburgh touchdowns, including one that Calvin Austin took 72 yards to the house, putting the game out of reach for a Raiders comeback. The Steelers win 23-18. Earlier in the day, maybe you heard about it, Taylor Swift was in Kansas City, sitting next to Travis Kelce's mom in the press box. And after a moment Chiefs fans know all too well, Kelce scored a touchdown. There she was, cheering for the defending champs right there. Plus, the league announced Usher would headline the Super Bowl halftime show. He confessed that it's an honor of a lifetime to perform on the Super Bowl stage. I love that so much of the headlines were about the NFL or off the field. Maybe down the road we'll combine them and have a Taylor Swift Super Bowl headline.
Oh, that would
Fingers
be
crossed.
something. No bad blood between Kelsey's mom
Not
and
at
her
all.
either. They were definitely getting along. Well, let's shoot over to an upset in the WNBA semifinals now. Connecticut clamped down on defense against the Liberty, holding New York to just 23 points in the second half. DeWanna Bonner led the charge with 20 points as the Sun get the Game 1 win, 78-63. Across the country, Asia Wilson and the top-seeded Aces flew past the Dallas Wings. Wilson leading all scorers on the day with 34 points as Vegas takes it 97-83.
And in soccer, just days after sending off Julie Ertz for the final time, Team USA said goodbye to Megan Rapinoe. After 17 years representing the U.S., Rapinoe was subbed out of her final, international game in the second half of America's win over South Africa. Rapinoe ends her international career with 2 World Cup titles and over 60 goals scored. We'll be right back.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The last Sunday in September is National Gold Star Mother's Day, but we didn't want to miss an opportunity to recognize these special moms.
A Gold Star mother gets not invited, but put into a club for moms whose sons or daughters were killed in service to our nation. It's a club that you don't want to be in, but it's a club that everybody who is in it, we're there to support each other.
We are grateful for the sacrifices of these families and honor them.
On special days like Gold Star, Mother's Day, and every day, we're finding new ways to support you and say thank you. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
It's officially fall, and one North Carolina apple orchard is hoping for another tourism boom this season. Peyton Furtado from our NBC affiliate in Greenville, South Carolina, has more.
Business is bobbing, apples are flying off the trees and shelves, and David Carland is one of several Apple Alley farmers at the core of it all. His farm stand at Mountain Fresh Orchard is just open the end of August through the beginning of November.
That's our make it or break it right there.
He says in 36 years, he hasn't seen business like this.
I don't know what it was about COVID, but it really opened up our business substantially because I think people couldn't do anything else, so they came to the farm.
Agritourism brings in about $90 million to Henderson County's economy every year. So it's no wonder area farmers have long cashed their crops in on fall traditions.
The restaurants benefit, the gas stations, Walmart even.
By themselves, apples account for $30 to $35 million of Henderson County's income. Some of this year's crop was damaged by late freezes, leading to lighter harvests.
I mean, we had 17 days after March the 1st, from March the 1st to about the middle of April, that were below 32 degrees. And that's just not the kind of weather we need during the time when they're blooming and setting fruit.
But Carlin says the weather hasn't taken a bite out of business. In fact, as more people move to the region,
how are y'all today? Good, thanks.
Business is steady round the clock.
If I get a chance to talk to them, I try to always find out where they're from. And a lot of them, they're living here locally, but they're from all over the United States. We even have some from, all around the world.
The county's nearly 30 farm stands and orchards growing area tourism, economy, and even population, keeping Apple Alley busy through November.
And we're about wore out by then.
And our thanks to Peyton Furtado for that story. I was hoping to jump into the orchards this weekend, but the weather was so bad in the Northeast.
So bad. So I'm hoping for either next weekend or early October, one of my favorite fall activities. And we have much more in store this morning on the Today Show. Here's Chanel Jones with a look at what's ahead.
This morning on the third hour of Today, have you ever heard of shoulder season? We're going to tell you why it could mean big travel deals. Then a fun dance workout and start today. And mother-daughter fashion trends in our style file. That's all this morning on the third hour of Today.
Yeah, it is fall when summer ends and fall begins in that shoulder season. People like to travel during that time, do all the things. I'll see what they have in store.
That's right. I can't wait to see it.
All right. We thank you so much for being with us for Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Monday. We'll see you on Tuesday morning.
Right now on Morning News Now, resolution. A tentative deal has been struck this morning between Hollywood's writers and the major studios that could bring picketing creatives back to work. We'll bring you the details in just a moment. Also this morning, countdown to shutdown. It's a federal spending stalemate in Washington as House Republicans clamor to come to a comprehensive budget consensus that'll keep the government's lights on before that looming September 30th deadline.
So you don't think there's going to be a shutdown?
Look, I think we're able to work through this. At the end of the day, get there.
We've got the latest on what's at stake, plus the growing calls from Democrats for Senator Bob Menendez's resignation in the wake of his federal indictment for allegedly accepting bribes. It's a soggy start to the work week for millions of Americans as the remnants of weakening Ophelia soak the Northeast. We've got its latest track and when we could start seeing a little sunshine. And Love Story is a possible gridiron romance brewing between Taylor Swift and Kansas City Chiefs star Travis Kelce. Well, a weekend skybox sighting could point to a T-Swift touchdown.
This morning, millions of Taylor Swift fans are suddenly football fans.
And you've got all the info on that, I know.
We'll have all the details. Should be a good one. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers. We have a possible deal. Hollywood's major media companies and the Writers Guild have reached a tentative agreement that could end the months-long writers' strike. In a message to its members, the WGA called the potential deal, quote, exceptional.
Now, the deal comes after 5 straight days of negotiations. Those talks resumed last week with major industry executives at the table. If the union membership votes to approve the deal, it will end one of the longest walkouts in entertainment history. Thousands of screenwriters first hit the picket lines nearly 150 days ago after contract negotiations with the studios failed. Entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar is keeping tabs on it all. Joins us now with the latest. Brian, good morning. So first of all, what do we know about this tentative deal?
Well, it's really interesting. We are finding after 5 days of intense negotiations, they're saying that it has some meaningful gains and protections on all of the fronts, and that network executives, 4 of the big ones, were in attendance for many of these days to kind of loosen up the logjam. Now, what we do know is that picketing, they say, can stop for the Guild, but people can continue to picket for SAG-AFTRA's strike. And what will happen next is they will go over the final contract language. They're not releasing any of the details of this deal yet until they get that worked out. And then they will draft up a memorandum of the agreement. And then at that point, the Writers Guild West Coast Board and the East Coast Council will then vote on whether it's prepared and proper to then bring to the membership to meet, discuss, and then subsequently vote. So we're not there yet, but this is the most promising space that we've been in thus far.
And Brian, now that a possible agreement has been reached, what happens next? Is there anything that goes into production immediately?
Well, it's going to take a little bit of time for some things to gear up, but the most likely productions to get quickly started are the talk shows, because many of them, as you've reported on this program, were ready to go last week. And in fact, we're going to go until the solidarity of the unions really shut those down. So the talk shows will be the first things you'll notice, but other things are going to take a little time to staff up and get started.
And Brian, I mean, the feeling is we're still not going to see most stuff come back until the actors' strike is done. So let's talk about that one. Is there a feeling that once the writers' deal is done, we will see the actors return to the bargaining table to try and get a deal there?
Right. Well, in fact, in reaction to this, SAG-AFTRA did release a statement saying that they're looking forward to the AMPTP coming back to the table to discuss, because they've been at somewhat of a standstill. And as you mentioned, there's only so much you can do without the performers. So they've been watching to see how these negotiations go, and they'll be looking to see what these deal points are and see which one of those will help, inform their negotiations with the studios as well. But it's going to take a while still before that to get worked out.
And Brian, the sticking points with the actors do have a little bit of overlap with the writers, right?
Absolutely, particularly when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence. In the case of the writers, they wanted to make sure that artificial intelligence wasn't being used to write scripts for them. And in other cases, for the actors, they wanted to make sure that artificial intelligence wasn't being used to harness their own performances to generate other performers or other acting performances based on theirs. So there's some establishing parameters that will be made there. And then, of course, residuals for streaming. That's going to be a big one. And we'll be looking to see what this deal has and what it could be used to apply to the SAG-AFTRA deal.
And both of those issues are issues we haven't really had to see dealt with in previous contract negotiations because they're both so new. That's part of the reason this is such a long process. Brian Balthazar, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Turning now to Capitol Hill, where House Republicans remain divided over the federal spending budget.
Time is running out for lawmakers to reach an agreement on government spending. If Congress can't reach that deal by the end of the week, the government will shut down on October 1st. That's Sunday. President Biden now ramping up his messaging, calling on Republicans to find a way around their political stalemate.
If the government shuts down, that means members of Congress, members of the U.S. military are going to have to continue to work and not get paid. A government shutdown could impact everything from food safety to cancer research to Head Start programs for children. Funding the government is one of those basic responsibilities of Congress. And it's time for Republicans to start doing the job America elected them to do.
Thousands of federal employees are at risk of being furloughed if the government shuts down, and financial experts fear a government closure could strike a blow to an already fragile economy.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with the details. Ali, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. House Republican leaders met over the weekend to discuss a potential move forward with the shutdown, but little progress was made. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is now considering a 45-day extension of federal spending, but not all House GOP members are on board. Let's take a listen.
If Speaker McCarthy ultimately allows a deal to pass with Democratic votes, would you support ousting him from the Speaker's chair?
That would be something I would look strongly at, ma'am. If we do away with our duty that we said we were going to do. They're all talking about this promise that he made with Biden a year ago. With Biden a year ago. What about the promise we made to the American public that we were going to be responsible Americans? Ma'am, we are going to be governing over a pile of rubble if we're not careful.
So, Ali, what needs to happen this week among Republicans to avoid a shutdown? Does McCarthy need to have the help of Democrats to pass anything, and what is the risk?
Look, the risk is exactly what we heard from Congressman Burchett there on another network over the weekend. The idea that government funding is so squarely tied to McCarthy's future ability to, frankly, just keep his job. The way that we're seeing Republicans talk about each other, this is not anyone other than House Republicans negotiating against themselves effectively. We're watching McCarthy over the weekend try to float a 30-day continuing resolution, a 45-day continuing resolution. And all that really means is he's just trying to buy some time, trying to get past the September 30th deadline so the government doesn't shut down, and then, of course, try to make good on some of the spending promises that he made to the most right flank of his conference. What's at odds here is the fact that many of those right-wing members, I'm thinking about people like Congressman Matt Gaetz, have said they will never sign a continuing resolution, which means they're not here to help McCarthy extend the clock. Frankly, they're not here to help McCarthy at all, and it really does leave him at an impasse. Will he look to his left and try to pick up some moderate members on the Democratic side that could allow him to glide this through on a bipartisan track? Certainly, that would put him closer in line with what the Senate in bipartisan fashion wants to do, which is avoid a shutdown, but it would really endanger him with the rest of his conference. And you would most likely see in the immediate aftermath of that a motion to vacate or fire the Speaker from his job.
So, Ali, Democrats in the Senate, they're already preparing for a temporary funding measure as House Republicans scramble for this last-minute deal. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, he's the one leading that push, looking to hold a test vote tomorrow. What more do we know about this? I mean, what, if anything, can the Senate do here?
looking to hold a test vote on this. And this is really Schumer starting the clock on his side of the building, because there will also be some procedural hurdles that he has to get over that'll take some time. I mean, I've asked Speaker McCarthy this multiple times. We're all talking about the September 30th deadline and the House having to meet that. Yes, but also anything that the House passes has to go to the Senate. The Senate will inevitably make changes and then send it back to the House. All of that is a pretty lengthy process. We know that this isn't a town that typically moves quickly. So while the House is trying to sort of get out of its circular firing squad, what we're watching Senator Schumer do is start the clock on his side of the building, and he gets to do that with bipartisan support. Senator Mitch McConnell, the top Republican in that chamber, has said he doesn't want to go to a shutdown. Here's what'll be interesting about that. There are a handful of Republicans on the rightmost flank on the Senate side who have tried in the past to give their House counterparts some leverage here. That's something that they've really struggled with, and it hasn't helped House Republicans yet, but we'll see if Senate Republicans continue to back them up, and that could also stretch this process out.
And Allie, while we have you, let's talk about the indictment of Senator Bob Menendez. He's set to hold a press conference later today to address those bribery charges against him. What can we expect to see and hear from that?
Yeah, Valerie, as if we didn't have enough to focus on Capitol Hill, you've got the House trying to avoid a shutdown. They're starting on their impeachment inquiry this week. And then we have these new charges against Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey. Look, not the first time we've seen him face corruption charges. In his last re-election cycle, this was a front and center issue. He did then what he's doing now, which is stepping down from his chairmanship atop the Foreign Relations Committee. That's not necessarily letting off enough steam, though. You've got Democratic senators like John Fetterman saying they think he should resign. At this point, Fetterman is the only fellow senator saying that, but we'll be waiting to see, of course, if there are more. And I'll just preempt you guys and say, I'm happy to stick around for the Taylor Swift segment, since I was very, very keenly watching football, as I always do on Sunday, but excited to see Taylor with her signature red lip at the Chiefs game.
Exactly. Your worlds collided there.
Perfect. Allie Vitale, thanks so much.
Thousands of additional members of the United Auto Workers Union are expected to join the picket lines this morning. Union leaders say it is a result of stalled talks between two of the three national automakers and the union. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Michigan with the latest.
Still no agreements, but the UAW says it is closer to a new contract with Ford than it is with the other two automakers. The union writing in part, quote, "Our pressure on Ford is starting to pay off." And while Ford just reached a new agreement with the Canadian Auto Workers Union, it says when it comes to the UAW negotiations, more work still needs to be done. The union, though, striking a different tone when it comes to General Motors and Stellantis. The union president saying in part they, quote, "are going to need some serious pushing." And so the union has now expanded its strike to all parts distribution facilities for those two companies. The companies have criticized union leadership. And all this is unfolding as the 2024 presidential spotlight falls on the UAW labor dispute. President Biden says tomorrow he will join the picket line in Michigan. And on Wednesday, former President Donald Trump, he's expected to speak to workers in this state. All of this coming as we're possibly just days away from seeing the impact on consumers more directly. Because parts distribution facilities are being blocked up, essentially, by these strikes for GM and Stellantis. One dealership group telling me, for example, they've stocked up on high-demand parts like brake pads. But if you need something like an engine, that could become tricky to find. And that dealership group estimating that it could be just days before we see an impact as a result of this. And it's not clear what kind of stockpiles the companies have right now in terms of parts to get out to dealerships still. So it's not clear how long things could seem normal before we start seeing those impacts. But again, that one dealership group telling me that it could be just days. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you.
This morning, we're getting new insight into the 2024 presidential election. A new NBC News poll shows major concerns for both President Biden and Republican frontrunner former President Trump.
According to the poll, 3/4 of voters say they are concerned about President Biden's age and mental fitness, while nearly 2/3 have concerns about the multiple trials that former President Trump faces. For more, we're joined by NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good to have you with us. So what more does this new poll tell us about all the voter concerns right now?
Yeah, Joe, this poll shows a very kind of gloomy forecast for the 2024 presidential election. And in addition to those worries and concerns that voters have about both President Biden and former President Donald Trump, our poll ends up showing, Joe Biden's approval rating is just at 41%, while the favorable rating for Trump is at 35%. So tough numbers for both candidates. And as you just ended up showing, the general election is deadlocked at 46% each for Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Very consistent with most of the polls end up looking 13 months ahead to the general election.
Mark, we know it's not all bad news for former President Trump, despite nearly 2/3 of voters polled saying they were concerned over Trump's pending trials. His lead over fellow Republican presidential hopefuls is actually growing. How do you make sense of that? Help us here.
Yeah, and so as you mentioned, 62% of all voters end up having concerns about Donald Trump's multiple criminal trials. But that 70% of Republican voters, or nearly 70%, say they aren't concerned. And so there is a disconnect there where you end up having Democrats and independents concerned, but most Republican voters not. And as you mentioned, his lead has gone up to 43 points over Ron DeSantis. It was 29 points in June, according to our poll. Now it's 43, and that comes after his latest indictment in Fulton County, Georgia, from last month, as well as him skipping the first Republican debate and also skipping the second one that comes on Wednesday.
So we saw how President Biden matches up with Trump right now. As of now, how does the president match up with other potential Republican opponents in the general election?
Yeah, against Ron DeSantis, President Biden has a 1-point lead, well within the margin of error. But against Nikki Haley, the former United Nations ambassador and former governor of Georgia, she holds a 5-point lead over President Biden. And as our pollsters put it to us, Haley isn't as well known as DeSantis and Donald Trump. So she is kind of serving almost as the generic Republican who isn't all that well defined at this stage, but it's kind of more a look at where President Biden is with most voters right now.
All right, Mark Murray breaking it down for us. Thank you so much, Mark.
And those growing concerns about the next presidential leader also call into question the future of each party. On this week's Meet the Press, Kristen Welker sat down with South Carolina Congressman James Clyburn to discuss what the path forward looks like for Democrats.
Hi there, Joe and Valerie. This week on Meet the Press, I spoke with Democratic Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. Take a look at what he had to say when I asked him if Vice President Harris is the future of the Democratic Party.
I see her as a part of that future, absolutely.
Is she the future, though? Is she the future of the Democratic Party?
Oh, she could very well be. I think she is running a very good campaign. Her speech last night was great, and I look to her as a successor to this president. But I also know the history of that as well. It's not a given. You don't automatically move up. She'll have to compete going forward with whoever may have dreams and aspirations, and I think she will acquit herself well.
Well, I know that you are saying you don't look at the polls too much, but our poll does show her favorability is actually lower than President Biden and even than former President Trump. Why do you think she's not resonating more with voters? What do you think the issue is?
Because when you compare the first woman of color and first woman to be Vice President of the United States and compare that to all of the history before, you will get that. I think that during this campaign, she will demonstrate, as she did in that hall last night, that she knows exactly what she's doing. She has the capacity and the capability to be President of the United States if called upon to do so.
And you can see my full interview with him and a lot more at MeetThePress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press here on NBC News Now every weekday at 4 p.m.
Kristen Welker, thanks so much.
Tropical storm Ophelia created a total washout this weekend for millions up and down the East Coast. The storm made landfall in North Carolina Saturday at near hurricane strength, bringing high winds, heavy rain, and flooding. And this morning, while many are just starting the cleanup process, it doesn't look like the wet weather is finished just yet.
Now let's get a closer look at what to expect as the remnants of Ophelia continue to hit the Northeast with soggy weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with your morning News Now forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning. Great to see you guys. And yeah, it is another soggy start. We're looking at heavy rain bands
bands, some breezy conditions, another raw day. It's a slow improvement. We're going to see that once again tomorrow. And then finally by Wednesday, we're going to be drying out. But this is what it looks like right now on radar. Lots of green. That's the rain shield. Even some yellows, reds, oranges. That's showing us where heavy rain is falling. So we're seeing those bands. Ophelia, or what's left of Ophelia, is right off the New Jersey coast. So it's going to be moving to the east over the Atlantic as we go throughout the day. But as we go throughout the day, we're expecting periods of rain continuing. Also those breezy conditions. So you need your umbrella as you head out. Gale warning still in effect. Also some minor coastal flooding in those areas that are prone to flooding. Not a whole lot of rain expected in addition to what we got over the weekend, but still could see up to an inch in some spots in those heavier pockets where you get that banding setting up. Otherwise, we're looking at a quarter inch, a half inch, just really nuisance spawning in poor drainage areas. So Ophelia, the remnants of Ophelia does continue. Also looking at the chance for some heavy rain, we have a front that's going to be draped over the area. It's also a sea breeze kind of increasing the moisture from the Gulf of the Caribbean. And we could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. So several spots across the country looking at rain as we go throughout the day. Then as we go throughout midweek, we're looking at repeat rounds of heavy rainfall, also a flood risk with all that rainfall we'll see as we go throughout the next couple of days. Out to the west, we have an atmospheric river. So we're looking at anywhere from 2 even up to 3 inches of rain. You can see that rain falling right now. Still seeing some yellows too out west. And that's because we're looking at some really gusty winds, some really heavy rain because of that atmospheric river. And that's what it is. It's a big area of low pressure kind of picking this moisture up and dropping it into the Pacific Northwest from Washington to Oregon into Northern California. Lots of moisture and those windy conditions. But where you see these reds, oranges, yellows, that's corresponding to an inch, to 2 inches, 3 inches. So this is a lot of rain. It rained there yesterday. We're seeing that once again today. Remember, we have some burn scar areas, so we could see some mudslides, risk of flash flooding as well. That is out west. Then we're looking at the deep south, the chance for some strong to severe storms. Houston, Victoria, Del Rio. We could see this later on today as we kind of get that daytime heating going. I mentioned Florida also seeing the chance for some strong to severe storms and heavy rain falling there over the next few days, even up to 2 to 3 inches from Jacksonville to Daytona Beach, Melbourne, Fort Myers, and also Miami. Not great vacation weather if you do have vacation plans there. Then as we go throughout the rest of today, sunny and warm through the middle of the country. Some showers falling in the upper Midwest. Shouldn't see many storms there. Looks like to be more of a nuisance of some showers. That heavy rain out west. We are warm in portions of the Southwest. Temperatures into the 90s, and there's that rain falling in the deep South. Then by Wednesday, rain does continue, cool and wet in the Pacific Northwest. We're dry in the Southwest. We're going to be warm once again, not as warm as we have been, but still temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits in parts of Arizona. We're going to dry it out in portions of the South in Texas. But look at the Gulf Coast. That heavy rain does continue, and that's why we're concerned about flooding over the next couple of days. That heavy rain still falling in parts of Florida, and we're looking at that upper Midwest into the Ohio Valley, looking at some rain as well. Some sunshine in the Northeast. We're going to dry it out there finally on Wednesday. But look what happens as we go by Friday. We're looking at another front that's going to come through. That's going to bring the chance of rain back into the forecast by Wednesday or by Thursday and also Friday. So coastal rain from the mid-Atlantic into the Carolinas, the southeast. Texas heat returns on Friday. We're looking at lots of sunshine. It's going to be dry, but it's going to be warm. And then mountain snow. We haven't talked about this in a while, but that could happen there today in the Pacific Northwest in the highest elevations. We're going to see a mix today, but by later on this week, by Friday, we're looking at some mountain snow. So something to keep in mind as we go throughout the rest of the work week. Also, we're talking about the tropics. We have Tropical Storm Philippe. It looks like it's going to stay out into the Atlantic, which is good news. We have a big area of high pressure called the Bermuda High. It's going to kind of spin around that. So that's one storm system. Also watching another low coming off the African coast. That could cause some problems. We're still days away, maybe a week away. So we're going to be watching that as we go throughout time. So really 3 areas with what's left over from Ophelia bringing that rain still. But we'll keep our eye on Philippe as well.
All right. I feel like I'm living in the Pacific Northwest again.
I know. It's been days and days, right?
Yeah, no, I'm having Seattle flashbacks. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you. Coming up, we love a good space story here on Morning News Now. And this morning, NASA is making history once again with an asteroid sample that's truly out of this world.
But first, a breaking point at the southern border and beyond as a new surge of migrants pushes cities across the U.S. to the brink. Now the Defense Department is stepping in to try and mitigate the ongoing crisis. More on that next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the worsening crisis on the U.S. southern border. Thousands of migrants continue crossing into the country, straining the nation's immigration system. Now the Defense Department is ramping up resources at the U.S.-Mexico border as officials try to process all of those people trying to come through. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Eagle Pass, Texas, where officials have recently restarted a train service after it was stopped to prevent people from trying to ride it into the U.S. Guad, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. What do we know about this new wave of migrants, and do we have any idea of how many have crossed?
Valerie, it's difficult to know how many migrants are going to be making their way to the southern border. We know that tens of thousands are in Mexico attempting to make it to the U.S., but of course Mexican immigration does what they can to stop them. Mexican immigration has been overwhelmed for years now. You can see just behind me the train bridge. In fact, we can hear a train that is now making its way south. This is a railway where there's a lot of trains that go from the U.S. into Mexico and vice versa, from Mexico into the U.S. A lot of trade, a lot of commerce that's quite important. In fact, the CEO of Union Pacific came to the area earlier this week to talk to us about how important it was to get these trains moving. The Mexican company that operates the trains on the Mexican side had said that they had an unprecedented number of migrants riding the trains, and because of the dangers, they had decided to halt them. Over the weekend, we saw the crossings pick up again. We saw groups of hundreds arrive here yesterday, many of them telling me that they were on the newest train, the last train that arrived in Piedras Negras, Mexico, and it was about 100 degrees here, so you can imagine they ride the train and then they walk in that sun, many of them getting stuck behind the razor wire that you can see here. In fact, immigration had to make a decision to cut some of that wire to rescue some of those migrants, including children, Valerie.
Guad, you kind of mentioned what the situation is like right now. People are still coming in, starting to ride that train again. Are officials worried that the number of migrants may increase again now that that train service has been restored? What are they telling you?
Valerie, they are. So CBP, Customs and Border Protection, had decided to shut down the bridge behind me. When I spoke to the CEO of Union Pacific, he said it was the government's decision not to let the trains go through into the United States, whereas in Mexico, it was the private company that halted the trains. They've now decided to allow these trains to move forward. Of course, it's a difficult decision because when you operate the trains, you have groups of hundreds on these trains. I asked the migrants what it's like in other parts of Mexico. Many of them communicate with other migrants through their phones using WhatsApp, and they tell me that thousands are still waiting in different parts of Mexico to hitchhike on some of these trains that make their way north. This is just one of those cities you go past. More trains go to El Paso and other border cities, Valerie.
So, Guad, how are officials handling the people who are already waiting at the border? Where are they being sent?
So migrants will cross here, they will turn themselves into Border Patrol, and then they're taken to CBP processing centers. This is where they begin that asylum-seeking process. If they are allowed to remain in the United States with that parole that they are given, then they are released, and they go to these help centers or resource centers where they help them with bus passes. Sometimes they help them communicate with people they know in the U.S., or they get shelter for a day or two. That's where the local communities are using resources to help the migrants make their way through. And in other cases, in cities like New York, the migrants arrive, so the cities need additional funding because it's costing them more money to provide services for this influx of migrants that are coming to these cities. That's why DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas called on Congress over the weekend to approve additional funding to use for this new influx. And I should also say, once again, he called for immigration reform, Valerie.
Guad, we know it's a situation that's changing day by day. We appreciate you being there at the border for us. Thank you so much. International headlines now, and another weekend of violence in the West Bank. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Yes, let's start in Gaza, where the Israeli military says struck militant sites for a third day in a row after Palestinian militants launched incendiary balloons across the border into Israel. Now, the strike happened soon after an Israeli military raid in the northern West Bank, where Palestinian officials said 2 Palestinians were killed. Now we come back here in Italy, where news agency ANSA reports that Italian mafia boss Matteo Messina Denaro has died. The 61-year-old spent 30 years on the run before being detained in January. He was being treated for cancer at the time of his arrest and was moved from a prison to a hospital last month. As a boss of the notorious Cosa Nostra mafia, Denaro was convicted of numerous crimes, including for his role in the planning of the 1992 murders of 2 anti-mafia prosecutors. And we end up our tour of the world in Berlin with a record-breaking run. Ethiopian runner Tigist Assefa shattered the women's marathon world record, shaving more than 2 minutes off the previous best. The result will almost certainly guarantee the 26-year-old a place in the Ethiopian Olympic team. And if smashing a world record by 2 minutes doesn't get you in an Olympic team, I don't know what does. Back to you.
I don't know either. 2 minutes is quite a bit. Claudio, thank you so much. From international news to space news now, and a historic moment for NASA yesterday. A capsule containing the largest asteroid sample ever collected hit Earth, landing in the Utah desert. The entire mission took 7 years. The spacecraft carrying those samples traveling a total of about 4 billion miles. And now scientists hope these samples could teach us about the origins of life on Earth. Joining us now for more on this is Professor Jana Levin. She is an astrophysicist, professor, and author of the book Black Hole Survival Guide. Professor, good morning. Thanks for being with us today. Let's talk about why this is such a milestone. What do scientists hope to learn from these asteroid samples?
Well, the material in the asteroids, we think, is largely preserved from a very early era in the solar system's history. So 4.5 billion years ago, when the solar system was first forming. And so it's giving us insight into some of the original chemicals and composition of the early solar system. That's interesting for us because a lot of the material on the Earth from that early period has been obliterated. There's erosion, there's weather, there's plate tectonics and volcanic activity. And so we're really trying to get a glimpse back into the earliest phase. And it might also have keys for the formation of life on Earth. We don't know if life might have come to us, or some of the amino acids which launched the era of the radiation of life across the Earth might have come from asteroids like Bennu.
Now, we understand that the samples were collected from the surface of that asteroid called Bennu that you just mentioned, which is about as tall as the Empire State Building. What is so special about this particular asteroid?
Well, there's an asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, and it's dense, but it's not that dense. We've had spacecraft make it through, and occasionally there are collisions between these big asteroids, which catapult some closer to the Earth. And Bennu was convenient because it is very close to the Earth's orbit. It's not all the way out there between Mars and Jupiter, and yet it comes from that original location, and it's spinning pretty slowly compared to some asteroids, which can be spinning very rapidly. So that gave it some appeal for us. In fact, it even crosses Earth's orbit. There's a tiny percentage that in about 160 years, it might even collide with the Earth. And it also has really important materials that we are interested in, really carbon-based, very interesting examples of maybe having minerals that are trapping water. And it can help us understand not just the emergence of life, but maybe even how the oceans formed on Earth, that they might have been seeded from asteroids and comets, planting water here.
So much to learn. So let's talk about what's next. The OSIRIS-REx is now set to investigate another asteroid called Apophis. Can you talk about this new mission and what do we know about it so far?
Yeah, when we're hearing that the sample has come back to Earth, there might be the misunderstanding that the satellite itself came back. It actually was about a third of the way to the moon when it sent the capsule to Earth, and that it jettisoned away to try to get to another asteroid, which is also not that dissimilar from Bennu, but we also learned from Japanese missions and other collections that there can be a great deal of variety on these asteroids. And so it can teach us a lot about the early solar system and how it formed in the gas and dust from which it formed. And so the mission goes on to collect more samples. We also know that meteorites make it to the surface of the Earth from outer space, but they've been exposed and contaminated, and they've had this incredibly dramatic reentry. So what we're getting is this very pristine, preserved form of these early elements.
All right, as you said, the mission goes on. Professor Jana Levin, thank you so much. Coming up, Aaron Rodgers' season-ending injury is reigniting the debate over grass versus artificial football fields. And there's new data this morning that might show a link between turf and higher rates of injuries among players. We'll break down those numbers next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of grocery pork hunting.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers' season-ending Achilles tendon injury is now reigniting the debate over the safety of artificial turf fields in the NFL. Rodgers argued for grass all over the league last season. He said some artificial surfaces are softer, creating more wobble when the foot hits the ground, which can lead to injuries. The NFL has maintained that turf fields are just as safe as grass fields. But new data by Sports Info Solutions found that 7 of the 10 stadiums with the highest injury counts from 2017 to 2022 had artificial surfaces. So let's bring in Dr. Derek Kapanik for more on this. He is the assistant professor of the Orthopedic Surgery Division of Sports Medicine at Washington University. Dr. Kapanik, good morning. The data we just mentioned also echoes research from the NFL Players Association that found higher injury rates on artificial turf from 2015 to 2022. So why are we seeing higher injury rates on turf fields?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me. So there's no doubt that if we look at the general trend in the orthopedic literature, it shows that especially for lower extremity injuries, there's higher rates of injuries occurring on athletes participating on synthetic or artificial turf surfaces when compared to natural grass. And there's really a number of factors to consider when we're looking at why these injuries are occurring. And most commonly, what we look at is really the shoe surface interface. And, basically the, recreating what's kind of what we see on natural grass isn't as readily created on the natural or on the synthetic field surfaces. The foot sometimes can get a little bit more stuck. It can create increased friction and torque. And when you're dealing with athletes at the size of the NFL players who are getting tackled, who are trying to cut and run, if that foot is getting stuck and increasing the rotational torque on the ankle and across the foot, it's going to lead to higher rates of injuries.
So in a statement, the NFL's executive vice president, Jeff Miller, had this to say about the use of artificial turf fields. Quote, the playing surface is one factor among many that contributes to the number of injuries at any stadium. Each injury sustained by players is unique, with contributing factors including injury history, the type of contact on the play, a player's pose or movements, cleat type, and more. So is there anything that athletes who are playing on turf can do to prevent some of these injuries?
So one of the things that we've really started to look at is basically, making sure that the players have the right equipment. And especially for, the issue we're talking about with the turf is making sure that they have the right shoe wear. Obviously, less of an issue for our professional athletes than when compared to some of our collegiate and high school athletes, but appropriate shoe wear is absolutely critical. And we've also been seeing more data coming out looking at the configuration of the cleats. And as these can potentially increase the shear force across the foot and the ankle while playing on synthetic surfaces, ensure that they have the right equipment is absolutely essential to minimize the risk of further injury, whether it's occurring on natural or artificial grass surfaces.
All right, so many factors at play here. Dr. Derek Kanapik, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. As New York, Paris, and Milan all hold their fashion weeks, the industry continues to face criticisms about the huge amount of waste it generates, with 92 million tons of clothes ending up in landfills each year. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz talked to one visionary designer with a 3D printing solution.
They call it fast fashion for a reason. It's an industry that's never moved at such a rapid-fire pace. Styles changing at the speed of a TikTok trend, the demand of one-day delivery, the promise of a free return. It's consumerism at its apex and a far cry from the days of owning one perfectly tailored suit worn down to the threads.
I used to go to a dressmaker or like a seamstress or a tailor, and they would create something custom for you, and then you would keep it. It's gone from that to mass consumption, and I think there's a tipping point.
And while the endless options on what to wear might be surprisingly cheap sometimes, fast fashion has come at a cost. With a global supply chain crisscrossing to markets around the world, the fashion industry is now the third biggest polluter on Earth, responsible for 10% of all global carbon emissions. Here, mountains of garments and unused fabrics thrown away to landfills and forgotten about.
When you come across images showing like mountains and mountains of clothing being buried or being landfilled in other countries, what do you see in that?
I see first world countries offshoring their guilt to third world countries.
And he should know, Garrett Gerson was a rising star in the fashion world. Literally, he even appeared on NBC's reality show Fashion Star, and he traveled the world with his collections.
Do you think we're gonna win?
For sure.
And then he came across this snag in the business model that was impossible to ignore.
I watched a documentary called The True Cost. It was like a big eye-opener for me. We're environmentalists at heart. We're here to be stewards of the land, and I'm doing the exact opposite.
Each year, about $500 billion is lost in unused clothing ending up in landfills.
I thought, it's not sustainable.
So he started to redesign fashion for the 21st century, one that's not so much about sewing as it is about writing computer code. And today, nestled in the Malibu Mountains in a converted old horse barn, Variant 3D is weaving future tech into the industry.
I want to be able to 3D print clothing, products, textiles, with zero waste, using sustainable fibers. I want to do it locally.
With digital scans, his team has developed software that they say will soon allow anyone to design their own wardrobe, email it to a local clothing 3D printer with your exact measurements, and voila.
I keep checking to see the size. I'm like, what size is this?
No,
there are no
size.
sizes.
Yeah, it'll be your size, and as it should be, right? And that's what the future looks like, and that future's not far away.
This is the ranchwear of the future right here. You can't feel this because it's TV, but the stretch and the feel, like this is what I always imagined like the Jetsons were wearing. So you're not just talking about printing clothing for the masses. You're talking about printing clothing for the individual.
Yeah, the individual at mass.
But how realistic could this be for the average consumer?
Probably in 10 years' time, we should probably all have one of these printers in our home, so we'll be able to do this ourselves.
Like for everybody, or
for
just
everybody.
for the people that have like millions of dollars?
No, for everybody. No, I think this will be as cheap or as affordable as a 3D printer.
You buy your own clothing?
Yep. Your own clothing, your own shoes, recovering your own furniture.
I'm going to hold you to this promise.
A software solution to mass pollution, sketching a digital pattern for the future of fashion.
Our thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report.
Coming up, a new challenge for billionaire entrepreneur Richard Branson with global implications.
Why he's now setting his sights on climate change. We'll bring you that one-on-one conversation after this.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with some financial headlines. Rite Aid is reportedly considering closing hundreds of its stores.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, drugstore chain Rite Aid is negotiating with creditors over the terms of a bankruptcy plan that would include liquidating a substantial portion of its more than 2,100 drugstores, according to people familiar with the talks. Rite Aid has proposed to close roughly 400 to 500 stores in bankruptcy and either sell or let creditors take over its remaining operations. The pharmacy chain operates more than 2,300 stores in 17 U.S. states. Amazon is betting big bucks on AI. The e-commerce giant announced today that it will invest $4 billion in artificial intelligence firm Anthropic and take a minority ownership position in the company. The move underscores Amazon's aggressive AI push as it looks to keep pace with rivals such as Microsoft and Alphabet's Google. Anthropic was founded roughly 2 years ago by former OpenAI research executives and recently debuted its new AI chatbot called Cloud 2. And Meta is preparing to announce a new AI chatbot aimed at attracting younger users. The bots are meant to be used as a means to drive engagement with users, although some of them might also have productivity-related skills, such as the ability to help with coding or other tasks. Valerie and Joe, back to you.
All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you so much. Well, he's been an entrepreneur for over 50 years, but that hasn't stopped Richard Branson taking on a new challenge, climate change. NBC News correspondent Chloe Malas sat down for an in-depth conversation with the billionaire to discuss the new initiative, as well as the war in Ukraine and his plans to return to space.
Thank you very much.
Sir Richard Branson's next mission, combating climate change.
Life-threatening heat waves followed by flooding that displaced 33 million people.
I sat down with the billionaire British entrepreneur to discuss his latest initiative. It's called Planetary Guardians, a coalition featuring 14 world leaders to take what they're calling a whole planet approach to safeguard the Earth.
If you can't measure something properly, you can't fix it. The idea is that we will measure the 9 principal planetary boundaries every year. You know, how many are the rainforests? Are we cutting down more? You know, exactly where we are with climate change, exactly where we are with species disappearing in the world. And we can try to make sure we can push the world into trying to address them.
The diverse group features individuals like actor Robert Redford, activist Jane Goodall, and former president of Colombia, Juan Manuel Santos. He also had a message to the climate change deniers.
You just got to listen to the scientists. It's a fact of life. The amount of carbon that's going into the Earth's atmosphere is heating up the world, and it's going to do a lot of damage to the world if we don't get it under control. It's not only sorting out today's problem, but it's giving our grandchildren a utopian world for the future.
Branson is also turning his focus to the war in Ukraine. He was appointed last spring by President Vladimir Zelensky to lead fundraising efforts to rebuild the war-torn country.
We can't allow countries in this day and age to take over the territory of other people's countries, and they're dying for the freedom of all of us. And the least we can do is make sure that we help them and in every way we can.
As the country continues to get pummeled by Putin's troops, he says there's no sign of a conflict ending.
Do you see an end in sight for the war?
I don't think we can expect an early end to the war, and the war will not end until Ukrainians manage to get their sovereign territory back.
And a message for Elon Musk.
You know, it makes me think about everything that happened with Starlink and Elon Musk, and, you know, some people saying that it's dangerous for, a billionaire entrepreneur to almost be an arbiter of war. Do you have thoughts on that?
I think war should be handled by governments. European governments and the American government are firmly committed to make sure that this war is won, and that we give Ukraine all the help we can get. I would also say, if individuals are in a position to be able to help win this war, they should do everything they can to help win this war.
A man of many hats, Branson founded Virgin Group in the 1970s. It now consists of over 400 companies, like his airline, iconic record label, and he's also sending people to space with Virgin Galactic, which launched its first commercial shuttle in the summer.
Do you believe, though, that in our lifetime, anyone who wants to go will be able to pay for it and affordably go to space?
In your lifetime, yes. If I have to hurry up and develop a Virgin Life pill, so it can be in my lifetime too. We are building a fleet of spaceships. So we've managed to get the price of going into space from a carbon point of view right down to a minimum.
So are you saying, though, that you all are reducing or are cognizant of reducing Virgin Galactic's carbon footprint, given everything that you're also doing to combat climate change?
I think we've got to do, if you run an airline, you've got to try to get the youngest, most fuel-efficient planes. If you're running a space line, you've got to reduce the cost of taking people into space dramatically from a carbon point of view. All of us in positions where we can make a big difference have got to make a big difference. But my trip to space was definitely the best day of my life.
Will you ever do it again?
I booked it for my 80th, 90th, and 100th birthday, and I'm an optimist, so my 110th as well.
110th birthday space flight.
He needs that Virgin Life bill he's talking about. He needs to make that.
Our thanks to Chloe Malas for that interview. Coming up is Taylor Swift's own love story heading for the end zone.
Well, her appearance at the Chiefs game yesterday fueling rumors of a possible romance with Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. We've got all the juicy details up next.
feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
In case you haven't heard, Taylor Swift watched the Kansas City Chiefs game in person at Arrowhead Stadium on Sunday, adding fuel to those rumors that she just might be dating star tight end Travis Kelce. The singer was seen in a red and white Chiefs jacket, standing and sitting next to Kelce's mom, Donna, in a suite at Arrowhead Stadium, and later leaving with the two-time Super Bowl champ. Rumors have been swirling since July after Kelce said on a podcast that he unsuccessfully tried to give the singer a friendship bracelet with his phone number on it after her show. Clearly, they've found a way to connect since then.
I was gonna say.
And I mean, Taylor gave a chest bump to the guy next to her after Travis scored a touchdown. There's a lot going on here.
She was hyped. Her reaction in that box, she was so excited. It was great.
She was very excited. Now suddenly Swift fans everywhere are like, oh, I guess I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan
I know, now
so.
everybody's excited.
All right, finally this hour, history was made in college football over the weekend. For the first time ever, a woman played in an NCAA game as a position player that wasn't a kicker. Here's NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung with her amazing story.
Hey there. After 2 years on her college football team without seeing any game action, Haley told me she felt like she was in a movie when she stepped on the field Saturday. Her team needed a stop on third down, and Haley ran right for the quarterback, getting her Hollywood ending to the play.
22 yards.
Who runs the field? This girl.
We saw some history made here today.
Shenandoah University's Haley Von Voris making history as the first woman to take the field, not as a kicker, in an NCAA football game.
It's not every day that a female gets to play college football, so, you know, the sideline was going crazy. It was just a great moment.
And she made her presence known. The 5'6" safety came into the game with Division III Shenandoah up 26 points against Juniata College, registering a quarterback hurry on the way to a Shenandoah win.
Did that quarterback know what or who hit him?
I've had some people come up to after the game until I take my helmet off. They're like, dude, I didn't know you were even a girl.
Growing up in the Plains, Virginia, Haley's been going up against the boys for a long time. First in baseball, then at 10 years old when she started playing flag football, later becoming the first girl to play on her high school's football team.
Did it take any convincing your parents to let you play a game with a bunch of boys?
As long as I was happy and did what I love, they were all for it.
With a fierce competitive spirit, Haley prides herself on giving maximum effort through her intense weightlifting sessions in the gym and every practice rep on the field.
I do think my mindset's one of my strongest capabilities alongside my speed and my strength. Just my ability to push myself past where I think I can go has helped me a lot.
She also runs track and field for Shenandoah, and she's dead set on running through barriers for women in sports.
So to be able to make a step forward is like an amazing thing, like to create new opportunities along the way and show that, like, hey, this can be done.
For now, she's just focused on the next play.
Next time we need to get the sack.
Now, Haley is making history in her own right, but there are a few women who've blazed a trail on special teams before her. Haley pointed to Katie Nida, who was the first woman to score in a Division I football game. She kicked 2 extra points for the University of New Mexico in 2003. Now, Haley's Shenandoah team is heading into conference play. We wish them luck and more plays from Haley.
Absolutely. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, it's a deal. Hollywood writers and major media companies announcing a possible breakthrough in contract negotiations. Both sides have reached a tentative agreement that could restart production on some of your favorite shows nearly 150 days after writers walked off the job. With more details on that potential deal and the latest on the ongoing actors' strike. Plus, Ophelia's wrath. Several states across the Northeast getting pounded by heavy rain, strong winds, and flooding over the weekend. Well, the storm has moved off the coast. It looks like the wet weather is sticking around this morning. We'll have your forecast coming up. Also this morning, against the clock. Congress has just 5 days left to pass a spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. House Speaker McCarthy optimistic they can get the job done, but there's been little progress thanks to a small group of far-right hardliners. Now McCarthy calling for unity within his party.
They want to walk you into a shutdown, then blame you for the shutdown. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
This morning, more on where negotiations stand and what a government shutdown could mean for you. And out of this world, NASA celebrating a historic moment 7 years in the making yesterday. A capsule containing the largest asteroid sample ever collected landed in the Utah desert. What scientists hope these samples could teach us about life on Earth. Some exciting space news to bring you there. We are going to begin this hour with the tentative deal reached between Hollywood writers and major media companies.
The months-long work stoppage shut down much of Hollywood, but now the end could be in sight. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now with the latest.
Hey there. After nearly 5 months on the picket line and marathon negotiations over the weekend, the Writers Guild of America says they have an agreement in principle. This is a major step in getting new episodes of your favorite shows back on the air. Overnight, the writers' strike reaching its final act. The WGA agreeing to a tentative 3-year deal with the AMPTP, which represents streamers and studios, including NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast. It comes nearly 150 days after film and TV writers walked out on Hollywood and hit the picket lines. While specifics are not yet known, the deal likely promises higher residuals from streaming, higher wages, and protections against AI. In an email to members, the WGA is saying, though we are eager to share the details of what has been achieved with you, we cannot do that until the last I is dotted.
From day one, we've been hopeful that a deal will be reached because, they're our partners and we love making television with them.
Still, writers will not return to work just yet as they wait for a final contract to be drafted and voted on by members. The union instead encouraging writers to join the actors who remain on strike, meaning it could take weeks or even months for Hollywood to see a full reboot.
No one wants to cross the picket lines.
Writers and actors taking to social media overnight to express their relief, including Michael Shea of Saturday Night Live writing, "I guess we back," and actress Mindy Kaling posting, "Can't wait to go back to work and see my people." While daytime and late-night talk shows will likely be the first to be back on air, experts say the summer stoppage in TV production means new episodes of hit scripted shows may not return until next year, replaced this fall with reruns and reality TV. The Hollywood shutdown having big effects on the big screen, too. Studios already pushing back some major movie releases to 2024, including blockbuster sequels like Mission Impossible, Dune, and Gladiator.
Is this not why you are here?
Now with the writers reaching a deal, Hollywood is one step closer to being back in action. So this tentative deal basically means that it's now up to the lawyers to hammer out the final language of the contract. And then the rank and file union members, they have to vote to approve it. But it can't come soon enough for the Hollywood industry. Experts say that the dual strikes have cost LA an estimated $5 billion in lost revenue and wages. Back to you.
All right, Chloe Melas, thanks so much.
Millions of people up and down the East Coast were pounded by Tropical Storm Ophelia over the weekend. The storm unleashed heavy rain and damaging flooding from North Carolina to New Hampshire. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Jones Beach, New York, with more on that. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Well, we are seeing some relief, but you can see behind me there is still winds and rains impacting the area, especially making that morning commute quite messy. We saw the impacts of Ophelia sweep up the eastern seaboard, knocking out power to thousands, dumping nearly 9 inches of rain on some states, including parts of North Carolina, and churning up dangerous ocean conditions, including here at Jones Beach, where rip currents remain a concern.
This morning, millions are cleaning up and drying out from a weekend of relentless wind and rain.
This is rough, I'm telling you.
As Tropical Storm Ophelia churned up the East Coast.
This is the worst weather we've ever had.
Sparking widespread flooding, downing power lines and trees, and drenching plans for the first weekend of fall. Ophelia first made landfall Saturday in North Carolina, packing 70-mile-per-hour winds. The storm dumping several inches of rain and damaging homes and businesses.
So it did come, you're talking right up to here?
The flooding triggered multiple water rescues, like the U.S. Coast Guard's rescue of 5 people, including 3 children, on a ship in Cape Lookout. States of emergency declared in North Carolina, as well as Virginia and Maryland. The storm then pushing its way inland.
This is pretty bad.
In one Pennsylvania neighborhood, those storm conditions toppled trees, potentially sparking an explosion and 2-alarm fire, forcing the evacuation of more than 100 residents from their homes. Ophelia later downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone, but still posing a threat.
So right now the tide is receding here at Jones Beach, but authorities are warning that when those water levels begin to increase again later today, that is when residents could see some more coastal flooding. And as Ophelia continues to crawl northward, we could see some lingering travel impacts. Over the weekend, we saw more than 10,000 flights that were delayed and several hundred canceled. Joe?
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Let's check in on what to expect this week with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is back with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we're going to see Ophelia, the remnants of Ophelia, affecting us not only today, but also tomorrow, finally clearing out on Wednesday. We're going to see that sunshine returning. But we still have a lot to deal with in terms of the rain falling. We have heavy rain bands falling. Where you see the reds, yellows, oranges, that's where the heaviest rain is falling. But this rain shield is large. It's been large since the beginning of this storm, and we're continuing to see the rainfall throughout portions of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic into parts of New England. That's going to be the story as we go throughout today. Also on Tuesday, a little more rainfall, and then Wednesday, we're going to start to really clear it out. So for today, periods of rain continuing throughout the day. Also talking about gale warnings. Emily sort of talked about this. Gale warnings, also some coastal flooding, minor coastal flooding, because we have the winds kind of pushing this on shore. It's still really breezy. It's a raw day out there. A good indoor day. It was a good indoor weekend. We're going to see that once again today. Here's the rainfall we're expecting. Not a whole lot. Another quarter inch, half inch of some rain. So we're looking at nuisance flooding. There's areas that you're used to along the Jersey Shore, Long Island, where you see that flooding. We're going to see that once again today. So if you do, or if you're prone to flooding in those areas, you want to move your car back. Otherwise, we're also looking at some heavy rain falling in portions of the Southeast, specifically in Florida, especially Tuesday into Wednesday. We're going to see that moisture really increasing from the Gulf and the Caribbean, and that's going to bring hourly rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Those really summer-like downpours where you see those darker colors showing us that we could see those downpours, and that's going to continue on Wednesday as well. That's going to lead to the chance for some flooding each day, not only today, but Tuesday, also Wednesday, because we're going to see those repeat rounds of rain. This is a stationary front, so it kind of just rides along that stationary front. This is what we're talking about in terms of the rainfall, 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain, especially with the reds. We're looking at Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, Melbourne, Tampa, Fort Myers, Miami, looking at the chance for some really heavy rain over the next few days. That's not the only spot. Also, back to the northwest, we're looking at an atmospheric river. That brings a lot of rain. It brings a lot of wind as well. So we're going to see this today. And also tomorrow. It was a wet day yesterday as well. This is what radar looks like right now. The green is the lighter rain, but the yellows, we're seeing some heavier rain. And we could see 2 to 3 inches of rain as we go throughout the next couple of days. So it's a big upper area of low pressure, kind of moving this atmospheric river on shore. Lots of moisture to work with from the Pacific, and also those really strong winds pushing that water on shore. So this rain is going to extend all the way to parts of Washington, into Oregon, into Northern California, places like Seattle, Portland, Eugene, Medford. Kind of just a miserable day today and also tomorrow. Another spot expecting some showers, even some really strong to severe thunderstorms, would be in the deep south. So Houston, Victoria, Del Rio, we're looking at the chance for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Damaging hail will be on the small side, about an inch or so. The tornado threat is low, but it's not zero, especially as we get that daytime heating going. So that's going to be one spot. We talked about Florida also with that stationary front. Could see some strong storms throughout the afternoon as well. Tomorrow, we'll see the chance for those storms into portions of New Mexico. So Roswell, same sort of scenario, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, the chance for hail, also a low risk for tornadoes. And then we're looking at the Missouri Valley. St. Louis could see some strong to severe storms as we go throughout Tuesday. So that's the story there. Then we're looking at the chance for some really warm temperatures in the southwest into the triple digits, into parts like in Arizona, Phoenix, sunny and warm throughout the middle of the country. There's that rain also in portions of the upper Midwest. Not expecting strong storms, could see a few thunderstorms, but we're going to see some scattered storms, some scattered showers there as we go throughout this Monday. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
United Auto Workers union leaders say they're one step closer to reaching a deal with Ford, but the same can't be said for General Motors or Stellantis.
The disagreement with two of the three big three automakers led to new walkouts across 38 different locations late last week. The union says both companies are, quote, going to need some serious pushing.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Pontiac, Michigan with the details. Jesse, good morning to you. Union leaders say Ford has made a good amount of progress in contract negotiations, unlike Stellantis and General Motors. So walk us through the difference here. Where has Ford made progress, and what is the union looking for from the other two companies?
Yeah, Valerie and Joe, good morning. So the union has had the same list of demands, largely, at least publicly, that it's been pushing on all of these companies. And what the union did on Friday was it announced the expansion of the strike against GM and Stellantis. And it said at the same time, because they'd seen, quote, real progress from Ford, they were not going to be expanding against that company for the time being. And when they made this announcement, the union highlighted a couple different things. Among them, progress they saw from Ford on things like cost of living adjustments and the right to strike over plant closures. So those were a couple things they talked about. They also talked about elimination of a wage tier. This is something that's been out there and talked about throughout this strike, is this idea that there's some workers who make more than others at the various plants at the various companies. And so the union has been pushing to eliminate those wage tiers and have everyone be making the same pay. So that's part of what we heard from the union on Friday. The company, Ford, for its part, says that there's still more work to be done. So no agreement yet, no deals with any of the big three, as far as we have been told at this point, but clearly a distinction now between Ford and the other two companies.
So, Jesse, while the strike continues, we're also seeing layoffs continue at dozens of factories. What's the impact that's had?
Yeah, so, Joe, we've heard of some layoffs as a result of the strike from non-striking workers, but the bigger thing right now is the expansion of striking workers. Thousands more were told to walk off the job on Friday, but we're still looking at just around a tenth of the total UAW workforce that works at these big three automakers. So there's still a lot more potential for this strike to grow. As far as the impact we're seeing, what could be coming in the days ahead now is an impact to consumers at home. People watching this who don't know anyone who works at a UAW or at a big three automaker, who doesn't know anyone who's a UAW member, this could still wind up hitting you in the days ahead, because these are parts distribution facilities that are now being hit. So if you need to get your car repaired, depending on what part you need, that's going to become more complicated potentially in the days ahead. One dealership group telling me, for example, that stuff like brake pads, they high demand parts they've been stocking up on, but something like an engine, that could be trickier to find soon.
And Jesse, both President Biden and former President Trump are each expected to travel to Michigan to join the auto workers on the picket line. What do we know about their visits?
Yeah, so President Biden says he will be joining the picket line in Michigan tomorrow, and then on Wednesday we're expecting former President Donald Trump to make a speech to workers in this state, bringing the 2024 spotlight here. And there is tension, obviously, between the two sides on what they would make their pitch to these voters about. And I can tell you that one thing we'll be watching closely for is the messaging around electric vehicles. That's something that President Biden has made a big push for, but there's concern among auto workers that could eliminate jobs, and EVs and the consequences of that, potential consequences of that, is something that former President Trump has already been highlighting. Guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much.
Negotiations over the future of government spending bill remain stalled after House Republicans failed to make progress over the weekend. Congress now has just 6 days to find a solution here. If they fail, the government is set to shut down on Sunday. It's leaving thousands of federal workers at risk of being furloughed. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now for the latest. So, Ryan, walk us through how negotiations unfolded among House Republicans over the weekend. Are we any closer to any kind of deal here?
Well, they talked a lot, Joe, but they didn't seem to make a whole heck of a lot of progress. And the problem here is that even if Republicans do end up coming up with a deal within their own conference, that deal will still never become law, because Democrats in the Senate and, of course, President Joe Biden wouldn't sign that type of bill into law. And so we're basically just running out of time to kind of run through all these traps that are necessary to try and find some sort of an agreement. And it's not exactly clear how this is going going to end, and if a shutdown happens, how the Congress will end up getting out of that shutdown. Now, Congress is not in session today because of the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur, so we don't expect them to really get back to the bargaining table until tomorrow. So they are just running out of time, as you rightly point out. The government set to shut down this weekend.
So, Ryan, Speaker McCarthy has acknowledged he may need to turn to Democrats for help. First of all, what kind of consequences would a move like that have, especially for him? And then is there any room here for McCarthy to find a way to compromise with those Republican holdouts?
Well, Joe, Kevin McCarthy acknowledging what we've all known, that there is no way that the government is going to stay open unless there is some sort of bipartisan proposal that's put on the table that has both Republicans and Democrats. But McCarthy, up until this point, has been insistent to try and at least attempt to pass something out of the House of Representatives with only Republicans, if not to only demonstrate to the conservatives in his caucus that they're not going to be able to pass some sort of hard right legislation. Listen to what McCarthy said about these negotiations over the weekend.
Unfortunately, I know Matt Gaetz said he and 7 others wouldn't allow that to happen. So if you can't allow that to happen, we have to have some from the other side of the aisle to vote with us to be able to keep government open. And if they wouldn't vote to bring the bills up, I'm not quite sure what they want.
But to your point, Joe, this could endanger his speakership. Those same group of conservatives, that same group of conservatives that have been the ones holding up the progress on this government spending bill are the same ones who have said that if he works with Democrats to pass something, then they're going to institute what's called a motion to vacate, which could then lead to a vote that puts his speakership in danger. It's a very tight rope that Kevin McCarthy is attempting to walk here, and the sum total of it may end up being that the government shuts down this weekend.
Yeah, let's talk about the impact of that. It would have serious consequences for government workers. This could be different, though, from what we've seen in the past, especially for military workers. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, and this is a sign, Joe, of just how they cannot agree on anything. In the past, they've at least been able to pass some sort of provision that would allow government workers like military members or essential personnel to remain getting paid while the shutdown kind of goes through that process and they come up with some sort of negotiation. That's not the case this time around. They've not passed anything as it relates to spending, so that means millions of federal workers could be impacted by this, including members of the military could go without pay for an extended period of time, and there are many members of the military that live paycheck to paycheck. We could see them in a situation where they need to go to food banks in order to continue to feed their families and make ends meet. This is a serious situation that's going to impact millions of Americans because in addition to the federal government workers that get direct paychecks from the government, there's also a whole host of people that are employed by private companies that do business with the government. They also will lose their paychecks and likely will not receive back pay if the government does end up shutting down for an extended period of time.
We're going to dig a little deeper into that right now. Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now to a closer look at the effect the looming crisis could have on federal families. Federal workers are now bracing for missed paychecks as Congress moves toward a potential government shutdown. If Congress doesn't reach a deal by September 30th, millions of government employees will go without pay.
So let's bring in NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece for more on this. Shannon, Ryan was talking a little bit about it there, but break down the full effect this shutdown is going to have on federal employees. Just how many federal civilian workers will be impacted?
Well, by some estimate, it could be around 4 million workers who start missing their paycheck if there isn't some action by Congress in the coming days. We're talking about people like TSA agents and air traffic controllers at the airports, Border Patrol agents. Ryan mentioned members of the military, but just also people working in their local Social Security office, processing checks. You see that map up on the screen there. That shows the widespread nature of the federal workforce. You know, and while a lot of it isn't concentrated in Washington, D.C., we're talking about people in states like Texas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, all states that have big shares of federal workers who could be impacted here. So this shutdown could be felt very deep for a lot of communities. And if it goes on for more than a few weeks, the effects really could be widespread across the country.
Shannon, the shutdown comes at a time when families are already struggling to deal with rising costs from inflation. So how are families planning to cope?
Well, I heard from about a lot of anxiety from federal workers talking about things like canceling vacations, having to rely on friends and family, maybe having to go to their local food bank. To have a listen to what just a couple workers had to tell me.
It's bare bones. Folks have to rely on their
extended families, or they have to rely on their places of worship for things like this, and even sometimes soup kitchens. And I know that to a lot of folks that might sound extreme, but it is true.
A lot of us are just single parents like myself that struggle to make ends meet already. So we will be going to the food banks. You will see federal workers who are required to work and ones that are furloughed during a shutdown that are not getting paid, going into the food bank.
And in Washington, D.C., at the Capital Area Food Bank, where I'm at here today, they estimate there's about 100,000 federal employees who could struggle to pay for food, who will need to rely on assistance from food banks potentially. And that's just federal workers. And as Ryan noted, it doesn't include all these government contractors doing everything from working for federal agencies to just working in cleaning crews for some of these federal offices in Washington, D.C., or in the cafeteria. The last shutdown, the Capital Area Food Bank said that they gave out 4,000 meals a week just to federal employees.
So, Shannon, for the last 20 minutes, we've been talking about the Hollywood strike. We've been talking about the auto workers strike. Now we have a potential government shutdown. What kind of toll could that have on the economy? We've been towing this line, trying to fight inflation, avoid a recession. But could this lead to a recession?
So when I talked to past economists, they said that this shutdown, and of course we've had a number in recent years, but this one comes at a particularly precarious time for the economy because of those things you mentioned. And while unemployment is low, we do have this persistent inflation. And economists warn that if this shutdown is something that goes beyond a few weeks, if it goes more than a month, like we saw back in 2019, this is the type of thing that could put enough pressure on the economy that the growth does start to slow down and that we could potentially be tipped into a recession if we start looking at a really prolonged government shutdown.
All right, a lot of anxiety for a lot of people. Shannon Pettypiece, thanks so much. Coming up, we love a good space story here on Morning News Now. And this morning, NASA is making history once again with an asteroid sample that's truly out of this world.
But first, a breaking point at the southern border and beyond as a new surge of migrants pushes cities across the U.S. to the brink. Now the Defense Department is stepping in to try and mitigate the ongoing crisis. We're going to have more on that coming up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the worsening crisis on the U.S. southern border. Thousands of migrants continue crossing into the country, straining the nation's immigration system. Now the Defense Department is ramping up resources at the U.S.-Mexico border as officials try to process all of those people trying to come through. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Eagle Pass, Texas, where officials have recently restarted a train service after it was stopped to prevent people from trying to ride it into the U.S. Guad, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. What do we know about this new wave of migrants, and do we have any idea of how many have crossed?
Valerie, it's difficult to know how many migrants are going to be making their way to the southern border. We know that tens of thousands are in Mexico attempting to make it to the U.S., but of course Mexican immigration does what they can to stop them. Mexican immigration has been overwhelmed for years now. You can see just behind me the train bridge. In fact, we can hear a train that is now making its way south. This is a railway where there's a lot of trains that go from the U.S. into Mexico and vice versa, from Mexico into the U.S. A lot of trade, a lot of commerce that's quite important. In fact, the CEO of Union Pacific came to the area earlier this week to talk to us about how important it was to get these trains moving. The Mexican company that operates the trains on the Mexican side had said that they had an unprecedented number of migrants riding the trains, and because of the dangers, they had decided to halt them. Over the weekend, we saw the crossings pick up again. We saw groups of hundreds arrive here yesterday, many of them telling me that they were on the newest train, the last train that arrived in Piedras Negras, Mexico, and it was about 100 degrees here, so you can imagine they ride the train and then they walk in that sun, many of them getting stuck behind the razor wire that you can see here. In fact, immigration had to make a decision to cut some of that wire to rescue some of those migrants, including children, Valerie.
Guad, you kind of mentioned what the situation is like right now. People are still coming in, starting to ride that train again. Are officials worried that the number of migrants may increase again now that that train service has been restored? What are they telling you?
Valerie, they are. So CBP, Customs and Border Protection, had decided to shut down the bridge behind me. When I spoke to the CEO of Union Pacific, he said it was the government's decision not to let the trains go through into the United States, whereas in Mexico, it was the private company that halted the trains. They've now decided to allow these trains to move forward. Of course, it's a difficult decision because when you operate the trains, you have groups of hundreds on these trains. I asked the migrants what it's like in other parts of Mexico. Many of them communicate with other migrants through their phones using WhatsApp, and they tell me that thousands are still waiting in different parts of Mexico to hitchhike on some of these trains that make their way north. This is just one of those cities you go past. More trains go to El Paso and other border cities, Valerie.
So, Guad, how are officials handling the people who are already waiting at the border? Where are they being sent?
So migrants will cross here, they will turn themselves into Border Patrol, and then they're taken to CBP processing centers. This is where they begin that asylum-seeking process. If they are allowed to remain in the United States with that parole that they are given, then they are released, and they go to these help centers or resource centers where they help them with bus passes. Sometimes they help them communicate with people they know in the U.S., or they get shelter for a day or two. That's where the local communities are using resources to help the migrants make their way through. And in other cases, in cities like New York, the migrants arrive, so the cities need additional funding because it's costing them more money to provide services for this influx of migrants that are coming to these cities. That's why DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas called on Congress over the weekend to approve additional funding to use for this new influx. And I should also say, once again, he called for immigration reform, Valerie.
And Guad, we know it's a situation that's changing day by day. We appreciate you being there at the border for us. Thank you so much. International headlines now, and another weekend of violence in the West Bank. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Yes, let's start in Gaza, where the Israeli military says struck militant sites for a third day in a row after Palestinian militants launched incendiary balloons across the border into Israel. Now, the strike happened soon after an Israeli military raid in the northern West Bank, where Palestinian officials said 2 Palestinians were killed. Now we come back here in Italy, where news agency ANSA reports that Italian mafia boss Matteo Messina Denaro has died. The 61-year-old spent 30 years on the run before being detained in January. He was being treated for cancer at the time of his arrest and was moved from a prison to a hospital last month. As a boss of the notorious Cosa Nostra mafia, Denaro was convicted of numerous crimes, including for his role in the planning of the 1992 murders of 2 anti-mafia prosecutors. And we end up our tour of the world in Berlin with a record-breaking run. Ethiopian runner Tigist Assefa shattered the women's marathon world record, shaving more than 2 minutes off the previous best. The result will almost certainly guarantee the 26-year-old a place in the Ethiopian Olympic team. And if smashing a world record by 2 minutes doesn't get you in an Olympic team, I don't know what does. Back to you.
I don't know either. 2 minutes is quite a bit. Claudio, thank you so much. From international news to space news now, and a historic moment for NASA yesterday. A capsule containing the largest asteroid sample ever collected hit Earth, landing in the Utah desert. The entire mission took 7 years. The spacecraft carrying those samples traveling a total of about 4 billion miles. And now scientists hope these samples could teach us about the origins of life on Earth. Joining us now for more on this is Professor Jana Levin. She is an astrophysicist, professor, and author of the book Black Hole Survival Guide. Professor, good morning. Thanks for being with us today. Let's talk about why this is such a milestone. What do scientists hope to learn from these asteroid samples?
Well, the material in the asteroids, we think, is largely preserved from a very early era in the solar system's history. So 4.5 billion years ago, when the solar system was first forming. And so it's giving us insight into some of the original chemicals and composition of the early solar system. That's interesting for us because a lot of the material on the Earth from that early period has been obliterated. There's erosion, there's weather, there's plate tectonics and volcanic activity. And so we're really trying to get a glimpse back into the earliest phase. And it might also have keys for the formation of life on Earth. We don't know if life might have come to us, or some of the amino acids which launched the era of the radiation of life across the Earth might have come from asteroids like Bennu.
Now, we understand that the samples were collected from the surface of that asteroid called Bennu that you just mentioned, which is about as tall as the Empire State Building. What is so special about this particular asteroid?
Well, there's an asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, and it's dense, but it's not that dense. We've had spacecraft make it through, and occasionally there are collisions between these big asteroids, which catapult some closer to the Earth. And Bennu was convenient because it is very close to the Earth's orbit. It's not all the way out there between Mars and Jupiter, and yet it comes from that original location, and it's spinning pretty slowly compared to some asteroids, which can be spinning very rapidly. So that gave it some appeal for us. In fact, it even crosses Earth's orbit. There's a tiny percentage that in about 160 years, it might even collide with the Earth. And it also has really important materials that we are interested in, really carbon-based, very interesting examples of maybe having minerals that are trapping water. And it can help us understand not just the emergence of life, but maybe even how the oceans formed on Earth, that they might have been seeded from asteroids and comets, planting water here.
So much to learn. So let's talk about what's next. Yeah. The OSIRIS-REx is now set to investigate another asteroid called Apophis. Can you talk about this new mission and what do we know about it so far?
Yeah, when we're hearing that the sample has come back to Earth, there might be the misunderstanding that the satellite itself came back. It actually was about a third of the way to the moon when it sent the capsule to Earth, and that it jettisoned away to try to get to another asteroid, which is also not that dissimilar from Bennu, but we also learned from Japanese missions and other collections that there can be a great deal of variety on these asteroids. And so it can teach us a lot about the early solar system and how it formed in the gas and dust from which it formed. And so the mission goes on to collect more samples. We also know that meteorites make it to the surface of the Earth from outer space, but they've been exposed and contaminated, and they've had this incredibly dramatic reentry. So what we're getting is this very pristine, preserved form of these early elements.
All right, as you said, the mission goes on. Professor Jana Levin, thank you so much. Coming up, Aaron Rodgers' season-ending injury is reigniting the debate over grass versus artificial football fields. And there's new data this morning that might show a link between turf and higher rates of injuries among players. We'll break down those numbers next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mayor deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
And welcome back. New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers' season-ending Achilles tendon injury is now reigniting the debate over the safety of artificial turf fields in the NFL. Rodgers argued for grass all over the league last season. He said some artificial surfaces are softer, creating more wobble when the foot hits the ground, which can lead to injuries. The NFL has maintained that turf fields are just as safe as grass fields. But new data by Sports Info Solutions found that 7 of the 10 stadiums with the highest injury counts from 2017 to 2022 had artificial surfaces. So let's bring in Dr. Derek Kapanik for more on this. He is the assistant professor of the Orthopedic Surgery Division of Sports Medicine at Washington University. Dr. Kapanik, good morning. The data we just mentioned also echoes research from the NFL Players Association that found higher injury rates on artificial turf from 2015 to 2022. So why are we seeing higher injury rates on turf fields?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me. So there's no doubt that if we look at the general trend in the orthopedic literature, it shows that especially for lower extremity injuries, there's higher rates of injuries occurring on athletes participating on synthetic or artificial turf surfaces when compared to natural grass. And there's really a number of factors to consider when we're looking at why these injuries are occurring. And most commonly, what we look at is really the shoe surface interface. And, basically the, recreating what's kind of what we see on natural grass isn't as readily created on the natural or on the synthetic field surfaces. The foot sometimes can get a little bit more stuck. It can create increased friction and torque. And when you're dealing with athletes at the size of the NFL players who are getting tackled, who are trying to cut and run, if that foot is getting stuck and increasing the rotational torque on the ankle and across the foot, it's going to lead to higher rates of injuries.
So in a statement, the NFL's executive vice president, Jeff Miller, had this to say about the use of artificial turf fields. Quote, the playing surface is one factor among many that contributes to the number of injuries at any stadium. Each injury sustained by players is unique, with contributing factors including injury history, the type of contact on the play, a player's pose or movements, cleat type, and more. So is there anything that athletes who are playing on turf can do to prevent some of these injuries?
So one of the things that we've really started to look at is basically, making sure that the players have the right equipment. And especially for, the issue we're talking about with the turf is making sure that they have the right shoe wear. Obviously, less of an issue for our professional athletes than when compared to some of our collegiate and high school athletes, but appropriate shoe wear is absolutely critical. And we've also been seeing more data coming out looking at the configuration of the cleats. And as these can potentially increase the shear force across the foot and the ankle while playing on synthetic surfaces, ensure that they have the right equipment is absolutely essential to minimize the risk of further injury, whether it's occurring on natural or artificial grass surfaces.
All right, so many factors at play here. Dr. Derek Kanapik, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. As New York, Paris, and Milan all hold their fashion weeks, the industry continues to face criticisms about the huge amount of waste it generates, with 92 million tons of clothes ending up in landfills each year. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz talked to one visionary designer with a 3D printing solution.
They call it fast fashion for a reason. It's an industry that's never moved at such a rapid-fire pace. Styles changing at the speed of a TikTok trend, the demand of one-day delivery, the promise of a free return. It's consumerism at its apex and a far cry from the days of owning one perfectly tailored suit worn down to the threads.
I used to go to a dressmaker or like a seamstress or a tailor, and they would create something custom for you, and then you would keep it. It's gone from that to mass consumption, and I think there's a tipping point.
And while the endless options on what to wear might be surprisingly cheap sometimes, fast fashion has come at a cost. With a global supply chain crisscrossing to markets around the world, the fashion industry is now the third biggest polluter on Earth, responsible for 10% of all global carbon emissions. Here, mountains of garments and unused fabrics thrown away to landfills and forgotten about.
When you come across images showing like mountains and mountains of clothing being buried or being landfilled in other countries, what do you see in that?
I see first world countries offshoring their guilt to third world countries.
And he should know, Garrett Gerson was a rising star in the fashion world. Literally, he even appeared on NBC's reality show Fashion Star, and he traveled the world with his collections.
Do you think we're gonna win?
Oh, for sure.
And then he came across this snag in the business model that was impossible to ignore.
I watched a documentary called The True Cost. It was like a big eye-opener for me. We're environmentalists at heart. We're here, be stewards of the land, and I'm doing the exact opposite.
Each year, about $500 billion is lost in unused clothing ending up in landfills.
I thought, it's not sustainable.
So he started to redesign fashion for the 21st century, one that's not so much about sewing as it is about writing computer code. And today, nestled in the Malibu Mountains in a converted old horse barn, Variant 3D is weaving future tech into the industry.
I want to be able to 3D print clothing, products, textiles, with zero waste, using sustainable fibers. I want to do it locally.
With digital scans, his team has developed software that they say will soon allow anyone to design their own wardrobe, email it to a local clothing 3D printer with your exact measurements, and voila.
I keep checking to see the size. I'm like, what size is this?
No,
there are no
size.
sizes.
Yeah, it'll be your size, and as it should be, right? And that's what the future looks like, and that future's not far away.
This is the ranchwear of the future right here. You can't feel this because it's TV, but the stretch and the feel, like this is what I always imagined like the Jetsons were wearing. So you're not just talking about printing clothing for the masses. You're talking about printing clothing for the individual.
Yeah, the individual at mass.
But how realistic could this be for the average consumer?
Probably in 10 years' time, we should probably all have one of these printers in our home, so we'll be able to do this ourselves.
Like for everybody, or
for
just
everybody.
for the people that have like millions of dollars?
No, for everybody. No, I think this will be as cheap or as affordable as a 3D printer.
You buy your own clothing?
Yep. Your own clothing, your own shoes, recovering your own furniture.
I'm going to hold you to this promise.
A software solution to mass pollution, sketching a digital pattern for the future of fashion.
Our thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report.
Coming up, a new challenge for billionaire entrepreneur Richard Branson with global implications.
Why he's now setting his sights on climate change. We'll bring you that one-on-one conversation after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way conditions should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with some financial headlines. Rite Aid is reportedly considering closing hundreds of its stores.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, drugstore chain Rite Aid is negotiating with creditors over the terms of a bankruptcy plan that would include liquidating a substantial portion of its more than 2,100 drugstores, according to people familiar with the talks. Rite Aid has proposed to close roughly 400 to 500 stores in bankruptcy and either sell or let creditors take over its remaining operations. The pharmacy chain operates more than 2,300 stores in 17 U.S. states. Amazon is betting big bucks on AI. The e-commerce giant announced today that it will invest $4 billion in artificial intelligence firm Anthropic and take a minority ownership position in the company. The move underscores Amazon's aggressive AI push as it looks to keep pace with rivals such as Microsoft and Alphabet's Google. Anthropic was founded roughly 2 years ago by former OpenAI research executives and recently debuted its new AI chatbot called Cloud 2. And Meta is preparing to announce a new AI chatbot aimed at attracting younger users. The bots are meant to be used as a means to drive engagement with users, although some of them might also have productivity-related skills, such as the ability to help with coding or other tasks. Valerie and Joe, back to you.
All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you so much. Well, he's been an entrepreneur for over 50 years, but that hasn't stopped Richard Branson taking on a new challenge, climate change. NBC News correspondent Chloe Melas sat down for an in-depth conversation with the billionaire to discuss the new initiative, as well as the war in Ukraine and his plans to return to space.
Thank you very much.
Sir Richard Branson's next mission, combating climate change.
Life-threatening heat waves followed by flooding that displaced 33 million people.
I sat down with the billionaire British entrepreneur to discuss his latest initiative. It's called Planetary Guardians, a coalition featuring 14 world leaders to take what they're calling a whole planet approach to safeguard the Earth.
If you can't measure something properly, you can't fix it. The idea is that we will measure the 9 principal planetary boundaries every year. You know, how many are the rainforests? Are we cutting down more? You know, exactly where we are with climate change, exactly where we are with species disappearing in the world, and we can try to make sure we can push the world into trying to address them.
The diverse group features individuals like actor Robert Redford, activist Jane Goodall, and former president of Colombia, Juan Manuel Santos. He also had a message to the climate change deniers.
You just got to listen to the scientists. It's a fact of life. The amount of carbon that's going into the Earth's atmosphere is heating up the world, and it's going to do a lot of damage to the world if we don't get it under control. It's not only sorting out today's problem, but it's giving our grandchildren a utopian world for the future.
Nice to meet you. Branson is also turning his focus to the war in Ukraine. He was appointed last spring by President Volodymyr Zelensky to lead fundraising efforts to rebuild the war-torn country.
We can't allow countries in this day and age to take over the territory of other people's countries, and they're dying for the freedom of all of us. And the least we can do is make sure that we help them and in every way we can.
As the country continues to get pummeled by Putin's troops, he says there's no sign of a conflict ending.
Do you see an end in sight for the war?
I don't think we can expect an early end to the war, and the war will not end until Ukrainians manage to get their sovereign territory back.
And a message for Elon Musk.
You know, it makes me think about everything that happened with Starlink and Elon Musk, and, you know, some people saying that it's dangerous for, a billionaire entrepreneur to almost be an arbiter of war. Do you have thoughts on that?
I think war should be handled by governments. European governments and the American government are firmly committed to make sure that this war is won, and that we give Ukraine all the help we can get. I would also say, if individuals are in a position to be able to help win this war, they should do everything they can to help win this war.
A man of many hats, Branson founded Virgin Group in the 1970s. It now consists of over 400 companies, like his airline, iconic record label, and he's also sending people to space with Virgin Galactic, which launched its first commercial shuttle in the summer.
Do you believe, though, that in our lifetime, anyone who wants to go will be able to pay for it and affordably go to space?
In your lifetime, yes. If I have to hurry up and develop a Virgin Life pill, so it can be in my lifetime too. We are building a fleet of spaceships. So we've managed to get the price of going into space from a carbon point of view right down to a minimum.
So are you saying, though, that you all are reducing or are cognizant of reducing Virgin Galactic's carbon footprint, given everything that you're also doing to combat climate change?
I think we've got to do, if you run an airline, you've got to try to get the youngest, most fuel-efficient planes. If you're running a space line, you've got to reduce the cost of taking people into space dramatically from a carbon point of view. All of us in positions where we can make a big difference have got to make a big difference. But my trip to space was definitely the best day of my life.
Will you ever do it again?
I booked it for my 80th, 90th and 100th birthday, and I'm an optimist, so my 110th as well.
110th birthday space flight. Okay.
He needs that Virgin Life pill he's talking about. He needs to make that.
Our thanks to Chloe Melas for that interview. Coming up is Taylor Swift's own love story heading for the end zone.
Well, her appearance at the Chiefs game yesterday fueling rumors of a possible romance with Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. We've got all the juicy details up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big tradition should be.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In case you haven't heard, Taylor Swift watched the Kansas City Chiefs game in person at Arrowhead Stadium on Sunday, adding fuel to those rumors that she just might be dating star tight end Travis Kelce. The singer was seen in a red and white Chiefs jacket, standing and sitting next to Kelce's mom, Donna, in a suite at Arrowhead Stadium, and later leaving with the two-time Super Bowl champ. Rumors have been swirling since July after Kelce said on a podcast that he unsuccessfully tried to give the singer a friendship bracelet with his phone number on it after her show. Clearly, they've found a way to connect since then.
I was gonna say.
And I mean, Taylor gave a chest bump to the guy next to her after Travis scored a touchdown. There's a lot going on here.
She was hyped. Her reaction in that box, she was so excited. It was great.
She was very excited. Now suddenly Swift fans everywhere are like, oh, I guess I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan.
I know, now everybody's excited.
All right, finally this hour, history was made in college football over the weekend. For the first time ever, a woman played in an NCAA game as a position player that wasn't a kicker. Here's NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung with her amazing story.
Hey there. After 2 years on her college football team without seeing any game action, Haley told me she felt like she was in a movie when she stepped on the field Saturday. Her team needed a stop on third down, and Haley ran right for the quarterback, getting her Hollywood ending to the play.
22 yards.
Who runs the field? This girl.
We saw some history made here today.
Shenandoah University's Haley Von Voris making history as the first woman to take the field, not as a kicker, in an NCAA football game.
It's not every day that a female gets to play college football. So, you know, the sideline was going crazy. It was just a great moment.
And she made her presence known. The 5'6" safety came into the game with Division III Shenandoah up 26 points against Juniata College, registering a quarterback hurry on the way to a Shenandoah win.
Did that quarterback know what or who hit him?
I've had some people come up to after the game until I take my helmet off. They're like, dude, I didn't know you were even a girl.
Growing up in the Plains, Virginia, Haley's been going up against the boys for a long time. First in baseball, then at 10 years old when she started playing flag football, later becoming the first girl to play on her high school's football team.
Did it take any convincing your parents to let you play a game with a bunch of boys?
As long as I was happy and did what I love, they were all for it.
With a fierce competitive spirit, Haley prides herself on giving maximum effort through her intense weightlifting sessions in the gym and every practice rep on the field.
I do think my mindset's one of my strongest capabilities alongside my speed and my strength. Just my ability to push myself past where I think I can go has helped me a lot.
She also runs track and field for Shenandoah, and she's dead set on running through barriers for women in sports.
So to be able to make a step forward is like an amazing thing, like to create new opportunities along the way and show that, like, hey, this can be done.
For now, she's just focused on the next play.
Next time, we need to get the SAG.
Now, Haley is making history in her own right, but there are a few women who've blazed a trail on special teams before her. Haley pointed to Katie Nida, who was the first woman to score in a Division I football game. She kicked 2 extra points for the University of New Mexico in 2003. Now, Haley's Shenandoah team is heading into conference play. We wish them luck and more plays from Haley.
Absolutely. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, it's a deal. Hollywood writers and major media companies announcing a possible breakthrough in contract negotiations. Both sides have reached a tentative agreement that could restart production on some of your favorite shows nearly 150 days after writers walked off the job. With more details on that potential deal and the latest on the ongoing actors' strike. Plus, Ophelia's wrath. Several states across the Northeast getting pounded by heavy rain, strong winds, and flooding over the weekend. Well, the storm has moved off the coast. It looks like the wet weather is sticking around this morning. We'll have your forecast coming up. Also this morning, against the clock. Congress has just 5 days left to pass a spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. House Speaker McCarthy optimistic they can get the job done, but there's been little progress thanks to a small group of far-right hardliners. Now McCarthy calling for unity within his party.
They want to walk you into a shutdown, then blame you for the shutdown. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
This morning, more on where negotiations stand and what a government shutdown could mean for you. And out of this world, NASA celebrating a historic moment 7 years in the making yesterday. A capsule containing the largest asteroid sample ever collected landed in the Utah desert. What scientists hope these samples could teach us about life on Earth. Some exciting space news to bring you there. We are going to begin this hour with the tentative deal reached between Hollywood writers and major media companies.
The months-long work stoppage shut down much of Hollywood, but now the end could be in sight. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now with the latest.
Hey there. After nearly 5 months on the picket line and marathon negotiations over the weekend, the Writers Guild of America says they have an agreement in principle. This is a major step in getting new episodes of your favorite shows back on the air.
Overnight, the writers' strike reaching its final act. The WGA agreeing to a tentative 3-year deal with the AMPTP, which represents streamers and studios, including NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast. It comes nearly 150 days after film and TV writers walked out on Hollywood and hit the picket lines. While specifics are not yet known, the deal likely promises higher residuals from streaming, higher wages, and protections against AI. In an email to members, the WGA is saying, though we are eager to share the details of what has been achieved with you, we cannot do that until the last I is dotted.
From day one, we've been hopeful that a deal will be reached because, they're our partners and we love making television with them.
Still, writers will not return to work just yet, as they wait for a final contract to be drafted and voted on by members. The union instead encouraging writers to join the actors who remain on strike, meaning it could take weeks or even months for Hollywood to see a full reboot.
No one wants to cross the picket lines.
Writers and actors taking to social media overnight to express their relief, including Michael Shea of Saturday Night Live writing, "I guess we back," and actress Mindy Kaling posting, "Can't wait to go back to work and see my people." While daytime and late-night talk shows will likely be the first to be back on air, experts say the summer stoppage in TV production means new episodes of hit scripted shows may not return until next year, replaced this fall with reruns and reality TV. The Hollywood shutdown having big effects on the big screen, too. Studios already pushing back some major movie releases to 2024, including blockbuster sequels like Mission Impossible, Dune, and Gladiator.
Is this not why you were here?
Now with the writers reaching a deal, Hollywood is one step closer to being back in action.
So this tentative deal basically means that it's now up to the lawyers to hammer out the final language of the contract. And then the rank and file union members, they have to vote to approve it. But it can't come soon enough for the Hollywood industry. Experts say that the dual strikes have cost LA an estimated $5 billion in lost revenue and wages. Back to you.
All right, Chloe Malas, thanks so much.
Millions of people up and down the East Coast were pounded by Tropical Storm Ophelia over the weekend. The storm unleashed heavy rain and damaging flooding from North Carolina to New Hampshire. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Jones Beach, New York, with more on that. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Well, we are seeing some relief, but you can see behind me there is still winds and rains impacting the area, especially making that morning commute quite messy. We saw the impacts of Ophelia sweep up the eastern seaboard, knocking out power to thousands, dumping nearly 9 inches of rain on some states, including parts of North Carolina, and churning up dangerous ocean conditions, including here at Jones Beach, where rip currents remain a concern.
This morning, millions are cleaning up and drying out from a weekend of relentless wind and rain.
This is rough, I'm telling you.
As Tropical Storm Ophelia churned up the East Coast.
This is the worst weather we've ever had.
Sparking widespread flooding, downing power lines and trees, and drenching plans for the first weekend of fall. Ophelia first made landfall Saturday in North Carolina, packing 70-mile-per-hour winds. The storm dumping several inches of rain and damaging homes and businesses.
So it did come, you're talking right up to here.
The flooding triggered multiple water rescues, like the U.S. Coast Guard's rescue of 5 people, including 3 children, on a ship in Cape Lookout. States of emergency declared in North Carolina, as well as Virginia and Maryland. The storm then pushing its way inland.
This is pretty bad.
In one Pennsylvania neighborhood, those storm conditions toppled trees, potentially sparking an explosion and 2 alarm fire, forcing the evacuation of more than 100 residents from their homes. Ophelia later downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone, but still posing a threat.
So right now the tide is receding here at Jones Beach, but authorities are warning that when those water levels begin to increase again later today, that is when residents could see some more coastal flooding. And as Ophelia continues to crawl northward, we could see some lingering travel impacts. Over the weekend, we saw more than 10,000 flights that were delayed and several hundred canceled. Joe.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Let's check in on what to expect this week with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is back with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we're going to see Ophelia, the remnants of Ophelia, affecting us not only today, but also tomorrow, finally clearing out on Wednesday. We're going to see that sunshine returning. But we still have a lot to deal with in terms of the rain falling. We have heavy rain bands falling. Where you see the reds, yellows, oranges, that's where the heaviest rain is falling. But this rain shield is large. It's been large since the beginning of this storm, and we're continuing to see the rainfall throughout portions of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic into parts of New England. That's going to be the story as we go throughout today. Also on Tuesday, a little more rainfall, and then Wednesday, we're going to start to really clear it out. So for today, periods of rain continuing throughout the day. Also talking about gale warnings. Emily sort of talked about this. Gale warnings, also some coastal flooding, minor coastal flooding, because we have the winds kind of pushing this on shore. It's still really breezy. It's a raw day out there. A good indoor day. It was a good indoor weekend. We're going to see that once again today. Here's the rainfall we're expecting. Not a whole lot. Another quarter inch, half inch of some rain. So we're looking at nuisance flooding. There's areas that you're used to along the Jersey Shore, Long Island, where you see that flooding. We're going to see that once again today. So if you do, or if you're prone to flooding in those areas, you want to move your car back. Otherwise, we're also looking at some heavy rain falling in portions of the Southeast, specifically in Florida, especially Tuesday into Wednesday. We're going to see that moisture really increasing from the Gulf and the Caribbean, and that's going to bring hourly rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Those really summer-like downpours where you see those darker colors showing us that we could see those downpours, and that's going to continue on Wednesday as well. That's going to lead to the chance for some flooding each day, not only today, but Tuesday, also Wednesday, because we're going to see those repeat rounds of rain. This is a stationary front, so it kind of just rides along that stationary front. This is what we're talking about in terms of the rainfall, 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain, especially with the reds. We're looking at Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, Melbourne, Tampa, Fort Myers, Miami, looking at the chance for some really heavy rain over the next few days. That's not the only spot. Also, back to the northwest, we're looking at an atmospheric river. That brings a lot of rain. It brings a lot of wind as well. So we're going to see this today and also tomorrow. It was a wet day yesterday as well. This is what radar looks like right now. The green is the lighter rain, but the yellows, we're seeing some heavier rain, and we could see 2 to 3 inches of rain as we go throughout the next couple of days. So it's a big upper area of low pressure kind of moving this atmospheric river onshore. Lots of moisture to work with from the Pacific, and also those really strong winds pushing that water onshore. So this rain is going to extend all the way to parts of Washington, into Oregon, into Northern California, places like Seattle, Portland, Eugene, Medford. Kind of just a miserable day today and also tomorrow. Another spot expecting some showers, even some really strong to severe thunderstorms, would be in the deep south. So Houston, Victoria, Del Rio, we're looking at the chance for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Damaging halo will be on the small side, about an inch or so. The tornado threat is low, but it's not zero, especially as we get that daytime heating going. So that's going to be one spot. We talked about Florida also with that stationary front. Could see some strong storms throughout the afternoon as well. Tomorrow, we'll see the chance for those storms into portions of New Mexico. So Roswell, same sort of scenario, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, the chance for hail, also a low risk for tornadoes. And then we're looking at the Missouri Valley. St. Louis could see some strong to severe storms as we go throughout Tuesday. So that's the story there. Then we're looking at the chance for some really warm temperatures in the southwest into the triple digits, into parts like in Arizona, Phoenix, sunny and warm throughout the middle of the country. There's that rain also in portions of the upper Midwest. Not expecting strong storms, could see a few thunderstorms, but we're going to see some scattered storms, some scattered showers there as we go throughout this Monday. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
United Auto Workers union leaders say they're one step closer to reaching a deal with Ford, but the same can't be said for General Motors or Stellantis.
The disagreement with 2 of the 3 big 3 automakers led to new walkouts across 38 different locations late last week. The union says both companies are, quote, going to need some serious pushing.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Pontiac, Michigan with the details. Jesse, good morning to you. Union leaders say Ford has made a good amount of progress in contract negotiations, unlike Stellantis and General Motors. So walk us through the difference here. Where has Ford made progress, and what is the union looking for from the other 2 companies?
Yeah, Valerie and Joe, good morning. So the union has had the same list of demands, largely, at least publicly, that it's been pushing on all of these companies. And what the union did on Friday was it announced the expansion of the strike against GM and Stellantis. And it said at the same time, because they'd seen, quote, real progress from Ford, they were not going to be expanding against that company for the time being. And when they made this announcement, the union highlighted a couple different things. Among them, progress they saw from Ford on things like cost of living adjustments and the right to strike over plant closures. So those were a couple things they talked about. They also talked about elimination of a wage tier. This is something that's been out there and talked about throughout this strike, is this idea that there are some workers who make more than others at the various plants at the various companies. And so the union has been pushing to eliminate those wage tiers and have everyone be making the same pay. So that's part of what we heard from the union on Friday. The company, Ford, for its part, says that there's still more work to be done. So no agreement yet, no deals with any of the big 3, as far as we have been told at this point, but clearly a distinction now between Ford and the other 2 companies.
So, Jesse, while the strike continues, we're also seeing layoffs continue at dozens of factories. What's the impact that's had?
Yeah, so, Joe, we've heard of some layoffs as a result of the strike from non-striking workers, but the bigger thing right now is the expansion of striking workers. Thousands more were told to walk off the job on Friday, but we're still looking at just around a tenth of the total UAW workforce that works at these big 3 automakers. So there's still a lot more potential for this strike to grow. As far as the impact we're seeing, what could be coming in the days ahead now is an impact to consumers at home. People watching this who don't know anyone who works at a UAW or at a big 3 automaker, who doesn't know anyone who's a UAW member, this could still wind up hitting you in the days ahead, because these are parts distribution facilities that are now being hit. So if you need to get your car repaired, depending on what part you need, that's going to become more complicated potentially in the days ahead. One dealership group telling me, for example, that stuff like brake pads, they high demand parts they've been stocking up on, but something like an engine, that could be trickier to find soon.
And Jesse, both President Biden and former President Trump are each expected to travel to Michigan to join the auto workers on the picket line. What do we know about their visits?
Yeah, so President Biden says he will be joining the picket line in Michigan tomorrow, and then on Wednesday we're expecting former President Donald Trump to make a speech to workers in this state, bringing the 2024 spotlight here. And there is tension, obviously, between the two sides on what they would make their pitch to these voters about. And I can tell you that one thing we'll be watching closely for is the messaging around electric vehicles. That's something that President Biden's made a big push for, but there's concern among auto workers that could eliminate jobs, and EVs and the consequences of that, potential consequences of that, is something that former President Trump has already been highlighting. Guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much.
Negotiations over the future of government spending bill remain stalled after House Republicans failed to make progress over the weekend. Congress now has just 6 days to find a solution here. If they fail, the government is set to shut down on Sunday. It's leaving thousands of federal workers at risk of being furloughed. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now for the latest. So Ryan, walk us through how negotiations unfolded among House Republicans over the weekend. Are we any closer to any kind of deal here?
Well, they talked a lot, Joe, but it didn't seem to make a whole heck of a lot of progress. And the problem here is that even if Republicans do end up coming up with a deal within their own conference, that deal will still never become law because Democrats in the Senate and, of course, President Joe Biden wouldn't sign that type of bill into law. And so we are basically just running out of time to kind of run through all these traps that are necessary to try and find some sort of an agreement. And it's not exactly clear how this is going to end, and if a shutdown happens, how the Congress will end up getting out of that shutdown. Now, Congress is not in session today because of the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur, so we don't expect them to really get back to the bargaining table until tomorrow. So they are just running out of time, as you rightly point out. The government set to shut down this weekend.
So, Ryan, Speaker McCarthy has acknowledged he may need to turn to Democrats for help. First of all, what kind of consequences would a move like that have, especially for him? And then is there any room here for McCarthy to find a way to compromise with those Republican holdouts?
Well, Joe, Kevin McCarthy acknowledging what we've all known, that there is no way that the government is going to stay open unless there is some sort of bipartisan proposal that's put on the table that has both Republicans and Democrats. But McCarthy, up until this point, has been insistent to try and at least attempt to pass something out of the House of Representatives with only Republicans, if not to only demonstrate to the conservatives in his caucus that they're not going to be able to pass some sort of hard right legislation. Listen to what McCarthy said about these negotiations over the weekend.
Unfortunately, I know Matt Gaetz said he and 7 others wouldn't allow that to happen. So if you can't allow that to happen, we have to have some from the other side of the aisle to vote with us to be able to keep government open. And if they wouldn't vote to bring the bills up, I'm not quite sure what they want.
But to your point, Joe, this could endanger his speakership. Those same group of conservatives, that same group of conservatives that have been the ones holding up the progress on this government spending bill are the same ones who have said that if he works with Democrats to pass something, then they're going to institute what's called a motion to vacate, which could then lead to a vote that puts his speakership in danger. It's a very tight rope that Kevin McCarthy is attempting to walk here, and the sum total of it may end up being that the government shuts down this weekend.
Yeah, let's talk about the impact of that. It would have serious consequences for government workers. This could be different, though, from what we've seen in the past, especially for military workers. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, and this is a sign, Joe, of just how they cannot agree on anything. In the past, they've at least been able to pass some sort of provision that would allow government workers like military members or essential personnel to remain getting paid while the shutdown kind of goes through that process and they come up with some sort of negotiation. That's not the case this time around. They've not passed anything as it relates to spending. So that means millions of federal workers could be impacted by this, including members of the military could go without pay for an extended period of time. And there are many members of the military that live paycheck to paycheck. We could see them in a situation where they need to go to food banks in order to continue to feed their families and make ends meet. This is a serious situation that's going to impact millions of Americans because in addition to the federal government workers that get direct paychecks from the government, there's also a whole host of people that are employed by private companies that do business with the government. They also will lose their paychecks and likely will not receive back pay if the government does end up shutting down for an extended period of time.
We're going to dig a little deeper into that right now. Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now to a closer look at the effect the looming crisis could have on federal families. Federal workers are now bracing for missed paychecks as Congress moves toward a potential government shutdown. If Congress doesn't reach a deal by September 30th, millions of government employees will go without pay.
So let's bring in NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece for more on this. Shannon, Ryan was talking a little bit about it there, but break down the full effect this shutdown is going to have on federal employees. Just how many federal civilian workers will be impacted?
Well, by some estimate, it could be around 4 million workers who start missing their paycheck if there isn't some action by Congress in the coming days. We're talking about people like TSA agents and air traffic controllers at the airports, Border Patrol agents. Ryan mentioned members of the military, but just also people working in their local Social Security office, processing checks. You see that map up on the screen there. That shows the widespread nature of the federal workforce. You know, and while a lot of it isn't concentrated in Washington, D.C., we're talking about people in states like Texas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, all states that have big shares of federal workers who could be impacted here. So this shutdown could be felt very deep for a lot of communities. And if it goes on for a few, more than a few weeks, the effects really could be widespread across the country.
Shannon, the shutdown comes at a time when families are already struggling to deal with rising costs from inflation. So how are families planning to cope?
Well, I heard from about a lot of anxiety from federal workers talking about things like canceling vacations, having to rely on friends and family, maybe having to go to their local food bank. To have a listen to what just a couple workers had to tell me.
It's bare bones. Folks have to rely on their, extended families, or they have to rely on their places of worship. For things like this, and even sometimes soup kitchens. And I know that to a lot of folks that might sound extreme, but it is true.
A lot of us are just single parents like myself that struggle to make ends meet already. So we will be going to the food banks. You will see federal workers who are required to work and ones that are furloughed during a shutdown that are not getting paid, going into the food bank.
And in Washington, D.C., at the Capital Area Food Bank, where I'm at here today, they estimate there's about 100,000 federal employees who could struggle to pay for food, who will need to rely on assistance from food banks potentially. And that's just federal workers. And as Ryan noted, it doesn't include all these government contractors doing everything from working for federal agencies to just working in cleaning crews for some of these federal offices in Washington, D.C., or in the cafeteria. The last shutdown, the Capital Area Food Bank said that they gave out 4,000 meals a week just to federal employees.
So, Shannon, for the last 20 minutes, we've been talking about the Hollywood strike. We've been talking about the auto workers strike. Now we have a potential government shutdown. What kind of toll could that have on the economy? We've been towing this line, trying to fight inflation, avoid a recession. But could this lead to a recession?
So when I talked to past economists, they said that this shutdown, and of course we've had a number in recent years, but this one comes at a particularly precarious time for the economy because of those things you mentioned. And while unemployment is low, we do have this persistent inflation. And economists warn that if this shutdown is something that goes beyond a few weeks, if it goes more than a month, like we saw back in 2019, this is the type of thing that could put enough pressure on the economy that the growth does start to slow down and that we could potentially be tipped into a recession if we start looking at a really prolonged government shutdown.
All right, a lot of anxiety for a lot of people. Shannon Pettypiece, thanks so much. Coming up, we love a good space story here on Morning News Now. And this morning, NASA is making history once again with an asteroid sample that's truly out of this world.
But first, a breaking point at the southern border and beyond as a new surge of migrants pushes cities across the U.S. to the brink. Now the Defense Department is stepping in to try and mitigate the ongoing crisis. We're going to have more on that coming up next.
Stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
we've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the worsening crisis on the U.S. southern border. Thousands of migrants continue crossing into the country, straining the nation's immigration system. Now the Defense Department is ramping up resources at the U.S.-Mexico border as officials try to process all of those people trying to come through. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Eagle Pass, Texas, where officials have recently restarted a train service after it was stopped to prevent people from trying to ride it into the U.S. Guad, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. What do we know about this new wave of migrants, and do we have any idea of how many have crossed?
Valerie, it's difficult to know how many migrants are going to be making their way to the southern border. We know that tens of thousands are in Mexico attempting to make it to the U.S., but of course Mexican immigration does what they can to stop them. Mexican immigration has been overwhelmed for years now. You can see just behind me the train bridge. In fact, we can hear a train that is now making its way south. This is a railway where there's a lot of trains that go from the U.S. into Mexico and vice versa, from Mexico into the U.S. A lot of trade, a lot of commerce that's quite important. In fact, the CEO of Union Pacific came to the area earlier this week to talk to us about how important it was to get these trains moving. The Mexican company that operates the trains on the Mexican side had said that they had an unprecedented number of migrants riding the trains, and because of the dangers, they had decided to halt them. Over the weekend, we saw the crossings pick up again. We saw groups of hundreds arrive here yesterday, many of them telling me that they were on the newest train, the last train that arrived in Piedras Negras, Mexico, and it was about 100 degrees here, so you can imagine they ride the train and then they walk in that sun, many of them getting stuck behind the razor wire that you can see here. In fact, immigration had to make a decision to cut some of that wire to rescue some of those migrants, including children, Valerie.
Guad, you kind of mentioned what the situation is like right now. People are still coming in, starting to ride that train again. Are officials worried that the number of migrants may increase again now that that train service has been restored? What are they telling you?
Valerie, they are. So CBP, Customs and Border Protection, had decided to shut down the bridge behind me. When I spoke to the CEO of Union Pacific, he said it was the government's decision not to let the trains go through into the United States, whereas in Mexico, it was the private company that halted the trains. They've now decided to allow these trains to move forward. Of course, it's a difficult decision because when you operate the trains, you have groups of hundreds on these trains. I asked the migrants what it's like in other parts of Mexico. Many of them communicate with other migrants through their phones using WhatsApp, and they tell me that thousands are still waiting in different parts of Mexico to hitchhike on some of these trains that make their way north. This is just one of those cities you go past. More trains go to El Paso and other border cities, Valerie.
So, Guad, how are officials handling the people who are already waiting at the border? Where are they being sent?
So migrants will cross here, they will turn themselves into Border Patrol, and then they're taken to CBP processing centers. This is where they begin that asylum-seeking process. If they are allowed to remain in the United States with that parole that they are given, then they are released, and they go to these help centers or resource centers where they help them with bus passes. Sometimes they help them communicate with people they know in the U.S., or they get shelter for a day or two. That's where the local communities are using resources to help the migrants make their way through. And in other cases, in cities like New York, the migrants arrive, so the cities need additional funding because it's costing them more money to provide services for this influx of migrants that are coming to these cities. That's why DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas called on Congress over the weekend to approve additional funding to use for this new influx. And I should also say, once again, he called for immigration reform, Valerie.
And Guad, we know it's a situation that's changing day by day. We appreciate you being there at the border for us. Thank you so much. International headlines now, and another weekend of violence in the West Bank. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Yes, let's start in Gaza, where the Israeli military says struck militant sites for a third day in a row after Palestinian militants launched incendiary balloons across the border into Israel. Now, the strike happened soon after an Israeli military raid in the northern West Bank, where Palestinian officials said 2 Palestinians were killed. Now we come back here in Italy, where news agency ANSA reports that Italian mafia boss Matteo Messina Denaro has died. The 61-year-old spent 30 years on the run before being detained in January. He was being treated for cancer at the time of his arrest and was moved from a prison to a hospital last month. As a boss of the notorious Cosa Nostra mafia, Denaro was convicted of numerous crimes, including for his role in the planning of the 1992 murders of 2 anti-mafia prosecutors. And we end up our tour of the world in Berlin with a record-breaking run. Ethiopian runner Tigist Assefa shattered the women's marathon world record, shaving more than 2 minutes off the previous best. The result will almost certainly guarantee the 26-year-old a place in the Ethiopian Olympic team. And if smashing a world record by 2 minutes doesn't get you in an Olympic team, I don't know what does. Back to you.
I don't know either. 2 minutes is quite a bit. Claudio, thank you so much. From international news to space news now, and a historic moment for NASA yesterday. A capsule containing the largest asteroid sample ever collected hit Earth, landing in the Utah desert. The entire mission took 7 years. The spacecraft carrying those samples traveling a total of about 4 billion miles. And now scientists hope these samples could teach us about the origins of life on Earth. Joining us now for more on this is Professor Jana Levin. She is an astrophysicist, professor, and author of the book Black Hole Survival Guide. Professor, good morning. Thanks for being with us today. Let's talk about why this is such a milestone. What do scientists hope to learn from these asteroid samples?
Well, the material in the asteroids, we think, is largely preserved from a very early era in the solar system's history. So 4.5 billion years ago, when the solar system was first forming. And so it's giving us insight into some of the original chemicals and composition of the early solar system. That's interesting for us because a lot of the material on the Earth from that early period has been obliterated. There's erosion, there's weather, there's plate tectonics and volcanic activity. And so we're really trying to get a glimpse back into the earliest phase. And it might also have keys for the formation of life on Earth. We don't know if life might have come to us, or some of the amino acids which launched the era, the radiation of life across the Earth, might have come from asteroids like Bennu.
Now, we understand that the samples were collected from the surface of that asteroid called Bennu that you just mentioned, which is about as tall as the Empire State Building. What is so special about this particular asteroid?
Well, there's an asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, and it's dense, but it's not that dense. We've had spacecraft make it through, and occasionally there are collisions between these big asteroids, which catapult some closer to the Earth. And Bennu was convenient because it is very close to the Earth's orbit. It's not all the way out there between Mars and Jupiter, and yet it comes from that original location, and it's spinning pretty slowly compared to some asteroids, which can be spinning very rapidly. So that gave it some appeal for us. In fact, it even crosses Earth's orbit. There's a tiny percentage that in about 160 years, it might even collide with the Earth. And it also has really important materials that we are interested in, really carbon-based, very interesting examples of maybe having minerals that are trapping water. And it can help us understand not just the emergence of life, but maybe even how the oceans formed on Earth, that they might have been seeded from asteroids and comets, planting water here.
So much to learn. So let's talk about what's next. The OSIRIS-REx is now set to investigate another asteroid called Apophis. Can you talk about this new mission and what do we know about it so far?
Yeah, when we're hearing that the sample has come back to Earth, there might be the misunderstanding that the satellite itself came back. It actually was about a third of the way to the moon when it sent the capsule to Earth, and that it jettisoned away to try to get to another asteroid, which is also not that dissimilar from Bennu, but we also learned from Japanese missions and other collections that there can be a great deal of variety on these asteroids. And so it can teach us a lot about the early solar system and how it formed and the gas and dust from which it formed. And so the mission goes on to collect more samples. We also know that meteorites make it to the surface of the Earth from out of space, but they've been exposed and contaminated, and they've had this incredibly dramatic reentry. So what we're getting is this very pristine, preserved form of these early elements.
All right, as you said, the mission goes on. Professor Jana Levin, thank you so much. Coming up, Aaron Rodgers' season-ending injury is reigniting the debate over grass versus artificial football fields. And there's new data this morning that might show a link between turf and higher rates of injuries among players. We'll break down those numbers next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
And welcome back. New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers' season-ending Achilles tendon injury is now reigniting the debate over the safety of artificial turf fields in the NFL. Rodgers argued for grass all over the league last season. He said some artificial surfaces are softer, creating more wobble when the foot hits the ground, which can lead to injuries. The NFL has maintained that turf fields are just as safe as grass fields. But new data by Sports Info Solutions found that 7 of the 10 stadiums with the highest injury counts from 2017 to 2022 had artificial surfaces. So let's bring in Dr. Derek Kapanik for more on this. He is the assistant professor of the Orthopedic Surgery Division of Sports Medicine at Washington University. Dr. Kapanik, good morning. The data we just mentioned also echoes research from the NFL Players Association that found higher injury rates on artificial turf from 2015 to 2022. So why are we seeing higher injury rates on turf fields?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me. So there's no doubt that if we look at the general trend in the orthopedic literature, it shows that especially for lower extremity injuries, there's higher rates of injuries occurring on athletes participating on synthetic or artificial turf surfaces when compared to natural grass. And there's really a number of factors to consider when we're looking at why these injuries are occurring. And most commonly, what we look at is really the shoe surface interface. And, basically the, recreating what's kind of what we see on natural grass isn't as readily created on the natural or on the synthetic field surfaces. The foot sometimes can get a little bit more stuck. It can create increased friction and torque. And when you're dealing with athletes at the size of the NFL players who are getting tackled, who are trying to cut and run, if that foot is getting stuck and increasing the rotational torque on the ankle and across the foot, it's going to lead to higher rates of injuries.
So in a statement, the NFL's executive vice president, Jeff Miller, had this to say about the use of artificial turf fields. Quote, the playing surface is one factor among many that contributes to the number of injuries at any stadium. Each injury sustained by players is unique, with contributing factors including injury history, the type of contact on the play, a player's pose or movements, cleat type, and more. So is there anything that athletes who are playing on turf can do to prevent some of these injuries?
So one of the things that we've really started to look at is basically, making sure that the players have the right equipment. And especially for, the issue we're talking about with the turf is making sure that they have the right shoe wear. Obviously, less of an issue for our professional athletes than when compared to some of our collegiate and high school athletes. But appropriate shoe wear is absolutely critical. And we've also been seeing more data coming out looking at the configuration of the cleats. And as these can potentially increase the shear force across the foot and the ankle while playing on synthetic surfaces, ensure that they have the right equipment is absolutely essential to minimize the risk of further injury, whether it's occurring on natural or artificial grass surfaces.
All right, so many factors at play here. Dr. Derek Kapanik, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. As New York, Paris, and Milan all hold their fashion weeks, the industry continues to face criticisms about the huge amount of waste it generates, with 92 million tons of clothes ending up in landfills each year. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz talked to one visionary designer with a 3D printing solution.
They call it fast fashion for a reason. It's an industry that's never moved at such a rapid-fire pace. Styles changing at the speed of a TikTok trend, the demand of one-day delivery, the promise of a free return. It's consumerism at its apex and a far cry from the days of owning one perfectly tailored suit worn down to the threads.
I used to go to a dressmaker or like a seamstress or a tailor, and they would create something custom for you, and then you would keep it. It's gone from that to mass consumption, and I think there's a tipping point.
And while the endless options on what to wear might be surprisingly cheap sometimes, fast fashion has come at a cost. With a global supply chain crisscrossing to markets around the world, the fashion industry is now the third biggest polluter on Earth, responsible for 10% of all global carbon emissions. Here, mountains of garments and unused fabrics thrown away to landfills and forgotten about.
When you come across images showing like mountains and mountains of clothing being buried or being landfilled in other countries, what do you see in that?
I see first world countries offshoring their guilt to third world countries.
And he should know, Garrett Gerson was a rising star in the fashion world. Literally, he even appeared on NBC's reality show Fashion Star, and he traveled the world with his collections.
Do you think we're gonna win?
Oh, for sure.
And then he came across this snag in the business model that was impossible to ignore.
I watched a documentary called The True Cost. It was like a big eye-opener for me. We're environmentalists at heart. We're here to, be stewards of the land, and I'm doing the exact opposite.
Each year, about $500 billion is lost in unused clothing ending up in landfills.
I thought, it's not sustainable.
So he started to redesign fashion for the 21st century, one that's not so much about sewing as it is about writing computer code. And today, nestled in the Malibu Mountains in a converted old horse barn, Variant 3D is weaving future tech into the industry.
I want to be able to 3D print clothing, products, textiles with zero waste using sustainable fibers. I want to do it locally.
With digital scans, his team has developed software that they say will soon allow anyone to design their own wardrobe, email it to a local clothing 3D printer with your exact measurements, and voila.
I keep checking to see the size. I'm like, what size is this?
No,
there are no
size.
sizes.
Yeah, it'll be your size, and as it should be, right? Like, and that's what the future looks like, and that future's not far away.
This is the ranchwear of the future right here. You can't feel this because it's TV, but the stretch and the feel, like this is what I always imagined like the Jetsons were wearing. So you're not just talking about printing clothing for the masses. You're talking about printing clothing for the individual.
Yeah, the individual at mass.
But how realistic could this be for the average consumer?
Probably in 10 years' time, we should probably all have one of these printers in our home, so we'll be able to do this ourselves.
Like for everybody, or just for the people that have like millions of dollars?
No, for everybody. No, I think this will be as cheap or as affordable as a 3D printer.
You buy your own clothing.
Yep, your own clothing, your own shoes, recovering your own furniture.
I'm going to hold you to this promise.
A software solution to mass pollution, sketching a digital pattern for the future of fashion.
Our thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report.
Coming up, a new challenge for billionaire entrepreneur Richard Branson with global implications.
Why he's now setting his sights on climate change. We'll bring you that one-on-one conversation after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you doing the dishes, you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with some financial headlines. Rite Aid is reportedly considering closing hundreds of its stores.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, drugstore chain Rite Aid is negotiating with creditors over the terms of a bankruptcy plan that would include liquidating a substantial portion of its more than 2,100 drugstores, according to people familiar with the talks. Rite Aid has proposed to close roughly 400 to 500 stores in bankruptcy and either sell or let creditors take over its remaining operations. The pharmacy chain operates more than 2,300 stores in 17 U.S. states. Amazon is betting big bucks on AI. The e-commerce giant announced today that it will invest $4 billion in artificial intelligence firm Anthropic and take a minority ownership position in the company. The move underscores Amazon's aggressive AI push as it looks to keep pace with rivals such as Microsoft and Alphabet's Google. Anthropic was founded roughly 2 years ago by former OpenAI research executives and recently debuted its new AI chatbot called Cloud 2. And Meta is preparing to announce a new AI chatbot aimed at attracting younger users. The bots are meant to be used as a means to drive engagement with users, although some of them might also have productivity-related skills, such as the ability to help with coding or other tasks. Valerie and Joe, back to you.
All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you so much. Well, he's been an entrepreneur for over 50 years, but that hasn't stopped Richard Branson taking on a new challenge, climate change. NBC News correspondent Chloe Malas sat down for an in-depth conversation with the billionaire to discuss the new initiative, as well as the war in Ukraine and his plans to return to space.
Thank you very much.
Sir Richard Branson's next mission, combating climate change.
Life-threatening heat waves followed by flooding that displaced 33 million people.
I sat down with the billionaire British entrepreneur to discuss his latest initiative. It's called Planetary Guardians, a coalition featuring 14 world leaders to take what they're calling a whole planet approach to safeguard the Earth.
If you can't measure something properly, you can't fix it. The idea is that we will measure the 9 principal planetary boundaries every year. You know, how many are the rainforests? Are we cutting down more? You know, exactly where we are with climate change, exactly where we are with species disappearing in the world. And we can try to make sure we can push the world into trying to address them.
The diverse group features individuals like actor Robert Redford, activist Jane Goodall, and former president of Colombia, Juan Manuel Santos. He also had a message to the climate change deniers.
You just got to listen to the scientists. It's a fact of life. The amount of carbon that's going into the Earth's atmosphere is heating up the world, and it's going to do a lot of damage to the world if we don't get it under control. It's not only sorting out today's problem, but it's giving our grandchildren a utopian world for the future.
Branson is also turning his focus to the war in Ukraine. He was appointed last spring by President Volodymyr Zelensky to lead fundraising efforts to rebuild the war-torn country.
We can't allow countries in this day and age to take over the territory of other people's countries, and they're dying for the freedom of all of us. And the least we can do is make sure that we help them and in every way we can.
As the country continues to get pummeled by Putin's troops, he says there's no sign of a conflict ending.
Do you see an end in sight for the war?
I don't think we can expect an early end to the war, and the war will not end until Ukrainians manage to get their sovereign territory back.
And a message for Elon Musk.
You know, it makes me think about everything that happened with Starlink and Elon Musk, and, you know, some people saying that it's dangerous for, a billionaire entrepreneur to almost be an arbiter of war. Do you have thoughts on that?
I think war should be handled by governments. European governments and the American government are firmly committed to make sure that this war is won, and that we give Ukraine all the help we can get. I would also say, if individuals are in a position to be able to help win this war, they should do everything they can to help win this war.
A man of many hats, Branson founded Virgin Group in the 1970s. It now consists of over 400 companies, like his airline, iconic record label, and he's also sending people to space with Virgin Galactic, which launched its first commercial shuttle in the summer.
Do you believe, though, that in our lifetime, anyone who wants to go will be able to pay for it and affordably go to space?
In your lifetime, yes. If I have to hurry up and develop a Virgin Life pill, so it can be in my lifetime too. We are building a fleet of spaceships. So we've managed to get the price of going into space from a carbon point of view right down to a minimum.
So are you saying, though, that you all are reducing or are cognizant of reducing Virgin Galactic's carbon footprint, given everything you're also doing to combat climate change?
I think we've got to do, if you run an airline, you've got to try to get the youngest, most fuel-efficient planes. If you're running a space line, you've got to reduce the cost of taking people into space dramatically from a carbon point of view. All of us in positions where we can make a big difference, so we've got to make a big difference. But my trip to space was definitely the best day of my life.
Will you ever do it again?
I booked it for my 80th, 90th, and 100th birthday, and I'm an optimist, so my 110th as well.
110th birthday space flight.
He needs that Virgin Life pill he's talking about. He needs to make that.
Our thanks to Chloe Malas for that interview. Coming up is Taylor Swift's own love story heading for the end zone.
Well, her appearance at the Chiefs game yesterday fueling rumors of a possible romance with Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. We've got all the juicy details up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In case you haven't heard, Taylor Swift watched the Kansas City Chiefs game in person at Arrowhead Stadium on Sunday, adding fuel to those rumors that she just might be dating star tight end Travis Kelce. The singer was seen in a red and white Chiefs jacket, standing and sitting next to Kelce's mom, Donna, in a suite at Arrowhead Stadium, and later leaving with the two-time Super Bowl champ. Rumors have been swirling since July after Kelce said on a podcast that he unsuccessfully tried to give the singer a friendship bracelet with his phone number on it after her show. Clearly, they've found a way to connect since then.
I was gonna say.
And I mean, Taylor gave a chest bump to the guy next to her after Travis scored a touchdown. There's a lot going on here.
She was hyped. Her reaction in that box, she was so excited. It was great.
She was very excited. Now suddenly Swift fans everywhere are like, oh, I guess I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan
I know, now
so.
everybody's excited.
All right, finally this hour, history was made in college football over the weekend. For the first time ever, a woman played in an NCAA game as a position player that wasn't a kicker. Here's NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung with her amazing story.
Hey there. After 2 years on her college football team without seeing any game action,
Haley told me she felt like she was in a movie when she stepped on the field Saturday. Her team needed a stop on 3rd down, and Haley ran right for the quarterback, getting her Hollywood ending to the play.
22-yard.
Who runs the field? This girl.
We saw some history made here today.
Shenandoah University's Haley Von Voris making history as the first woman to take the field, not as a kicker, in an NCAA football game.
It's not every day that a female gets to play college football, so, you know, the sideline was going crazy. It was just a great moment.
And she made her presence known. The 5'6" safety came into the game with Division III Shenandoah up 26 points against Juniata College, registering a quarterback hurry on the way to a Shenandoah win.
Did that quarterback know what or who hit him? I've had some people come up to after the game until I take my helmet off. They're like, dude, I didn't know you were even a girl.
Growing up in the Plains, Virginia, Haley's been going up against the boys for a long time. First in baseball, then at 10 years old when she started playing flag football, later becoming the first girl to play on her high school's football team.
Did it take any convincing your parents to let you play a game with a bunch of boys? As long as I was happy and did what I loved, they were all for it.
With a fierce competitive spirit, Haley prides herself on giving maximum effort through her intense weightlifting sessions in the gym and every practice rep on the field.
I do think my mindset's one of my strongest capabilities alongside my speed and my strength. Just my ability to push myself past where I think I can go has helped me a lot.
She also runs track and field for Shenandoah, and she's dead set on running through barriers for women in sports.
So to be able to make a step forward is like an amazing thing, like to create new opportunities along the way and show that, like, hey, this can be done.
For now, she's just focused on the next play.
Next time, we need to get the sack.
Now, Haley is making history in her own right, but there are a few women who've blazed a trail on special teams before her. Haley pointed to Katie Nida, who was the first woman to score in a Division I football game. She kicked 2 extra points for the University of New Mexico in 2003. Now, Haley's Shenandoah team is heading into conference play. We wish them luck and more plays from Haley.
Absolutely. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, it's a deal. Hollywood writers and major media companies announcing a possible breakthrough in contract negotiations. Both sides have reached a tentative agreement that could restart production on some of your favorite shows nearly 150 days after writers walked off the job. With more details on that potential deal and the latest on the ongoing actors' strike. Plus, Ophelia's wrath. Several states across the Northeast getting pounded by heavy rain, strong winds, and flooding over the weekend. Well, the storm has moved off the coast. It looks like the wet weather is sticking around this morning. We'll have your forecast coming up. Also this morning, against the clock. Congress has just 5 days left to pass a spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. House Speaker McCarthy optimistic they can get the job done, but there's been little progress thanks to a small group of far-right hardliners. Now McCarthy calling for unity within his party.
They want to walk you into a shutdown, then blame you for the shutdown. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
This morning, more on where negotiations stand and what a government shutdown could mean for you. And out of this world, NASA celebrating a historic moment 7 years in the making yesterday. A capsule containing the largest asteroid sample ever collected landed in the Utah desert. What scientists hope these samples could teach us about life on Earth. Some exciting space news to bring you there. We are going to begin this hour with the tentative deal reached between Hollywood writers and major media companies.
The months-long work stoppage shut down much of Hollywood, but now the end could be in sight. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us now with the latest.
Hey there. After nearly 5 months on the picket line and marathon negotiations over the weekend, the Writers Guild of America says they have an agreement in principle. This is a major step in getting new episodes of your favorite shows back on the air. Overnight, the writers' strike reaching its final act. The WGA agreeing to a tentative 3-year deal with the AMPTP, which represents streamers and studios, including NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast. It comes nearly 150 days after film and TV writers walked out on Hollywood and hit the picket lines. While specifics are not yet known, the deal likely promises higher residuals from streaming, higher wages, and protections against AI. In an email to members, the WGA is saying, though we are eager to share the details of what has been achieved with you, we cannot do that until the last I is dotted.
From day one, we've been hopeful that a deal will be reached because, they're our partners and we love making television with them.
Still, writers will not return to work just yet as they wait for a final contract to be drafted and voted on by members. The union instead encouraging writers to join the actors who remain on strike, meaning it could take weeks or even months for Hollywood to see a full reboot.
No one wants to cross the picket lines.
Writers and actors taking to social media overnight to express their relief, including Michael Shea of Saturday Night Live writing, "I guess we back," and actress Mindy Kaling posting, "Can't wait to go back to work and see my people."
Welcome, everybody.
While daytime and late-night talk shows will likely be the first to be back on air, experts say the summer stoppage in TV production means new episodes of hit scripted shows may not return until next year, replaced this fall with reruns and reality TV. The Hollywood shutdown having big effects on the big screen, too. Studios already pushing back some major movie releases to 2024, including blockbuster sequels like Mission Impossible, Dune, and Gladiator.
Is this not why you were here?
Now, with the writers reaching a deal, Hollywood is one step closer to being back in action.
So this tentative deal basically means that it's now up to the lawyers to hammer out the final language of the contract. And then the rank and file union members, they have to vote to approve it. But it can't come soon enough for the Hollywood industry. Experts say that the dual strikes have cost LA an estimated $5 billion in lost revenue and wages. Back to you.
All right, Chloe Malas, thanks so much.
Millions of people up and down the East Coast were pounded by Tropical Storm Ophelia over the weekend. The storm unleashed heavy rain and damaging flooding from North Carolina to New Hampshire. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Jones Beach, New York, with more on that. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Well, we are seeing some relief, but you can see behind me there is still winds and rains impacting the area, especially making that morning commute quite messy. We saw the impacts of Ophelia sweep up the eastern seaboard, knocking out power to thousands, dumping nearly 9 inches of rain on some states, including parts of North Carolina, and churning up dangerous ocean conditions, including here at Jones Beach, where rip currents remain a concern. This morning, millions are cleaning up and drying out from a weekend of relentless wind and rain.
This is rough, I'm telling you.
As Tropical Storm Ophelia churned up the East Coast.
This is the worst weather we've ever had.
Sparking widespread flooding, downing power lines and trees, and drenching plans for the first weekend of fall. Ophelia first made landfall Saturday in North Carolina, packing 70-mile-per-hour winds. The storm dumping several inches of rain and damaging homes and businesses.
So it did come, you're talking right up to here.
The flooding triggered multiple water rescues, like the U.S. Coast Guard's rescue of 5 people, including 3 children, on a ship in Cape Lookout. States of emergency declared in North Carolina, as well as Virginia and Maryland. The storm then pushing its way inland.
This is pretty bad.
In one Pennsylvania neighborhood, those storm conditions toppled trees, potentially sparking an explosion and 2-alarm fire, forcing the evacuation of more than 100 residents from their homes. Ophelia later downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone, but still posing a threat. So right now the tide is receding here at Jones Beach, but authorities are warning that when those water levels begin to increase again later today, that is when residents could see some more coastal flooding. And as Ophelia continues to crawl northward, we could see some lingering travel impacts. Over the weekend, we saw more than 10,000 flights that were delayed and several hundred canceled. Joe?
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Let's check in on what to expect this week with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is back with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we're going to see Ophelia, the remnants of Ophelia, affecting us not only today, but also tomorrow, finally clearing out on Wednesday. We're going to see that sunshine returning. But we still have a lot to deal with in terms of the rain falling. We have heavy rain bands falling. Where you see the reds, yellows, oranges, that's where the heaviest rain is falling. But this rain shield is large. It's been large since the beginning of this storm, and we're continuing to see the rainfall throughout portions of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic into parts of New England. That's going to be the story as we go throughout today. Also on Tuesday, a little more rainfall, and then Wednesday we're going to start to really clear it out. So for today, periods of rain continuing throughout the day. Also talking about gale warnings. Emily sort of talked about this. Gale warnings, also some coastal flooding, minor coastal flooding, because we have the winds kind of pushing this onshore. It's still really breezy. It's a raw day out there. A good indoor day. It was a good indoor weekend. We're going to see that once again today. Here's the rainfall we're expecting. Not a whole lot. Another quarter inch, half inch of some rain. So we're looking at nuisance flooding. There's areas that you're used to along the Jersey Shore, Long Island, where you see that flooding. We're going to see that once again today. So if you do, or if you're prone to flooding in those areas, you want to move your car back. Otherwise, we're also looking at some heavy rain falling in portions of the southeast, specifically in Florida, especially Tuesday into Wednesday. We're going to see that moisture really increasing from the Gulf and the Caribbean, and that's going to bring hourly rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Those really summer-like downpours where you see those darker colors showing us that we could see those downpours, and that's going to continue on Wednesday as well. That's going to lead to the chance for some flooding each day, not only today, but Tuesday, also Wednesday, because we're going to see those repeat rounds of rain. This is a stationary front, so it kind of just rides along that stationary front. This is what we're talking about in terms of the rainfall, 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain, especially with the reds. We're looking at Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, Melbourne, Tampa, Fort Myers, Miami, looking at the chance for some really heavy rain over the next few days. That's not the only spot. Also, back to the northwest, we're looking at an atmospheric river. That brings a lot of rain. It brings a lot of wind as well. So we're going to see this today. And also tomorrow. It was a wet day yesterday as well. This is what radar looks like right now. The green is the lighter rain, but the yellows, we're seeing some heavier rain. And we could see 2 to 3 inches of rain as we go throughout the next couple of days. So it's a big upper area of low pressure kind of moving this atmospheric river onshore. Lots of moisture to work with from the Pacific, and also those really strong winds pushing that water onshore. So this rain is going to extend all the way to parts of Washington, into Oregon, into Northern California, places like Seattle, Portland, Eugene, Medford. Kind of just a miserable day today and also tomorrow. Another spot expecting some showers, even some really strong to severe thunderstorms, would be in the deep south. So Houston, Victoria, Del Rio, we're looking at the chance for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Damaging hail will be on the small side, about an inch or so. The tornado threat is low, but it's not zero, especially as we get that daytime heating going. So that's going to be one spot. We talked about Florida also with that stationary front. Could see some strong storms throughout the afternoon as well. Tomorrow, we'll see the chance for those storms into portions of New Mexico. So Roswell, same sort of scenario, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, the chance for hail, also a low risk for tornadoes. And then we're looking at the Missouri Valley. St. Louis could see some strong to severe storms as we go throughout Tuesday. So that's the story there. Then we're looking at the chance for some really warm temperatures in the southwest into the triple digits, into parts like in Arizona, Phoenix, sunny and warm throughout the middle of the country. There's that rain also in portions of the upper Midwest. Not expecting strong storms, could see a few thunderstorms, but we're going to see some scattered storms, some scattered showers there as we go throughout this Monday. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
United Auto Workers union leaders say they're one step closer to reaching a deal with Ford, but the same can't be said for General Motors or Stellantis.
The disagreement with 2 of the 3 big 3 automakers led to new walkouts across 38 different locations late last week. The union says both companies are, quote, going to need some serious pushing.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Pontiac, Michigan with the details. Jesse, good morning to you. Union leaders say Ford has made a good amount of progress in contract negotiations, unlike Stellantis and General Motors. So walk us through the difference here. Where has Ford made progress, and what is the union looking for from the other 2 companies?
Yeah, Valerie and Joe, good morning. So the union has had the same list of demands, largely, at least publicly, that it's been pushing on all of these companies. And what the union did on Friday was it announced the expansion of the strike against GM and Stellantis. And it said at the same time, because they'd seen, quote, real progress from Ford, they were not going to be expanding against that company for the time being. And when they made this announcement, the union highlighted a couple different things. Among them, progress they saw from Ford on things like cost of living adjustments and the right to strike over plant closures. So those were a couple things they talked about. They also talked about elimination of a wage tier. This is something that's been out there and talked about throughout this strike, is this idea that there's some workers who make more than others at the various plants at the various companies. And so the union has been pushing to eliminate those wage tiers and have everyone be making the same pay. So that's part of what we heard from the union on Friday. The company, Ford, for its part, says that there's still more work to be done. So no agreement yet, no deals with any of the big three, as far as we have been told at this point, but clearly a distinction now between Ford and the other two companies.
So, Jesse, while the strike continues, we're also seeing layoffs continue at dozens of factories. What's the impact that's having?
Yeah, so, Joe, we've heard of some layoffs as a result of the strike from non-striking workers, but the bigger thing right now is the expansion of striking workers. Thousands more were told to walk off the job on Friday, but we're still looking at just around a tenth of the total UAW workforce that works at these big three automakers. So there's still a lot more potential for this strike to grow. As far as the impact we're seeing, what could be coming in the days ahead now is an impact to consumers at home. People watching this who don't know anyone who works at a UAW or at a big three automaker, who doesn't know anyone who's a UAW member, this could still wind up hitting you in the days ahead because these are parts distribution facilities that are now being hit. So if you need to get your car repaired, depending on what part you need, that's going to become more complicated potentially in the days ahead. One dealership group telling me, for example, that stuff like brake pads, they high demand parts they've been stocking up on, but something like an engine, that could be trickier to find soon.
And Jesse, both President Biden and former President Trump are each expected to travel to Michigan to join the auto workers on the picket line. What do we know about their visits?
Yeah, so President Biden says he will be joining the picket line in Michigan tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, we're expecting former President Donald Trump to make a speech to workers in this state, bringing the 2024 spotlight here. And there is tension, obviously, between the two sides on what they would make their pitch to these voters about. And I can tell you that one thing we'll be watching closely for is the messaging around electric vehicles. That's something that President Biden has made a big push for, but there's concern among auto workers that could eliminate jobs, and EVs and the consequences of that, potential consequences of that, is something that former President Trump has already been highlighted. Guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much.
Negotiations over the future of government spending bill remain stalled after House Republicans failed to make progress over the weekend. Congress now has just 6 days to find a solution here. If they fail, the government is set to shut down on Sunday. That's leaving thousands of federal workers at risk of being furloughed. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now for the latest. So Ryan, walk us through how negotiations unfolded among House Republicans over the weekend. Are we any closer to any kind of deal here?
Well, they talked a lot, Joe, but they didn't seem to make a whole heck of a lot of progress. And the problem here is that even if Republicans do end up coming up with a deal within their own conference, that deal will still never become law because Democrats in the Senate and, of course, President Joe Biden wouldn't sign that type of bill into law. And so we're basically just running out of time to kind of run through all these traps that are necessary to try and find some sort of an agreement. And it's not exactly clear how this is going to end, and if a shutdown happens, how the Congress will end up getting out of that shutdown. Now, Congress is not in session today because of the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur, so we don't expect them to really get back to the bargaining table until tomorrow. So they are just running out of time, as you rightly point out. The government set to shut down this weekend.
So, Ryan, Speaker McCarthy has acknowledged he may need to turn to Democrats for help. First of all, what kind of consequences would a move like that have, especially for him? And then is there any room here for McCarthy to find a way to compromise with those Republican holdouts?
Well, Joe, Kevin McCarthy acknowledging what we've all known, that there is no way that the government is going to stay open unless there is some sort of bipartisan proposal that's put on the table that has both Republicans and Democrats. But McCarthy, up until this point, has been insistent to try and at least attempt to pass something out of the House of Representatives with only Republicans, if not to only demonstrate to the conservatives in his caucus that they're not going to be able to pass some sort of hard right legislation. Listen to what McCarthy said about these negotiations over the weekend.
Unfortunately, I know Matt Gaetz said he and 7 others wouldn't allow that to happen. So if you can't allow that to happen, we have to have some from the other side of the aisle to vote with us to be able to keep government open. And if they wouldn't vote to bring the bills up, I'm not quite sure what they want.
But to your point, Joe, this could endanger his speakership. Those same group of conservatives, that same group of conservatives that have been the ones holding up the progress on this government spending bill are the same ones who have said that if he works with Democrats to pass something, then they're going to institute what's called a motion to vacate, which could then lead to a vote that puts his speakership in danger. It's a very tight rope that Kevin McCarthy is attempting to walk here, and the sum total of it may end up being that the government shuts down this weekend.
Yeah, let's talk about the impact of that. It would have serious consequences for government workers. This could be different, though, from what we've seen in the past, especially for military workers. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, and this is a sign, Joe, of just how they cannot agree on anything. In the past, they've at least been able to pass some sort of provision that would allow government workers like military members or essential personnel to remain getting paid while the shutdown kind of goes through that process and they come up with some sort of negotiation. That's not the case this time around. They've not passed anything as it relates to spending. So that means millions of federal workers could be impacted by this, including members of the military could go without pay for an extended period of time. And there are many members of the military that live paycheck to paycheck. We could see them in a situation where they need to go to food banks in order to continue to feed their families and make ends meet. This is a serious situation that's going to impact millions of Americans because in addition to the federal government workers that get direct paychecks from the government, there's also a whole host of people that are employed by private companies that do business with the government. They also will lose their paychecks and likely will not receive back pay if the government does end up shutting down for an extended period of time.
We're going to dig a little deeper into that right now. Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now to a closer look at the effect the looming crisis could have on federal families. Federal workers are now bracing for missed paychecks as Congress moves toward a potential government shutdown. If Congress doesn't reach a deal by September 30th, millions of government employees will go without pay.
So let's bring in NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece for more on this. Shannon, Ryan was talking a little bit about it there, but break down the full effect this shutdown is going to have on federal employees. Just how many federal civilian workers will be impacted?
Well, by some estimate, it could be around 4 million workers who start missing their paycheck if there isn't some action by Congress in the coming days. We're talking about people like TSA agents and air traffic controllers at the airports, Border Patrol agents. Ryan mentioned members of the military, but just also people working in their local Social Security office, processing checks. You see that map up on the screen there. That shows the widespread nature of the federal workforce. You know, and while a lot of it isn't concentrated in Washington, D.C., we're talking about people in states like Texas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, all states that have big shares of federal workers who could be impacted here. So this shutdown could be felt very deep for a lot of communities. And if it goes on for more than a few weeks, the effects really could be widespread across the country.
Shannon, the shutdown comes at a time when families are already struggling to deal with rising costs from inflation. So how are families planning to cope?
Well, I heard from about a lot of anxiety from federal workers talking about things like canceling vacations, having to rely on friends and family, maybe having to go to their local food bank. To have a listen to what just a couple workers had to tell me.
It's bare bones. Folks have to rely on their, extended families, or they have to rely on their places of worship. For things like this, and even sometimes soup kitchens. And I know that to a lot of folks that might sound extreme, but it is true.
A lot of us are just single parents like myself that struggle to make ends meet already. So we will be going to the food banks. You will see federal workers who are required to work and ones that are furloughed during a shutdown that are not getting paid, going into the food bank.
And in Washington, D.C., at the Capital Area Food Bank, where I'm at here today, they estimate there's about 100,000 federal employees who could struggle to pay for food, who will need to rely on assistance from food banks potentially. And that's just federal workers. And as Ryan noted, it doesn't include all these government contractors doing everything from working for federal agencies to just working in cleaning crews for some of these federal offices in Washington, D.C. or in the cafeteria. The last shutdown, the Capital Area Food Bank said that they gave out 4,000 meals a week just to federal employees.
So, Shannon, for the last 20 minutes, we've been talking about the Hollywood strike. We've been talking about the auto workers strike. Now we have a potential government shutdown. What kind of toll could that have on the economy? We've been towing this line, trying to fight inflation, avoid a recession. But could this lead to a recession?
So when I talked to past economists, they said that this shutdown, and of course we've had a number in recent years, but this one comes at a particularly precarious time for the economy because of those things you mentioned. And while unemployment is low, we do have this persistent inflation. And economists warn that if this shutdown is something that goes beyond a few weeks, if it goes more than a month, like we saw back in 2019, this is the type of thing that could put enough pressure on the economy that the growth does start to slow down and that we could potentially be tipped into a recession if we start looking at a really prolonged government shutdown.
All right, a lot of anxiety for a lot of people. Shannon Pettypiece, thanks so much. Coming up, we love a good space story here on Morning News Now. And this morning, NASA is making history once again with an asteroid sample that's truly out of this world.
But first, a breaking point at the southern border and beyond as a new surge of migrants pushes cities across the U.S. to the brink. Now the Defense Department is stepping in to try and mitigate the ongoing crisis. We're going to have more on that coming up next.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight.
Storms keep coming here in California.
The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the worsening crisis on the U.S. southern border. Thousands of migrants continue crossing into the country, straining the nation's immigration system. Now the Defense Department is ramping up resources at the U.S.-Mexico border as officials try to process all of those people trying to come through. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Eagle Pass, Texas, where officials have recently restarted a train service after it was stopped to prevent people from trying to ride it into the U.S. Guad, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. What do we know about this new wave of migrants, and do we have any idea of how many have crossed?
Valerie, it's difficult to know how many migrants are going to be making their way to the southern border. We know that tens of thousands are in Mexico attempting to make it to the U.S., but of course Mexican immigration does what they can to stop them. Mexican immigration has been overwhelmed for years now. You can see just behind me the train bridge. In fact, we can hear a train that is now making its way south. This is a railway where there's a lot of trains that go from the U.S. into Mexico and vice versa, from Mexico into the U.S. A lot of trade, a lot of commerce that's quite important. In fact, the CEO of Union Pacific came to the area earlier this week to talk to us about how important it was to get these trains moving. The Mexican company that operates the trains on the Mexican side had said that they had an unprecedented number of migrants riding the trains, and because of the dangers, they had decided to halt them. Over the weekend, we saw the crossings pick up again. We saw groups of hundreds arrive here yesterday, many of them telling me that they were on the newest train, the last train that arrived in Piedras Negras, Mexico, and it was about 100 degrees here, so you can imagine they ride the train and then they walk in that sun, many of them getting stuck behind the razor wire that you can see here. In fact, immigration had to make a decision to cut some of that wire to rescue some of those migrants, including children, Valerie.
Guad, you kind of mentioned what the situation is like right now. People are still coming in, starting to ride that train again. Are officials worried that the number of migrants may increase again now that that train service has been restored? What are they telling you?
Valerie, they are. So CBP, Customs and Border Protection, had decided to shut down the bridge behind me. When I spoke to the CEO of Union Pacific, he said it was the government's decision not to let the trains go through into the United States, whereas in Mexico, it was the private company that halted the trains. They've now decided to allow these trains to move forward. Of course, it's a difficult decision because when you operate the trains, you have groups of hundreds on these trains. I asked the migrants what it's like in other parts of Mexico. Many of them communicate with other migrants through their phones using WhatsApp, and they tell me that thousands are still waiting in different parts of Mexico to hitchhike on some of these trains that make their way north. This is just one of those cities you go past. More trains go to El Paso and other border cities, Valerie.
So, Guad, how are officials handling the people who are already waiting at the border? Where are they being sent?
So migrants will cross here, they will turn themselves into Border Patrol, and then they're taken to CBP processing centers. This is where they begin that asylum-seeking process. If they are allowed to remain in the United States with that parole that they are given, then they are released, and they go to these help centers or resource centers where they help them with bus passes. Sometimes they help them communicate with people they know in the U.S., or they get shelter for a day or two. That's where the local communities are using resources to help the migrants make their way through. And in other cases, in cities like New York, the migrants arrive, so the cities need additional funding because it's costing them more money to provide services for this influx of migrants that are coming to these cities. That's why DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas called on Congress over the weekend to approve additional funding to use for this new influx. And I should also say, once again, he called for immigration reform, Valerie.
And Guad, we know it's a situation that's changing day by day. We appreciate you being there at the border for us. Thank you so much. International headlines now, and another weekend of violence in the West Bank. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Yes, let's start in Gaza, where the Israeli military says struck militant sites for a third day in a row after Palestinian militants launched incendiary balloons across the border into Israel. Now, the strike happened soon after an Israeli military raid in the northern West Bank, where Palestinian officials said 2 Palestinians were killed. Now we come back here in Italy, where news agency ANSA reports that Italian mafia boss Matteo Messina Denaro has died. The 61-year-old spent 30 years on the run before being detained in January. He was being treated for cancer at the time of his arrest and was moved from a prison to a hospital last month. As a boss of the notorious Cosa Nostra mafia, Denaro was convicted of numerous crimes, including for his role in the planning of the 1992 murders of 2 anti-mafia prosecutors. And we end up our tour of the world in Berlin with a record-breaking run. Ethiopian runner Tigist Assefa shattered the women's marathon world record, shaving more than 2 minutes off the previous best. The result will almost certainly guarantee the 26-year-old a place in the Ethiopian Olympic team. And if smashing a world record by 2 minutes doesn't get you in an Olympic team, I don't know what does. Back to you.
I don't know either. 2 minutes is quite a bit. Claudio, thank you so much. From international news to space news now, and a historic moment for NASA yesterday. A capsule containing the largest asteroid sample ever collected hit Earth, landing in the Utah desert. The entire mission took 7 years. The spacecraft carrying those samples traveling a total of about 4 billion miles. And now scientists hope these samples could teach us about the origins of life on Earth. Joining us now for more on this is Professor Jana Levin. She is an astrophysicist, professor, and author of the book Black Hole Survival Guide. Professor, good morning. Thanks for being with us today. Let's talk about why this is such a milestone. What do scientists hope to learn from these asteroid samples?
Well, the material in the asteroids, we think, is largely preserved from a very early era in the solar system's history. So 4.5 billion years ago, when the solar system was first forming. And so it's giving us insight into some of the original chemicals and composition of the early solar system. That's interesting for us because a lot of the material on the Earth from that early period has been obliterated. There's erosion, there's weather, there's plate tectonics, and volcanic activity. And so we're really trying to get a glimpse back into the earliest phase. And it might also have keys for the formation of life on Earth. We don't know if life might have come to us, or some of the amino acids which launched the era of the radiation of life across the Earth might have come from asteroids like Bennu.
Now, we understand that the samples were collected from the surface of that asteroid called Bennu that you just mentioned, which is about as tall as the Empire State Building. What is so special about this particular asteroid?
Well, there's an asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, and it's dense, but it's not that dense. We've had spacecraft make it through, and occasionally there are collisions between these big asteroids, which catapult some closer to the Earth. And Bennu was convenient because it is very close to the Earth's orbit. It's not all the way out there between Mars and Jupiter, and yet it comes from that original location, and it's spinning pretty slowly compared to some asteroids, which can be spinning very rapidly. So that gave it some appeal for us. In fact, it even crosses Earth's orbit. There's a tiny percentage that in about 160 years, it might even collide with the Earth. And it also has really important materials that we are interested in, really carbon-based, very interesting examples of maybe having minerals that are trapping water. And it can help us understand not just the emergence of life, but maybe even how the oceans formed on Earth, that they might have been seeded from asteroids and comets, planting water here.
So much to learn. So let's talk about what's next. The OSIRIS-REx is now set to investigate another asteroid called Apophis. Can you talk about this new mission and what do we know about it so far?
Yeah, when we're hearing that the sample has come back to Earth, there might be the misunderstanding that the satellite itself came back. It actually was about a third of the way to the moon when it sent the capsule to Earth, and that it jettisoned away to try to get to another asteroid, which is also not that dissimilar from Bennu, but we also learned from Japanese missions and other collections that there can be a great deal of variety on these asteroids. And so it can teach us a lot about the early solar system and how it formed and the gas and dust from which it formed. And so the mission goes on to collect more samples. We also know that meteorites make it to the surface of the Earth from outer space, but they've been exposed and contaminated, and they've had this incredibly dramatic reentry. So what we're getting is this very pristine, preserved form of these early elements.
All right, as you said, the mission goes on. Professor Jana Levin, thank you so much. Coming up, Aaron Rodgers' season-ending injury is reigniting the debate over grass versus artificial football fields. And there's new data this morning that might show a link between turf and higher rates of injuries among players. We'll break down those numbers next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer deliverances.
All right, it just did.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way. Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
And welcome back. New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers' season-ending Achilles tendon injury is now reigniting the debate over the safety of artificial turf fields in the NFL. Rodgers argued for grass all over the league last season. He said some artificial surfaces are softer, creating more wobble when the foot hits the ground, which can lead to injuries. The NFL has maintained that turf fields are just as safe as grass fields. But new data by Sports Info Solutions found that 7 of the 10 stadiums with the highest injury counts from 2017 to 2022 had artificial surfaces. So let's bring in Dr. Derek Kapanik for more on this. He is the assistant professor of the Orthopedic Surgery Division of Sports Medicine at Washington University. Dr. Kapanik, good morning. The data we just mentioned also echoes research from the NFL Players Association that found higher injury rates on artificial turf from 2015 to 2022. So why are we seeing higher injury rates on turf fields?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me. So there's no doubt that if we look at the general trend in the orthopedic literature, it shows that especially for lower extremity injuries, there's higher rates of injuries occurring on athletes participating on synthetic or artificial turf surfaces when compared to natural grass. And there's really a number of factors to consider when we're looking at why these injuries are occurring. And most commonly, what we look at is really the shoe surface interface. And, basically the, recreating what's kind of what we see on natural grass isn't as readily created on the natural or on the synthetic field surfaces. The foot sometimes can get a little bit more stuck. It can create increased friction and torque. And when you're dealing with athletes at the size of the NFL players who are getting tackled, who are trying to cut and run, if that foot is getting stuck and increasing the rotational torque on the ankle and across the foot, it's going to lead to higher rates of injuries.
So in a statement, the NFL's executive vice president, Jeff Miller, had this to say about the use of artificial turf fields. Quote, the playing surface is one factor among many that contributes to the number of injuries at any stadium. Each injury sustained by players is unique, with contributing factors including injury history, the type of contact on the play, a player's pose or movements, cleat type, and more. So is there anything that athletes who are playing on turf can do to prevent some of these injuries?
So one of the things that we've really started to look at is basically, making sure that the players have the right equipment. And especially for, the issue we're talking about with the turf is making sure that they have the right shoe wear. Obviously, less of an issue for our professional athletes than when compared to some of our collegiate and high school athletes. But appropriate shoe wear is absolutely critical. And we've also been seeing more data coming out looking at the configuration of the cleats. And as these can potentially increase the shear force across the foot and the ankle while playing on synthetic surfaces, ensure that they have the right equipment is absolutely essential to minimize the risk of further injury, whether it's occurring on natural or artificial grass surfaces.
All right, so many factors at play here. Dr. Derek Kanapik, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks.
As New York, Paris, and Milan all hold their fashion weeks, the industry continues to face criticisms about the huge amount of waste it generates, with 92 million tons of clothes ending up in landfills each year. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz talked to one visionary designer with a 3D printing solution.
They call it fast fashion for a reason. It's an industry that's never moved at such a rapid-fire pace. Styles changing at the speed of a TikTok trend. The demand of one-day delivery, the promise of a free return. It's consumerism at its apex and a far cry from the days of owning one perfectly tailored suit worn down to the threads.
I used to go to a dressmaker or like a seamstress or a tailor, and they would create something custom for you, and then you would keep it. It's gone from that to mass consumption, and I think there's a tipping point.
And while the endless options on what to wear might be surprisingly cheap sometimes, fast fashion has come at a cost. With a global supply chain crisscrossing to markets around the world, the fashion industry is now the third biggest polluter on Earth, responsible for 10% of all global carbon emissions. Here, mountains of garments and unused fabrics thrown away to landfills and forgotten about.
When you come across images showing like mountains and mountains of clothing being buried or being landfilled in other countries, what do you see in that?
I see first world countries offshoring their guilt to third world countries.
And he should know, Garrett Gerson was a rising star in the fashion world. Literally, he even appeared on NBC's reality show Fashion Star, and he traveled the world with his collections.
You think we're gonna win?
Oh, for sure.
And then he came across this snag in the business model that was impossible to ignore.
I watched a documentary called The True Cost. It was like a big eye-opener for me. We're environmentalists at heart. We're here to be stewards of the land, and I'm doing the exact opposite.
Each year, about $500 billion is lost in unused clothing ending up in landfills.
I thought, it's not sustainable.
So he started to redesign fashion for the 21st century, one that's not so much about sewing as it is about writing computer code. And today, nestled in the Malibu Mountains in a converted old horse barn, Variant 3D is weaving future tech into the industry.
I want to be able to 3D print clothing, products, textiles, with zero waste, using sustainable fibers. I want to do it locally.
With digital scans, his team has developed software that they say will soon allow anyone to design their own wardrobe, email it to a local clothing 3D printer with your exact measurements, and voila.
I keep checking to see the size. I'm like, what size is this?
No,
there are no
sizes. Yeah, it'll be your size, and as it should be, right? And that's what the future looks like, and that future's not far away.
This is the ranchwear of the future right here. You can't feel this because it's TV, but the stretch and the feel, like this is what I always imagined like the Jetsons were wearing. So you're not just talking about printing clothing for the masses. You're talking about printing clothing for the individual.
Yeah, the individual at mass.
But how realistic could this be for the average consumer?
Probably in 10 years' time, we should probably all have one of these printers in our home, so we'll be able to do this ourselves.
Like for everybody, or just for the people that have like millions of dollars?
No, for everybody. No, I think this will be as cheap or as affordable as a 3D printer.
You buy your own clothing?
Yep. Your own clothing, your own shoes, recovering your own furniture.
I'm going to hold you to this promise.
A software solution to mass pollution, sketching a digital pattern for the future of fashion.
Our thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report.
Coming up, a new challenge for billionaire entrepreneur Richard Branson with global implications.
Why he's now setting his sights on climate change. We'll bring you that one-on-one conversation after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now. It's NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with some financial headlines. Rite Aid is reportedly considering closing hundreds of its stores.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, drugstore chain Rite Aid is negotiating with creditors over the terms of a bankruptcy plan that would include liquidating a substantial portion of its more than 2,100 drugstores, according to people familiar with the talks. Rite Aid has proposed to close roughly 400 to 500 stores in bankruptcy and either sell or let creditors take over its remaining operations. The pharmacy chain operates more than 2,300 stores in 17 U.S. states. Amazon is betting big bucks on AI. The e-commerce giant announced today that it will invest $4 billion in artificial intelligence firm Anthropic and take a minority ownership position in the company. The move underscores Amazon's aggressive AI push as it looks to keep pace with rivals such as Microsoft and Alphabet's Google. Anthropic was founded roughly 2 years ago by former OpenAI research executives and recently debuted its new AI chatbot called Cloud 2. And Meta is preparing to announce a new AI chatbot aimed at attracting younger users. The bots are meant to be used as a means to drive engagement with users, although some of them might also have productivity-related skills, such as the ability to help with coding or other tasks. Valerie and Joe, back to you.
All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you so much. Well, he's been an entrepreneur for over 50 years, but that hasn't stopped Richard Branson taking on a new challenge, climate change. NBC News correspondent Chloe Malas sat down for an in-depth conversation with the billionaire to discuss the new initiative, as well as the war in Ukraine and his plans to return to space.
Thank you very much.
Sir Richard Branson's next mission, combating climate change.
Life-threatening heat waves followed by flooding that displaced 33 million people.
I sat down with the billionaire British entrepreneur to discuss his latest initiative. It's called Planetary Guardians, a coalition featuring 14 world leaders to take what they're calling a whole planet approach to safeguard the Earth.
If you can't measure something properly, you can't fix it. The idea is that we will measure the 9 principal planetary boundaries every year. You know, how many are the rainforests? Are we cutting down more? You know, exactly where we are with climate change, exactly where we are with species disappearing in the world. And we can try to make sure we can push the world into trying to address them.
The diverse group features individuals like actor Robert Redford, activist Jane Goodall, and former president of Colombia, Juan Manuel Santos. He also had a message to the climate change deniers.
You just got to listen to the scientists. It's a fact of life. The amount of carbon that's going into the Earth's atmosphere is heating up the world, and it's going to do a lot of damage to the world if we don't get it under control. It's not only sorting out today's problem, but it's giving our grandchildren a utopian world for the future.
Nice to meet you. Branson is also turning his focus to the war in Ukraine. He was appointed last spring by President Vladimir Zelensky to lead fundraising efforts to rebuild the war-torn country.
We can't allow countries in this day and age to take over the territory of other people's countries, and they're dying for the freedom of all of us. And the least we can do is make sure that we help them and in every way we can.
As the country continues to get pummeled by Putin's troops, he says there's no sign of a conflict ending.
Do you see an end in sight for the war?
I don't think we can expect an early end to the war, and the war will not end until Ukrainians manage to get their sovereign territory back.
And a message for Elon Musk.
You know, it makes me think about everything that happened with Starlink and Elon Musk, and, some people saying that it's dangerous for, a billionaire entrepreneur to almost be an arbiter of war. Do you have thoughts on that?
I think war should be handled by governments. European governments and the American government are firmly committed to make sure that this war is won, and that we give Ukraine all the help we can get. I would also say, if individuals are in a position to be able to help win this war, they should do everything they can to help win this war.
A man of many hats, Branson founded Virgin Group in the 1970s. It now consists of over 400 companies, like his airline, iconic record label, and he's also sending people to space with Virgin Galactic, which launched its first commercial shuttle in the summer.
Do you believe, though, that in our lifetime, anyone who wants to go will be able to pay for it and affordably go to space?
In your lifetime, yes. If I have to hurry up and develop a Virgin Life pill, so it can be in my lifetime too. We are building a fleet of spaceships. So we've managed to get the price of going into space from a carbon point of view right down to a minimum.
So are you saying, though, that you all are reducing or are cognizant of reducing Virgin Galactic's carbon footprint, given everything that you're also doing to combat climate change?
I think we've got to do, if you run an airline, you've got to try to get the youngest, most fuel-efficient planes. If you're running a space line, you've got to reduce the cost of taking people into space dramatically from a carbon point of view. All of us in positions where we can make a big difference have got to make a big difference. But my trip to space was definitely the best day of my life.
Will you ever do it again?
I booked it for my 80th, 90th and 100th birthday, and I'm an optimist, so my 110th as well.
110th birthday space flight. Okay.
He needs that Virgin Life pill he's talking about. He needs to make that.
Our thanks to Chloe Malas for that interview. Coming up is Taylor Swift's own love story heading for the end zone.
Well, her appearance at the Chiefs game yesterday fueling rumors of a possible romance with Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. We've got all the juicy details up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It always feels so good to get back to it. hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In case you haven't heard, Taylor Swift watched the Kansas City Chiefs game in person at Arrowhead Stadium on Sunday, adding fuel to those rumors that she just might be dating star tight end Travis Kelce. The singer was seen in a red and white Chiefs jacket, standing and sitting next to Kelce's mom, Donna, in a suite at Arrowhead Stadium, and later leaving with the two-time Super Bowl champ. Rumors have been swirling since July after Kelce said on a podcast that he unsuccessfully tried to give the singer a friendship bracelet with his phone number on it after her show. Clearly, they've found a way to connect since then.
I was gonna say.
And I mean, Taylor gave a chest bump to the guy next to her after Travis scored a touchdown. There's a lot going on here.
She was hyped. Her reaction in that box, she was so excited. It was great.
She was very excited. Now suddenly Swift fans everywhere are like, oh, I guess I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan.
I know, now everybody's
so.
excited.
All right, finally this hour, history was made in college football over the weekend. For the first time ever, a woman played in an NCAA game as a position player that wasn't a kicker. Here's NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung with her amazing story.
Hey there. After 2 years on her college football team without seeing any game action, Haley told me she felt like she was in a movie when she stepped on the field Saturday. Her team needed a stop on third down, and Haley ran right for the quarterback, getting her Hollywood ending to the play.
22 yards.
Who runs the field? This girl.
We saw some history made here today.
Shenandoah University's Haley Von Voris making history as the first woman to take the field, not as a kicker, in an NCAA football game.
It's not every day that a female gets to play college football, so, the sideline was going crazy. It was just a great moment.
And she made her presence known. The 5'6" safety came into the game with Division III Shenandoah up 26 points against Juniata College, registering a quarterback hurry on the way to a Shenandoah win.
Did that quarterback know what or who hit him? I've had some people come up to after the game until I take my helmet off. They're like, dude, I didn't know you were even a girl.
Growing up in the Plains, Virginia, Haley's been going up against the boys for a long time. First in baseball, then at 10 years old when she started playing flag football, later becoming the first girl to play on her high school's football team.
Did it take any convincing your parents to let you play a game with a bunch of boys? As long as I was happy and did what I loved, they were all for it.
With a fierce competitive spirit, Haley prides herself on giving maximum effort through her intense weightlifting sessions in the gym and every practice rep on the field.
I do think my mindset's one of my strongest capabilities alongside my speed and my strength. Just my ability to push myself past where I think I can go has helped me a lot.
She also runs track and field for Shenandoah, and she's dead set on running through barriers for women in sports.
So to be able to make a step forward is like an amazing thing, like to create new opportunities along the way and show that, like, hey, this can be done.
For now, she's just focused on the next play.
Next time we need to get the sack.
Now, Haley is making history in her own right, but there are a few women who've blazed a trail on special teams before her. Haley pointed to Katie Nida, who was the first woman to score in a Division I football game. She kicked 2 extra points for the University of New Mexico in 2003. Now, Haley's Shenandoah team is heading into conference play. We wish them luck and more plays from Haley.
Absolutely. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, it's a deal. Hollywood writers and major media companies announcing a possible breakthrough in contract negotiations. Both sides have reached a tentative agreement that could restart production on some of your favorite shows nearly 150 days after writers walked off the job. With more details on that potential deal and the latest on the ongoing actors strike. Plus, Ophelia's wrath. Several states across the Northeast getting pounded by heavy rain, strong winds, and flooding over the weekend. Well, the storm has moved off the coast. It looks like the wet weather is sticking around this morning. We'll have your forecast coming up. Also this morning, against the clock. Congress has just 5 days left to pass a spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. House Speaker McCarthy optimistic they can get the job done, but there's been little progress thanks to a small group of far-right hardliners. Now McCarthy calling for unity within his party.
They want to walk you into a shutdown, then blame you for the shutdown. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
This morning, more on where negotiations stand and what a government shutdown could mean for you. And out of this world, NASA celebrating a historic moment 7 years in the making yesterday. A capsule containing the largest asteroid sample ever collected landed in the Utah desert. What scientists hope these samples could teach us about life on Earth. Some exciting space news to bring you there. We are going to begin this hour with the tentative deal reached between Hollywood writers and major media companies.
The months-long work stoppage shut down much of Hollywood, but now the end could be in sight. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now with the latest.
Hey there. After nearly 5 months on the picket line and marathon negotiations over the weekend, the Writers Guild of America says they have an agreement in principle. This is a major step in getting new episodes of your favorite shows back on the air.
Overnight, the writers' strike reaching its final act. The WGA agreeing to a tentative 3-year deal with the AMPTP, which represents streamers and studios, including NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast. It comes nearly 150 days after film and TV writers walked out on Hollywood and hit the picket lines. While specifics are not yet known, the deal likely promises higher residuals from streaming, higher wages, and protections against AI. In an email to members, the WGA is saying, though we are eager to share the details of what has been achieved with you, we cannot do that until the last I is dotted.
From day one, we've been hopeful that a deal will be reached because, they're our partners and we love making television with them.
Still, writers will not return to work just yet as they wait for a final contract to be drafted and voted on by members. The union instead encouraging writers to join the actors who remain on strike, meaning it could take weeks or even months for Hollywood to see a full reboot.
No one wants to cross the picket lines.
Writers and actors taking to social media overnight to express their relief, including Michael Shea of Saturday Night Live writing, "I guess we back," and actress Mindy Kaling posting, "Can't wait to go back to work and see my people." While daytime and late-night talk shows will likely be the first to be back on air, experts say the summer stoppage in TV production means new episodes of hit scripted shows may not return until next year, replaced this fall with reruns and reality TV. The Hollywood shutdown having big effects on the big screen, too. Studios already pushing back some major movie releases to 2024, including blockbuster sequels like Mission Impossible, Dune, and Gladiator.
Is this not why you were here?
Now with the writers reaching a deal, Hollywood is one step closer to being back in action.
So this tentative deal basically means that it's now up to the lawyers to hammer out the final language of the contract. And then the rank and file union members, they have to vote to approve it. But it can't come soon enough for the Hollywood industry. Experts say that the dual strikes have cost LA an estimated $5 billion in lost revenue and wages. Back to you.
All right, Chloe Melas, thanks so much.
Millions of people up and down the East Coast were pounded by Tropical Storm Ophelia over the weekend. The storm unleashed heavy rain and damaging flooding from North Carolina to New Hampshire. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Jones Beach, New York, with more on that. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Well, we are seeing some relief, but you can see behind me there is still winds and rains impacting the area, especially making that morning commute quite messy. We saw the impacts of Ophelia sweep up the eastern seaboard, knocking out power to thousands, dumping nearly 9 inches of rain on some states, including parts of North Carolina, and churning up dangerous ocean conditions, including here at Jones Beach, where rip currents remain a concern.
This morning, millions are cleaning up and drying out from a weekend of relentless wind and rain.
This is rough, I'm telling you.
As Tropical Storm Ophelia churned up the East Coast.
This is the worst weather we've ever had.
Sparking widespread flooding, downing power lines and trees, and drenching plans for the first weekend of fall. Ophelia first made landfall Saturday in North Carolina, packing 70-mile-per-hour winds. The storm dumping several inches of rain and damaging homes and businesses.
So it did come, you're talking right up to here?
The flooding triggered multiple water rescues, like the U.S. Coast Guard's rescue of 5 people, including 3 children, on a ship in Cape Lookout. States of emergency declared in North Carolina, as well as Virginia and Maryland. The storm then pushing its way inland.
This is pretty bad.
In one Pennsylvania neighborhood, those storm conditions toppled trees, potentially sparking an explosion and 2 alarm fire, forcing the evacuation of more than 100 residents from their homes. Ophelia later downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone, but still posing a threat.
So right now the tide is receding here at Jones Beach, but authorities are warning that when those water levels begin to increase again later today, that is when residents could see some more coastal flooding. And as Ophelia continues to crawl northward, we could see some lingering travel impacts. Over the weekend, we saw more than 10,000 flights that were delayed and several hundred canceled. Joe?
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Let's check in on what to expect this week with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is back with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we're going to see Ophelia, the remnants of Ophelia, affecting us not only today, but also tomorrow, finally clearing out on Wednesday. We're going to see that sunshine returning. But we still have a lot to deal with in terms of the rain falling. We have heavy rain bands falling. Where you see the reds, yellows, oranges, that's where the heaviest rain is falling. But this rain shield is large. It's been large since the beginning of this storm, and we're continuing to see the rainfall throughout portions of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic into parts of New England. That's going to be the story as we go throughout today. Also on Tuesday, a little more rainfall, and then Wednesday, we're going to start to really clear it out. So for today, periods of rain continuing throughout the day. Also talking about gale warnings. Emily sort of talked about this. Gale warnings, also some coastal flooding, minor coastal flooding, because we have the winds kind of pushing this on shore. It's still really breezy. It's a raw day out there. A good indoor day. It was a good indoor weekend. We're going to see that once again today. Here's the rainfall we're expecting. Not a whole lot. Another quarter inch, half inch of some rain. So we're looking at nuisance flooding. There's areas that you're used to along the Jersey Shore, Long Island, where you see that flooding. We're going to see that once again today. So if you do, or if you're prone to flooding in those areas, you want to move your car back. Otherwise, we're also looking at some heavy rain falling in portions of the Southeast, specifically in Florida, especially Tuesday into Wednesday. We're going to see that moisture really increasing from the Gulf and the Caribbean, and that's going to bring hourly rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Those really summer-like downpours where you see those darker colors showing us that we could see those downpours, and that's going to continue on Wednesday as well. That's going to lead to the chance for some flooding each day, not only today, but Tuesday, also Wednesday, because we're going to see those repeat rounds of rain. This is a stationary front, so it kind of just rides along that stationary front. This is what we're talking about in terms of the rainfall, 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain, especially with the reds. We're looking at Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, Melbourne, Tampa, Fort Myers, Miami, looking at the chance for some really heavy rain over the next few days. That's not the only spot. Also, back to the northwest, we're looking at an atmospheric river. That brings a lot of rain. It brings a lot of wind as well. So we're going to see this today. And also tomorrow. It was a wet day yesterday as well. This is what radar looks like right now. The green is the lighter rain, but the yellows, we're seeing some heavier rain. And we could see 2 to 3 inches of rain as we go throughout the next couple of days. So it's a big upper area of low pressure, kind of moving this atmospheric river on shore. Lots of moisture to work with from the Pacific, and also those really strong winds pushing that water on shore. So this rain is going to extend all the way to parts of Washington, into Oregon, into Northern California, places like Seattle, Portland, Eugene, Medford. Kind of just a miserable day today and also tomorrow. Another spot expecting some showers, even some really strong to severe thunderstorms, would be in the deep south. So Houston, Victoria, Del Rio, we're looking at the chance for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Damaging hail will be on the small side, about an inch or so. The tornado threat is low, but it's not zero, especially as we get that daytime heating going. So that's going to be one spot. We talked about Florida also with that stationary front. Could see some strong storms throughout the afternoon as well. Tomorrow, we'll see the chance for those storms into portions of New Mexico. So Roswell, same sort of scenario, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, the chance for hail, also a low risk for tornadoes. And then we're looking at the Missouri Valley. St. Louis could see some strong to severe storms as we go throughout Tuesday. So that's the story there. Then we're looking at the chance for some really warm temperatures in the southwest into the triple digits, into parts like in Arizona, Phoenix, sunny and warm throughout the middle of the country. There's that rain also in portions of the upper Midwest. Not expecting strong storms, could see a few thunderstorms, but we're going to see some scattered storms, some scattered showers there as we go throughout this Monday. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
United Auto Workers union leaders say they're one step closer to reaching a deal with Ford, but the same can't be said for General Motors or Stellantis.
The disagreement with two of the big three automakers led to new walkouts across 38 different locations late last week. The union says both companies are, quote, going to need some serious pushing.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Pontiac, Michigan with the details. Jesse, good morning to you. Union leaders say Ford has made a good amount of progress in contract negotiations, unlike Stellantis and General Motors. So walk us through the difference here. Where has Ford made progress, and what is the union looking for from the other two companies?
Yeah, Valerie and Joe, good morning. So the union has had the same list of demands, largely, at least publicly, that it's been pushing on all of these companies. And what the union did on Friday was it announced the expansion of the strike against GM and Stellantis. And it said at the same time, because they'd seen, quote, real progress from Ford, they were not going to be expanding against that company for the time being. And when they made this announcement, the union highlighted a couple different things. Among them, progress they saw from Ford on things like cost of living adjustments and the right to strike over plant closures. So those were a couple things they talked about. They also talked about elimination of a wage tier. This is something that's been out there and talked about throughout this strike, is this idea that there's some workers who make more than others at the various plants at the various companies. And so the union has been pushing to eliminate those wage tiers and have everyone be making the same pay. So that's part of what we heard from the union on Friday. The company, Ford, for its part, says that there's still more work to be done. So no agreement yet, no deals with any of the big three, as far as we have been told at this point, but clearly a distinction now between Ford and the other two companies.
So, Jesse, while the strike continues, we're also seeing layoffs continue at dozens of factories. What's the impact that's had?
Yeah, so, Joe, we've heard of some layoffs as a result of the strike from non-striking workers, but the bigger thing right now is the expansion of striking workers. Thousands more were told to walk off the job on Friday, but we're still looking at just around a tenth of the total UAW workforce that works at these big three automakers. So there's still a lot more potential for this strike to grow. As far as the impact we're seeing, what could be coming in the days ahead now is an impact to consumers at home. People watching this who don't know anyone who works at a UAW or at a big three automaker, who doesn't know anyone who's a UAW member, this could still wind up hitting you in the days ahead, because these are parts distribution facilities that are now being hit. So if you need to get your car repaired, depending on what part you need, that's going to become more complicated potentially in the days ahead. One dealership group telling me, for example, that stuff like brake pads, they high demand parts they've been stocking up on, but something like an engine, that could be trickier to find soon.
And Jesse, both President Biden and former President Trump are each expected to travel to Michigan to join the auto workers on the picket line. What do we know about their visits?
Yeah, so President Biden says he will be joining the picket line in Michigan tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, we're expecting former President Donald Trump to make a speech to workers in this state, bringing the 2024 spotlight here. And there is tension, obviously, between the two sides on what they would make their pitch to these voters about. And I can tell you that one thing we'll be watching closely for is the messaging around electric vehicles. That's something that President Biden has made a big push for, but there's concern among auto workers that could eliminate jobs, and EVs and the consequences of that, potential consequences of that, is something that former President Trump has already been highlighted. Guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much.
Negotiations over the future of government spending bill remain stalled after House Republicans failed to make progress over the weekend. Congress now has just 6 days to find a solution here. If they fail, the government is set to shut down on Sunday. It's leaving thousands of federal workers at risk of being furloughed. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now for the latest. So Ryan, walk us through how negotiations unfolded among House Republicans over the weekend. Are we any closer to any kind of deal here?
Well, they talked a lot, Joe, but they didn't seem to make a whole heck of a lot of progress. And the problem here is that even if Republicans do end up coming up with a deal within their own conference, that deal will still never become law, because Democrats in the Senate and, of course, President Joe Biden wouldn't sign that type of bill into law. And so we're basically just running out of time to kind of run through all these traps that are necessary to try and find some sort of an agreement. And it's not exactly clear how this is going going to end, and if a shutdown happens, how the Congress will end up getting out of that shutdown. Now, Congress is not in session today because of the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur, so we don't expect them to really get back to the bargaining table until tomorrow. So they are just running out of time, as you rightly point out. The government set to shut down this weekend.
So, Ryan, Speaker McCarthy has acknowledged he may need to turn to Democrats for help. First of all, what kind of consequences would a move like that have, especially for him? And then is there any room here for McCarthy to find a way to compromise with those Republican holdouts?
Well, Joe, Kevin McCarthy acknowledging what we've all known, that there is no way that the government is going to stay open unless there is some sort of bipartisan proposal that's put on the table that has both Republicans and Democrats. But McCarthy, up until this point, has been insistent to try and at least attempt to pass something out of the House of Representatives with only Republicans, if not to only demonstrate to the conservatives in his caucus that they're not going to be able to pass some sort of hard right legislation. Listen to what McCarthy said about these negotiations over the weekend.
Unfortunately, I know Matt Gaetz said he and 7 others wouldn't allow that to happen. So if you can't allow that to happen, we have to have some from the other side of the aisle to vote with us to be able to keep government open. And if they wouldn't vote to bring the bills up, I'm not quite sure what they want.
But to your point, Joe, this could endanger his speakership. Those same group of conservatives, that same group of conservatives that have been the ones holding up the progress on this government spending bill are the same ones who have said that if he works with Democrats to pass something, then they're going to institute what's called a motion to vacate, which could then lead to a vote that puts his speakership in danger. It's a very tight rope that Kevin McCarthy is attempting to walk here, and the sum total of it may end up being that the government shuts down this weekend.
Yeah, let's talk about the impact of that. It would have serious consequences for government workers. This could be different, though, from what we've seen in the past, especially for military workers. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, and this is a sign, Joe, of just how they cannot agree on anything. In the past, they've at least been able to pass some sort of provision that would allow government workers like military members or essential personnel to remain getting paid while the shutdown kind of goes through that process and they come up with some sort of negotiation. That's not the case this time around. They've not passed anything as it relates to spending. So that means millions of federal workers could be impacted by this, including members of the military could go without pay for an extended period of time. And there are many members of the military that live paycheck to paycheck. We could see them in a situation where they need to go to food banks in order to continue to feed their families and make ends meet. This is a serious situation that's going to impact millions of Americans because in addition to the federal government workers that get direct paychecks from the government, there's also a whole host of people that are employed by private companies that do business with the government. They also will lose their paychecks and likely will not receive back pay if the government does end up shutting down for an extended period of time.
We're going to dig a little deeper into that right now. Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now to a closer look at the effect the looming crisis could have on federal families. Federal workers are now bracing for missed paychecks as Congress moves toward a potential government shutdown. If Congress doesn't reach a deal by September 30th, millions of government employees will go without pay.
So let's bring in NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece for more on this. Shannon, Ryan was talking a little bit about it there, but break down the full effect this shutdown is going to have on federal employees. Just how many federal civilian workers will be impacted?
Well, by some estimate, it could be around 4 million workers who start missing their paycheck if there isn't some action by Congress in the coming days. We're talking about people like TSA agents and air traffic controllers at the airports, Border Patrol agents. Ryan mentioned members of the military, but just also people working in their local Social Security office, processing checks. You see that map up on the screen there. That shows the widespread nature of the federal workforce. You know, and while a lot of it isn't concentrated in Washington, D.C., we're talking about people in states like Texas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, all states that have big shares of federal workers who could be impacted here. So this shutdown could be felt very deep for a lot of communities. And if it goes on for more than a few weeks, the effects really could be widespread across the country.
Shannon, the shutdown comes at a time when families are already struggling to deal with rising costs from inflation. So how are families planning to cope?
Well, I heard from about a lot of anxiety from federal workers talking about things like canceling vacations, having to rely on friends and family, maybe having to go to their local food bank. To have a listen to what just a couple workers had to tell me.
It's bare bones. Folks have to rely on their
extended families, or they have to rely on their places of worship for things like this, and even sometimes soup kitchens. And I know that to a lot of folks that might sound extreme, but it is true.
A lot of us are just single parents like myself that struggle to make ends meet already. So we will be going to the food banks. You will see federal workers who are required to work and ones that are furloughed during a shutdown that are not getting paid, going into the food bank.
And in Washington, D.C., at the Capital Area Food Bank, where I'm at here today, they estimate there's about 100,000 federal employees who could struggle to pay for food, who will need to rely on assistance from food banks potentially. And that's just federal workers. And as Ryan noted, it doesn't include all these government contractors doing everything from working for federal agencies to just working in cleaning crews for some of these federal offices in Washington, D.C., or in the cafeteria. The last shutdown, the Capital Area Food Bank said that they gave out 4,000 meals a week just to federal employees.
So, Shannon, for the last 20 minutes, we've been talking about the Hollywood strike. We've been talking about the auto workers strike. Now we have a potential government shutdown. What kind of toll could that have on the economy? We've been towing this line, trying to fight inflation, avoid a recession. But could this lead to a recession?
So when I talked to past economists, they said that this shutdown, and of course we've had a number in recent years, but this one comes at a particularly precarious time for the economy because of those things you mentioned. And while unemployment is low, we do have this persistent inflation. And economists warn that if this shutdown is something that goes beyond a few weeks, if it goes more than a month, like we saw back in 2019, this is the type of thing that could put enough pressure on the economy that the growth does start to slow down and that we could potentially be tipped into a recession if we start looking at a really prolonged government shutdown.
All right, a lot of anxiety for a lot of people. Shannon Pettypiece, thanks so much. Coming up, we love a good space story here on Morning News Now. And this morning, NASA is making history once again with an asteroid sample that's truly out of this world.
But first, a breaking point at the southern border and beyond as a new surge of migrants pushes cities across the U.S. to the brink. Now the Defense Department is stepping in to try and mitigate the ongoing crisis. We're going to have more on that coming up next.
The Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having. I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today. You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wake the dishes, should we?
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're back with the latest on the worsening crisis on the U.S. southern border. Thousands of migrants continue crossing into the country, straining the nation's immigration system. Now the Defense Department is ramping up resources at the U.S.-Mexico border as officials try to process all of those people trying to come through. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Eagle Pass, Texas, where officials have recently restarted a train service after it was stopped to prevent people from trying to ride it into the U.S. Guad, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. What do we know about this new wave of migrants, and do we have any idea of how many have crossed?
Valerie, it's difficult to know how many migrants are going to be making their way to the southern border. We know that tens of thousands are in Mexico attempting to make it to the U.S., but of course Mexican immigration does what they can to stop them. Mexican immigration has been overwhelmed for years now. You can see just behind me the train bridge. In fact, we can hear a train that is now making its way south. This is a railway where there's a lot of trains that go from the U.S. into Mexico and vice versa, from Mexico into the U.S. A lot of trade, a lot of commerce that's quite important. In fact, the CEO of Union Pacific came to the area earlier this week to talk to us about how important it was to get these trains moving. The Mexican company that operates the trains on the Mexican side had said that they had an unprecedented number of migrants riding the trains, and because of the dangers, they had decided to halt them. Over the weekend, we saw the crossings pick up again. We saw groups of hundreds arrive here yesterday, many of them telling me that they were on the newest train, the last train that arrived in Piedras Negras, Mexico, and it was about 100 degrees here. So you can imagine they ride the train and then they walk in that sun, many of them getting stuck behind the razor wire that you can see here. In fact, immigration had to make a decision to cut some of that wire to rescue some of those migrants, including children, Valerie.
Guad, you kind of mentioned what the situation is like right now. People are still coming in, starting to ride that train again. Are officials worried that the number of migrants may increase again now that that train service has been restored? What are they telling you?
Valerie, they are. So CBP, Customs and Border Protection, had decided to shut down the bridge behind me. When I spoke to the CEO of Union Pacific, he said it was the government's decision not to let the trains go through into the United States, whereas in Mexico, it was the private company that halted the trains. They've now decided to allow these trains to move forward. Of course, it's a difficult decision because when you operate the trains, you have groups of hundreds on these trains. I asked the migrants what it's like in other parts of Mexico. Many of them communicate with other migrants through their phones using WhatsApp, and they tell me that thousands are still waiting in different parts of Mexico to hitchhike on some of these trains that make their way north. This is just one of those cities. Eagle Pass, more trains go to El Paso and other border cities, Valerie.
So, Guad, how are officials handling the people who are already waiting at the border? Where are they being sent?
So migrants will cross here, they will turn themselves into Border Patrol, and then they're taken to CBP processing centers. This is where they begin that asylum-seeking process. If they are allowed to remain in the United States with that parole that they are given, then they are released, and they go to these help centers or resource centers where they help them with bus passes. Sometimes they help them communicate with people they know in the U.S., or they get shelter for a day or two. That's where the local communities are using resources to help the migrants make their way through. And in other cases, in cities like New York, the migrants arrive, so the cities need additional funding because it's costing them more money to provide services for this influx of migrants that are coming to these cities. That's why DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas called on Congress over the weekend to approve additional funding to use for this new influx. And I should also say, once again, he called for immigration reform, Valerie.
And Guad, we know it's a situation that's changing day by day. We appreciate you being there at the border for us. Thank you so much. International headlines now, and another weekend of violence in the West Bank. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Yes, let's start in Gaza, where the Israeli military says struck militant sites for a third day in a row after Palestinian militants launched incendiary balloons across the border into Israel. Now, the strike happened soon after an Israeli military raid in the northern West Bank, where Palestinian officials said 2 Palestinians were killed. Now we come back here in Italy, where news agency ANSA reports that Italian mafia boss Matteo Messina Denaro has died. The 61-year-old spent 30 years on the run before being detained in January. He was being treated for cancer at the time of his arrest and was moved from a prison to a hospital last month. As a boss of the notorious Cosa Nostra mafia, Denaro was convicted of numerous crimes, including for his role in the planning of the 1992 murders of 2 anti-mafia prosecutors. And we end up our tour of the world in Berlin with a record-breaking run. Ethiopian runner Tigist Assefa shattered the women's marathon world record, shaving more than 2 minutes off the previous best. The result will almost certainly guarantee the 26-year-old a place in the Ethiopian Olympic team. And if smashing a world record by 2 minutes doesn't get you in an Olympic team, I don't know what does. Back to you.
I don't know either. 2 minutes is quite a bit. Claudio, thank you so much. From international news to space news now, and a historic moment for NASA yesterday. A capsule containing the largest asteroid sample ever collected hit Earth, landing in the Utah desert. The entire mission took 7 years. The spacecraft carrying those samples traveling a total of about 4 billion miles. And now scientists hope these samples could teach us about the origins of life on Earth. Joining us now for more on this is Professor Jana Levin. She is an astrophysicist, professor, and author of the book Black Hole Survival Guide. Professor, good morning. Thanks for being with us today. Let's talk about why this is such a milestone. What do scientists hope to learn from these asteroid samples?
Well, the material in the asteroids, we think, is largely preserved from a very early era in the solar system's history. So 4.5 billion years ago, when the solar system was first forming. And so it's giving us insight into some of the original chemicals and composition of the early solar system. That's interesting for us because a lot of the material on the Earth from that early period has been obliterated. There's erosion, there's weather, there's plate tectonics and volcanic activity. And so we're really trying to get a glimpse back into the earliest phase. And it might also have keys for the formation of life on Earth. We don't know if life might have come to us, or some of the amino acids which launched the era, the radiation of life across the Earth, might have come from asteroids like Bennu.
Now, we understand that the samples were collected from the surface of that asteroid called Bennu that you just mentioned, which is about as tall as the Empire State Building. What is so special about this particular asteroid?
Well, there's an asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, and it's dense, but it's not that dense. We've had spacecraft make it through, and occasionally there are collisions between these big asteroids, which catapult some closer to the Earth. And Bennu was convenient because it is very close to the Earth's orbit. It's not all the way out there between Mars and Jupiter, and yet it comes from that original location, and it's spinning pretty slowly compared to some asteroids, which can be spinning very rapidly. So that gave it some appeal for us. In fact, it even crosses Earth's orbit. There's a tiny percentage that in about 160 years, it might even collide with the Earth. And it also has really important materials that we are interested in, really carbon-based, very interesting examples of maybe having minerals that are trapping water. And it can help us understand not just the emergence of life, but maybe even how the oceans formed on Earth, that they might have been seeded from asteroids and comets, planting water here.
So much to learn. So let's talk about what's next. The OSIRIS-REx is now set to investigate another asteroid called Apophis. Can you talk about this new mission and what do we know about it so far?
Yeah, when we're hearing that the sample has come back to Earth, there might be the misunderstanding that the satellite itself came back. It actually was about a third of the way to the moon when it sent the capsule to Earth, and that it jettisoned away to try to get to another asteroid, which is also not that dissimilar from Bennu, but we also learned from Japanese missions and other collections that there can be a great deal of variety on these asteroids. And so it can teach us a lot about the early solar system and how it formed and the gas and dust from which it formed. And so the mission goes on to collect more samples. We also know that meteorites make it to the surface of the Earth from out of space, but they've been exposed and contaminated, and they've had this incredibly dramatic reentry. So what we're getting is this very pristine, preserved form of these early elements.
All right, as you said, the mission goes on. Professor Jana Levin, thank you so much. Coming up, Aaron Rodgers' season-ending injury is reigniting the debate over grass versus artificial football fields. And there's new data this morning that might show a link between turf and higher rates of injuries among players. We'll break down those numbers next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivering it.
All right, it just made
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do.
No time to lose, gotta live it up.
It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
And welcome back. New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers' season-ending Achilles tendon injury is now reigniting the debate over the safety of artificial turf fields in the NFL. Rodgers argued for grass all over the league last season. He said some artificial surfaces are softer, creating more wobble when the foot hits the ground, which can lead to injuries. The NFL has maintained that turf fields are just as safe as grass fields. But new data by Sports Info Solutions found that 7 of the 10 stadiums with the highest injury counts from 2017 to 2022 had artificial surfaces. So let's bring in Dr. Derek Kapanik for more on this. He is the assistant professor of the Orthopedic Surgery Division of Sports Medicine at Washington University. Dr. Kapanik, good morning. The data we just mentioned also echoes research from the NFL Players Association that found higher injury rates on artificial turf from 2015 to 2022. So why are we seeing higher injury rates on turf fields?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me. So there's no doubt that if we look at the general trend in the orthopedic literature, it shows that especially for lower extremity injuries, there's higher rates of injuries occurring on athletes participating on synthetic or artificial turf surfaces when compared to natural grass. And there's really a number of factors to consider when we're looking at why these injuries are occurring. And most commonly, what we look at is really the shoe surface interface. And, basically the, recreating what's kind of what we see on natural grass isn't as readily created on the natural or on the synthetic field surfaces. The foot sometimes can get a little bit more stuck. It can create increased friction and torque. And when you're dealing with athletes at the size of the NFL players who are getting tackled, who are trying to cut and run, if that foot is getting stuck and increasing the rotational torque on the ankle and across the foot, it's going to lead to higher rates of injuries.
So in a statement, the NFL's executive vice president, Jeff Miller, had this to say about the use of artificial turf fields. Quote, the playing surface is one factor among many that contributes to the number of injuries at any stadium. Each injury sustained by players is unique, with contributing factors including injury history, the type of contact on the play, a player's pose or movements, cleat type, and more. So is there anything that athletes who are playing on turf can do to prevent some of these injuries?
So one of the things that we've really started to look at is basically, making sure that the players have the right equipment, and especially for, the issue we're talking about with the turf is making sure that they have the right shoe wear. Obviously less of an issue for our professional athletes than when compared to some of our collegiate and high school athletes, but appropriate shoe wear is absolutely critical. And we've also been seeing more data coming out looking at the configuration of the cleats. And as these can potentially increase the shear force across the foot and the ankle while playing on synthetic surfaces, ensure that they have the right equipment is absolutely essential to minimize the risk of further injury, whether it's occurring on natural or artificial grass surfaces.
All right, so many factors at play here. Dr. Derek Kanapik, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. As New York, Paris, and Milan all hold their fashion weeks, the industry continues to face criticisms about the huge amount of waste it generates, with 92 million tons of clothes ending up in landfills each year. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz talked to one visionary designer with a 3D printing solution.
They call it fast fashion for a reason. It's an industry that's never moved at such a rapid-fire pace. Styles changing at the speed of a TikTok trend, the demand of one-day delivery, the promise of a free return. It's consumerism at its apex and a far cry from the days of owning one perfectly tailored suit worn down to the threads.
I used to go to a dressmaker or like a seamstress or a tailor, and they would create something custom for you, and then you would keep it. It's gone from that to mass consumption, and I think there's a tipping point.
And while the endless options on what to wear might be surprisingly cheap sometimes, fast fashion has come at a cost. With a global supply chain crisscrossing to markets around the world, the fashion industry is now the third biggest polluter on Earth, responsible for 10% of all global carbon emissions. Here, mountains of garments and unused fabrics thrown away to landfills and forgotten about.
When you come across images showing like mountains and mountains of clothing being buried or being landfilled in other countries, what do you see in that?
I see first world countries offshoring their guilt to third world countries.
And he should know, Garrett Gerson was a rising star in the fashion world. Literally, he even appeared on NBC's reality show Fashion Star, and he traveled the world with his collections.
You think we're gonna win?
Oh, for sure. And then he came across this snag in the business model that was impossible to ignore.
I watched a documentary called The True Cost. It was like a big eye-opener for me. We're environmentalists at heart. We're here to be stewards of the land, and I'm doing the exact opposite.
Each year, about $500 billion is lost in unused clothing ending up in landfills.
I thought, it's not sustainable.
So he started to redesign fashion for the 21st century, one that's not so much about sewing as it is about writing computer code. And today, nestled in the Malibu Mountains in a converted old horse barn, Variant 3D is weaving future tech into the industry.
I want to be able to 3D print clothing, products, textiles, with zero waste, using sustainable fibers. I want to do it locally.
With digital scans, his team has developed software that they say will soon allow anyone to design their own wardrobe, email it to a local clothing 3D printer with your exact measurements, and voila.
I keep checking to see the size. I'm like, what size is this?
No,
there are no
sizes.
sizes.
Yeah, it'll be your size, and as it should be, right? And that's what the future looks like, and that future's not far away.
This is the ranchwear of the future right here. You can't feel this because it's TV, but the stretch and the feel, like this is what I always imagined like the Jetsons were wearing. So you're not just talking about printing clothing for the masses. You're talking about printing clothing for the individual.
Yeah, the individual at mass.
But how realistic could this be for the average consumer?
Probably in 10 years' time, we should probably all have one of these printers in our home, so we'll be able to do this ourselves.
Like for everybody, or just for the people that have like millions of dollars?
No, for everybody. No, I think this will be as cheap or as affordable as a 3D printer.
You buy your own clothing.
Yep. Your own clothing, your own shoes, recovering your own furniture.
I'm going to hold you to this promise.
A software solution to mass pollution, sketching a digital pattern for the future of fashion.
Our thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report.
Coming up, a new challenge for billionaire entrepreneur Richard Branson with global implications.
Why he's now setting his sights on climate change. We'll bring you that one-on-one conversation after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand.
And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the conditions should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with some financial headlines. Rite Aid is reportedly considering closing hundreds of its stores.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, drugstore chain Rite Aid is negotiating with creditors over the terms of a bankruptcy plan that would include liquidating a substantial portion of its more than 2,100 drugstores, according to people familiar with the talks. Rite Aid has proposed to close roughly 400 to 500 stores in bankruptcy and either sell or let creditors take over its remaining operations. The pharmacy chain operates more than 2,300 stores in 17 U.S. states. Amazon is betting big bucks on AI. The e-commerce giant announced today that it will invest $4 billion in artificial intelligence firm Anthropic and take a minority ownership position in the company. The move underscores Amazon's aggressive AI push as it looks to keep pace with rivals such as Microsoft and Alphabet's Google. Anthropic was founded roughly 2 years ago by former OpenAI research executives and recently debuted its new AI chatbot called Cloud 2. And Meta is preparing to announce a new AI chatbot aimed at attracting younger users. The bots are meant to be used as a means to drive engagement with users, although some of them might also have productivity-related skills, such as the ability to help with coding or other tasks. Valerie and Joe, back to you.
All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you so much. Well, he's been an entrepreneur for over 50 years, but that hasn't stopped Richard Branson taking on a new challenge, climate change. NBC News correspondent Chloe Malas sat down for an in-depth conversation with the billionaire to discuss the new initiative, as well as the war in Ukraine and his plans to return to space.
Thank you very much.
Sir Richard Branson's next mission, combating climate change.
Life-threatening heat waves followed by flooding that displaced 33 million people.
I sat down with the billionaire British entrepreneur to discuss his latest initiative. It's called Planetary Guardians, a coalition featuring 14 world leaders to take what they're calling a whole planet approach to safeguard the Earth.
If you can't measure something properly, you can't fix it. The idea is that we will measure the 9 principal planetary boundaries every year. You know, how many are the rainforests? Are we cutting down more? You know, exactly where we are with climate change, exactly where we are with species disappearing in the world. And we can try to make sure we can push the world into trying to address them.
The diverse group features individuals like actor Robert Redford, activist Jane Goodall, and former president of Colombia, Juan Manuel Santos. He also had a message to the climate change deniers.
You just got to listen to the scientists. It's a fact of life. The amount of carbon that's going into the Earth's atmosphere is heating up the world, and it's going to do a lot of damage to the world if we don't get it under control. It's not only sorting out today's problem, but it's giving our grandchildren a utopian world for the future.
Nice to meet you. Branson is also turning his focus to the war in Ukraine. He was appointed last spring by President Vladimir Zelensky to lead fundraising efforts to rebuild the war-torn country.
We can't allow countries in this day and age to take over the territory of other people's countries, and they're dying for the freedom of all of us. And the least we can do is make sure that we help them and in every way we can.
As the country continues to get pummeled by Putin's troops, he says there's no sign of a conflict ending.
Do you see an end in sight for the war?
I don't think we can expect an early end to the war, and the war will not end until Ukrainians manage to get their sovereign territory back.
And a message for Elon Musk.
You know, it makes me think about everything that happened with Starlink and Elon Musk, and, you know, some people saying that it's dangerous for, a billionaire entrepreneur to almost be an arbiter of war. Do you have thoughts on that?
I think war should be handled by governments. European governments and the American government are firmly committed to make sure that this war is won, and that we give Ukraine all the help we can get. I would also say, if individuals are in a position to be able to help win this war, they should do everything they can to help win this war.
A man of many hats, Branson founded Virgin Group in the 1970s. It now consists of over 400 companies, like his airline, iconic record label, and he's also sending people to space with Virgin Galactic, which launched its first commercial shuttle in the summer.
Do you believe, though, that in our lifetime, anyone who wants to go will be able to pay for it and affordably go to space?
In your lifetime, yes. If I have to hurry up and develop a Virgin Life pill, so it can be in my lifetime too. We are building a fleet of spaceships. So we've managed to get the price of going into space from a carbon point of view right down to a minimum.
So are you saying, though, that you all are reducing or are cognizant of reducing Virgin Galactic's carbon footprint, given everything you're also doing to combat climate change?
I think we've got to do, if you run an airline, you've got to try to get the youngest, most fuel-efficient planes. If you're running a space line, you've got to reduce the cost of taking people into space dramatically from a carbon point of view. All of us in positions where we can make a big difference have got to make a big difference. But my trip to space was definitely the best day of my life.
Will you ever do it again?
I booked it for my 80th, 90th, and 100th birthday, and I'm an optimist, so my 110th as well.
110th birthday space flight. Okay.
He needs that Virgin Life pill he's talking about. He needs to make that.
Our thanks to Chloe Malas for that interview. Coming up is Taylor Swift's own love story heading for the end zone.
Well, her appearance at the Chiefs game yesterday fueling rumors of a possible romance with Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. We've got all the juicy details up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the way the dishes usually
allegations of Russian weaponizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. In case you haven't heard, Taylor Swift watched the Kansas City Chiefs game in person at Arrowhead Stadium on Sunday, adding fuel to those rumors that she just might be dating star tight end Travis Kelce. The singer was seen in a red and white Chiefs jacket, standing and sitting next to Kelce's mom, Donna, in a suite at Arrowhead Stadium, and later leaving with the two-time Super Bowl champ. Rumors have been swirling since July after Kelce said on a podcast that he unsuccessfully tried to give the singer a friendship bracelet with his phone number on it after her show. Clearly, they've found a way to connect since then.
I was gonna say.
And I mean, Taylor gave a chest bump to the guy next to her after Travis scored a touchdown. There's a lot going on here.
She was hyped. Her reaction in that box, she was so excited. It was great.
She was very excited. Now suddenly Swift fans everywhere are like, oh, I guess I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan
I know, now
so.
everybody's excited.
All right, finally this hour, history was made in college football over the weekend. For the first time ever, a woman played in an NCAA game as a position player that wasn't a kicker. Here's NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung with her amazing story.
Hey there. After 2 years on her college football team without seeing any game action, Haley told me she felt like she was in a movie when she stepped on the field Saturday. Her team needed a stop on third down, and Haley ran right for the quarterback, getting her Hollywood ending to the play.
22-yard.
Who runs the field? This girl.
We saw some history made here today.
Shenandoah University's Haley Von Voris making history as the first woman to take the field, not as a kicker, in an NCAA football game.
It's not every day that a female gets to play college football, so, you know, the sideline was going crazy. It was just a great moment.
And she made her presence known. The 5'6" safety came into the game with Division III Shenandoah up 26 points against Juniata College, registering a quarterback hurry on the way to a Shenandoah win.
Did that quarterback know what or who hit him? I've had some people come up to after the game until I take my helmet off. They're like, dude, I didn't know you were even a girl.
Growing up in the Plains, Virginia, Haley's been going up against the boys for a long time. First in baseball, then at 10 years old when she started playing flag football, later becoming the first girl to play on her high school's football team.
Did it take any convincing your parents to let you play a game with a bunch of boys? As long as I was happy and did what I loved, they were all for it.
With a fierce competitive spirit, Haley prides herself on giving maximum effort through her intense weightlifting sessions in the gym and every practice rep on the field.
I do think my mindset's one of my strongest capabilities alongside my speed and my strength. Just my ability to push myself past where I think I can go has helped me a lot.
She also runs track and field for Shenandoah, and she's dead set on running through barriers for women in sports.
So to be able to make a step forward is like an amazing thing, like to create new opportunities along the way and show that, like, hey, this can be done.
For now, she's just focused on the next play.
Next time, we need to get the SAG.
Now, Haley is making history in her own right, but there are a few women who've blazed a trail on special teams before her. Haley pointed to Katie Nida, who was the first woman to score in a Division I football game. She kicked 2 extra points for the University of New Mexico in 2003. Now, Haley's Shenandoah team is heading into conference play. We wish them luck and more plays from Haley.
Absolutely. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Hey everyone, good Monday. We're so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, September 25th, and in sight after 5 months on the picket line, Hollywood writers have struck a tentative agreement with the major Hollywood studios. What's in the deal, and when could you see your favorite shows back on the air?
Facing the public, Senator Bob Menendez speaking out for the very first time since being indicted on bribery charges. What he has to say amid the growing calls for his resignation.
Travel season. If you are planning on visiting family for the holidays or taking a winter vacation, we have the top tips for getting the best bang for your buck and avoiding any major headaches.
Pregnant at 40. According to the CDC, the birth rate for women in their early 40s was up 4% last year. We'll discuss why more women are delaying motherhood and the risk factors to keep in mind.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with a potential breakthrough in the months-long Hollywood writers' strike. The Writers Guild of America and studio executives reached a tentative deal for a new contract late Sunday night.
Yeah, this is pretty big news. It comes after more than 11,000 writers, all represented by the Guild, stood on the picket line for nearly 150 days. So the two parties struck a deal after 4 days of marathon negotiations. Now, writers will retreat from the picket line, but still forego work until agreements in the new contract are finalized. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas is here with the latest details. Chloe, this is a day that a lot of us has been waiting for.
Yes.
I mean, the ink hasn't dried. This hasn't been signed on the dotted line. But what would it take for this to be finalized?
I mean, it has to be voted by the members into effect. Some of the things that we are expecting in the deal, I want to go through that with you. Minimum pay increases, that was a major sticking point. You also have standardized residuals regardless of theatric or streaming release. You know, we get into the weeds a little bit, but it's a minimum 6 writers per show based on the episodes. And then regulating the use of artificial intelligence. That is a big sticking point, too, with SAG that represents over 100,000 actors in that union. And they have not even begun negotiations. So the idea that Hollywood just gets back in action, they don't until the actors, too, have their strike resolved. And so that could be a little bit of time. But, Vicki, I know that you were probably interested in this part, and I'm sure you, too, that shows like daytime talk shows and some of these late night shows, we're going to see them coming back soon.
We love to see
soon.
that.
Okay,
Yes.
we like that. You were saying hopefully winter time we'll see maybe
No,
sooner.
no.
Yeah,
Sooner.
even sooner. Okay,
Yeah,
fall,
I mean,
like early
I'm
fall?
hoping that we even see this deal go into effect this week. This is hopeful thinking. And then we see these late night shows and talk shows come back maybe next week.
Bullish bet this Monday morning.
Chloe, get a little bit into the nitty-gritty of the letter that was sent out to the union members, because we don't have a lot of specifics at this point just yet about the tentative deal, do we?
No, I mean, we know. So I know from sources over the weekend that the big hang up and why this is tentative had to do with artificial intelligence. In the statement to members late last night, I mean, I was like in the shower. I was like glued to my phone. And like the second I like go in the shower, like the deal breaks. And in there, they say that this is, you know, a groundbreaking deal. But the members are like, well, what's in it? And so, you know, we saw the heads of the Hollywood studios be in the negotiations for the first couple of the 5-day nonstop negotiations at the bargaining table. But we didn't see them Saturday and Sunday. So we knew that we were inching closer. And so, I mean, everyone is just hoping that people can get back to work. You saw the Los Angeles mayor come out and say that it's not just Hollywood, obviously. It's all the other industries that are affected by this, too, and hope to get those back up and running soon as well.
All right. I know you'll be keeping an eye on it for us. Chloe Malas, thank you so much, Chloe.
Thanks, Chloe. Well, Tropical Storm Ophelia, which swept up and down the East Coast just over the weekend, brought damaging floods, caused thousands of power outages, and impacted hundreds of flights. NBC News correspondent Emily Cada is in Jones Beach, New York, to assess the ongoing fallout.
Hey there. Well, we saw the impacts of Ophelia sweep up the eastern seaboard, knocking out power to thousands, dumping nearly 9 inches of rain on some states, including in parts of North Carolina, and turning up dangerous ocean conditions, including here at Jones Beach, where rip currents remain a concern.
Millions are cleaning up and drying out from a weekend of relentless wind and rain.
This is rough, I'm telling you.
As Tropical Storm Ophelia churned up the East Coast.
This is the worst weather we've ever had.
Sparking widespread flooding, downing power lines and trees, and drenching plans for the first weekend of fall. Ophelia first made landfall Saturday in North Carolina, packing 70-mile-per-hour winds. The storm dumping several inches of rain and damaging homes and businesses.
So it did come, you're talking right up to here.
The flooding triggered multiple water rescues, like the U.S. Coast Guard's rescue of 5 people, including 3 children, on a ship in Cape Lookout. States of emergency declared in North Carolina, as well as Virginia and Maryland. The storm then pushing its way inland.
This is pretty bad.
In one Pennsylvania neighborhood, those storm conditions toppled trees, potentially sparking an explosion and 2 alarm fire, forcing the evacuation of more than 100 residents from their homes. Ophelia later downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone, but still posing a threat.
And officials are really watching closely the water levels, especially high tide, which is expected here at Jones Beach later today. That's when authorities say we could see some additional coastal flooding. And as Ophelia continues to crawl northward, we could continue to see some travel impacts. Over the weekend, more than 10,000 flights were delayed and several hundred canceled. Back to you.
Emily, thank you. Just minutes ago, we heard from embattled Senator Bob Menendez for the first time since his second indictment. The New Jersey Democrat said he will not resign from Congress despite the bombshell bribery allegations against him.
I understand how deeply concerning this can be. However, the allegations leveled against me are just that, allegations. I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. So, Ken, Senator Menendez has been facing growing pressure to resign, even from within his own party. Over the weekend, we saw Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman and New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez calling for him to step down. He clearly is not going to. He's doubling down, brought his constituents there with him today. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, Vicky, there are certain advantages to remaining in the Senate under indictment, one of which is that it's probably a lot easier to raise money to pay your legal bills. But we heard a defiant Senator Menendez today who made a number of points in pushing back against the allegations made against him. The most interesting, perhaps, was that he said in response to the allegation that the FBI seized nearly $500,000 in cash, some of it stuffed in his jacket pockets in his house and from a safety deposit box, he said that he has had a years-long habit of taking out large sums of cash from his bank accounts, keeping it in his home. He said it's in part because he was of his family's experience in Cuba, where their assets were confiscated. The problem with that is that he didn't address the allegation that some of the DNA and fingerprints of one of the alleged bribe payers was found on some of that cash. But in general, he stressed his long record of service to New Jersey, and he said, after all, he has a history of overcoming previous corruption charges, and he seems to be going nowhere and ready to fight, Vicky.
Yeah, and this isn't the first time the senator has faced legal troubles. He said, look, give me the same consideration you would for anyone else, innocent until proven guilty. Give us some context here. Tell us where things stand with these current charges. He prevailed in the past case.
That's right. So for these charges, he'll be arraigned on Wednesday, and then we'll go forward through the normal criminal process, and it could take as long as a year to go to trial. On the previous case, he was indicted in 2015 on very similar kinds of charges, allegations that he took more than $1 million in gifts and luxury trips from a Florida ophthalmologist. The difference is that ophthalmologist was a longtime friend of Senator Menendez. They went back decades. And so at trial, the senator's lawyers argued that this wasn't corruption, this was friendship. And at least some members of the jury appeared to have bought that defense because the jury hung, and then the Justice Department decided not to bring charges. This case is much different. 2 of the 3 alleged bribe payers were not longtime friends of Senator Menendez. They met him only recently through his new wife, and there's a lot of evidence from his spouse, who was pretty careless on text messages, showing that there appeared to be an exchange of favors for official action. Of course, he's innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, a lot of details in that speaking indictment, as you said. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney, and thank you, Ken.
Switching gears right now, it's time for our CNBC Money Minute. The Biden administration is moving to upgrade U.S. railways. It's giving $1.4 billion in federal grants to 70 already approved projects, which will repair dozens of aging rail bridges as well as tracks.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. So, Steve, these grants are part of President Biden's $1 trillion infrastructure bill. Take us through some of the approved projects, and when can commuters start to see the impact of all this work?
Hey there, Vicki. Yeah, well, the Federal Railroad Administration said some projects include short line trains and funding for track improvement and track worker training. The Biden administration is dedicating around $100 million in grants for environmentally friendly railroad projects and an estimated $178 million toward restoring passenger rail service along parts of the Gulf Coast, which have been out of service since, believe it or not, Katrina hit in 2005. Also, the federal government is distributing free at-home COVID test kits once again, with shipping starting next week. It comes after a late summer wave of cases and ahead of the busy holiday season. You can submit an order online starting today to have 4 tests delivered to your home. And OpenAI is upgrading ChatGPT with new visual and voice commands. The new features allow users to prompt the chatbot with their voice or by uploading a photo. The company said this upgrade will be available over the next 2 weeks to those who pay for it and will be widely distributed soon after. So we're used to Siri and Alexa, now ChatGPT, guys.
I know these things are changing so quickly.
I know. It makes me a little nervous. Oh, well. All right. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac for us. Steve, thanks.
Thanks.
President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump, they're both heading to the auto workers picket line in Detroit this week. We're going to take you inside their visits next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Auto workers union strike. There's word that the UAW is in talks with one of the big 3 U.S. car makers. And now another element is being added to the mix. And of course, that's politics. Tomorrow, President Joe Biden plans to join the picket lines in Michigan. And on Wednesday, former President Donald Trump will hold a rally. So a lot happening at the same time. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Pontiac, Michigan, which is about 30 miles northwest of Detroit. Jesse, we hear the activity. We hear the horns honking behind you. Let's start with those negotiations. Where does the UAW stand right now?
Yeah, so at this point, Morgan, we don't have any word on deals that have been reached. But from what we've heard from the union, the UAW says it is closer to a new agreement with Ford than it is with the other 2 automakers. On Friday, when the UAW expanded its strike, it only did so against General Motors and Jeep owners Stellantis. They left Ford out of that expansion. GM and Stellantis have questioned the UAW's leadership over this latest move. Ford says that on its end of the bargaining, there is still work to be done as well. So the stalemate continues, but clearly the union signaling that it is getting more from Ford. At least it feels like it's getting more of what it wants from Ford so far in terms of where they're moving the needle.
But what are the people saying there, about these upcoming political visits? We've got Biden, we've got Trump. Are they welcoming these planned visits, Jesse?
Yeah, so we know President Biden says he is coming here, and he is planning to join the picket line in Michigan. This comes after the UAW's president extended an invitation to the president. He said, we welcome anyone to join us, including the president of the United States. So that is what is coming leading up to President Biden's visit. But before he announced that he was coming here, former President Donald Trump said he was coming. So there's been a suggestion that the president is only responding to the former president's plans to come to the area. I can tell you I spoke with a worker yesterday. He had some skepticism around what would happen with an EV future. That's something the president has been pushing for, but there's concern around jobs being cut out of that. He also expressed skepticism on some of the former president's comments around moving jobs away from these communities. So there's skepticism, I'd say, around both of these leaders coming to town. But that same worker also told me that he'll take the support from anyone because he sees that as making them stronger.
And Jesse, when you talk about the support, what ultimately is the goal and what is the effect here? Is the idea to sort of hurt these car dealerships, the consumers? What have we seen thus far?
So in terms of what the union is pushing for, they're pushing for numerous things. They want better pay. They want a return of traditional pensions. They want retiree health care. They're pushing for the right to strike over plant closures. That's something they highlighted as progress that they've made with Ford in particular. So they've got a whole host of issues they've been pushing on. We still don't have many specifics on where the union has moved to, if they've made any concessions in negotiations. So TBD on where things ultimately wind up, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch for us there in the heart of all the activity. Jesse, thanks.
Well, Morgan, we are creeping closer to the holidays, which for tens of millions of Americans means hopping on a plane to see family. But before you kick off your travel plans, we have a few tips for you to consider when mapping out the entire holiday season. Here's NBC News correspondent Noah Prinsky.
Holidays are great. Breaking the bank over the holidays is not. So I've got 3 under-the-radar travel hacks for you to help you save money. 1 if you've yet to book, 1 if you've already booked, and 1 tip for everyone in case a future flight you take happens to get delayed. First, if you're looking at future travel, right now is a pretty great time to snag a bargain. And you may want to save this cheat sheet. Domestic flights are usually cheapest 6 to 8 weeks before departure, which puts us right about now for Thanksgiving flights. For Christmas time, you want to plan a little further out, 8 to 11 weeks according to Google, which puts you about mid-October. And international flights, you want to plan even further out if possible. Oh, and how about 1 bonus tip from 1 very frequent flyer?
I'm Brian Kelly, founder of thepointsguy.com. I use Google Flights. You can look by calendar search, and being flexible by 1 or 2 days can save you dramatically.
Okay, now the travel hack airlines don't want you to know about if you've already booked your ticket. With prices close to their lowest point in 18 months, you can ask for a rebate if the price has gone down since you've booked. Now, it depends on the airline and the kind of ticket you booked, but even if you can't get cash back, it's worth asking. Many airlines will give you travel vouchers for the difference. Psst, this repricing trick, it works for hotels too. So check back in on those advanced bookings. And finally, with delays happening more and more at U.S. airports, there may be a way to get reimbursed for any surprise costs you incur related to delays.
You know, the airlines legally are not obligated to give you compensation, but your credit cards will, and that's what most consumers don't realize. So if you're delayed for a long time, flight cancellations, always ask your credit card company to reimburse the hotel, the rental car, and all those extra fees.
Not to mention the meals, clothes, and toiletries you may have to buy if you get stranded for a long time. Because aren't the holidays stressful enough? I know I sleep better, even after a long, terrible travel day, if I've saved a few bucks. Now, hopefully, you can too.
All right, save a couple coins.
I know, I love Noah Pransky. Thank you, Noah,
that.
for that. Great tips.
All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Sir Richard Branson, one of the world's most successful businessmen, but he is now turning his attention to a new venture, combating climate change. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas sat down with Branson to talk about why and to talk about some of his recent forays into space.
Sir Richard Branson has built a multi-billion-dollar empire, clean release, and rocketed into space. Yay. And now he has a new project,
helping to bring together the planetary guardians.
This week, Branson launched the Planetary Guardians, a coalition featuring 14 world leaders to take what they're calling a whole planet approach to safeguard the Earth.
If you can't measure something properly, you can't fix it. The idea is that we will measure the 9 principal planetary boundaries every year. You know, how many are the rainforests? Are we cutting down more, or are we now beginning to plant more? Exactly where we are with climate change, exactly where we are with species disappearing in the world, and we can try to make sure we can push the world into trying to address them.
Branson, whose Virgin Group includes Virgin Atlantic and Virgin Galactic, also noted that lowering his company's carbon footprint is a priority.
If you run an airline, you've got to try to get the youngest, most fuel-efficient planes. If you're running a space line, you've got to reduce the cost of taking people into space dramatically from a carbon point of view. All of us in positions where we can make a big difference, so we've got to make a big difference.
Branson also turning his attention to the war in Ukraine. He was appointed last spring by President Vladimir Zelensky to lead fundraising efforts to rebuild the war-torn country.
We can't allow countries in this day and age to take over the territory of other people's countries. I mean, they're dying for the freedom of all of us, and the least we can do is make sure that we help them and in every way we can.
Branson founded Virgin Group in the 1970s, which now includes hotels around the world, the newest in Manhattan.
So do you have a hand in designing everything?
I always take credit for all the most beautiful things in Virgin.
That includes Virgin Galactic.
Do you believe, though, that in our lifetime, anyone who wants to go will be able to pay for it and affordably go to space?
In your lifetime, yes. If I have to hurry up and develop a Virgin Life pill, so it can be in my lifetime too. Yeah, so, I mean, we are building a fleet of spaceships.
Will you ever do it again?
I booked it for my 80th, 90th, and 100th birthday, and I'm an optimist, so my 110th as well.
As for his free time, he's simply grandpa to 5.
I think all we can try to do in life is just to make a little bit of a difference in our lifetime. How you bring up your kids, that they live on, they're what live on after you and your grandchildren.
And that was NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas.
Well, Vicki, thanks to Hurricane Idania's strong wind, some Wisconsin bird lovers got a surprise treat on their local beach. Sean Gallagher from our NBC affiliate WTMJ TV shows us how people there are thrilled to have this rare bird sighting.
This is the type of scene you'd expect in South Beach in Miami, not South Beach in Port Washington. And word spread fast.
Facebook.
Yeah, that's always something.
I heard it this afternoon, and I'm like, and then I heard them, like, oh, it's a zoo down there.
They're one of my favorite birds.
We just came. We had no idea there was going to be this many people.
And it was a must for those who are bonkers about birds. With their long lenses in tow, they snapped once-in-a-lifetime shots.
You get the butterflies. Even I was just saying people before, like you can see the people that just showed up, how jittery they are at first when they show up.
I've never seen one in my life, so I'm like, I gotta go get it. It's a lifer.
Experts say the fluorescent phenocopteriformes, that's a science word for all the birders out there, landed here after being diverted by Hurricane Idalia. A surprise to Dawn Ritter that she was ready for.
Shocking. It was just shocking. And of all places, like, I had tears in my eyes today. I really did, yeah.
Whatever the reason, Dawn and dozens of other folks flocked to Port Washington to catch these Floridian fledglings.
My favorite color is pink, and I like feathers and that kind of stuff, and they're just so majestic.
Even if it was just for a moment.
And I don't expect them to hang around very long.
I love the enthusiasm.
Right? The glasses, the hat, she came fully prepared.
Fully prepared. I love that. All right. That's from our NBC affiliate, WTMJ TV. That was Sean Gallagher reporting.
And you are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. It includes all those places on your screen: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, of course, Peacock, but try Tubi and Plex, too. Your news continues right after this.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, welcome back, and thanks again for joining us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. French President Emmanuel Macron says France will end its military presence in the West African country of Niger. This move comes as tensions are building between the two countries. Nearly 1,500 French troops had been stationed in Niger after a coup overthrew the president back in July. France announced it will also pull out its ambassador from that former French colony.
The body of a 41-year-old woman was found in the mouth of an alligator on Friday. Officials in Largo, Florida say the 13-foot gator was spotted in a waterway with human remains. The animal was later euthanized.
Soccer superstar Megan Rapinoe wrapped up her final game with the U.S. women's national team on Sunday. The 38-year-old leaves behind an untouchable legacy with a total of 203 appearances for the team, 2 World Cup trophies, and an Olympic gold medal. Rapinoe thanked her fans and teammates after Sunday's win against South Africa.
All right, we turn now to the campaign trail where the Republican candidates are gearing up for Wednesday's second presidential debate.
This all comes as NBC News is out with new polling that suggests Donald Trump is still in the lead despite his decision to sit out that debate. But how does the former president stack up with the current one? Well, we have none other than NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki here with us at the big board. Steve, it's always great to have you. So what did the new NBC News poll tell us about where all the candidates stand, big picture?
Yeah, big picture is for Donald Trump. He did not pay any price with his party for skipping that first presidential debate. Take a look at this. This is the national race on the Republican side, now just days away from the second Republican debate. Donald Trump now at nearly 60% support among Republicans. His nearest rival, Ron DeSantis, not very near, 16% for him. That is a lead of 43 points for the former president. And you see everybody else back in single digits. So not only was Trump not hurt seemingly by skipping the debate, it also doesn't seem that any of his rivals were able to use that event as a springboard here to really jump up and challenge Trump. And in fact, when we took a poll back at the start of this spring to show you the movement in this race, back in April, we took a poll and Trump's lead over DeSantis back then was a mere 15 points. It looked very competitive. It's basically tripled since then. You've seen DeSantis' support slide. Trump's has only grown. And that's where we stand now on the Republican side. So if this is what Republicans want and decide, and they do put up Donald Trump against Joe Biden and it's a rematch, how would that look? Well, we polled that and got a 46 tie between the current president and the former president in a potential 2024 rematch. Big reason for that, it's Biden's political weaknesses right now. It's the difference between 24 and 20 if it is a rematch. Trump was the incumbent in 20. Biden would be the incumbent in 24. And the incumbent president right now in our poll, a 41% job approval rating. This 56% disapproved number for Biden is the highest we've polled for him since he has been president. Also thought this was very interesting here. We asked voters about their concerns here. Are these major or moderate concerns? And this jumps right out at me. Trump's criminal and civil trials gotten a ton of attention, and 62%, that's a big majority, say they are a major or a moderate concern to them. But an even bigger number, 74%, cite Joe Biden's age and fitness as a major or moderate concern for them.
That is very interesting that the criminal trials had less of an impact, so to speak, than age. But also, Steve, we've talked now about the candidates. What does this polling tell us about the voters, about who they are and what they care about?
Yeah, I mean, one thing you always talk about is the economy, right? And how state of the economy. Look at this one here. When this is April 2021, this is basically the start of Biden's presidency. The country was basically split then on whether they were satisfied or dissatisfied with the economy. And right now, look at this, 28%, barely 1 in 4 voters say they're satisfied with state of the economy. I think that tells you a lot about Biden's weaknesses as well.
and why that disapproval number is so high. All right, NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Steve. All right, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Arizona, a state that flipped from red to blue back in 2020. Dasha, you just heard the polls that Steve was breaking down for us. I know that your team spoke with voters there in Scottsdale. What did they tell you? I mean, were their opinions sort of in line with this NBC polling we just discussed?
Yeah, they really were, Morgan. And overall, with that big picture number that Kornacki mentioned about the general dissatisfaction with both President Biden and Donald Trump as the options, as voters do feel like, considering the numbers there with Trump so far ahead of his Republican rivals, there's this sort of feeling of inevitability that this will be the matchup, although voters hope that that's not the case. That's really largely what we heard from folks. They don't want to see this, but they do feel like it's inevitable, and they are not thrilled with that. Take a listen.
If it comes down to Trump and Biden, what would you do?
Could sit out.
I'm not sure I could confidently vote for either of the current frontrunners. I think as a country, it's embarrassing that we can't do better.
It looks like all of them are afraid of Trump, and I'm just looking to see which one of them is going to stand up for the values of the country rather than being scared of Trump.
And just to put a finer point on the dissatisfaction when it comes to Biden's age, right? The concern that voters said is not the age necessarily, which is why the concern was greater when it came to Biden than Trump, because even though the two aren't so far apart in age, it's more about the cognitive function or the competency, as a lot of voters put it, than it is the age specifically. And they feel like they're more concerned about Biden's competency than Trump's. And when it came to the trials and the indictments for Trump, a lot of Republican voters dismiss the actual content of the indictments. They don't think they're fair. They think it's a witch hunt, but they are concerned about the baggage and about the distraction and the focus on those trials. And so that is why they're worried, not necessarily about the actual legal content, but more about what it's going to do to distract the nation, guys.
Really interesting. All right, NBC News correspondent on the ground there for us, Dasha Burns. Dasha, thank you.
Thank you, Dasha. All right, NASA scientists, they're celebrating the end of a historic 7-year mission that could unlock clues to our solar system. In the next day or two, they're planning to open a capsule that contains the largest sample ever from an asteroid.
Now, the capsule landed in Utah just over the weekend after traveling 1.2 billion miles. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us live now. Tom, give us the latest and the greatest. What actually is inside that capsule, and what does it tell us?
Guys, this is super cool. Inside that capsule, we may be looking at the earliest building blocks of you and me, of our DNA, of the solar system, how this planet was born. If that's not exciting enough for you, I don't know where you are. Here's what's cool. This is from an asteroid that's 200 million miles away, and the name of that asteroid is Bennu. So what happened is NASA dropped this mission right onto that moving asteroid, then it drilled down deep into the asteroid to collect a sample. So to answer your question, 1/2 pound of dirt and dust from that asteroid, which may give us the coolest and earliest building blocks of the solar system, of how all of this was created, how you and me and the planet were created only in that tiny little 1/2 pound container that now is in the hands of NASA.
I don't think I've ever seen Tom Costello this excited about something. When you say capsule, we think about the capsule that we buried in the backyard with like our high school trinkets. This thing, you said, Bennu, this asteroid, 200 million years old. Why did they choose this one out of all the asteroids out there in space, Tom?
Bottom line is you choose the one that's going to be closest to you and that's traveling at the right speed so that they could land this probe. They landed a probe onto a moving asteroid. Think about that, how difficult that was. And this is not some small little rock, by the way. It's the size of the Empire State Building. It's rocky, it's rugged, and it was a lot easier to dig into than they expected. They literally created a 30-foot crater. They thought they'd have to drill deep like your dentist drills into your tooth. No. They put the probe in, suddenly out pops all of this dust and debris and rock. And so they've got it all right there. And now they got to do the sampling to figure out exactly what it tells us about our universe and our solar system.
Could tell us a lot more than we even imagined.
I
right?
know.
All right, NBC's Tom Costello. Tom, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, Taylor Swift is fueling rumors that she's dating Kansas City Chief tight end Travis Kelce.
From asteroids to Travis Kelce. All right. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer takes a look at how the mega music star created a viral moment while cheering on Kelce and his team.
Holmes. It was the highlight of the week.
There it is, a touchdown to Kelce.
Worthy of an instant replay. No, not that play. This. That's pop superstar Taylor Swift celebrating after two-time Super Bowl champ Travis Kelce scored a touchdown. Watch in slow-mo, you can see her deliver a chest bump. Swift was actually spotted before the game even started.
I think the secret's out. Who's she here to see?
Swift, sporting a red and white Chiefs jacket, was all smiles at Arrowhead Stadium Sunday next to Travis Kelce's beloved mom, Donna, and cheering the Chiefs and Kelce as they dominated the Bears.
She is there, whatever that means.
The dynamic duo even caught leaving Arrowhead together following the game.
Hey, how you doing?
And later seen driving away in a convertible. The surprise appearance comes just days after Kelce invited Swift to see him in action at the same stadium where he watched her perform in July.
I've seen you rock the stage in Arrowhead. You might have to come see me rock a stage in Arrowhead and see which one's a little more lit.
Rumors have been swirling since July after Travis said on a podcast that he unsuccessfully tried to give the singer a friendship bracelet with his phone number on it after her show.
I was disappointed that she doesn't talk before or after her shows because she has to save her voice for the 44 songs that she sings.
From there, rumors started to fly, and the famous pair haven't been able to shake it off. Travis's brother and former Super Bowl competitor Jason added fuel to the speculation last week when he was asked whether they were dating.
Man, I think they're doing great, and I think it's all 100% true, and I hope that this soon goes them out. No, I'm joking. I don't know what's happening.
He's in again. Touchdown, Chiefs.
Following Sunday's Chiefs win, Coach Andy Reid joked about the pair.
I set him up.
And quarterback Patrick Mahomes said the team knew the Swifties were watching.
Did you feel the pressure, Patrick?
I felt a little bit of pressure, and so I knew I had to get it to Trav. I think he wanted to get in the end zone just as much as all the Swifties wanted him to.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
All right, well, pregnancy is becoming more common than ever among women in their 40s. What you need to know to have a safe and healthy birth. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
For generations, women have been socially expected to have children at an age that aligns with their, quote, biological clock, ideally under the age of 35.
But today, for a multitude of social, financial, and personal reasons, more women are having children later in life. According to the CDC, the birth rate among women in their early 40s has actually jumped since the pandemic. So, joining us now, OBGYN Dr. Jessica Shepard. She's also the Chief Medical Officer at Verywell Health. Dr. Shepard, it's a pleasure to see you this Monday. Thank you for joining us. And, you know, this is a conversation that I feel like a lot of us have had just in our social circles, even here at work. Walk us through some of the pressure women face about this so-called biological clock.
Yeah, I think the biological clock, one, is a very real thing, but I think that there are pressures both from society and also personal, and sometimes even from a cultural or religious aspect. So if you see, it's multidimensional, but age really truly does have an impact on fertility. And that really is because we're born with the amount of eggs that we'll ever have. We don't get any extra. And so as we start to age, we're going to start to see those numbers decrease. And I'll give you a quick example. You know, in adolescence, you have about 400,000, and at 37, 25,000. So you can see that there's a decline, but also the quality of the egg as well is what we're concerned about.
And I experienced this, Doctor, pregnancy beyond the age of 35. They call you advanced maternal age, AMA. What are some of the risk factors that women face in pregnancy at that age? And does it matter, doctor, if it is like your second or your third child that you're having after the age of 35?
Yeah, you know, myself, I was at AMA ×2, and it really does have an impact, no matter if it's first, second, or third. It's really a risk factor when we look at outcomes. And the reason that's important is because there's going to be increased risk of spontaneous miscarriage, preterm labor, gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, and even an increased risk of a cesarean delivery. So as you can see, these are the types of things that we want to minimize, but with age, these things are going to increase. So it really is looking at, why am I waiting? Can I wait? And if I do decide to wait, what are some of the things that may come, and making sure that throughout the actual pregnancy that you really have a good relationship with your doctor, and also making sure that you understand these possible risks and making sure that you're doing everything you can do to minimize those.
You know, Dr. Shepard, I can't help but notice when you just said that you were AMA, every woman on your screen here has been considered AMA. I'm 35, just had a baby. You said you had a baby in your 30s. I mean, I struggle when we have this conversation about what is fact versus fiction, because I think there are realities, of course, to getting older and having pregnancy and what you mentioned about the quality, but I also feel like there's this mythology that really, you know, women come up against. You can have babies after 35. You can have babies after 40, right? I mean, talk to us about what is sort of mythology. What is the likelihood that a woman can get pregnant at an older age, and should she be discouraged? Is that perhaps where IVF comes in?
Yeah, I think that these are where the conversation should continue. Yes, you can still have a baby after 35. That's probably the most important message of what we're saying today. But having the education and enhanced awareness of what the impact of age has on fertility is essential for people to make better decisions for themselves. And if that means using IVF to freeze eggs before you get to the age of 35, or knowing after the age of 35, I may have some difficulties. So having, you know, kind of on hand an infertility specialist that's going to help you with decision making, but also getting you to the goal of where you're trying to accomplish. So I think that there is, again, we maybe sometimes shift the conversation more towards it can't be done. It can be done, but there are certain things that we need to include into the conversation after the age of 35.
And I think part of that is what is important, being realistic about what happens to you as a mother delivering after the age of 35 too, because I think a lot of people think, okay, now the technology is there, we can freeze our eggs, it's fine to wait. When you have patients that come in, what do you tell them about the pros and cons of waiting?
Yeah, I tell them the pros and cons come with, again, your health in the future, because as we said earlier, there's an increased risk, again, of having hypertension during and diabetes during pregnancy. So these can turn up later in life because you've now had it in pregnancy. Again, so that can impact your health in the long run. But when you think about it, where are you in your career? What would you maybe want to establish in your career before having children? These are all very viable topics of discussion. I think that sometimes people feel a little bit intimidated by having or considering pregnancy after 35. And that's where we need to shift some of the conversations that you can have it, but better conversations in education and awareness.
Yeah, that's a really important discussion.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking us through all of that. It's a lot of food for thought and important too. OBGYN and CFO of Very Well Health, Dr. Jessica Shepard. Thank you so much, Dr. Shepard.
Thank you.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
California designer is looking to revolutionize fast fashion by using 3D printers to cut down on waste and really create new sustainable clothing.
NBC News Now anchor Gadi Schwartz shows us what the future of the clothing industry could look like.
They call it fast fashion for a reason. It's an industry that's never moved at such a rapid-fire pace. Styles changing at the speed of a TikTok trend. The demand of one-day delivery, the promise of a free return. It's consumerism at its apex and a far cry from the days of owning one perfectly tailored suit worn down to the threads.
I used to go to a dressmaker or like a seamstress or a tailor, and they would create something custom for you, and then you would keep it. It's gone from that to mass consumption, and I think there's a tipping point.
And while the endless options on what to wear might be surprisingly cheap sometimes, fast fashion has come at a cost. With a global supply chain crisscrossing to markets around the world, the fashion industry is now the third biggest polluter on Earth, responsible for 10% of all global carbon emissions. Here, mountains of garments and unused fabrics thrown away to landfills and forgotten about.
When you come across images showing like mountains and mountains of clothing being buried or being landfilled in other countries, what do you see in that?
I see first world countries offshoring their guilt to third world countries.
And he should know, Garrett Gerson was a rising star in the fashion world. Literally. He even appeared on NBC's reality show Fashion Star, and he traveled the world with his collections.
You think we're gonna win?
Oh, for sure.
And then he came across this snag in the business model that was impossible to ignore.
I watched a documentary called The True Cost. It was like a big eye-opener for me. We're environmentalists at heart. We're here to be stewards of the land, and I'm doing the exact opposite.
Each year, about $500 billion is lost in unused clothing ending up in landfills.
I thought, it's not sustainable.
So he started to redesign fashion for the 21st century, one that's not so much about sewing as it is about writing computer code. And today, nestled in the Malibu Mountains in a converted old horse barn, Variant 3D is weaving future tech into the industry.
I want to be able to 3D print clothing, products, textiles, with zero waste, using sustainable fibers. I want to do it locally.
With digital scans, his team has developed software that they say will soon allow anyone to design their own wardrobe, email it to a local clothing 3D printer with your exact measurements, and voila.
I keep checking to see the size. I'm like, what size is this?
No, you
there
don't
are
need
no
the size.
sizes.
Yeah, it'll be your size, and as it should be, right? Like, and that's what the future looks like, and that future's not far away.
This is the ranchwear of the future right here. You can't feel this because it's TV, but the stretch and the feel, like this is what I always imagined like the Jetsons were wearing. So you're not just talking about printing clothing for the masses. You're talking about printing clothing for the individual.
Yeah, the individual at mass.
But how realistic could this be for the average consumer?
Probably in 10 years' time, we should probably all have one of these printers in our home, so we'll be able to do this ourselves.
Like for everybody, or just for the people that have like millions of dollars?
No, for everybody. No, I think this will be as cheap or as affordable as a 3D printer.
You buy your own clothing?
Yep. Your own clothing, your own shoes, recovering your own furniture.
I'm going to hold you to this promise.
A software solution to mass pollution, sketching a digital pattern for the future of fashion. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Very cool. All right, here's what's trending now. Pop star Kelly Clarkson surprising a street performer in Las Vegas. In an Instagram post, the singer said she was on her way to her own rehearsal when she was asked to join this performance. Clarkson said the performer didn't actually realize who she was until she started singing and it hit her.
I think she is really like a generational talent.
She's amazing.
Her range is just incredible. All right, well, speaking of range, Grammy-winning singer Usher Baby is set to headline the Super Bowl halftime show. In a statement, Usher called the performance an honor of a lifetime. Usher previously made an appearance at the 2011 Super Bowl alongside the Black Eyed Peas. I am ready for this.
Yeah, he's going to bring the house down.
A-Town, here we go.
And Kourtney Kardashian and her husband, Travis Barker, they're preparing for the arrival of their first child together. The couple hosted a Disney-themed baby shower over the weekend. Photos and videos posted to Instagram show the party decked out with everything Mickey, from balloons to sweet treats. Guests were also greeted by a barbershop quartet. Oh, look at that cake.
Cute.
Very cool.
Oh, baby Barker. All right. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Do it on all these places you see on your screen. Your news continues right after this.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Awesome.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, September 25th. Hollywood ending. The months-long writer's strike could soon be coming to an end. The tentative deal between the Guild and the studios that could help the entertainment industry get back on its feet and your favorite shows back on our screens.
Storm Tracker, millions of Americans are still drying out from a weekend of relentless rain, the aftermath of Tropical Storm Ophelia that clobbered parts of the East Coast.
Looming shutdown, Congress hurling towards the Saturday deadline for agreeing on a budget because of a few hardline holdouts within the Republican ranks. How tens of thousands of federal employees could be affected if, in fact, the government is forced to close shop.
Kelsey's big catch. Global pop sensation Taylor Swift showed face at the Kansas City Chiefs game yesterday, confirming her relationship with football star Travis Kelce. Everything we know about this new celebrity couple that everyone is talking about.
That's right. We are so glad that you could join us here on NBC News Daily this Monday. We start right now with the potential end to the massive months-long writer strike that has put Hollywood pretty much entirely on hold. Overnight, the Writers Guild of America and executives from major Hollywood studios, they did strike a tentative 3-year deal.
This is great news. This all comes after more than 11,000 writers represented by the Guild were on the picket lines for nearly 150 days. After 4 days of marathon negotiations starting last week, executives of the Guild now need to vote on the agreement before it's finalized and put into effect. That vote is tentatively scheduled for tomorrow, and we have here with us NBC entertainment correspondent Chloe Molas with the very latest details. So, Chloe, you were on last week talking about this, thinking maybe this week it would happen. It did, which is great. What exactly do we know at this point about the details in the actual deal? And what everybody's waiting for is, like, what does this mean for us as
when
viewers?
we see our shows?
Yeah.
Okay, well, like you said, this has to be ratified. Everybody has to vote on it, agree to it. Then you sign on the dotted line. Well, according to the WGA's statement, they got to dot all their I's. There are a lot of points to this deal that we are going to see. First of all, higher wages, right? Everybody wants to get paid more. You're going to see, residuals in the age of streaming. So, we're going to see some sort of an agreement on that. AMPTP that represents Hollywood studios and streamers, they don't want to share viewership, right? Like the numbers around who's watching Netflix, who's watching these streamers, it's always been kind of shrouded in secrecy, right? And remember, you had Bob Iger come out who had said, there's not as much money in streaming as you think. And then there's other things about like a minimum amount of writers for shows and some protections around artificial intelligence, which is a real hot topic.
Artificial intelligence, a big deal. Streaming, a big sticking point. But we know the president even spoke out about this. What is President Biden saying?
President Biden is saying that he is happy to see a deal come together. And so we have some of his statement that says, I urge all employers to remember that all workers, including writers, actors, and auto workers, deserve a fair share of the value their labor helped create. I mean, you're seeing everyone come out and talk about this because it was nearly unprecedented. I think it was about 146 days that the writers were on strike. The longest writers' strike that we ever saw was 150 days. But it's not over. We still have SAG-AFTRA that represents all of the actors. They're still on strike.
Do you think they're going to be looking at the contract that the writers reach and maybe using that as an outline for what they're going to do? And you mentioned it's going to be a while before we see the scripted stuff coming back, but maybe late night TV is coming back sooner.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, when it comes to talk shows, that's an easier thing to do, right? Because your hosts, they might not be in the SAG-AFTRA union. These writers, they can hopefully get back to work soon, and those bans of working can be lifted maybe even before a deal is signed. Actors, when they come back, these productions, they're so big. To get things up and running, it's going to take a little bit of time. But hopefully we see some things happen this week where things get signed on the dotted line. People can get back to work. People can get their paychecks. People can pay their bills. It has been a really dire situation for everyone. Perhaps a happily ever after quote in the last for us there.
Hollywood ending.
Chloe, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chloe. All right, speaking of strikes, United Auto Workers are holding strong this hour, expanding their strike to a total of 41 locations across the U.S. The UAW is reporting progress in its talks with Ford, but they can't say the same about the other two big car makers. And now politics will be in play this week. President Biden and former President Trump are planning visits to the picket lines in Michigan this week. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us live from Center Line, Michigan. So, Maggie, good to see you. Let's start with the negotiations at this point. Where does the UAW stand with Ford, GM, and Stellantis?
Yeah, and Vicki, it's good that you named all three because it kind of depends on which one we're asking about. It's starting to kind of break up a little bit with the union, as you point out, saying that they're kind of in better standing right now with Ford. And we knew that on Friday when we saw kind of how this strike expanded. Remember, the union on Friday called on workers at all 38 parts distribution facilities, including this one behind me here, for GM and Stellantis only to walk off the job. And that was a huge sign that they were kind of gaining ground and making progress with Ford. In fact, the union over the weekend saying that our pressure on Ford, this is a quote, is starting to pay off, but noting, as does Ford, that they still have a long way to go. The union also saying the other two, quote, are going to need some serious pushing. So still a lot of ground to cover here, as we have, you said, that 2024 presidential campaign spotlight now taking aim at Detroit, aim at this dispute with both President Biden and former President Trump set to visit here in the next 48 hours, Vicki. So a lot to talk about here for people out on the picket line.
Yeah, that's right, Maggie. So President Trump tomorrow, former President Donald Trump there Wednesday. What do you think the reception will be from the auto workers to these two?
Yeah, so we talked to some people kind of last week when these headlines were starting to brew a little bit. Remember, former President Trump first said he was going to come. President Biden, the White House announcing his plan sort of on Friday into the weekend. And workers at that time were kind of telling us, listen, as long as anybody wants to support us, to some degree, all are welcome. For a lot of them also telling us this just feels like background noise. They just want a deal. It really kind of runs the gamut. Our crews have been talking to people left and right at every plant we can get to, every state we can get to. Here's some of what we're hearing about this.
We need all the support we can get. This isn't just, a localized issue. It affects everyone through the country.
I don't trust either of them as far as I can throw them. I don't think it really matters what color tie they're wearing at this point.
Yeah, there's that background noise sentiment that we talked about. Another thing that I want to point out, a lot of these workers don't know, and neither do we at this point, what the plan for either visit is. Where specifically are the president and former president going to be? Who are they going to talk to? They've been asking us where they can go to see these speeches, to kind of and be a part of these moments. Those plans have yet to be made public, so a lot of them kind of waiting for those details, as well as to see, which specific groups they line up with, that kind of thing. That could send some messages as well, Vicki.
Quickly before you go, are we seeing impacts at car dealerships for consumers yet?
Everybody's bracing for it. And a lot of companies, a lot of dealerships telling us that it could hit within days. The biggest thing about these parts distribution facilities, they say, is that could mean that, for instance, if you need a car repair and it's something more major and really brand specific, say like transmission or engine parts, you could start to see shortages of that again within days, like we're talking this week. But a lot of dealerships also saw this coming and they stocked up on kind of more standard parts like brake pads and that kind of thing. So as the strike drags on, those might start to run low too. But those initial impacts we expect to be hitting consumers again very soon.
All right, Maggie Vespa live for us. Thank you, Maggie.
Well, Vicki, what's left of Tropical Storm Ophelia may be slowing, but the trail of damage along parts of the East Coast, it's still pretty evident. The storm triggered flooding and thousands of power outages from the mid-Atlantic to the Northeast just over the weekend. As NBC News correspondent Emily Cada shows us, people are still picking up the pieces.
Hey there. Well, we saw the impacts of Ophelia sweep up the eastern seaboard, knocking out power to thousands, dumping nearly 9 inches of rain on some states, including in parts of North Carolina, and turning up dangerous ocean conditions, including here at Jones Beach, where rip currents remain a concern.
Millions are cleaning up and drying out from a weekend of relentless wind and rain.
This is rough, I'm telling you.
As Tropical Storm Ophelia churned up the East Coast.
This is the worst weather we've ever had.
Sparking widespread flooding, downing power lines and trees, and drenching plans for the first weekend of fall. Ophelia first made landfall Saturday in North Carolina, packing 70-mile-per-hour winds. The storm dumping several inches of rain and damaging homes and businesses.
So it did come, you're talking right up to here?
The flooding triggered multiple water rescues, like the U.S. Coast Guard's rescue of 5 people, including 3 children, on a ship in Cape Lookout. States of emergency declared in North Carolina, as well as Virginia and Maryland. The storm then pushing its way inland.
This is pretty bad.
In one Pennsylvania neighborhood, those storm conditions toppled trees, potentially sparking an explosion and 2 alarm fire, forcing the evacuation of more than 100 residents from their homes. Ophelia later downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone, but still posing a threat.
And officials are really watching closely the water levels, especially high tide, which is expected here at Jones Beach later today. That's when authorities say we could see some additional coastal flooding. And as Ophelia continues to crawl northward, we could continue to see some travel impacts. Over the weekend, more than 10,000 flights were delayed and several hundred canceled. Back to you.
Emily, thank you. Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. More people are looking to protect their money before tying the knot. 50% of U.S. adults say they at least somewhat support the use of prenuptial agreements.
Interesting.
50%. This is according to a new study conducted by Axios.
Seema Modi joins us, our CNBC Global Markets reporter. Seema, this is a pretty hot topic. I mean, just last year, only 42% of adults, and that same study actually said they supported prenup. So why are more people now open to the idea?
Yeah, well, Morgan, some of the survey respondents said the idea of a prenup is becoming more accepted as part of the marriage process, when before it brought up the fear of divorce. Others say they wanted a prenup after seeing their own parents go through a contentious divorce. Plus, Americans are getting married when they're a little bit older, right? And often have a larger financial picture to deal with. Regardless of the reason, though, younger generations were more likely to embrace a prenup, with millennials being the most likely to sign one, and that's something to consider for future years. In other corporate news, Amazon is hoping to gain a competitive edge in the artificial intelligence space with a new investment. The e-commerce giant will gain a competitive edge in the artificial space with an investment in Anthropic and take a minority ownership position in the company. And sticking with AI news, Facebook and Instagram parent Meta is preparing to announce a new AI chatbot aimed at connecting with younger users on its platform. The company is reportedly developing dozens of bots with different features, so keep an eye on that and that development, of course.
Wow.
Hey, Morgan?
I'm still stuck on the prenups. Oh. I'm still stuck on the millennials and prenups.
Actually, that's very on trend with the people I know who are getting married right now. But can I say, Seema, what the chatbots for younger people, I don't know, as a parent, that just gives me the chills.
I think that's a great point. It's certainly going to bring up that topic of safety once again, right? And making sure you have those filters in place.
Excellent. CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi. Thank you so much, Seema.
A 4 billion-mile journey comes to an end. What NASA is hoping to learn from the asteroid samples that just arrived back on Earth in a space capsule. All that and more coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school,
Back to business.
back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
NASA scientists are hoping a few handfuls of dirt from outer space can help solve the mysteries of our modern solar system. Over the weekend, the agency celebrated the return of a capsule holding samples from a very far away asteroid. The capsule traveled more than 1 billion miles and landed yesterday, ending a historic 7-year mission. We've got NBC News correspondent Tom Costello, no one better, to join us now. So they're going to open this thing tomorrow. Tom, what are they going to find inside, and what are they hoping to learn from it?
Dirt, yes, but this is space dirt. This is asteroid dirt. These are dust particles that they've collected by drilling down into an asteroid that, by the way, was moving. So that's in and of itself an amazing mission. Landing on a moving asteroid, drilling down, collecting these samples, and now sample singular, they flew it back to New Mexico. It landed yesterday. And now they're going to examine what exactly is in that asteroid dust and dirt. Why do we care? Because these are the building blocks of our entire universe, of our solar system, 4.5 billion years ago. So that little bit of asteroid dirt and dust and rock that they've managed to drill down and collect, that may tell us more about the origins of who and what we are and this planet we live on and the solar system. So this is really a very big deal, a very cool mission.
It's absolutely remarkable. 1 billion miles away. Tom, last hour you told us it was Bennu, the name of the asteroid. They chose it, frankly, because it was the first one they could kind of land on and do this. Well, Japan has led several missions. They also have collected some samples. What were they able to glean?
Yeah, so the Japanese have already run 2 missions where they landed on an asteroid, collected much smaller samples, really small. So what they were able to learn from that, listen to this, everybody, Earthlings, pay attention, that asteroids may have brought water to Earth. So that's a really phenomenal discovery. So now we're going to get a much bigger sample, so big that they're going to be able to preserve samples of it for 75 years. So scientists will look at it for 75 years, and maybe we'll get better understandings of the solar system, but also of a critical building block, a protein building block that's critical for Earth. So there's so much to learn from all of this.
Tom, we share in your excitement. Tom Costello, thank you so much.
Okay.
Well, Vicki, unprecedented climate disasters are creating an insurance nightmare for homeowners in high-risk states. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer tells us how officials in California are trying to do something about it, but it's costing residents there a whole lot more.
Home to some of the nation's most coveted real estate, the cost of insuring a home in California could soon dramatically change. For the first time, the state's insurance commissioner is moving to let insurance companies factor in future climate risks when setting new policy prices.
We are truly living in unprecedented times.
After decades of disaster, Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lora says the move is aimed at keeping insurance companies from fleeing the state and homeowners insured.
There's no doubt that California is at an insurance crossroads. Making insurance more available is becoming critical for our entire economy.
But critics say allowing insurance companies to spike premiums based on the threat of floods or wildfires in the future is a disaster of its own.
The insurance companies are using climate change as an excuse to make changes in rules that have saved Californians, literally, not exaggerating, hundreds of billions of dollars in the last 35 years.
With a new study projecting more than 39 million Americans could soon face skyrocketing insurance premiums, some insurers have already walked away from hurricane and flooding-prone states like Florida and Louisiana. In high-risk areas of California, many are already priced out.
Just received the bill, and it's double what it was last year.
In allowing insurance companies to look ahead when setting rates, the state will also require those same companies insure more homeowners who live in areas of high risk.
the fight to keep Californians insured if they can afford it. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, international travel could soon be more difficult and pristine national parks could close. The other impacts of a potential government shutdown that is looming. Coming up, you are watching NBC News Daily.
5 days, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes shouldn't be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Sir Richard Branson, one of the world's most successful businessmen, but he is now turning his attention to a new venture, combating climate change. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas sat down with Branson to talk about why and to talk about some of his recent forays into space.
Sir Richard Branson has built a multi-billion-dollar empire,
clean release,
and rocketed into space. And now he has a new project,
helping to bring together the planetary guardians.
This week, Branson launched the Planetary Guardians, a coalition featuring 14 world leaders to take what they're calling a whole planet approach to safeguard the Earth.
If you can't measure something properly, you can't fix it. The idea is that we will measure the 9 principal planetary boundaries every year. You know, how many are the rainforests? Are we cutting down more, or are we now beginning to plant more? Exactly where we are with climate change, exactly where we are with species disappearing in the world, and we can try to make sure we can push the world into trying to address them.
Branson, whose Virgin Group includes Virgin Atlantic and Virgin Galactic, also noted that lowering his company's carbon footprint is a priority.
If you run an airline, you've got to try to get the youngest, most fuel-efficient planes. If you're running a space line, you've got to reduce the cost of taking people into space dramatically from a carbon point of view. All of us in positions where we can make a big difference have got to make a big difference.
Branson also turning his attention to the war in Ukraine. He was appointed last spring by President Vladimir Zelensky to lead fundraising efforts to rebuild the war-torn country.
We can't allow countries in this day and age to take over the territory of other people's countries. I mean, they're dying for the freedom of all of us, and the least we can do is make sure that we help them and in every way we can.
Branson founded Virgin Group in the 1970s, which now includes hotels around the world, the newest in Manhattan.
So do you have a hand in designing everything?
I always take credit for all the most beautiful things in Virgin.
That includes Virgin Galactic.
Do you believe, though, that in our lifetime, anyone who wants to go will be able to pay for it and affordably go to space?
In your lifetime, yes. If I have to hurry up and develop a Virgin Life pill, so it can be in my lifetime too. Yeah, so, I mean, we are building a fleet of spaceships.
Will you ever do it again?
I booked it for my 80th, 90th, and 100th birthday, and I'm an optimist, so my 110th as well.
As for his free time, he's simply grandpa to 5.
I think all we can try to do in life is just to make a little bit of a difference in our lifetime. How you bring up your kids, that they live on, they're what live on after you and your grandchildren.
And that was NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas.
Well, Vicki, thanks to Hurricane Idania's strong winds, some Wisconsin bird lovers got a surprise treat on their local beach. Sean Gallagher from our NBC affiliate WTMJ TV shows us how people there are thrilled to have this rare bird sighting.
This is the type of scene you'd expect in South Beach in Miami, not South Beach in Port Washington. And word spread fast.
Facebook.
Yeah, that's always something
I
like
heard
that,
it
right?
this afternoon, and I'm like, and then I heard them, like, oh, it's a zoo down there.
They're one of my favorite birds.
We just came. We had no idea there was going to be this many people.
And it was a must for those who are bonkers about birds. With their long lenses in tow, they snapped once-in-a-lifetime shots.
You get the butterflies. Even I was just saying people before, like you can see the people that just showed up, how jittery they are at first when they show up.
I've never seen one in my life, so I'm like, I gotta go get it. It's a lifer.
Experts say the fluorescent phenocopteriformes, that's a science word for all the birders out there, landed here after being diverted by Hurricane Idalia. A surprise to Dawn Ritter that she was ready for.
Shocking. It was just shocking. And of all places, like, I had tears in my eyes today. I really did, yeah.
Whatever the reason, Dawn and dozens of other folks flocked to Port Washington to catch these Floridian fledglings.
My favorite color is pink, and I like feathers and that kind of stuff, and they're just so majestic.
Even if it was just for a moment.
And I don't expect them to hang around very long.
I love the enthusiasm.
Right? The glasses, the hat, she came fully prepared.
Fully prepared. I love that. All right. That's from our NBC affiliate, WTMJ TV. That was Sean Gallagher reporting.
And you are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. It includes all those places on your screen: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, of course, Peacock, but try Tubi and Plex, too. Your news continues right after this.
my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Back now this Monday, so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez is speaking out for the very first time since being indicted on federal bribery charges just last week. Federal investigators are accusing Menendez and his wife of engaging in a corrupt relationship with 3 New Jersey businessmen. Menendez denied the accusations in a press conference earlier today.
I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator. All people are presumed innocent until proven guilty. All people. I ask for nothing more and deserve nothing less.
Menendez has decided to step down as the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee during this investigation.
Italian mafia boss Matteo Messina Denaro has died in prison. The 61-year-old was arrested back in January after evading Italian authorities for nearly 3 decades. Recently, he'd been receiving treatment in the hospital prison ward for colon cancer. He was convicted of numerous crimes, including the 1992 murders of 2 anti-mafia prosecutors. He was dubbed the last godfather by the Italian press.
And get those tickets ready. The next Powerball drawing is tonight. The prize money is now up to $785 million. That is the 4th largest prize in U.S. history after there were no winning tickets in Saturday's drawing. This is the 28th consecutive game without a jackpot winner.
Now to the southern border, where cities are overwhelmed by a recent surge of migrant crossings. In just the last week, more than 2,000 migrants turned up in Eagle Pass, Texas, trying to enter the country.
And then just over the weekend, Border Patrol agents were seen cutting the barbed wire to allow a group of migrants with young children through without getting hurt. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now live from Eagle Pass, Texas. Julia, let's just talk about the timing of all of this. I mean, have things slowed down at all just this week?
Speeding up as far as I can tell. I just got here. My crew has been here on the ground for about 5 days right here across this side of the Rio Grande River in Eagle Pass, Texas. You talked about that wire cutting. We just saw them cut the wire and let in hundreds of migrants. Those migrants are now behind me under this bridge. You can see them, many with small children. Most of the migrants I've spoken to so far are from Venezuela. They're being processed here, and then they'll be taken onto vans and buses to Border Patrol centers where they'll maybe stay a few days, and then most will be released to the United States. You can see more down here under this bridge. We are told not to get any closer. Border Patrol's pushed us back here. But, I mean, really hundreds. We saw a line of migrants after they crossed the river stretching well over 100 yards, many carrying small children. And as soon as Border Patrol started to cut that wire because they're worried about all these migrants literally just standing in the water in the current, where we know just last week 3 migrants perished, they cut them, started letting them in. The migrants were cheering, but many were crying because they said the journey they went through to get here was just so dangerous.
Julia, you've done a lot of reporting on this, including reporting that some of the migrants, once they arrive in the U.S., the government loses track of them, their asylum claims. What's being done right now to figure out how to make sure that the people who are coming through are going to be on some sort of path to be processed?
You're right. That was a watchdog report at DHS that found that over a 17-month period, there were over 177,000 migrants who didn't give an address or gave an address that didn't turn out to be a real place. And that's a lose-lose for both DHS, who wants to keep track of these migrants, and for the migrants themselves, who would need to get information about their court dates. When you get numbers like these, we're now back to what we saw, those record highs in May. When you get numbers like these, those releases and that kind of thing where someone might quickly take an address, it's not right, that happens more and more often. We know that right here in this sector, they're at more than double their capacity inside border stations, so they're trying to release migrants as quickly as possible.
All right, NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley with the latest on the border there for us. Thank you, Julia.
Well, we are on the brink of yet another government shutdown if Congress does not compromise on a budget by Saturday. Now, that means that millions of government employees, they could go without pay indefinitely. Plus, so many other aspects of American life could be affected. Think of your passport office or airport security, national parks, even Head Start programs. NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins us now from the Capital Area Food Bank there in Washington, D.C. Shannon, I don't think people often really recognize just the sheer volume of government workers who would be affected by this. I mean, are they essentially just sort of at the mercy of these lawmakers at this point? How are they preparing, if so?
Yeah, they are. And we're talking by some estimates about 4 million federal workers who could be affected. This includes active duty military personnel, TSA agents, and air traffic controllers at your airport, or just that government worker that picks up the phone when you call about an issue with your Social Security benefits, for example. All those people will be going without pay for potentially weeks until Congress can pass a budget. And food banks like the one behind me, workers there are starting to prepare for what could be a real surge in demand. I talked to the CEO of Capital Area Food Banks and a federal worker about this issue. Here's what they had to say.
And we know that when budgets are stretched, food is the first thing to go. You know, some people had said, we're your donors typically. We give you the $20 a month, the $30 a month. You know, we've come to volunteer in the food bank. Never did we think we'd be on the other side.
A lot of us are just single parents like myself that struggle to make ends meet already. So we will be going to the food banks.
And I know oftentimes a lot of people think of the federal workforce as being in Washington, D.C. and D.C. based, but really the federal government stretches far outside of Washington, D.C. There are high concentrations of federal employees in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas, California. So it's something that can really have big implications in a lot of places across the country.
And give us a sense, Shannon, I mean, how could all of this sort of impact just the economy as a whole? I mean, could this ultimately trigger a recession?
Well, economists say that, you know, on its own, we've had shutdowns before and they haven't triggered a recession. But this comes at a rather perilous time for the economy. We have the UAW workers' strike. We have student loan repayments starting this month. We have inflation that is slowing but has continued to persist. And at the same time, they say if a shutdown were to last a month, potentially 2 months, that could be the type of thing that could put enough pressure on the economy to trigger a recession potentially.
All right, NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece there in D.C. for us there. Shannon, thank you.
Stay with politics, Morgan. NBC News is out with a new national poll today as we ramp up to primary election season. Former President Donald Trump maintains a commanding lead over the crowded Republican field. Only one other candidate, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is even polling in the double digits. When we put the Republican frontrunner up against President Joe Biden, we find the two are in a political dead heat. You see there on your screen. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Arizona, a state that flipped from red to blue back in 2020. Dasha, good to see you. So you actually talked with one of the people who responded to this poll. What did he say about a potential Trump-Biden rematch in 2024?
Yeah, Kevin Chester, one of our poll respondents, he is a conservative. He voted for Donald Trump twice. He is a grandfather of 4, a retired car tire salesman. And here's what he had to say about the possibility of Trump versus Biden. Again, listen.
If the United States of America can't put together 2 better candidates, we have serious problems, if that's the 2 best we can come up with. So that would be, I wouldn't let Donald Trump watch my grandkids, and I wouldn't let Joe Biden watch my grandkids. So for different reasons. So why would I let them watch the country?
And by the way, his grandkids are named after 4 presidents: Ford, Nixon, Lincoln, and Kennedy. Just a fun fact there. So he takes politics very seriously, and he is really worried about their future. And he says that the moment that he sort of fully lost faith in Donald Trump, because I asked when was that sort of pivotal time when he was like, I'm not going to do this again. And he said it was around the time when he started focusing on the false claims of a rigged election. He feels like former President Trump is focused too much on the past and not the future. So he is looking at other options. He's interested in Nikki Haley right now after that last debate. He's also potentially interested in Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and he's really hoping that the Republican Party can turn the page on former President Trump. But it's poll results, like we just saw, that have him concerned about where the party is headed.
Wow. He has a really fascinating perspective there. All right, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. Dasha, thank you so much.
Really interesting. All right, well, completely switching gears here. Taylor Swift is fueling love story rumors that she's dating Kansas City Chief tight end Travis Kelce.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer takes a look at how the mega music star created a viral moment while cheering on Kelce and his team.
It was the highlight of the week.
There it is, a touchdown to Kelce.
Worthy of an instant replay. No, not that play. This. That's pop superstar Taylor Swift celebrating after two-time Super Bowl champ Travis Kelce scored a touchdown. Watch in slow-mo, you can see her deliver a chest bump. Swift was actually spotted before the game even started.
I think the secret's out. Who's she here to see?
Swift, sporting a red and white Chiefs jacket, was all smiles at Arrowhead Stadium Sunday next to Travis Kelce's beloved mom, Donna, and cheering the Chiefs and Kelce as they dominated the Bears.
She is there, whatever that means.
The dynamic duo even caught leaving Arrowhead together following the game.
Hey, how you doing?
And later seen driving away in a convertible. The surprise appearance comes just days after Kelce invited Swift to see him in action at the same stadium where he watched her perform in July.
I've seen you rock the stage in Arrowhead. You might have to come see me rock the stage in Arrowhead and see which one's a little more lit.
Rumors have been swirling since July after Travis said on a podcast that he unsuccessfully tried to give the singer a friendship bracelet with his phone number on it after her show.
I was disappointed that she doesn't talk before or after her shows because she has to save her voice for the 44 songs that she sings.
From there, rumors started to fly, and the famous pair haven't been able to shake it off. Travis's brother and former Super Bowl competitor Jason added fuel to the speculation last week when he was asked whether they were dating.
Man, I think they're doing great, and I think it's all 100% true, and I hope that this soon goes them out. No, I'm joking. I don't really know what's happening.
He's in again! Touchdown, Chiefs!
Following Sunday's Chiefs win, Coach Andy Reid joked about the pair.
I set him up.
And quarterback Patrick Mahomes said the team knew the Swifties were watching.
Did you feel the pressure, Patrick?
I thought a little bit of pressure, and so I knew I had to get it to Trav. I think he wanted to get in the end zone just as much as all the Swifties wanted him to.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
All right, one new fan in the stands indeed. Coming up, protecting kids from deadly drugs. The new program making it a mission to keep fentanyl away from children. That's next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
A new campaign is raising awareness about the dangers of fentanyl. It's called The New Drug Talk, and it aims to help parents and caregivers talk with kids about the deadly drug.
That's right. Our next guest is part of the New Drug Talk campaign. Laura Didier lost her son, Zach, to a pill that he thought was Percocet, but it was actually a counterfeit pill that contained fentanyl. He was only 17 years old.
Deaths like Zach, they're not overdose. They're fraudulent, fake pills. As soon as we started putting the puzzle together, it was like, we need to ring the alarm bells. We don't want anybody else to go through this.
Laura joins us now. She is the outreach coordinator for Song for Charlie, a nonprofit charity dedicated to raising awareness regarding these fake pills that are made of fentanyl. Laura, first off, thank you so much for your time, and we are so sorry for your loss, a loss that is unfortunately becoming so much more common as these kids come face to face with these counterfeit, these drugs. Tell us more about Zach's particular experience.
Well, Zach was incredible. As you mentioned, he was 17, and by every measurement, he was doing great. He was a standout student and athlete and friend and son. What happened to him was very out of character. It was COVID lockdowns in 2020. Yeah. We had no awareness of these counterfeit pills, so we had never had a conversation about that with Zach. And when he encountered one and wasn't aware of the risks, he unfortunately lost his life.
And this is such an important conversation. We know the website, The New Drug Talk, offers a ton of resources, videos for parents as well. We want to take a look at a clip and then talk with you on the other side.
Best thing that parents can do is educate themselves about the dangers of drugs and right now, not like what happened 20 years ago, what's going on right now. The worst thing you can do would be trying to get in there and pry it from them, because then they're just going to want to do it more.
Laura, how early do you think parents should be having these conversations? And specifically, why is it important to talk about fentanyl?
Well, this is a new crisis. I mean, we've just not seen anything like this, you know, where in early experimentation, very young kids can encounter fentanyl. It's marketed deceptively. They're reaching out through social media apps. So I would say at very young ages to talk to kids about not taking any kind of medication that wasn't prescribed to them, given to them by their doctor, to normalize conversations about mental wellness, to make sure your kids know that you're a safe resource for them. Yeah. And I go into middle schools and high schools and have very frank conversations about what this new landscape is all about and why it's important to understand so we can know where the dangers lie, how to avoid them, how to keep ourselves and our friends safe.
And also so that you can meet kids where they are. I think what's so interesting about what Kyle there that was featured in your video, he was saying, like, talk to us about what's happening now, not what was happening 30 years ago. Because I interviewed a mother who went through almost an exact same experience last year. And she said, you know, it's crazy how when I was growing up in the 70s, she said you could experiment and it wasn't deadly. Now, you know, a kid does what a kid does and it's this deadly consequence they're not even aware of. One survey actually shows that 70% of parents think they're talking to their kids about the dangers of drugs, but then just 30% of those kids say their parents have had the talk with them. So why do you think there is such a big disconnect between what parents think they're doing and what kids are actually hearing?
Right, and that was actually research that we conducted at Song for Charlie because we want to make sure we target our information where we find these knowledge gaps. And I think so often parents are still thinking it's the landscape of the past that we grew up with. They're not fully understanding how this is different. They may think that one conversation is enough, and often, especially with adolescents, you know, you need to have multiple conversations. And that's why we're really proud of this resource that we developed with the California Department of Public Health, because it facilitates these conversations. You want to do them in loving, supportive, safe ways so that students can understand that we are there to support them and envelop them with information, everything on this new portal. We've engaged the expertise of people in adolescent medicine, addiction medicine, drug prevention professionals, so we make sure we craft the messaging in ways it will land with kids and parents can feel very informed.
A really important resource that you all have launched in memory of your son in part. Thank you, Laura Didier. We really appreciate your time.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
There's more good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer delivery.
All right, it just me too.
From posting songs from his bedroom on social media to sharing the stage with living legend Elton John even before his debut album dropped last week, newcomer Steven Sanchez, he's taking the music industry by storm.
I really love his music. Yeah. Like, it's so suave. NBC News Now host Kate Snow sat down with Sanchez to talk about what it means to be able to create hit music that's being enjoyed by people of all ages.
Be the youngest person. I think you are the youngest person I've ever interviewed on The Drink.
Thank you so much for that. I tried to grow out the whatever facial hair I have
stubble.
to try and make it not look that way. But
no.
but
it's to your credit. It's to your credit that we are sitting here. You have, for people who don't know, you had this viral record that kind of went crazy, like to the point where 80-year-olds know it, teenagers know it, until I found you.
Everybody.
And then you have a new album out, like now, brand new, your first full length, right? Do you want to just keep eating the whipped cream, and I'll just give your life story.
Totally. You're so right. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
How did you do all this? It looks to me like the last few years have been a lot of effort.
Yeah.
A lot of work.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, even this year has been a lot of work. I think, obviously we're releasing a debut record, Angel Face.
If words could just hold you, tell me you feel me.
It's really exciting. So, I think the same feelings of, having released Since I Found You and then experiencing the tremendous success of that song obviously brought to the table it feels similar to release a record and to kind of experience that
Does this all feel
unknown again.
Does this all feel a little like a pinch me, like, am I dreaming kind of thing?
Yeah,
no?
I mean, I think I feel more tired these days, for sure.
So go back for me.
Okay.
You're born in California. You're raised outside Sacramento.
I am, yeah.
What was life like for you?
I mean, it was just elementary school, high school, middle school, kindergarten. I think, you know, all the basics that you kind of go through. I have two sets of grandparents, so on one side, my grandfather collected vinyl, and he had it stacked in his barn. I'd go in there and pick through the vinyl.
He has like a farm?
He has a farm, yeah,
And so
San
in the
Jose.
barn, he's got the vinyl?
In the barn, he's got the vinyl. I mean, the most classic. I mean, this guy has the most humble, laid-out, classic farm.
So how old are you when you go to the barn and start looking around?
I'm like 10.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, 10. Talking Roy Orbison, Frank Sinatra, Nat King Cole, Dean Martin, Jimmy Durant. And the first time I was ever hearing those artists, it was on the hard copy, you know? And so
on vinyl.
I'd pick through all the records, take a stack, bring them back in the house. He'd pick through them and he'd send me home with some. And then I'd just rip through them and listen to them. And then the next time I'd see them, I'd do the same thing all over again.
So this summer, Elton John reaches out to you.
Wow.
What? And then you go on stage at Glastonbury, his final performance, and you sing your song.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It's kind of a ridiculous sentence too, in a lot of ways.
Like you never thought it would be like Elton John, Steven Sanchez in one sentence.
I mean, I think it's a huge trend. Like, I kind of can't even like make up my own dreams anymore because it's just like all the things that I couldn't even think would happen are happening like that. You know, I didn't even think of something like that. You know, dream about happening. And,
Can we do rapid fire?
Rapid fire questions. Let's go.
Favorite song?
The Violet Hour by Seawolf.
Nice. Any advice for an aspiring musician out there?
Oh man. Just write the truth, you know?
You have to be authentic.
You gotta be authentic to what is the truth to you, you know?
Steven Sanchez.
Yeah, thank
you so much for the shake.
You're welcome.
Cheers to that. That was NBC News host Kate Snow reporting. And here's what's trending right now. The oldest living U.S. president in history made a rare public appearance in his Georgia hometown on Saturday, just days ahead of his 99th birthday. That's right. Former President Jimmy Carter and his wife Rosalind went to the Plains Peanut Festival in what seems to be their first public outing since announcing recent health challenges. Rosalind Carter was diagnosed with dementia back in May, and President Carter started receiving hospice care earlier on this year. He will turn at 99 years old on Sunday. Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Still yes. Absolutely. And Ticketmaster trying to crack down on scalpers. Get this, the ticket service is implementing a new 72-hour rule amid the sale for pop star Olivia Rodrigo's Guts tour. So purchase tickets, they're only going to be issued 72 hours before the concert takes place. So this is an effort to stop scalpers from reselling them on secondary sites for an outrageous profit. I'm very excited to see if this works.
I know girls are fans.
I do love Guts. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, September 25th, 2023, breaking news right on. The Writers Guild reaches a tentative agreement ending the longest Hollywood strike in 70 years. So when could some of your favorite shows return?
Shifting gears, the auto workers pull back on their strike against Ford, citing positive movement towards a deal. But the strike remains in full force against the other two automakers. Why your check engine light could stay on a little longer.
Not backing down, Democratic Senator Bob Menendez insists he will not resign after federal prosecutors accused him of accepting bribes. How he's explaining the bundles of cash found in his house.
And right on time, what you need to know about the risks and possible benefits of waiting until your 40s to have a baby.
Happy Monday, everyone.
It's good to be with you.
You and I actually got together last night, which was
true.
so much fun for Craig Melvin's fundraiser for colorectal cancer.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to talk about that later on.
We're going to begin, though, this hour with that Hollywood ending that millions of film and TV fans have been waiting for.
That's right. The Writers Guild of America and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers have reached a tentative deal that would end the longest Hollywood strike in more than 70 years. For 146 days, writers across the country have been on the picket lines demanding better pay in today's entertainment landscape, dominated by streaming platforms.
If a deal is signed, late-night shows like Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and daytime talk programs like The Drew Barrymore Show and The Jennifer Hudson Show could potentially return within days. Other scripted TV and film productions, though, could take a little longer to ramp back up. Leading us off this hour, NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer, who's out in Los Angeles. Miguel, great to see you. I guess this is a good news day, right? What do we know so far about the terms of this tentative deal and when it could be signed?
Yeah, certainly good news here, Kate. The detail of the deals are still private, but we do know there were two major sticking points for the Writers Guild of America. The first was better pay in the form of streaming residuals. As streaming shows have exploded in popularity, writers really wanted to ensure they got a better percentage of those residuals. It's believed that there was significant progress made on that issue. The second major issue was job protection, specifically against script writing in the form of artificial intelligence. The worry here is in the near future, AI could eliminate the need for some writers. Now, the WGA wouldn't go into details, but here's a portion of their statement. It says, "We can say with great pride that this deal is exceptional with meaningful gains for protections for writers in every sector of the membership," Kate.
Miguel, for productions to really get back on track, of course, the actors' strike also needs to end. So could this writers' deal become a sort of template for the actors to reach a deal?
Absolutely. That's certainly the hope moving forward. The issue facing writers and actors are very similar, specifically with AI protection and better earnings from streaming residuals. The hope is exactly that the writers' deal could be used as a template for the actors' agreement. In fact, the WGA urged its members while their strike is over, they should join actors in their battle against studios, guys.
Miguel, LA is a company town, right? 146 days of strike is a long time. Talk about the damage that this has caused to the whole entertainment industry.
Well, so many popular television shows won't appear this fall with new episodes. They'll be in reruns or replaced with reality TV. But locally here on the ground in Los Angeles, it's believed the strike cost the local economy about $5 billion so far. Much of this town is built around Hollywood, so all of the businesses that connect to it have really suffered, from dry cleaning to local catering shops. Everyone connected to Los Angeles and Hollywood has really taken a blow from this strike, guys.
Yeah. I mean, even people we work with, right, Miguel, like makeup and hair people
Absolutely.
who used to work other days on entertainment sets don't have that right now.
They're feeling it. Well,
absolutely.
Miguel Almaguer leading us off this afternoon. Thank you so much. Well, this week also begins with some movement on another massive strike. This one involves the United Auto Workers Union. Union leaders say they've made progress with one of the big three automakers, but as they fight to move forward with the other two, the strikes are growing larger. The news comes as President Biden and former President Donald Trump plan to show their support for those workers on the picket lines. NBC's Maggie Vespa has more.
Roughly a week and a half into the United Auto Workers strike, and now the 2024 presidential campaign spotlight is taking aim at this dispute and at the Detroit area, with President Biden set to arrive here tomorrow to join the picket lines with workers in the area to, quote, according to the White House, stand in solidarity with the men and women of the UAW as they fight for a fair share of the value they helped create. Again, that visit set for tomorrow. Fast forward 24 hours after that, that's when former President Trump is set to arrive here to speak to workers. He, of course, announced this visit last week, essentially first, and he has since taken to social media to basically blast President Biden for, he says, killing, his words, the UAW with his weak stance on China and ridiculous insistence on electric cars. The political back and forth, all of this merely kind of background noise for a lot of these workers who are kind of waiting for every update they can get from UAW leadership on these three individual contracts. This, of course, after expanding the strike last week on Friday to include all parts distribution facilities for GM and Stellantis. That is 38 facilities, including this one behind me here in Michigan, across 20 states. So this strike literally went nationwide. UAW over the weekend saying they are much closer to a contract with Ford than they are with GM and Stellantis, but acknowledging, as do the big three, that they have a long way to go. Back to you.
Maggie Vespa, thank you. There is a town on the southern border under a state of emergency today. Thousands of migrants seeking asylum poured into Eagle Pass, Texas yesterday alone, according to Border Patrol, and people are attempting to cross through barricades. We've seen video of Border Patrol agents cutting through razor wire fencing after migrants kind of got stuck between the barrier and the Rio Grande River. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has made her way to Eagle Pass. Julia, glad to see you there. What's the situation on the ground there today? And do we know why so many migrants are specifically heading to that one town?
Kate, I've been covering the border for almost 10 years now, and I've never seen a day like today. We saw hundreds of migrants coming through this treacherous water here, many of them carrying young children, and then waiting in the water until Border Patrol would come and cut the razor wire to let them through. They started coming in by the hundreds, and those migrants are now behind me. They're under this bridge. Many of them, in fact, probably 3/4 of them have already been moved on for processing. They've picked them up in buses and vans and taken them to other locations. But what this really points to is how overwhelmed these sectors are getting. I just got the new numbers. Here in this sector alone, the Del Rio sector of Texas, they have over 4,000 migrants in custody. That puts them at over 200% capacity. And border-wide, yesterday, there were over 11,000 encounters with undocumented migrants. That is getting back to those record highs we saw in May. It's really never been that high before. What this means here is now it's a real test of these Biden administration border policies. They made some things stricter after the COVID restrictions lifted in May, but now it's starting to wear off. And when these numbers get this high and more migrants come, they have to do things like cut the wire, release migrants. It sends a message to others that it's possible to come through, and it's harder to implement some of those new strategies that require migrants to fit certain criteria to qualify for asylum, because basically they run out of space and they start releasing people.
Yeah, you think about social media and like messaging and people just word of mouth, right? It sounds like that's what's happening, is people just passing word and saying, come here because you'll get in. What do officials expect moving forward? You talked about the numbers being high where you are, but what's the big picture?
Well, they do think that border-wide we're going to see an increase. It's going to keep coming. They look at the number of migrants that are crossing into Panama right now. Those are people who have already come from countries like Venezuela through the Darien Gap and into Panama. Those numbers now are pretty high, so they're expecting these numbers to remain high throughout the week. Now, the Biden administration is working with Mexico, trying to get that government to do more to stop migrants from getting on trains and coming here and making these dangerous journeys. Another thing I want to say that's been really different today is a lot of times when I talk to migrants after they've crossed, they feel exuberant. They're so happy they made it to the United States. These migrants, because the journey was so hard on these trains, they've been extorted, they've been assaulted, their children have been cut by this razor wire. I saw so many people crying. One mother even told me she doesn't think it was worth it.
Oh, wow, Julia. Thank you for being there and talking to people. Really appreciate your reporting.
Let's turn now to today's CNBC Money Minute. A number of mattresses are getting recalled.
And Amazon is spending big money to get into the artificial intelligence game. Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Cadence in play. Let's go to the mattresses first. If you bought a mattress at Costco, it could be susceptible to mold. The wholesale retailer is recalling nearly 50,000 Novoform Comfort Grand and Dreamaway mattresses sold exclusively in its stores. Federal regulators say they may have been exposed to mold during manufacturing. Mattresses range from twin to California king size and were manufactured this year between January and the end of April. And Amazon is hoping to gain a competitive edge in the artificial intelligence space with a new investment. The e-commerce giant is investing $4 billion in the AI firm Anthropic and taking a minority ownership position in the company. And Lego reportedly abandoning a push to make its toys more environmentally friendly, sort of. The company planned to ditch oil-based plastics and make its iconic bricks from recycled materials. But according to the Financial Times, Lego reversed course after finding that the new material actually led to higher carbon emissions. It's always tough to make that transition. On the one hand, the material may be less using, fossil fuels, but the manufacturing is a problem.
Yeah, renewable materials and energy is a complicated thing.
Yeah, I think they do let you recycle Legos. Like, you can send them back. I say this as someone with thousands and thousands of Legos in my house.
And you have little imprints of 6 things on your feet from stepping on them.
Oh, that's
it's not so much me as my
your kids.
But yeah. Bertha Coombs, thank you.
Thanks so much. Well, coming up, mission accomplished. 4 billion miles and 7 years later, for the first time, NASA has brought asteroid samples to Earth. What that could teach us about our solar system.
Plus, the senior senator says he will not resign despite facing federal bribery charges. House Senator Bob Menendez is defending himself as more Democrats now call on him to step down. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
New Jersey's Democratic Senator Bob Menendez says he's not going anywhere. The senator making his first public remarks since being indicted on federal corruption and bribery charges just last week, proclaiming his innocence and indicating he will not resign from his position. This is all despite growing pressure to do so from both sides of the aisle. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from Union City, New Jersey, where the senator spoke earlier today. So, Lindsay, what exactly did Menendez say?
Well, Union City, Zincle, is where Menendez got his political start. He went to high school in Union City. He served on the school board, and he served as mayor in the 80s. Of course, this is a very different fight now. And he spoke a short time ago behind me here at the community college, and he said that he's always fought for what's right, and he remained defiant. Despite calls for him to step down, he says he's not going anywhere. He says, everything I've accomplished, I have done despite the naysayers, also calling out people who have called for his resignation, essentially saying they'll do so because of a political opportunity. He did acknowledge this will be his biggest fight yet, but he says he feels that he will be exonerated. Listen to what he said.
Remember, prosecutors get it wrong sometimes. Sadly, I know that. Instead of waiting for all the facts to be presented, others have rushed to judgment because they see a political opportunity for themselves or those around them. I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
So what he did not say is whether he intends to run again when his term is up next year. I shouted that question at him as he was leaving. He did not take any questions. But Zincle, he also notably did mention in today's press conference the cash, the nearly $500,000 worth of cash that was found in his home, some in safety deposit boxes, some just stuffed in coat jackets and Senate jackets. And he said that he often makes withdrawals from his personal savings accounts and does so. Maybe it seems like it's old-fashioned, but because his family has had a history of assets being confiscated in Cuba, Zincle.
And all of this, of course, as calls mount for him to step down. So we'll see how this all plays out. Lindsay Reiser on the ground for us. Thank you so much.
Well, a historic space mission was completed over the weekend. 7 years and 4 billion miles in the making.
Touchdown. I repeat, DDL. FRC has touchdown.
NASA scientists celebrating there after the agency's first ever sample of an asteroid touched down. You saw that sort of dark blob in the dirt. It touched down on Earth safely on Sunday. NBC's Tom Costello joins us now. He covers space for us. Tom, this is my favorite story of the day. It was a first-of-its-kind mission. Can you tell us how they gathered that sample and what are they hoping to learn from it?
Who else but NASA? Well, okay, the Japanese did something similar a few years ago, but this is an amazing mission because what they did is they sent this spacecraft out to the Bennu asteroid, 200 million miles away. They landed the spacecraft on a moving object, drilled down, grabbed a sample of asteroid dirt and dust, and then they brought it back, landing in the New Mexico desert. But listen to what the experts were saying. They worked on this for 7 years, and they were holding their breath as it came back to Earth.
We heard main chute detected, and I literally broke into tears. I mean, and I'm probably going to do it right now just thinking about it because that was the moment I knew we made it home. I was there when it was nothing but a PowerPoint on a slide in a proposal that we were submitting to NASA with this dream that we were going to bring back samples from Bennu.
Yeah, an amazing mission. Okay, so now they have the sample. It's about a half pound of asteroid dirt and dust. What are they going to do with it? Look at all of the compounds to see what does it tell us about the history, the origins of our solar system and our planet, of you and me. So everybody has goosebumps about this mission and learning what that sample tells us about all of us.
Well, and when are we going to know all this, Tom? Like, when can we find out some of these big answers?
So we do expect an initial look at the sample within a day or so. And then NASA has scheduled a news conference for the second week in October. They're going to give very preliminary findings. But here's what's fascinating, right? They're going to hold 75% of this sample, about half a pound of it, so the future generations can keep looking at it with new instrumentation, new technology. So this could be the gift that keeps on giving and tells us more and more and more over the years about where all of this came from.
Wow. All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much.
You bet.
Coming up, the drinking water supply for millions in Louisiana is at risk. We'll have the unusual reason why. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot, where we take you to Germany and the world's biggest beer festival, Oktoberfest.
Cheers
Yay,
to that.
Cheers for that. The festival attracts millions of people from all over the world. My brother went last year. Enormous parades.
Endless
I don't know,
beer.
what are those? Those are some kind of enormous horns. Endless steins, they call them.
Oh.
Every year. Oh, that's musicians. They hold a concert every year, I guess, free of charge for everybody. That's fun.
That's something I want to check out.
Let's take the show to Munich. You're watching NBC News Daily. Much more after this.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Well, the holidays will be here before we know it, right? And before you kick off your travel plans, NBC correspondent Noah Pransky has a few tips to help you save this holiday season.
Holidays are great. Breaking the bank over the holidays is not. So I've got 3 under-the-radar travel hacks for you to help you save money. 1 if you've yet to book, 1 if you've already booked, and 1 tip for everyone in case a future flight you take happens to get delayed. First, if you're looking at future travel, right now is a pretty great time to snag a bargain. And you may want to save this cheat sheet. Domestic flights are usually cheapest 6 to 8 weeks before departure, which puts us right about now for Thanksgiving flights. For Christmas time, you want to plan a little further out, 8 to 11 weeks according to Google, which puts you about mid-October. And international flights, you want to plan even further out if possible. Oh, and how about 1 bonus tip from 1 very frequent flyer?
I'm Brian Kelly, founder of thepointsguy.com. I use Google Flights. You can look by calendar search, and being flexible by 1 or 2 days can save you dramatically.
Okay, now the travel hack airlines don't want you to know about if you've already booked your ticket. With prices close to their lowest point in 18 months, you can ask for a rebate if the price has gone down since you've booked. Now, it depends on the airline and the kind of ticket you booked, but even if you can't get cash back, it's worth asking. Many airlines will give you travel vouchers for the difference. Psst, this repricing trick it works for hotels too. So check back in on those advanced bookings. And finally, with delays happening more and more at U.S. airports, there may be a way to get reimbursed for any surprise costs you incur related to delays.
You know, the airlines legally are not obligated to give you compensation, but your credit cards will, and that's what most consumers don't realize. So if you're delayed for a long time, flight cancellations, always ask your credit card company to reimburse the hotel, the rental car, and all those extra fees.
Not to mention the meals, clothes, and toiletries you may have to buy if you get stranded for a long time. Because aren't the holidays stressful enough? I know I sleep better, even after a long, terrible travel day, if I've saved a few bucks. Now, hopefully, you can too.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky.
Great tips there. Well, history was made this weekend on the football field. Junior safety Haley Von Voris became the first woman ever to play a position other than kicker in an NCAA football game. NBC's Kaylee Hartung spoke with Haley to hear her groundbreaking story.
Who runs the field? This girl.
We saw some history made here today.
Shenandoah University's Haley Von Voris making history as the first woman to take the field, not as a kicker, in an NCAA football game.
It's not every day that a female gets to play college football, so, you know, the sideline was going crazy. It was just a great moment.
And she made her presence known. The 5'6" safety came into the game with Division III Shenandoah up 26 points against Juniata College, registering a quarterback hurry on the way to a Shenandoah win.
Did that quarterback know what or who hit him? I've had some people come up to after the game until I take my helmet off. They're like, dude, I didn't know you were even a girl.
Growing up in the Plains, Virginia, Haley's been going up against the boys for a long time. First in baseball, then at 10 years old when she started playing flag football, later becoming the first girl to play on her high school's football team.
Did it take any convincing your parents to let you play a game with a bunch of boys? As long as I was happy and did what I loved, they were all for it.
With a fierce competitive spirit, Haley prides herself on giving maximum effort through her intense weightlifting sessions in the gym and every practice rep on the field.
I do think my mindset's one of my strongest capabilities alongside my speed and my strength. Just my ability to push myself past where I think I can go has helped me a lot.
She also runs track and field for Shenandoah, and she's dead set on running through barriers for women in sports.
So to be able to make a step forward is like an amazing thing, like to create new opportunities along the way and show that, like, hey, this can be done.
For now, she's just focused on the next play.
Next time we need to get the sack.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Wow, that is so impressive.
Yeah, I like how she said that her mindset is one of her biggest strengths.
You know, it's clear and evident from that.
Yeah.
Kaylee Hartung, thanks for that.
Coming up, lawmakers have just days left to avoid a government shutdown with millions of federal paychecks hanging in the balance, including for the military, where negotiations stand right now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now, wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
There's growing concern about a humanitarian situation in Armenia. Thousands of ethnic Armenians are jamming the road into that country, some families leaving everything behind. The area where they used to live has been fought over for decades. Last week, Azerbaijan took control of that breakaway area again after a military offensive. The Armenian government says hundreds of refugees have been given government-funded housing.
In the U.S., starting today, you can once again get free COVID tests delivered to your home. You just need to visit covidtest.gov, covidtest.gov, to request up to 4 tests. They will be shipped out starting October 2nd and will not expire before the end of the year.
And Megan Rapinoe closed out her run with the U.S. women's national team with a win. Good for her. In her final match yesterday, the team beat South Africa 2-0. Rapinoe has been with the women's team now since 2006 and has won 2 World Cups and 1 Olympic gold medal with the team. But who's counting? She announced she would retire at the end of the 2023 season earlier this summer.
Pretty impressive. Well, a government shutdown could just be days away. The House and Senate are both in recess, but Republican leadership worked throughout the weekend to strike a deal that would satisfy all their members in the House. At this very hour, House Republicans remain divided, but earlier today, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he was optimistic a shutdown would be avoided.
Let's make sure the government stays open while we finish doing our job, passing all the individual bills and getting this done. Well, you have to keep the government open. I mean, if people want to close the government, it only makes them weaker. Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents or the Coast Guard?
NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill. Also with us, NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece. Sahil, I'll start with you. Where do talks stand right now?
Well, Zinclay, Speaker McCarthy likes to be an eternal optimist about these things, but the reality is talks are not in a good place at all. There are 5 days to go, and McCarthy is still trying to break a logjam just among House Republicans, trying to move some full-year funding bills that Republicans have demanded provisions and assurances for. He's trying to move a short-term funding bill that many Republicans on his side say they will not vote for under any circumstances. Now, one person who is not helping McCarthy's cause is former President Trump, who waded into this legislative fight yesterday with a post. Let's show on the screen what he said. The former president said, quote, "The Republicans lost big on debt ceiling, got nothing, and now are worried that they will be blamed for the budget shutdown." He says they are wrong. He goes on to say, unless you get everything, shut it down, explicitly calling on House Republicans to shut down the government unless they get, quote, everything from Democrats. Now, McCarthy's problem is that even if he does end up breaking this logjam on his side and gets these bills through the House with Republican support, he still has to deal with the Democratic Senate. He still has to deal with the Democratic president and Joe Biden, who don't support the aggressive conservative demands that they're pushing on immigration, on defunding, Donald Trump's prosecutors. That is the mess that McCarthy is in. Many of his members want to pick a fight they cannot win. There are 5 days to go, and as early as tomorrow, the Senate is expected to start moving on a short-term bill with the aim of passing it by the Saturday midnight deadline, Zinclay.
Well, let's talk about what happens if everything does shut down, right? Shannon, I know a federal government shutdown can have a big impact beyond where Sahil is, right? The halls of Capitol Hill. You're actually at a food bank in Washington, D.C. What did they tell you about the impact this could have?
Right. Well, the staff here are preparing for a real surge in demand should there be a shutdown. The last shutdown in 2019 that lasted just over a month, they were giving out about 4,000 meals a weekend to federal workers, and they expect similar, if not more, demand this time. I talked to the CEO of the Capital Area Food Bank, as well as some federal workers across the country about this. Here's what they had to say.
We know that when budgets are stretched, food is the first thing to go.
A lot of us are just single parents like myself that struggle to make ends meet already. So we will be going to the food banks.
The stresses and the disappointment, the disillusionment that comes with this looming shutdown that happens over and over again you can't put that toothpaste back in the bottle.
And the impact of this will also go far outside of Washington. States like Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Texas all have big populations of federal workers. So the impact is going to be felt there. Anybody who has an airport with TSA agents or air traffic controllers, those workers won't get paid. Border agents won't get paid. And of course, at this point, active duty members of the military also won't be getting paid come next month.
Yeah, so many affected by this. Shannon Pettypiece and Sahil Kapoor. The clock is ticking. Thanks for being on this one.
Speaking of the clock ticking, the 2024 election is 13 months away, but today we have a snapshot of where things stand now, and there are concerns over both of the parties' likely nominees. A new NBC News poll finds 74% of voters have major or moderate concerns about President Biden's age and health. That same poll finds 62% of voters have major or moderate concerns about former President Trump's multiple criminal and civil trials. Here's what one Arizona voter said about the state of the race.
If the United States of America can't put together two better candidates, we have serious problems. I wouldn't let Donald Trump watch my grandkids, and I wouldn't let Joe Biden watch my grandkids. So, for different reasons. So why would I let them watch the country?
One voter there. A lot can happen in the next 13 months, but right now a head-to-head poll finds a potential Biden-Trump rematch in a tie. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is out in Scottsdale, Arizona. Dasha, Arizona could well be one of those couple of states that decides the 2024 election. What are voters telling you about where the race stands?
Well, that voter you just played there, Kevin Chester, he voted for Donald Trump twice, but is now, as you can hear there, very disillusioned with both of the frontrunners for both parties right now. And he's pretty representative of what we've been hearing across the board. And frankly, what our NBC News poll showed, which is that voters have serious concerns about both President Biden and former President Trump. But like Kevin said, for different reasons. For President Biden, a lot of what we heard was concerns about his age, his ability to carry out a second term. For former President Trump, a lot of the concerns were about the indictments that he's facing. And from Republican voters, it's not necessarily, Kate, about the legal issues themselves. The Republican voters don't necessarily think that he did a whole lot of things wrong, but they are concerned about the distraction, about the baggage, about the divisiveness that those indictments bring, and the ability for the country to sort of focus on those issues that really matter under the leadership of Trump, who has divided Americans, which is something that a lot of folks do concede. So take a listen to what we heard. We talked to voters all across the board, Democrats, independents, Republicans, and the feeling was generally kind of bleak about what their options are at the moment. Take a listen.
I'm not sure it will be Trump and Biden, and I would probably have to hold my nose, and we'd probably cancel each other out again.
I'm not sure I could confidently vote for either of the current frontrunners. I think as a country, it's embarrassing that we can't do better.
I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I voted for Biden, but this time I don't know yet.
When it comes to like either Trump or Biden, the rematch, that'd be really disheartening for me because we saw it happen, last time in 2020 and how divisive it made the country, which was really, disheartening. If that happens again, I think it's going to be the same thing, but probably worse.
Disheartening, disappointing, a lot of the words that we heard from these voters, Kate.
Dasha Burns for us out in Arizona. Thank you so much.
Right now, a giant mass of salt water is moving up the Mississippi River from the Gulf of Mexico and threatening the drinking water supply in parts of Louisiana. That's because most water treatment facilities are not built to handle high levels of salt. One county in the southeastern part of the state is already under a drinking water advisory, and now officials in New Orleans are scrambling because they say if that water enters their system, it can corrode the pipes and cause dangerous metals to seep into the water. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in New Orleans for us. So, Blaine, I know the mayor of New Orleans has actually signed an emergency declaration to try and get a handle on this. How exactly did this happen, and what's being done to prepare and address this?
So, Clay, this is the byproduct of a very long, extremely hot summer and a summer with very little rain. So, of course, understandably, that created drought-like conditions. So when you look here along the Mississippi River, you're seeing the effects of it. We're reaching soon-to-be record lows, according to the governor. They're expecting to see the levels lower than they've ever been over the next few weeks or so. But remember, this is the main water supply for so many people here in the New Orleans region. So at the same time that you're dealing with those historic lows, we're also seeing what's called a saltwater invasion, a high level of salt water coming up from the Gulf and soon to be essentially entering the Mississippi River. Now, typically the river flows fast enough to kind of keep it at bay. That's not the case this time, and officials warn that residents here in New Orleans could start to feel the impact of that in their drinking water by the end of next month if they don't move quickly to address it. Sinclair.
No, incredibly critical that this gets handled given how many people use water. Blaine Alexander in New Orleans, thank you so much.
A growing number of schools around the country are considering bringing back school resource officers. That's the official title for police officers stationed on school campuses. Many districts had removed them in the wake of George Floyd's murder in 2020. But now some parents say they want them back. NBC's Priscilla Thompson explains the ongoing debate on how to keep students safe.
2 lockdowns within a week at Capitol High School in Olympia, Washington.
15-year-old student was arrested around 9:30 this morning.
2 incidents of students bringing in guns.
Anytime I get a message like that, I'm concerned.
But here and at schools across the district, there are no on-campus police. In the wake of George Floyd's murder in 2020, Olympia and dozens of other school districts across the country decided they no longer needed school resource officers, known as SROs. In Olympia, some parents are now fighting to bring them back.
This is something we need to address immediately.
Frank DeRocher has 2 kids in schools in the district and is running for school board.
These are specially trained police officers that have gone through direct training to know exactly how to best approach these students in these situations.
The school board now moving to reinstate them, and they're not alone. Denver Public Schools got rid of its SROs in 2020.
We begin with another shooting and another sad commentary on violence.
But after 2 school shootings, the district brought them back this year. They've also returned to certain districts in California, Maryland, and Virginia.
Not all students feel safe with armed police officers on campus.
Talana Reed is on the Olympia School Board and opposes school police, even after those guns were found on campus.
There are parents who say these officers do make kids safer. What do you say to them?
Their children may be safer, but they are from a certain demographic and a certain group. We have just as many saying absolutely not.
Research shows that Black students are involved in more than 80% of violent police encounters in schools, and students with disabilities more than 25%. A concern voiced by students in Olympia.
I, as a student, am not at all comfortable with police walking the same halls as me.
As parents work toward a common goal.
We need to have the trust that our kids are going to a safe place.
At the end of the day, it's about protecting.
With different solutions. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Coming up, more women are choosing to have children in their 40s. We'll discuss why they're delaying motherhood and the risks and benefits to keep in mind. That's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the waste of dishes should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, we're focusing on pregnancy over the age of 40.
Thanks to medical advancements and social and cultural shifts, more women are having children later in life. And according to the CDC, the number of births among women in their early 40s actually rose 5% from 2020 to 2021. Joining us now is OBGYN Dr. Jessica Shepard. She's also the Chief Medical Officer at Verywell Health. Good to see you, Dr. Shepard. So first off, how does a woman's age actually impact pregnancy?
Yeah, that's a great question. We are born with the amount of eggs that we will ever have. And so if you can think from adolescence into our latter 30s and 40s, you're going to see a severe decline in the amount of eggs that you have. But it's not also just the number, it's actually the quality. And that's a lot what has to do with the ability to get pregnant, the ease. And then also, if you do get pregnant, carrying till full term and not having a miscarriage. So these are some of the factors to keep into account when you're thinking about waiting and maybe getting pregnant a little bit later.
Yeah, Dr. Shepard, I know doctors refer to pregnancy after the age of 35 as advanced maternal age. I know a little bit about this. I've spoken publicly about this before. I lost 2 pregnancies in my 40s. So how safe is it? How safe is it to deliver a baby after 35? And what should people know if they're planning?
Yeah, myself too. I was, pregnant after 35 for both of my pregnancies. And I think it's important for the conversation that starts when you do decide to maybe have, children later on in life, and for good reason. I think that women have, reasons why they do this, and I don't think that it should be stigmatized. And you can carry after the age of 35 and even after 40. But what we need to put into that conversation is that, one, there's going to be potential increase in risk of complications, such as you mentioned, miscarriage, but also hypertension disorders during the pregnancy, diabetes, and possibly even not carrying to term. So these are things, that we need to construct the conversation around rather than saying you can't get pregnant after these ages, but what are the things that come with that?
I mean, given the risks you just outlined in your practice, why are women telling you that they're choosing to wait and have kids? And are there any benefits to that?
Yeah, I think that there are benefits. And, even in my case, my career was something that I was really focusing on during my 30s. And I think a lot of other women, we've seen this in the last several decades, that there has been an increase in the average age of conception and delivery for women. So it's not something that we should really push away and say that you can't do, but and have the conversation of you can do this, but here are some of the things that may come with it. And I think that lends for a better way to decide if you would like to wait. And if you do decide to wait, what are some of the options, whether that's having some eggs frozen, having some embryos that are reserved for a different time when you want to conceive. But I think we need to take the stigma away in saying that women after a certain age should not have children.
Yeah, and having this conversation openly, right, and out there. Are pregnant women in their 40s, are they likely to experience different symptoms compared to younger pregnant women?
Yeah, there's a lot that you can see in the physical portion, but not only in that, it's also in the maternal fetal portion of the pregnancy is really where we're concerned and why we take such, I guess you can say, acute care of women after 35, because we have seen in numbers and studies on what that can manifest as during pregnancy. So we really want to ensure, just like with pregnancies in 20s and 30s, that at the end of the day, we have a healthy mom and a healthy baby. And so if we need to take extra care and extra parameters to do this, then that's what we need to do. But we need to make sure that it's in a supportive environment and making women feel empowered by the process that they're going through.
And Dr. Shepard, briefly, you talked about sort of egg freezing. That's something I've started to look into. So let's dig into fertility briefly here. When might someone want to consider in vitro fertilization or other IVF treatments?
So the conversation on in vitro should really start in the early 30s on what does it look like? What does it look like if I wait till 35 to have these conversations versus having them at 30? I think that's when women can come in at maybe 33, 34 and saying, you know what, for where I am in my life right now, and I know that maybe in the next 4 to 5 years, I may not be ready to have children. Let's talk about some of the things that I can do to get me ready for when I get to that stage. And that's where egg freezing can come into the conversation.
All about the planning.
Yeah, Dr. Jessica Shepard, great to have you. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks for watching. There's a lot more news ahead. You're watching NBC News
Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, now to a remarkable story of a groom and his best man who met each other for the first time the day before the wedding.
Yeah, can you believe that? The best man was the groom's stem cell donor and gave him the best wedding gift of all, the gift of life.
Ben, you may kiss your bride.
When Ben Clark and Jamie Ewell got married in Iowa this month, Ben's best man was someone he'd met for the first time just the day before.
Sure. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you bet.
Jan Rolfes traveled all the way from Sweden to walk Ben down the aisle.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce Ben's best man, Jan Rolfes.
Let's start with you, Ben. What was it like to meet?
Oh, it was great. Great to meet for the first time. You know, obviously wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. So.
Yeah, you feel it.
Yep.
Jan and Ben bound by a life-saving gift. More than 10 years ago and thousands of miles away, Jan was a match when Ben needed a stem cell transplant for a rare form of blood cancer. Jan had donated his stem cells through DKMS, an international nonprofit dedicated to the fight against blood disorders. A simple procedure that he says took just a couple of hours. Jan, was it difficult?
No, not at all. We're proof right here that somebody from Sweden can save somebody's life here in the Midwest.
The two of them remained strangers until Ben reached out to Jan on email a few years back. And when Ben proposed to Jamie,
Could I see those rings?
he knew he wanted Jan standing by his side.
It was pretty overwhelming. I just, without him, I wouldn't be here. And that's what this is all about.
Ben giving his best man this gift with the engraving, "Thank you for giving me life. I am forever grateful."
Do you think you'll be connected for the rest of your lives?
Oh, absolutely.
What does it say about the human spirit?
Sometimes, like, you can do tiny things that are just right to do. They can have a big impact.
They both wanted to speak out because they want people to know that you can so easily be a living donor. Zinkley.
Beautiful, powerful story. Thank you, Kate. Well, people in Wisconsin were treated to a rare and unusual sight on Friday. Flamingos, 5 of them. Sean Gallagher from our NBC affiliate in Milwaukee has the details.
This is the type of scene you'd expect in South Beach in Miami, not South Beach in Port Washington. And word spread fast.
Facebook.
Yeah, that's always something.
I heard it this afternoon, and I'm like, and then I heard them, oh, it's a zoo down there.
They're one of my favorite birds.
We just came. We had no idea there was going to be this many people.
And it was a must for those who are bonkers about birds. With their long lenses in tow, they snapped once-in-a-lifetime shots.
You get the butterflies. Even I was just saying, people before, like, you can see the people that just showed up, how jittery they are at first when they show up.
I've never seen one in my life, so I'm like, I gotta go get it. It's a lifer.
Experts say the fluorescent Phenocopteriformes, that's a science word for all the birders out there, landed here after being diverted by Hurricane Idalia. A surprise to Dawn Ritter that she was ready for.
Shocking. It was just shocking. And of all places, I had tears in my eyes today. I really did, yeah.
Whatever the reason, Dawn and dozens of other folks flocked to Port Washington to catch these Floridian fledglings.
My favorite color is pink, and I like feathers and that kind of stuff, and they're just so majestic.
Even if it was just for a moment.
And I don't expect them to hang around very long.
Great story. Hey, I mentioned at the top of the show that you and I were in the same place last night having a lot of fun in Connecticut. It was part of the Bottoms Up charity event. It's hosted by our own NBC colleague, Craig Melvin, and his wife, Lindsay. That's me singing,
Yes,
actually.
it is. And folks, Kate can sing.
Oh, thank you. But it was all to raise awareness and money for colorectal cancer.
That's right. It affects so many people every year, and Craig Melvin shared his story of losing his brother to it and really encouraged everyone to get screened. Kate, of course, was on stage serenading us, and it was just a really beautiful time.
It was so fun and just such a great crowd. A lot more music than just me. Hootie and the Blowfish, all kinds of great music last night. And just a big thanks to Craig for having us.
Yeah, a true pleasure. So make sure you get screened.
Yes, please. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley Asamoah. You're watching NBC News Daily.
exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, September 25th, 2023, breaking news, a tentative agreement. The end of one of the longest Hollywood walkouts is in sight. What we know about the deal and what needs to happen next before cameras can officially roll.
Crisis at the border, a growing situation in a small Texas town as large groups of migrants cross into the U.S. The action local and federal officials are now taking.
Seeking answers for the first time, people with long COVID have science on their side. The simple test that could finally provide some answers for people suffering from ongoing symptoms.
Talk the talk, a new campaign taking on the growing problem of fentanyl, with tips for parents on having a real conversation about fake pills.
We hope you had a restful weekend. I know we did.
We sure did. We had a fun one, too.
Yeah, well, thank you for being with us. We're going to start this hour with a Hollywood ending that millions of film and TV fans have really been waiting for.
Yeah, the Writers Guild of America and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers have reached a tentative deal that could mean it's the end for this historic strike, which has halted productions, of course, across the country. For 146 days now, writers have been on the picket lines demanding better pay in an entertainment landscape dominated by streaming platforms.
If a deal is signed, late-night shows like Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and daytime talk shows like The Drew Barrymore Show and The Jennifer Hudson Show could potentially return within days. Other scripted TV and film productions could take a little bit longer to ramp back up. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is in Los Angeles. So, Liz, what do we know so far about the terms of this tentative deal, and what exactly could it be signed?
Yeah, hey, Zinklea and Kate. So we know that the WGA says that the negotiating committee plans to vote on this as soon as tomorrow. It will then go to all of their members for a vote. Neither side, the Writers Guild or the studio executives, which includes NBC Universal, our parent company of NBC News, have released any details of the deal yet. They're still going through the fine print, but we can assume that this means that they've been able to hammer through some of the biggest sticking points that we've been talking about. Those include higher royalties from streaming shows, higher wages, protections around artificial intelligence, writers fear that could be used to replace them, and also the demand by writers for minimum staffing levels in writers' rooms. Now, again, we don't know how they've landed on any of this, but we do know that the Writers Guild, they are elated by the fact that they've reached this deal and by the agreement. They released a statement saying, "We can say with great pride that this deal is exceptional with meaningful gains and protections for writers in every sector of the membership." So right now, the lawyers are still going back and forth, just finishing out that language before they release publicly the details of the agreement. But a lot of hope here in Hollywood, guys.
Yeah, and Liz, I know for production to really get back on track, you got to look at the actors' strike as well. That needs to end. So could this writer deal potentially be a template for the actors to reach a deal?
Yeah, Kate, I mean, that's the hope for sure. The Writers Guild and the actors who are still on strike, even if the writers get a deal, they have similar things that they're fighting for, particularly around those higher residuals and around artificial intelligence protections. And SAG-AFTRA, they did release a statement after this deal saying they look forward to reviewing this agreement that the WGA says that they've reached and that they are ready to negotiate as well. So certainly this could be used as a framework for the Actors Guild, and it's very hopeful if the WGA was able to reach a deal. It's a hopeful sign for the Actors Union as well.
And Liz, it's not lost on me. 146 days, that is a long time. So what kind of damage has the writer's strike caused the entertainment industry as a whole?
Yeah, it's been huge. 146 days, 5 months for people without work, without pay. And it's not just the writers and the actors. It's really the entire entertainment industry that's impacted by this. Everybody in Los Angeles, from the crew members to the hair and makeup people to the costume folks to just restaurants in LA, are feeling the impact of this. In fact, Governor Newsom here in California said that these strikes have likely cost the California economy $5 billion. The latest jobs report said it's cost the state 17,000 jobs. So this is definitely taking a toll. And then as far as all of us at home, we're noticing the difference just in our fall TV lineup. We're seeing a lot more reruns, a lot more reality TV, and it could be many months before we see a lot of our favorite shows coming back into production.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to that. Liz Kreitz, thank you.
Well, this week also begins with some movement on another massive strike. This one involves the United Auto Workers Union. Union leaders say they've made progress with one of the big three automakers, but as they fight to move forward with the other two, the strikes are growing larger. The news comes as President Biden and former President Donald Trump plan to show their support for those workers on the picket lines. NBC's Maggie Vespa is live outside a plant in Center Line, Michigan. So, Maggie, let's get right into the negotiations. What's the latest there?
Yes, Clay, as you point out, basically it depends on which of the big three you're talking about. The union says that they have made substantial progress in their dealings with Ford, and that's why on Friday we didn't see any new Ford facilities kind of roped into the expansion of the strike. We're standing out in front of, and the picketers are taking just a brief break here essentially for lunch, but we're standing out in front of a Stellantis parts distribution center. This was one of the new 38 facilities that the union asked workers to basically walk off the job from, growing the strike essentially by close to half. So they say Stellantis and GM are the ones that they still need to put a lot of pressure on. Again, in the eyes of the union, the company's firing back, saying they've made historic offers, including more than 20% pay raises. But again, the union wants 40. They have a list of other demands, and they say they still have a long way to go. Both sides agree on that as far as the talks with two of the big three. So a lot of ground to cover, and it depends on which company we're talking about, Sinclair.
Maggie, also drivers, I know, haven't really felt the impacts of this strike yet, but I know some car dealers are warning that that could soon change, especially when it comes to repairs. Tell us more about that.
Right. It depends on which repair you're looking for. It really could happen within days, specific to some major parts and some really kind of perhaps parts that are even traditionally a little bit tougher to get. Like we're talking about like engines, transmissions. If you need kind of major repairs like that and you need those parts to be shipped in from, again, we're talking about parts distribution facilities that have been shut down, you could be in real trouble. But a lot of dealerships say they obviously saw this coming. This has been in the news for a while. So they stocked up on things that are kind of a little more run-of-the-mill, like brake pads, things like that. So if you have minor repairs in the next couple of weeks or even days, they say you should be in a better position to get those done quickly on a normal timeline. But again, something more complicated like engine, transmission, that kind of thing, they say, again, within days like this week or next week, those could become harder to find. So consumers could start seeing the impacts here very soon, Sinclair.
And of course, all this as President Biden and former President Trump say they're heading to Michigan. So we know you'll stay on this one, Maggie Vespa. Thank you.
There's a town on the southern border under a state of emergency today. Thousands of migrants seeking asylum poured into Eagle Pass, Texas yesterday alone, according to the Border Patrol, and they're attempting to cross where barricades are. We've seen video of Border Patrol agents cutting through razor wire fencing after migrants got stuck between the barrier and the Rio Grande River. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has made her way to Eagle Pass, and she joins us now. And Julia, I know you've been seeing a lot this morning, so tell us about the situation. And do we know why so many migrants are specifically heading to that location, that small town?
Well, it seems that they're coming here because just across the river from where I'm standing now, this is a part of Mexico, Piedras Negras. It's actually less violent than a lot of the other areas. Juarez, which is across from El Paso, or Matamoros, which is across from the Rio Grande Valley. Those areas can be a lot more dangerous for migrants, particularly those crossing with young children. And that's what we saw today. Migrants carrying children on their backs, just like you see there, trying to band together so that some of the more vulnerable in the group, some disabled people, can't get swept away. That tide, it might be a shallow water right there, but that tide can be very strong. And in fact, we saw 3 migrants perish right here last week, including a 3-year-old boy who drowned. So it's dangerous to cross, but it's the other side that is at least less violent, and that's what's leading them to come here. But it's overwhelming this area because, as you point out, it's a small town. We just got data that shows they have over 4,000 migrants in the custody of Border Patrol right here in Eagle Pass. That's more than double their capacity. So what do? They release them, and the more they get released, they tell their friends, their family back home that they were able to come and release them, which draws more to come. And it's really putting this area and the Biden administration to a test.
Yeah, and Julia, you were sharing with me earlier that some of the people you've been talking to don't seem all that excited once they get over to the U.S. side. I wonder if you could talk about that again and what you're seeing and hearing there.
they were just exasperated, Kate. I mean, a lot of the times when I meet these people, even after they've crossed, they've been sleeping in the mountains in Arizona before they cross over. They're usually happy to see Border Patrol. Here, they were glad to get out of that water, but they were crying, catching their breaths, grasping to their loved ones because of how dangerous this journey has been, what they were up against in Mexico. A lot of them were kidnapped, assaulted, extorted, and then just trying to get across this river here and through all of this razor wires. You can see this is the competition of state versus federal policy. Texas Governor Greg Abbott putting up this razor wire, and then Border Patrol having to cut it for humanitarian reasons so that more migrants don't drown in the river. So by the time they get here, the emotions are so high, Kate.
Yeah, and real human beings stuck in the middle. Julia, thank you. Appreciate your reporting. It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Rite Aid is shutting down stores across the U.S.
And streaming platform Spotify is incorporating artificial intelligence in a unique way. Eamon Jabbers joins us now. Hey.
Hey there, Kate and Zinkley. Drugstore chain Rite Aid is negotiating with creditors over the terms of a bankruptcy plan that would include liquidating a substantial portion of its drugstores. That's according to people familiar with the talks. Rite Aid has proposed to close roughly 400 to 500 stores in bankruptcy and either sell or let creditors take over the remaining operations. Spotify is partnering with OpenAI to translate podcasts into foreign languages. The new AI-powered voice translation feature will clone podcasters' voices and automatically produce their show in a new language. The company is already translating English episodes to Spanish and plans to roll out French and German translations in the next few weeks. And while the median U.S. household income dropped over 2% in 2022 amid the inflation crisis, 16 states and D.C. actually saw growth. Delaware, North Dakota, and Missouri saw the biggest jumps in household income growth, with Delaware up more than 8%, guys. Back over to you.
Can we go back to Spotify for a second, Eamon?
We have to.
We could translate you guys in real time with the AI, right?
So, I mean, you're taking somebody who did a podcast in English, and then they're making that person's voice
in another language.
By cloning their voice. Isn't that
I mean, it makes me feel better about not doing great in middle school French, because it looks like...
Because maybe you don't need it.
I took 6 years of French, and I can't speak a word.
Oui, oui, is that right?
J'ai oublié tout.
No.
I forgot all of it. Eamon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. Coming up, for the millions dealing with long COVID, their symptoms feel like a mystery often. Well, how a new test could help people better understand their condition.
Plus, NASA's discovery from 4 billion miles away that could answer questions about our universe. You're watching NBC News Daily.
my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
New Jersey senior Democratic Senator Bob Menendez says he's not going anywhere. The senator making his first public remarks since being indicted on federal corruption and bribery charges last week, proclaiming his innocence and indicating he will not resign from his position. This is all despite growing pressure to do so from both sides of the aisle. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from Union City, New Jersey, where Senator Menendez spoke earlier today. So, Lindsay, what did we hear from the senator?
Well, this location is significant, Zinkley, because this is where Menendez got his start in politics. He served on the school board and as mayor in the 80s. And today, he remained defiant, saying he will not step down despite the bipartisan calls for him to do so. He said today at a press conference that everything he has accomplished, he has worked for it despite the naysayers, saying this is his biggest fight yet, but adding that he believes he will be exonerated. And he also called the allegations against him salacious, as spelled out in the federal indictment, and saying that people speaking out against him are doing so due to a political opportunity for themselves. This is what else he said.
Remember, prosecutors get it wrong sometimes. Sadly, I know that. Instead of waiting for all the facts to be presented, others have rushed to judgment because they see a political opportunity for themselves or those around them. I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
He did not say, however, whether he would run again for office when his term expires next year. So I did shout that question at him as he was leaving, but he didn't answer any. Now, Zinkley, there are growing calls for him to resign. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, the chair of the New Jersey Democratic Party, most of the New Jersey congressional delegation. No senators except for Democratic Senator John Fetterman, who today tweeted, "We have an extra flashlight for our home emergencies," talking about the fact that hundreds of thousands of dollars were found stuffed in his suit jackets at home in case of emergency, he said today, Zinkley.
Lindsay, thanks.
Well, a historic space mission was completed over the weekend. 7 years and 4 billion miles in the making.
Touchdown. I repeat, DDL. FRC has touchdown.
NASA scientists celebrating there after the agency's first ever sample of an asteroid touched down. You saw that sort of dark blob in the dirt. It touched down on Earth safely on Sunday. NBC's Tom Costello joins us now. He covers space for us. Tom, this is my favorite story of the day. It was a first of its kind mission. Can you tell us how they gathered that sample and what are they hoping to learn from it?
Oh, who else but NASA? Well, okay, the Japanese did something similar a few years ago, but this is an amazing mission because what they did is they sent this spacecraft out to the Bennu asteroid, 200 million miles away. They landed the spacecraft on a moving object, drilled down, grabbed a sample of asteroid dirt and dust, and then they brought it back, landing in the New Mexico desert. But listen to what the experts were saying. They worked on this for 7 years, and they were holding their breath as it came back to Earth.
We heard main chute detected, and I literally broke into tears. I mean, and I'm probably going to do it right now just thinking about it because that was the moment I knew we made it home. I was there when it was nothing but a PowerPoint on a slide in a proposal that we were submitting to NASA with this dream that we were going to bring back samples from Bennu.
Yeah, an amazing mission. Okay, so now they have the sample. It's about a ½ pound of asteroid dirt and dust. What are they going to do with it? Look at all of the compounds to see what does it tell us about the history, the origins of our solar system and our planet, of you and me. So everybody has goosebumps about this mission and learning what that sample tells us about all of us.
Well, and when are we going to know all this, Tom? Like, when can we find out some of these big answers?
So we do expect an initial look at the sample within a day or so. And then NASA has scheduled a news conference for the second week in October. They're going to give very preliminary findings. But here's what's fascinating, right? They're going to hold 75% of this sample, about half a pound of it, so the future generations can keep looking at it with new instrumentation, new technology. So this could be the gift that keeps on giving and tells us more and more and more over the years about where all of this came from.
Wow. All right. Tom Costello, thank you so much.
You bet.
Fascinating stuff. Well, there's a lot more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here all are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Well, the holidays will be here before we know it, right? And before you kick off your travel plans, NBC correspondent Noah Pransky has a few tips to help you save this holiday season.
Holidays are great. Breaking the bank over the holidays is not. So I've got 3 under-the-radar travel hacks for you to help you save money. 1 if you've yet to book, 1 if you've already booked, and 1 tip for everyone in case a future flight you take happens to get delayed. First, if you're looking at future travel, right now is a pretty great time to snag a bargain. And you may want to save this cheat sheet. Domestic flights are usually cheapest 6 to 8 weeks before departure, which puts us right about now for Thanksgiving flights. For Christmas time, you want to plan a little further out, 8 to 11 weeks according to Google, which puts you about mid-October. And international flights, you want to plan even further out if possible. Oh, and how about 1 bonus tip from 1 very frequent flyer?
I'm Brian Kelly, founder of thepointsguide.com. I use Google Flights. You can look by calendar search, and being flexible by 1 or 2 days can save you dramatically.
Okay, now the travel hack airlines don't want you to know about if you've already booked your ticket. With prices close to their lowest point in 18 months, you can ask for a rebate if the price has gone down since you've booked. Now, it depends on the airline and the kind of ticket you booked, but even if you can't get cash back, it's worth asking. Many airlines will give you travel vouchers for the difference. Psst, this repricing trick, it works for hotels too. So check back in on those advanced bookings. And finally, with delays happening more and more at U.S. airports, there may be a way to get reimbursed for any surprise costs you incur related to delays.
You know, the airlines legally are not obligated to give you compensation, but your credit cards will, and that's what most consumers don't realize. So if you're delayed for a long time, flight cancellations, always ask your credit card company to reimburse the hotel, the rental car, and all those extra fees.
Not to mention the meals, clothes, and toiletries you may have to buy if you get stranded for a long time. Because aren't the holidays stressful enough? I know I sleep better, even after a long, terrible travel day, if I've saved a few bucks. Now, hopefully, you can too.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky.
Great tips there. Well, history was made this weekend on the football field. Junior safety Haley Von Voris became the first woman ever to play a position other than kicker in an NCAA football game. NBC's Kaylee Hartung spoke with Haley to hear her groundbreaking story.
About the 22-yard.
Who runs the field? This girl.
We saw some history made here today.
Shenandoah University's Haley Von Voris making history as the first woman to take the field, not as a kicker, in an NCAA football game.
It's not every day that a female gets to play college football. So, you know, the sideline was going crazy. It was just a great moment.
And she made her presence known. The 5'6" safety came into the game with Division III Shenandoah up 26 points against Juniata College, registering a quarterback hurry on the way to a Shenandoah win.
Did that quarterback know what or who hit him? I've had some people come up to after the game until I take my helmet off. They're like, dude, I didn't know you were even a girl.
Growing up in the Plains, Virginia, Haley's been going up against the boys for a long time. First in baseball, then at 10 years old when she started playing flag football, later becoming the first girl to play on her high school's football team.
Did it take any convincing your parents to let you play a game with a bunch of boys? As long as I was happy and did what I loved, they were all for it.
With a fierce competitive spirit, Haley prides herself on giving maximum effort through her intense weightlifting sessions in the gym and every practice rep on the field.
I do think my mindset's one of my strongest capabilities alongside my speed and my strength. Just my ability to push myself past where I think I can go has helped me a lot.
She also runs track and field for Shenandoah, and she's dead set on running through barriers for women in sports.
So to be able to make a step forward is like an amazing thing, like to create new opportunities along the way and show that, like, hey, this can be done.
For now, she's just focused on the next play.
Next time, we need to get the sack.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Wow, that is so impressive.
Yeah, I like how she said that her mindset is one of her biggest strengths.
You know, it's clear and evident from that.
Yeah.
Kaylee Hartung, thanks for that.
Coming up, lawmakers have just days left to avoid a government shutdown with millions of federal paychecks hanging in the balance, including for the military, where negotiations stand right now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now, wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war hunting.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Starting today in the U.S., you can once again get free COVID tests delivered to your home. You just need to visit covidtest.gov, covidtest.gov, to request up to 4 tests. They will be shipped out starting October 2nd and will not expire before the end of the year.
Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner have agreed to keep their 2 children in New York while their divorce is finalized. That's according to court documents. The new filing comes after Turner sued Jonas for wrongful retention of their daughters. Turner says Jonas withheld their passports and wouldn't let them return to England with Turner. The new consent order says that both parents must keep the 2 girls in New York City, Long Island, and Hudson Valley.
And newly released body camera video shows Seattle police officers and a suspect being swarmed by wasps during a chase. The officers were pursuing a man who allegedly attempted to carjack multiple vehicles. After catching him and arresting him, they were all attacked by these wasps. Police say it happened in a greenbelt area. The officers and suspect were taken to a medical center to be treated for minor injuries. The suspect was booked for investigation of assault, property destruction, and attempted robbery. A government shutdown could just be days away. The House and Senate are both in recess, but Republican leadership worked throughout the weekend to strike a deal that would satisfy all their members in the House. At this hour, House Republicans remain divided, but earlier today, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he was optimistic a shutdown would be avoided.
Let's make sure the government stays open while we finish doing our job, passing all the individual bills and getting this done. Well, you have to keep the government open. I mean, if people want to close the government, it only makes them weaker. Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents or the Coast Guard?
NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake is in Washington for us. Also with us, NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Petty Piece. Garrett, I'll start with you. Where do talks stand right now?
Well, Zinkley, the problem with the Speaker's plan here is that it's not clear that he does have the support of all Republicans, which is basically what he'll need to move anything to the floor. And it's also not clear if the deal that he believes has been struck would actually do anything to keep the government funded. Right now, House Republicans are just desperate to get some of these spending bills that they've been working on amongst themselves onto the floor so they could vote on them, just to give themselves some kind of position to stand on in eventual negotiations with the Senate on longer-term funding. But even doing that, which is not guaranteed, doesn't do anything to prevent the shutdown that we're headed towards this weekend. And over the weekend, McCarthy also appears to have lost the backing, at least on this issue, of another key Republican, former President Trump, who was, of course, very helpful to him in securing the Speaker's gavel, now using his social media platform to blast any kind of deal that doesn't give conservative Republicans everything they want, basically saying that if they don't defund the money to Ukraine, defund the Justice Department and the investigations into him, that they should go ahead and do a shutdown, and that they're basically going to be blamed either way. They ought to go ahead and do it. That is not helpful messaging for the Speaker, who's trying to convince his party to have this fight now and after they kind of kick the can down the road, but not while in a government shutdown that he believes, perhaps rightly, that Republicans will ultimately be blamed for.
Yeah, politicians clearly doubling down. Shannon, I want to talk about the human piece of this, right? Because the federal government shutdown can have a big impact beyond the halls of Capitol Hill, where Garrett is. You're actually at a food bank in Washington, D.C. What did they tell you about the impact this could have?
Yeah, well, staff here are preparing for a big surge in demand. This food bank, the Capital Area Food Bank, they estimate there could be 100,000 people in this region who struggle to pay for their groceries if there's a prolonged government shutdown. And the last shutdown in 2019, which would be smaller than this one if the government does shut down, they were serving about 4,000 people a week throughout that shutdown that lasted just over a month. I talked to the CEO of the Capital Area Food Bank as well as some federal workers. Here's what they had to say.
We know that when budgets are stretched, food is the first thing to go.
A lot of us are just single parents like myself that struggle to make ends meet already. So we will be going to the food banks.
The stresses and the disappointment, the disillusionment
that comes with this looming shutdown that happens over and over again, you can't put that toothpaste back in the bottle.
And I think a lot of people, when they think of a government shutdown, they think of federal workers in Washington. But the federal workforce is really broadly spread across the United States in California, Texas, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, all states with workers doing everything from TSA agents and air traffic controllers to active duty military to the people who are contractors who work on a military base, maybe even just as in the cleaning staff or doing security, people we often don't think of as federal workers, but who are very dependent on the federal government. All those people will stop getting a paycheck beginning next month unless the government reaches some sort of budget deal here soon.
Yeah, a lot of major implications. As a former D.C. resident, I can say I felt it last time. Hope we don't go there again. Shannon, Patty Peace, and Garrett Haake, thank you both.
The 2024 election is 13 months away, but today we have a snapshot of where things stand, and there are concerns over both of the parties' likely nominees. A new NBC News poll finds 74% of voters have major or moderate concerns about President Biden's age and health. That same poll finds 62% of voters have major or moderate concerns about former President Trump's multiple criminal and civil trials. Here's what one Arizona voter said about the state of the race.
If the United States of America can't put together two better candidates, we have serious problems. I wouldn't let Donald Trump watch my grandkids, and I wouldn't let Joe Biden watch my grandkids. So, for different reasons. So why would I let them watch the country?
A lot can happen in the next 13 months, but right now, a head-to-head poll finds a potential Biden-Trump rematch at a tie. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Scottsdale, Arizona for us. Dasha, Arizona could well be one of those states that helps decide the 2024 election, so I know you've been talking to voters. What are they telling you about the race right now?
Well, look, that gentleman there, Kevin Chester, he voted for Donald Trump twice, but is now disillusioned, but also not thrilled with the option of Joe Biden either. And what we heard from voters is basically what you laid out in the poll there. They are concerned about both options. But what's interesting is they're concerned about Joe Biden's age more so than Donald Trump, even though they're not so dissimilar in age. And even though both gentlemen have legal problems, they're more concerned about Donald Trump's legal problems than Biden's legal problems. Nonetheless, though, voters are seeing issues with both of the frontrunners for the two parties. Take a listen.
I'm not sure it will be Trump and Biden, and I would probably have to hold my nose, and we'd probably cancel each other out again.
I'm not sure I could confidently vote for either of the current frontrunners. I think as a country, it's embarrassing that we can't do better.
I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I voted for Biden, but this time I don't know yet.
When it comes to like either Trump or Biden, the rematch, that'd be really disheartening for me because we saw it happen, last time in 2020 and how divisive it made the country, which was really, disheartening. If that happens again, I think it's going to be the same thing, but probably worse.
Right now, of course, for Democrats, Joe Biden, the president, is the guy. When it comes to Republicans, what we saw in the poll there, former President Trump way ahead of all the other alternatives. And there has not been any consolidation around any of the other potential options. This debate coming up this week, though, could be a good opportunity for some of those folks to try to make their case. Kate?
Wednesday night, right, Dasha?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Dasha Burns, thank you. It has been 22 years since the 9/11 attacks, and we have reached a grim marker. 343 members of the New York City Fire Department died on that day. And now the same number of FDNY members have passed away from illnesses connected to their work at Ground Zero.
In the coming days, we'll bury the 343rd member of the FDNY that passed after September 11, 2001. But sadly, he will not be the last. There are thousands of New York City firefighters and other people related to the cleanup that have been diagnosed with cancer, and the number will continue to climb for us without an end in sight. On September 11th, for most people, it's a part of history. For New York City firefighters, it continues to be an ongoing tragedy as we care for our sick and continue to bury our dead.
This is the memorial wall for fallen firefighters at FDNY headquarters in New York City. The department says it is averaging 40 to 50 deaths of members due to 9/11 related illnesses every single year. I'll have much more reporting on this tonight on NBC Nightly News.
That'll be really important. The fallout from that tragedy just continues.
It does.
Thank you, Kate. Well, if you're one of the millions of people who have suffered from long COVID, there's now scientific proof that the condition is in fact real.
A groundbreaking new study published today in the journal Nature finds that key differences in the blood of someone who experienced long COVID, there are key differences there between them and those who did not have long COVID. And here to help us understand all of this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good to see you. Remind us what those symptoms of long COVID are, and what did this study find?
Yeah, Kate Zinkley, this is important because we haven't had this kind of proof. They took over 200 patients, some who had long COVID and some who didn't, so that they could compare people who had been infected with the coronavirus and basically systematically looked over time to understand what were the composition in their blood that they could say really pointed to symptoms of long COVID. And just as a reminder, what are the symptoms of long COVID? The most common symptoms have really been around fatigue or like a brain fog, but they can be wide and varying from heart symptoms, symptoms related to sexual function, sleep. Every organ system can be affected. And really what the researchers found, that was, I would say, the top line, is that not to surprise of many clinicians, but I think it was something that we needed to see in black and white to really understand that most of the people that had these long COVID symptoms had lower cortisol levels. Cortisol, you might recall, a pretty familiar hormone that we use in the fight or flight or stress response. It's what our body needs in order to be able to mount any sort of response to anything from fear to reacting to a situation on a daily basis, or to fighting COVID symptoms.
So Dr. Patel, with all that said, briefly, can anyone who's had COVID get this test? And how long after having COVID, which we know many people do right now, should you actually get tested?
Yeah, we know that people can have this diagnosis of long COVID weeks after an infection. You need to at least have a time period from that initial infection time. On average, these study participants were observed about a year after their index infections. It is not a test that you can just roll up and kind of ask for. It really does require a longer conversation and exam, which is why we want to encourage people to come forward, advocate for themselves, and ask their clinicians. But with this research, we hope we will develop a set of tests that you can ask for and that we can say will give you that definitive diagnosis.
No, such important analysis there. Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks for those insights. We appreciate it.
Coming up, how one mother is using her heartbreak to raise awareness about the dangers of fentanyl and how parents can talk to their kids about it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
In today's Modern Parenting, there's a new campaign raising awareness about the dangers of fentanyl. It's called The New Drug Talk, and it aims to help parents and caregivers talk with their kids and young people about fentanyl.
Our next guest is part of this new campaign. It's called The New Drug Talk. Laura Didier lost her son, Zach, to a pill that he thought was Percocet, probably, but actually was a counterfeit pill that contained fentanyl. He was a beautiful kid, 17.
Deaths like Zach, they're not overdose. They're fraudulent, fake pills. As soon as we started putting the puzzle together, it was like, we need to ring the alarm bells. We don't want anybody else to go through this.
Laura joins us now. Laura, I remember that interview so well. Over 2 years ago now, you are now outreach coordinator for Song for Charlie, a nonprofit charity dedicated to raising awareness about fake pills that have fentanyl in them. And we're so sorry for your loss, as I've said to you many times. Can we start by talking a little bit about what happened to Zach, because that might be instructive for other parents?
Yes, absolutely. I'm so glad to be able to talk with you, Kate, especially now that we have some positive, progress to share. Zach was 17, just successful by every measurement, academically, athletically, with his friends, with his family. And this was a very out of character situation for Zach. It was the COVID lockdowns. He didn't have a history with substance issues. So it was a real mystery when we found him deceased in his bedroom. And it was a pill that was fraudulently marketed to him, and it contained, unbeknownst to him, a fatal amount of fentanyl. And that's how quickly tragedy can strike.
And Laura, this is Zinkley. I echo Kate's sentiments of condolences, and thank you for speaking with us. I know the website now, The New Drug Talk, actually offers a lot of resources and videos for parents. First, let's take a look at this clip about why it's important for parents to really be informed.
The best thing that parents can do is educate themselves about the dangers of drugs, and right now, not like what happened 20 years ago, what's going on right now. The worst thing you can do would be trying to get in there and pry it from them, because then they're just going to want to do it more.
Yeah, and it's no secret there have been a lot of iterations of the talk, right, the drug talk in the past. So talk to us about how the new drug talk is different. Why do parents need to be educated about fentanyl specifically?
Well, absolutely. This is a drug landscape like we've never seen before. It's impacting very young adolescents, young adults. It's deceptive. Fentanyl is so lethal, and it's very easy for our kids to access it, and mostly they're not looking for it. It's a deceptive practice that's happening. And so we need to be educated on what this new landscape looks like. At Song for Charlie, we have done research on the kind of messaging that really resonates with kids. We find that a lot of parents don't feel as knowledgeable about this crisis as they want to be before they approach these conversations with their kids. So that's why this portal is so important. It's educating families. It's putting it in language that kids will be receptive to.
And Laura, people can see this. We're showing the website if they Google the new drug talk, right? What age should parents start having that conversation?
Well, I say it's never too early to talk about never taking a pill that didn't come from your parent or your doctor, and also to normalize conversations around mental health issues. And in middle schools, I mean, we are at Song for Charlie. We're in middle schools talking very frankly about this new drug landscape. And it was through one of my talks actually that a woman from the Department of Healthcare Services in California came to know Song for Charlie, and then they reached reached out to our organization to partner on this portal. So we're very grateful to them. Again, we've enlisted experts in the field to make sure this portal is as comprehensive as possible.
Yeah. And Laura, I wanted to ask you about data from a survey commissioned by Song for Charlie in California. And it actually shows that 70% of parents think that they are talking to their kids about the dangers of drugs, but just 30% of kids say their parents have actually had to talk with them. Why do you think there's such a big disconnect here? What needs to change? Briefly.
Well, the conversations need to continue happening. And I think often, especially a child that's doing well, a parent might have one conversation and think that's sufficient. And they may not really understand how this landscape is different. So I would just encourage having multiple conversations. We have conversation starters on the website. So it could be a great resource.
Actual things people can say. Laura Didier, thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And thanks for watching Daily.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's possible you haven't heard the name Stephen Sanchez yet, but you probably know his hit song. The 20-year-old blew up on TikTok with the song Until I Found You.
Yeah, on Friday, he dropped a new album that leans in on the kind of music popular in the 50s and 60s. I do a show called The Drink, right, where we always talk about how someone got to the top, and I sat down with Stephen for chocolate milkshakes at Junior's in Times Square. We talked about how he found his voice and even sang with Elton John. You might be the youngest person. I think you are the youngest person I've ever interviewed on The Drink.
Thank you so much for that. I tried to grow out the whatever facial hair I have
stubble.
to try and make it not look that way. But,
No.
but
it's
still,
to your
still looks
credit.
that way.
It's to your credit that we are sitting here. You have, for people who don't know, you had this viral record that kind of went crazy, like to the point where 80-year-olds know it, teenagers know it, Until I Found You.
Everybody.
And then you have a new album out, like now, brand new, your first full length, right? Do you want to just keep eating the whipped cream, and I'll just give your life story.
Totally. You're so right. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
How how did you do all this? It looks to me like the last few years have been a lot of effort.
Yeah.
A lot of work.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, even this year has been a lot of work. I think, you know, obviously we're releasing the debut record, Angel Face.
If words could just hold you, tell me you feel me.
It's really exciting. So, you know, I think the same feelings of, you know, having released Since I Found You and then experiencing the tremendous success of that song obviously brought to the table. It feels similar to release a record and to kind of experience that
Does this all feel
unknown again.
Does this all feel a little like a pinch me, like am I dreaming kind of thing?
Yeah,
no?
I mean, I think I feel more tired these days for sure.
So go back for me.
Okay.
You're born in California. You're raised outside Sacramento.
I am, yeah.
What was life like for you?
I mean, it was just elementary school, high school, middle school, kindergarten. I think, you know, all the basics that you kind of go through. I have two sets of grandparents. So on one side, my grandfather collected vinyl, and he had it stacked in his barn. I'd go in there and pick through the vinyl.
He has like a farm?
He has a farm, yeah,
And so
San
in the
Jose.
barn, he's got the vinyl?
In the barn, he's got the vinyl. I mean, the most classic. I mean, this guy has the most humble, laid-out, classic farm.
So how old are you when you go to the barn and start looking around?
I'm like 10.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, 10. Talking Roy Orbison, Frank Sinatra, Nat King Cole, Dean Martin, Jimmy Durant. And the first time I was ever hearing those artists, it was on the hard copy, you know? And so
on vinyl.
I'd pick through all the records, take a stack, bring them back in the house. He'd pick through them and he'd send me home with some. And then I'd just rip through them and listen to them. And then the next time I'd see them, I'd do the same thing all over again.
So this summer, Elton John reaches out to you.
Wow.
What? And then you go on stage at Glastonbury, his final performance, and you sing your song.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It's kind of a ridiculous sentence too, in a lot of ways.
Like you never thought it would be like Elton John, Steven Sanchez in one sentence.
I mean, I think it's a huge trend. Like, I kind of can't even like make up my own dreams anymore because it's just like all the things that I couldn't even think would happen are happening like that. You know, I didn't even think of something like that. You know, dream about happening. And,
Can we do rapid fire?
Rapid fire questions. Let's go.
Favorite song?
The Violet Hour by Seawolf.
Nice. Any advice for an aspiring musician out there?
Oh man. Just write the truth, you know?
You have to be authentic.
You gotta be authentic to what is the truth to you, you know?
Steven Sanchez,
yeah, thank
you so much for the shake.
You're welcome.
Love By the way, wait till you hear, I asked him his weirdest thing about him.
Yeah?
It's weird. It's weird. It's a tease.
Ooh,
and then
I want to know.
We talked about how he dropped out of high school to pursue this dream, and we talked about whether he has a girlfriend. You're going to hear why he wants to keep all that private. You can watch my full interview with Steven Sanchez. It is at NBCnews.com/thedrink. You can Google Kate Snow The Drink, or it's on our nightly news podcast if you want to listen.
So good. Check it out. Check it out.
So this is where we usually talk about other stories that are trending right now, but today there is one story that everybody's talking about.
You already know what it is. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, the pop star, was seen leaving with the Kansas City Chiefs tight end after his game last night. During the game, Swift, of course, was spotted in his suite cheering alongside no one else than his mom, Donna. A source close to Swift says they are just hanging out.
Hanging out.
And it's in the early stages. My parents would call that's just her little friend.
I love that. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley. Thanks for watching.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
If it's Monday, shutdown, showdown. Republicans are at the bargaining table and they're at odds over how to keep the government's lights on. Will the Speaker of the House turn to Democrats for help? Plus, refusing to resign, New Jersey's senior senator says he'll stay on the job, despite a growing chorus of Democrats telling him to step down. We'll have more of his public defense to his historic second indictment. Plus, problems at the polls. Alarm bells are blaring for Democrats in the latest NBC News survey of the 2024 election. With President Biden's approval underwater, can he hang on to the coalition that put him in the White House? Our own Steve Kornacki will dive into the numbers. Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles reporting in Washington, where it's tick-tock on the clock for Speaker Kevin McCarthy, as he strikes an optimistic tone on his conference's progress to avert a government shutdown, with the funding deadline only days away and yet no deal in place. Speaking this morning, Kevin McCarthy said his conference plans to move ahead with 4 individual spending bills this week, while telling me Congress still needs to pass a short-term funding bill to keep the government open, and projecting confidence that that vote could happen at any time.
So if you're moving appropriations bills, sir, then have you begun talks about moving a continuing resolution as well?
Well, you've got to be able to keep government open. I mean, and when you look at what the work that the members were able to do on keeping the government open, but at the same time securing the border, I think you would find a lot of support on both sides of the aisle for that. We're going to first put up the rule, be able to do the appropriation bills, and then we could move to the next.
How soon could a CR be voted on then?
Well, we've got the CR working now, so we could do it at any time.
So do you believe you can pass a CR and send it to the Senate before?
Look, I'm a believer in everything, yeah. I never give up.
He never gives up. On their own, the appropriations bills aren't enough to avert a shutdown. They appear to be yet another overture by Speaker McCarthy to the hardliners in his party as he tries to rally support for a stopgap funding bill. But the holdouts have yet to show signs of budging on a continuing resolution. And just last week, they blocked a single defense spending bill twice. Over the weekend, Donald Trump again weighed in on the shutdown fight on social media, writing, quote, "Unless you get everything, shut it down." Today, McCarthy warned members a shutdown could hurt the party politically.
I mean, if people want to close the government, it only makes them weaker. Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents or the Coast Guard? I don't understand how that makes you stronger. I don't understand what point you're trying to make. Why would you want to stop paying those individuals? I couldn't understand somebody that would want to do that.
Now, of course, even if the House can get something passed before this week's deadline, any funding effort would also have to pass the Democrat-led Senate. And McCarthy's appeals to the far right all but guarantee his version would be dead on arrival. Meanwhile, across Capitol Hill, the Senate continues to deal with the fallout of Friday's indictment of Senator Bob Menendez. Menendez defended himself against the allegations of corruption at a press conference earlier today and seemingly criticized those who've called for his resignation.
I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator. The court of public opinion is no substitute for our revered justice system. We cannot set aside the presumption of innocence for political expediency when the harm is irrevocable. To those who have rushed to judgment, you have done so based on a limited set of facts framed by the prosecution to be as salacious as possible. Remember, prosecutors get it wrong sometimes. Sadly, I know that.
Joining me now on Capitol Hill is my colleague Sahil Kapoor. So, Sahil, Speaker McCarthy, he's sounded optimistic on where things are, but, I mean, we're just running out of time. I mean, is there any way to actually avoid a shutdown at this point?
Hey, Ryan. Well, Speaker McCarthy likes to be an eternal optimist in these moments, but here on Meet the Press Now, we are going to live in reality. And the reality is time is running short. There are 5 days left, and it would take something close to a miracle for McCarthy to be able to avoid a government shutdown in time. Remember, when you strip away all the procedural machinations here, the reality is Republicans are still fighting amongst themselves about what their opening bid should be in negotiations with the Democratic-led Senate and the Democratic president. They haven't even begun that. So the idea that McCarthy can, avoid these, or I guess resolve these Republican divisions and cut a deal with Democrats and pass them through both chambers and keep his job at the same time is exceedingly unlikely. And that's what it might come down to at the end of the day. McCarthy might have to choose between fighting the government or keeping his job with the way these far-right members keep threatening it if he does pass any kind of short-term funding bill.
And, you know, Sahil, in many ways, he can't even believe them when they tell him that they're going to vote for something. As we saw last week, hardliners blocked a defense appropriation bill twice, even after he thought he had the votes. Has the landscape really changed that much over the weekend? I know McCarthy told me this morning that it sounds like these guys want to negotiate, but we really don't have any hard evidence that the holdouts are ready to move forward on anything resembling a continuing resolution.
Yeah, let's put it this way, Ryan. There is some hope for McCarthy that he can unlock the door to move forward with the appropriations bills. Remember, these are Republican-only bills, that even if they pass, it would not avoid a government shutdown. It would just begin negotiations with the Senate on the appropriations process. But there is no sign that his far-right members who say they won't support a continuing resolution under any circumstances are budging on that. And those same exact members are saying that if McCarthy does partner with Democrats to fund the government, which he will have to do inevitably, that if he does that, they might trigger a motion to vacate the Speaker's chair, also known as overthrowing him.
Yeah. Now, beyond the House, any funding deal, though, as you rightly point out, it's going to have to go through the Democratic Senate. It feels like we haven't talked about them a lot. That was one of Speaker McCarthy's important points this morning that is hard to argue with. The Senate hasn't passed anything either. What's the latest from that chamber?
That's right. The Senate has been quite sluggish this month after, having a pretty smooth appropriations process up through the end of July before the August recess began. What we expect from the Senate when they're back tomorrow is a motion to move forward, a vote, I should say, to move forward with a vehicle to pass a continuing resolution. They have begun that process. It could take all week. It might require unanimous consent in the Senate to get it through before the September 30th deadline. But, overall, Ryan, the Senate is in better shape. There is at least agreement between Democrats and the vast majority of Republicans about the funding levels. They want to stick to that two-year budget agreement. They also agree that they're going to keep out, controversial riders that either side could construe as a poison pill, whether it's stuff that Democrats want or stuff that Republicans want. So they're just in better shape to fund the government. But let's say they do pass a continuing resolution. What happens when it gets to the House, lands on McCarthy's desk? He's not going to be able to take it up and put it on the floor unless, again, he wants to risk his job. So it might be a long, painful process for him to tame these members, to talk them down and say, this is what needs to be done.
And you're right. There are more people in agreement on the Senate side, both Republicans and Democrats. The issue is timing, right? And just one senator could slow that process down pretty dramatically.
That's exactly right. They will very likely need unanimous consent of all 100 senators to be able to vote speedily and get a bill done before the September 30th deadline. We also don't know exactly how long this continuing resolution is going to be, whether it's going to include the president's supplemental requests on Ukraine aid and disaster funding. Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, has kept some of these options open because I think he wants to see where the votes are in the Senate and what could get through with the smoothest possible process. But yeah, the Senate, too, has work to do. It's not clear that either chamber is going to be able to pass a bill before the deadline at this moment.
You're so optimistic, Sahil. I appreciate that about you. And let's continue with the optimism. The Senate also dealing with the indictment of Senator Bob Menendez. He seemed pretty defiant this morning. I mean, what's the reaction been to the allegations in Congress? There does seem to be, and it may be happening slowly, but a concerted push for him to resign.
Yes, there absolutely is a concerted push among Democrats. The calls for Bob Menendez to resign are growing after that jarring indictment charging him with corruption and bribery. Some of the notable names that have called on Menendez to resign are Phil Murphy, the Democratic governor of New Jersey. Almost everyone in New Jersey's congressional delegation on the House side, who is a Democrat, has called on Menendez to resign, one exception being his son, Rob Menendez, who is a congressman from New Jersey. And in the Senate, there are very few calls for him to resign. resign. One notable name is John Fetterman, the freshman senator from Pennsylvania who said Menendez should go. He also said that he will return $5,000 in donations that Menendez sent his way in his 2022 campaign, and in kind of a mockery of some images from the indictment, said he's going to do it with $100 bills stuffed in an envelope. So that gives you a sense of how some Democrats feel about this. Yeah, Democrats want to run in 2024, pitching themselves as the party that believes in government, the party of good government, against what they will call the corruption and criminality of Donald Trump. Having a senator like Bob Menendez charged with bribery sticking around there is not exactly consistent with that portrait, Ryan.
And Sahil, you were talking while our Capitol Hill text chain fired up with a text from our Kate Santalese, who's also reporting that Ohio's Sherrod Brown also now calling on Bob Menendez to resign. Probably notable because he is up for re-election in what will be a very competitive state of Ohio. So Sahil Kapoor, thank you for that reporting. I appreciate that. Now joining us is our panel. Dan Merica, a national political reporter for The Messenger, Kimberly Atkins-Storr, a Boston Globe columnist and an NBC News political analyst, and Republican strategist Doug Heye. So, you know, Dan, this is where we are. McCarthy couldn't get one appropriations bill done. I mean, not last week, but really all summer. Now he tells us he's going to get 4 through and maybe a CR. I mean, how realistic is this?
Highly unrealistic. I mean, I know that he says he's an optimist. He thinks he can get it done. It doesn't seem like it. I think Sahil is spot on that it doesn't look like either house, either chamber is going to be able to get something done. And you do kind of, in a way, I mean, McCarthy asked for this job, so you can't feel for him that much, but he is definitely in a position where he's debating with keeping his gavel, or at least not having his gavel threatened, and funding the government. And right now, it seems like he is saying, I'm okay with keeping my gavel and not funding the government. He's getting cheered on by people like Donald Trump and others, and he's capitulating to certainly the far right of his party. How long does that last? Does that continue to impact his standing with moderate Republicans in his party? It remains to be seen. I'm actually interested in the political ramifications of this. There are elections in a few weeks in Virginia and other states. The shutdown could be significant. No state in the nation is more tied to the federal government than Virginia, as you know well.
Don't get ahead of our rundown, Dan. We're going to get to that in a second, all right? So I want to get to the guy who's been in a room for conversations like these. Doug, it's interesting with McCarthy, and to Dan's point about this, it does seem as though he's trying all these different maneuvers to convince these conservative holdouts to come on board. He did the impeachment inquiry. They just kind of shrugged their shoulders and said it's not enough. Now he has this idea where he's going to push through all these these appropriations packages and vote on them one by one. But there's really no evidence yet that that's going to be enough for them to then also vote for the continuing resolution, is there?
No, he's doing everything plus the kitchen sink. And the reality is there's a nothing is good enough caucus, because nothing will ever be good enough caucus. You ultimately can't satisfy them. And I think the challenge for Kevin here, it's why he's trying every maneuver that he can. It's not so much about shutting down the government. The government is going to shut down. The question is, how do we reopen it, and what are the potential political costs both within the Capitol and outside of the Capitol for that? That's where the unknowns are at this point, and it's ultimately where Republicans are looking at pastimes of where Republicans get blamed. At least Republican leadership realizes this. Others are playing very different strategic or tactical games.
And how big of a role do you think President Trump, is he in the background in all of this, or are there people talking to him?
When has he been proactively a good actor in things like this? I think that's what we're seeing now. He's giving cover to some of those more troublemaker members, and they need some cover. Donald Trump's the perfect cover for them politically.
All right, so Kimberly, I want to play President Biden addressing the shutdown just moments ago. Take a listen to this.
Now a small group of extreme House Republicans, they don't want to live up to that deal, and everyone in America could be faced with paying a price for that. They're changing it. We made a deal. We shook hands. We said this is what we're going to do, and now they're reneging on the deal, which is not much of a surprise these days.
At what point, though, do Democrats, like the president, like Hakeem Jeffries in the House, need to start talking to maybe some of these moderate Republicans who are probably also freaking out about the idea of a shutdown and saying, we got to make a deal, guys, because we're running out of time?
Well, I would believe that they've already begun doing that. It all ends up on Kevin McCarthy. Look, it's not a matter of if he could lose his gavel based on this deal that he made. It's a matter of when. And at least now, this is a big deal. We have people, millions of people, who will be affected by this in a really real way if the government shuts down. If this is not the place where he stands up to the troublemakers, as you said, within the caucus, who represent a tiny sliver of the American electorate, when is it going to be? And so I think at this point, he needs to turn to both the moderates and the Democrats, say what it is that they want. The Democrats have already said it's ending this impeachment inquiry. We'll see if that happens. But Kevin McCarthy can't win here.
There's a sense, though, that Republican leadership needs to defeat these troublemaking members, because let's say Kevin cuts that deal and there's a motion to vacate the speaker. Does a Speaker Scalise, a Speaker McHenry now have a stronger hand? No. And so that's why they feel we need to beat them now. And it's going to be a pretty ugly process.
So Kimberly, is that, to Doug's point, that at some point you have to marginalize these 10 rabble-rousers, right? I mean, I've done the math many times. There's a lot more non-rabble-rousers than there are rabble-rousers, but they seem to be controlling everything. I mean, that's going to require at least a small group of Democrats, right?
Yes.
Does Hakeem Jeffries say to that small group of moderates, hey, listen, let's cut a deal with them to get this government funded, and then when the motion to vacate comes around, you guys can walk out of the room or do something to protect his speakership. Would that be responsible on Jeffries' part?
Depending on what that deal is, I think that's exactly what you're going to see happen. You have people on the Democratic side who, unlike the Republican side, are talking to each other, coming up with a plan, and are really gaming this out. And in the meantime, they can point the blame to Republicans if the government shuts down, as you said, depending on how long it remains shut down.
Okay, now let's get to your piece, Dan. Dan wrote a piece for the Messenger.com about the political fallout beyond Capitol Hill and how this could affect legislative races in Virginia. We spent a lot of time talking about what happens here in the Beltway, but this has big impacts outside and not that far out of the Beltway. One of the Republican candidates, Ian Lovejoy, who's running for the House of Delegates, and they're trying to hold on to the House of Delegates there, said, in Richmond, I will never shut down the government over politics. The needs of my constituents will always come first, and it's time for Congress to wake up and protect the livelihoods of those who represent, who they represent. So I live in Northern Virginia. I've got a lot of neighborhood dads and moms who are coming to me at our barbecues and being like, am I getting furloughed? If you're running for the House of Delegates, even though it's not the Richmond State Legislature's fault, there's going to be blowback there if you're a Republican and it's Republicans who get blamed, right?
Huge blowback. I mean, Virginia is tied to the federal government, whether it likes it or not. It's tried to diversify its economy. In Northern Virginia, it has not done that. There are hundreds of thousands, there are tens of thousands of government workers who live in the D.C. suburbs. There are bus lines that go from one city in Virginia directly to D.C. because that's how federal workers get to work. And those people could be furloughed if the government shuts down. It has happened before in 2013. There were key governors, attorney general, and lieutenant governor race in Virginia. The government shut down for 2 weeks and a few days. All three of those Democrats won those races in 2013. It is complicated for Republicans in these districts because there are some who want to cheer a shutdown, who want to see the federal government go down. There's a sentiment behind that, but they know that the vast majority of folks who live in that district either live next to somebody who works for the federal government or the bodega or the coffee shop down the street gets a lot of business from those folks, and all of those business would be impacted. It's not just the federal government shutting down and losing paychecks. It's businesses in these communities as well.
And the government contractors, too, who will not get back pay. Doug, you were in Eric Cantor's office during a shutdown. I mean, talk about that impact. What does it mean for constituents, particularly for people who represent constituents in Virginia and Maryland?
I mean, it's everything that the federal government does. And in Maryland and in Virginia, that touches day-to-day life in a way that it just doesn't so I'm from North Carolina or North Dakota or Texas, or pick your state. But the political realities are also very different for House members. I remember those races, and, it was, we told these members, if we close down the government, you've touched the stove, you touch the stove, you get burned. But our elections in the House were a year later. And there ultimately was no penalty for Republicans. And Republicans in the House of Representatives are very mindful of it. It's why their motivations are very different than what you think they might normally be.
All right. And Kimberly, before we go, just the impact for Democrats of the Menendez indictment. Do Democrats need to get ahead of this and try and distance themselves from him?
I think they absolutely do. I think if he resists the calls to resign, which I think will only increase, they will have to create that distance because, as you pointed out, corruption is the very thing that Democrats have been claiming the moral high ground on. And so if someone within their own ranks gets a pass, it will be impossible for them to differentiate between what he is doing. Yes, he didn't wage an insurrection, but it's the kind of bribery that gets to the heart of what you don't want politicians to do. This is the second time around. I don't see a way out of this.
Biden's giving a speech on protecting democracy this week. This week. It's bad timing in that front as well. It's awkward,
Yeah, and it may not be an insurrection, but trading government secrets to another foreign government government
big problem.
is a very big problem. So obviously innocent until proven guilty, but a very big issue for Democrats. Great conversation, guys. Dan Merrick, Kimberly Atkins-Storr, and Doug Hay, thank you all for being here. Still to come this hour, the enthusiasm gap and widespread concerns for Joe Biden, what the latest NBC polling says about the 2024 race. Steve Kornacki standing by at the big board, and the growing migrant crisis. We'll talk to New York Democratic Congressman Vicente Gonzalez Jr. about just what Washington can do to help overwhelm cities and states. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. We already gave you a little taste, but we do have a slew of brand new numbers from our NBC News poll on the 2024 election, President Biden, and more. We're going to be rolling out new numbers all week, but we have some very interesting insights to start with. And joining me now at the big board with our poll, who else but NBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, I wanted you first to talk about the Bills' chances of winning the AFC East, which I know you're also very adept at, but we won't get into that now. Instead, let's talk about these interesting numbers in this new poll about 2024. Take it away.
Yeah, well, Tua is the only thing standing in your way in the
I don't want to talk about
AFC
that.
East, but we'll talk 2024 election, and we'll start on the Republican side a couple days from that next Republican debate. Here is where we, in our NBC News poll, have the Republican race nationally right now. Donald Trump, look at this, the former president way out in front, 59% support. Second place, Ron DeSantis at 16, a 43-point gap. That's like that Dolphins-Broncos game yesterday in terms of the gap, almost there. And everybody else almost back in single digits here. And I think significantly, you heard at the start of the summer a lot of Trump's Republican rivals, his critics, certainly on and off the record. They talked about the indictments Trump was going to face over the summer, the charges, Trump skipping that first Republican debate as potentially bringing his numbers back down to earth and giving some of these other candidates an opportunity to move up. And instead, you had the indictments, you had the debate. Trump has only expanded his lead. He was barely at 50% back in June. Now he's nearly at 60%. And as you can see, nobody else has moved up. So if this is the direction Republicans are going, if they want to renominate Trump and if they want a rematch with Biden, how might that look? We polled Trump versus Biden in a rematch. And look at this. They are tied 46-46 in our poll. And I should note, our poll and just about every other poll out there taken in 2019 and 2020 never showed a race this close between Biden and Trump. And Biden, in fact, did win the popular vote by 4.5 points over Trump in 2020. So what's different now? I mean, the obvious difference is if this is a rematch, the roles are reversed. Biden would be the incumbent. Trump would be the challenger. And as an incumbent president, Biden is subject to numbers like this. His job approval rating sits at 41% in our poll, 56% disapprove. That is a record high for Biden as president in our poll, 56% disapprove. Big thing driving that is the economy. Start of Biden's presidency, the country was basically divided in half on whether they were satisfied or dissatisfied with the economy. But now it's barely 1 in 4 voters who say they're satisfied with where the economy is. That's certainly not going to help Biden. Neither is this. We've talked about certainly the indictments, the charges, the looming trials with Donald Trump, asking voters if that's a major or a moderate concern for them. 62% say that Trump's criminal and legal issues are a major or moderate concern. But look at this number, 12 points higher. 74% say that the president's age and fitness represent a major or moderate concern to them as they make up their minds. By the way, Donald Trump, only 3 years younger than Joe Biden, 80-77, but a 27-point gap in the number of folks who say that Trump's age and fitness are major or minor concerns for them. So that is an X factor that probably looms large and affects Biden's poll numbers as well.
Okay, Steve Kornacki, thank you so much for breaking that down for us and joining me now to make sense of all those poll numbers. What a job for you, Amy. Is Amy Walter, the publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. I mean, if I'm a Democrat, I got to look at these numbers and be really concerned. And it seems like every time you talk to a Democrat, they're like, well, let's just wait until we actually get into a general election. Could we get to a point where Democrats just assume everything's going to work out okay, and then all of a sudden they wake up and they could be in trouble?
Well, I don't think there is one Democrat, certainly not one Democrat I talk to, who feels like, oh, we got this thing in the bag, don't worry about it. But there are some conflicting data points. So we see in this poll that Democrats are unenthusiastic, especially younger voters, voters of color, not as interested in the 2024 election than Republicans or older voters or white voters. And yet we've had special elections. We've had about 30 special elections at the congressional and state legislative level where Democrats are outperforming their baseline in those districts by, on average, 11 points. Wow. So you're getting to see, well, this is a poll, and then this is actually what's happening in reality. Which one of those things is correct? I think both of them can be true at the same time, and this is what Democrats are really hoping, which is this. Look, is their base not super excited right now? Sure, not when we're talking about how old Joe Biden is or what's going on in the economy. Right. But in 2024, we'll also be spending, this is Democrats saying this, we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about the stakes of this election. It will be about Donald Trump. It will be about January 6th. It will be about abortion access. It'll be whatever goes on in these trials. Our voters are going to turn out just like they have in every election in the states that matter. But to your point, they still have to turn out. Right. And that is, if the economy is looking as if they're as glum about the economy as they are right now, or maybe things get worse. What if we have inflation that's kind of sticking to where it is and unemployment starts going up? If there is something else that comes up that really takes the focus onto something that's more of a Biden weakness than an asset, a movement of just a little bit, couple folks staying home. Right. That matters a lot.
Well, to that point, we just had the graphic up there again, but if we can bring it back up, the numbers that talk about what voters are more concerned about, and Steve did a good job of breaking it down, but 74% saying that Biden's age and fitness is their #1 concern. That's actually quite a bit more than even these criminal and civil trials that Donald Trump is dealing with. And then look at how close that matches to the situation that with Hunter Biden that President Biden is dealing with. I mean, this has got to be something that weighs on those enthusiasm numbers.
There's no doubt about There's no doubt about that. That when whatever number it is, polls have different numbers, but 60% or so of Democrats say, I'd like another candidate other than Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. That's there's certainly an enthusiasm challenge right there. The question becomes, I think, for Biden, we're only in 2023. He's not going to be younger in 2024. So what does the age issue look like a year from now? For Trump, yes, I think for a lot of people, they're like, okay, the indictments, we've heard a lot about it. It seems like same old, same old, same old we keep hearing about. When it's in the public attention day in and day out, you all will be reporting on the various trials. Will that number equal or surpass the Biden
presented
health
with the
number?
Evidence every day.
That's right. In that you say, well, boy, gosh, given that.
The lesser of two evils.
It feels like we're in, to me, the most important number out there was one that the Pew poll showed the other day that 65% of Americans, when asked how they feel about politics, said exhausted. Right. Exhausted. So no one's really excited about this rematch.
Well, despite all these age and fitness concerns, there really is no serious Democrat even thinking about running against President Biden. Congressman Dean Phillips, he tried to beg a bunch of Democrats to do it. None of them were interested. He's now thinking about doing it. I mean, what would be the utility in someone like him jumping into the race?
I know it. There are, I guess, this idea that you want to have a placeholder, somebody who's on the ballot in case something happens, perhaps is where we're going here. But a primary challenge to Joe Biden is not likely to go anywhere. Even among Democrats, those who say we'd like to have somebody else on the top of the ticket, they like Joe Biden. He has high approval ratings among Democrats. It's not that they think he's not doing a good job or they disagree with his policies. They would like, I think, what they're saying is not that I want someone to challenge him, but that he just shouldn't run again.
That I'm just worried
and that's a very
about
different.
him as a candidate.
I'm worried about him as a candidate. He should step down, and whoever gets the nomination, let that happen. But I don't know that what they're asking for is an actual fight within the party that could potentially split allegiances.
All right, one last question for you before you go. My NBC News colleague Sahil Kapoor was on with us earlier. He's got some great reporting about Kirsten Sinema considering an independent run. She's putting out some paper trying to tell people how she can win a race in Arizona as an independent with 2 other candidates. What's her realistic path to
that seems her path seat? She suggests is that she doesn't need to pull off that many Democrats. She's not very popular among Democrats. Pull off a quarter of Republicans. But here's the thing that strikes me as very, very close to difficult, not difficult, impossible, which is winning 60 to 70% of all independent voters. Remember, people identify themselves as independent. It doesn't mean they want to vote for an independent. Exactly. That's a lot of votes to get among people who really do lean Dem or Republican.
Okay. Well, that's a great piece by Sahil. Find that at NBCnews.com. Amy Walter, thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Next, Donald Trump all but certain to win the 3rd GOP nomination. It seems that way. We have new reporting on anti-Trump apprehension from some of the party's top donors, what they're worried about and what they've been spending, all this money they've been spending to stop the former president, and it could be a fool's errand. You're watching Meet the Press now.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Welcome back. At this hour, Donald Trump is on the campaign trail in South Carolina, talking to voters in the early primary state as his lead in the primary polls remains massive. My NBC News colleague Vaughn Hilliard and Ben Camisar have new reporting on how the anti-Trump effort inside the Republican Party is faltering in South Carolina and across the board, with Trump appearing to be on a glide path toward his third consecutive nomination. Vaughn Hilliard joins us now. He's on the ground with the former president in South Carolina. So, Vaughn, you're in South Carolina, and Trump is there as well. But I want to start with this new reporting about the various anti-Trump factions inside the Republican Party. They just have been unable to gain any traction. Are they worried that it may be too late?
Ryan, that's exactly the concern. And when I was talking with one particular campaign advisor on a non-Trump campaign, the way this person put it to me was that there was a lot of talk to start the year about starting Donald Trump from outside organizations, folks that weren't directly working for campaigns. But when it came time to put rubber on the road, it's a big question mark as to where that cavalry actually went. Because when you're looking at, just take Club for Growth, for example, one of those key conservative groups, its leader held a retreat donor back in February in West Palm Beach that hosted 5 of the alternative Trump presidential candidates and made the commitment that they were going to go essentially all in to make sure Donald Trump didn't ascend to the nomination again. But here, just 3.5 months to the Iowa caucus, that group, Club for Growth, has only spent about $6 million in advertising at this point. And notably, most of that money was spent over the summer. In the month of September, Ryan, just $5,000. There's concern among folks that are working for campaigns and also those on the outside, though, that gap in that opportunity window is narrowing to take down Donald Trump.
So it does seem like there's a cash problem. I mean, these groups are not at all digging into Trump's lead. I mean, if I'm a big donor, right, and I've already given a lot more, there's not a ton of incentive for me to keep giving, right?
Exactly. I was talking to a key fundraiser out in Arizona who was Donald Trump's campaign finance chair in 2016 and 2020, but she told me, I mean, she was open-minded. She said that Ron DeSantis' campaign particularly was wooing her. But she said that in her conversations with donors in Arizona, she said that she found it difficult to make the case to anybody that they should donate because there was no viable alternative to Donald Trump in her eyes. And she believes that Trump has become more attractive to her personally over the course of the summer. And she said, hey, in her position as a fundraiser, the best bet for her right now is Donald Trump because she wants a Republican back in the White House to take on Joe Biden. And right now, the best place to place money for her and for other donors is on Donald Trump.
So you're in a state right now with two very popular natives, and Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, who are both running for president. But Donald Trump is the one with the big lead there. I mean, what have you heard from South Carolina voters?
Right. As of right now, it appears, Ryan, if polling is accurate, that they're not popular enough. In 2 recent polls out of South Carolina, it shows Donald Trump with about a 25%, 30% lead over Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis here. And I want to let you hear from 2 of the South Carolinians. Of course, we are at a Trump rally. It just wrapped up here, and folks are here for a reason because they like Donald Trump. But I think it's important context because this is what Nikki Haley and Tim Scott are up against if they want to pull off a nomination and beat Donald Trump. Listen to 2 of the South Carolinians who I just talked to. You guys have 2 of your own candidates running from South Carolina. Why Donald Trump and not them?
I love Nikki Haley. I love Tim Scott. They're
You love
great,
them?
They're great people, but I love Trump more because he's amazing.
Even though you guys have gotten to know Nikki Haley and Tim Scott over all these years on a quite personal level, they've been in the news every day for you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You still say,
better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
Absolutely.
And Ryan, I've been having those exact types of conversations dating back to January, dating back to the summer, And here again in September, we're 4 months away from the South Carolina primary. It could be that last dam that could break and give Donald Trump the nomination ultimately, right?
Okay. Excellent reporting as always, Vaughn Hilliard. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Growing calls for federal help as cities declare border emergencies. Is Congress working on any policy fixes? Democratic Representative Vicente Gonzalez is standing by. We'll talk to him next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Welcome back. We continue to follow the situation at the southern border, including this new video showing CBP officers in Eagle Pass, Texas, cutting a razor wire where migrants, including children, were stranded after crossing the river. A DHS official tells NBC News that the U.S. Border Patrol made 8,900 apprehensions yesterday alone. And in El Paso, the Democratic mayor is now warning that the influx of migrants has pushed his city to a breaking point, straining his city's resources and shelter capacity. Julia Ainsley is in Eagle Pass, Texas, where the mayor there declared a state of emergency last week.
Here in Eagle Pass, Texas is the epicenter of what has become a near record-breaking migrant surge. Just today, we saw hundreds of migrants cross the Rio Grande through treacherous waters that have killed some migrants last week. They came here. Border Patrol started cutting the wire to let in hundreds of migrants who are now behind me. They're being processed. You can see a lot of young children. families. They can get water here, use the bathroom, and then they'll be taken to Border Patrol processing centers. But according to some new data we've just obtained, border processing centers here are over double their capacity, meaning they're trying to release these migrants as quickly as possible so they can take in more and more because they keep coming. You can hear some of the trains that have been coming through here. A lot of the migrants are riding on top of the trains. Most are from Venezuela, and when we talk to them, they're happy that they've gotten across, but many are crying because the journey was so dangerous. They say that it was in Mexico where they found cartels that were violent. Many of them were kidnapped, assaulted. They're worried about their children being hurt as well. So from here, they'll be processed and released into the United States. We know that most of the migrants crossing now are not sent back. They're released with a notice to appear in immigration court. Sometimes that date can be set years into the future. And it's really calling into question the effectiveness of the new Biden border policies. You know, the COVID-19 policies that really restricted a lot of immigration came to an end in May. They replaced that with something that they thought would be even stricter, that would keep a lot of migrants from coming here and claiming asylum. But instead, these numbers now are just getting so overwhelming that they're getting more and more and releasing more. The word gets back, more migrants come. But I will say, some of the migrants we spoke to today said they wish they hadn't come, that the journey was just so dangerous. I've been covering this issue for almost 10 years now. I don't think I've ever seen a day like today with these numbers and this kind of desperation.
All right, Julia Ainsley, pretty stark reporting. We appreciate that. Let's now bring in the Democratic congressman from Texas, Vicente Gonzalez. Congressman, thank you so much for being here. Obviously, you're seeing what we're seeing, these apprehension numbers, close to what we saw back in May before Title 42 ended. At the time, you called on the White House to extend Title 42. What's your assessment of how President Biden has handled the migrant issue since that COVID-era policy ended?
I did. Well, let me tell you, it's a very complicated issue. It was complicated during Republican administrations and it's complicated now during the Biden administration. What I've been asking for and what I've been proposing is a Safe Zone Act that creates safe zones on the border of Guatemala, in Central American countries, all the way to Colombia, where asylum seekers must process at that juncture. And if we're going to ultimately allow them in the way we are now at our southern border, let's let them fly in from that destination. And it does two things. It takes the pressure off our border, and it removes the cartel element out of the equation. But at the end of the day, we also need to hold Mexico responsible to guard their southern border, to guard the north of their country, to prevent so many masses of people coming through. We need to get the Central American countries to also cooperate. It takes real diplomacy. It takes real communication. And sometimes it takes a threat of sanctions against our southern neighbor to do what's right and be a good neighbor. I don't think they have been.
I want to show you a tweet from Governor Abbott from not too long ago. He said, quote, additional buses deployed to Eagle Pass are loading up to send migrants to self-declared sanctuary cities. There's been obviously a lot of controversy about this policy from the Texas governor, but there's no doubt that it has risen awareness in places like New York City and Chicago and other areas where these migrants have been sent to. What is your message to him? Do you think that, do you disagree with this policy? Do you think it was wrong?
Well, let me tell you, I think we all understand that we have a disgraceful problem on our southern border that's gone on for several administrations. Governor Abbott has been grandstanding for years now, and he put this wire and buoys on the river. They have done zero to stop migration from coming into the southern border of Texas. Zero, at the expense of billions of dollars of taxpayers of the good people of Texas. So, you can play circus all you want, but it's not bringing any solutions. What I'm proposing is a real solution in southern Mexico and Central America, and have a real strong diplomatic consequences. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to talk to the president of Mexico and have him guard his southern border, protect his airports, protect his coastlines, and certainly the massive migration that's coming from the southern border. And we need to get other Central American presidents to cooperate. But you do that through diplomacy. Mm-hmm. You do that, with a stick and a carrot. We need to do that. Where we're seeing the images that you're seeing on the screen now with this quarantine wire and these buoys that are killing people. This is all an Abbott political public stunt that has brought zero to the American people, zero results.
Okay.
We have more migration coming into southern Texas than we've ever had before, given that he's put all these wires and buoys and all this, grandstanding to the good people of Texas. But it's really shameful that it's had zero results. And I think at the end of the day, that's what people realize, that, hey, we've spent billions of dollars. We have all these people and we have all this material and buoys and stuff on our southern border, but it's had no real effect. In fact, it's had the opposite effect. We have more migration now than we've ever had. So we need to look for intelligent ideas and solutions, not this circus that we're seeing on our southern border with those wires that I'm looking at right now and these buoys. What we need to do is hold Mexico responsible and tell them, if you don't guard your southern border, we're going to start sanctioning you with one product at a time, with one issue at a time.
So I know your complaints are with Governor Abbott in terms of the optics of all of this, but a lot of what you're talking about, though, would be the responsibility of the Biden administration. Should they be the ones to offer the sanctions? And also, should there be a state of emergency that's declared at the southern border? Because that would allow the administration to enact, some restrictions and policies that would at least begin the process of trying to rein in this crisis.
I could certainly consider something like that. We're not going to separate children from their parents the way they did during the Trump administration, but I do think we need to have strong order on our southern border, and we need to do it with enforcement. We need to do it with diplomacy. We need to do it with potential sanctions to our neighbors to the south. We need to hold President Obrador responsible to guard a southern border and to stop the massive migration that's coming north. It's unbearable. I've been saying it for years now. I said it during the Trump administration. I'm saying now during the Biden administration. This is not a Democratic or Republican problem. This is an American problem that we need to come together with common sense solutions.
Okay, and before you go, Congressman, I do need to get your take on the looming shutdown threat. Obviously, most of this work right now is in the hands of Speaker Kevin McCarthy, but would you be in support of your fellow Democratic colleagues reaching out to a group of moderate Republicans to do a discharge petition to try and get a continuing resolution passed? And then separately, would you support a move by Democrats to help Speaker McCarthy out to get something over the finish line?
Listen, I'm for anything that makes sense, that keeps the government open, that keeps us operating, that keeps us prosperous, that keeps us working, and keeps our economy growing. And I'm always looking forward to reaching across the party line to make things better. If we need to keep our government open, that's a common sense idea. Of course, I'm open to talking to our friends and working things out with friends on the other side of the aisle that are reasonable. We have a lot of great, reasonable Republicans on the other side that we should work with. We have some radicals, crazy, that are bad for our country on the extremes, and it's unfortunate. And that's something that we're dealing with, and it's really punishing our country.
Okay, Congressman Vicente Vicente Gonzalez. My apologies, sir.
And I'm not paying for that border wall.
All right, fair enough. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. The summer of strikes is officially over, only because it's officially fall. Picket lines continue to crisscross the country, but there may be at least one deal in sight. You're watching Meet the Press now. Welcome back. We are one step closer to Hollywood being back in action. Overnight, the Writers Guild of America and Hollywood's top media companies reached a tentative agreement to resolve the nearly 150-day strike. While the details of the agreement are still unknown, some of the biggest demands included higher pay, higher residuals, and protections against the use of artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, in the Midwest, Michigan will get 2 high-profile visits as the UAW and the Big Three automakers continue their negotiations. Tomorrow, President Biden will show his support for the strike by joining auto workers on the picket line. And last hour, President Biden echoed his support for the UAW.
I think that now that the industry is roaring back, they should participate in the benefit of that. And if you take a look at the significant increase in salaries for the executives and growth of the industry, they should benefit from it. So yes, I always support the UAW.
And former President Trump will also head to Michigan. He'll deliver a speech on Wednesday as part of his counter-programming of the second GOP debate. And joining me now is Noam Schreiber. He's a labor reporter for the New York Times. Noam, thank you for being here. I mean, how do you expect President Biden and former President Trump's visits in Michigan to be received?
It's hard to say. I mean, the UAW typically supports Democrats in presidential elections. I think in 2016, the UAW estimated that about 2/3 of their members had supported the Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton, and about 1/3, maybe slightly higher, had supported Donald Trump. So I think Donald Trump typically, does a little better than a typical Republican among UAW members, but we shouldn't assume that it's kind of 50-50 or even majority toward Trump. I think there's still a lot of residual support for Democrats and probably President Biden within that union.
And, President Biden has often called himself the most pro-union president in American history. He's largely been hands-off in this particular arrangement ahead of him traveling to the picket line. Do you agree with that assessment? Is he the most pro-union president?
Yeah, I think he can make a legitimate claim to being the most pro-union president in many decades, certainly. I mean, if you look at his appointments to the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Boards, and how aggressively those appointees have prosecuted labor law violations. If you look at the amount of money that has gone toward union pension funds and subsidies to create manufacturing jobs, you look at Department of Labor regulations, I think you can make a case that he's been, probably the most pro-union president, certainly in many decades.
So Sean Fain, of course, the leader of the UAW, he's taking a unique approach to this strike. He's opting for a more targeted approach. But is there any concern they're being too aggressive or maybe asking for too much?
Yeah, I think it's a real high-stakes gamble. Certainly the workers feel like they have not shared in the benefits of the profit growth that the Big Three have seen over the past decade. So it seems like there's a legitimate basis for them asking for a lot. They also made a lot of concessions in the 2007 through 9 period during the financial crisis and the Great Recession. And so it's understandable that those workers would want to recover some of those concessions. On the other hand, the industry is obviously going through a very important, very high stakes transition of its own, from gas-powered cars, internal combustion engines, to electric vehicles. The industry is already a bit behind domestic competitors like Tesla, certainly some foreign competitors like BYD in China. So it's a very, a very sensitive moment for both sides. I think the one wrinkle here to keep in mind is, or at least the question to ask, is how much labor costs actually trickle down to the bottom line. It is certainly the case that the Big Three have significantly higher labor costs than Tesla, than some of the foreign automakers who have factories in the United States. But because these things are so, these production facilities are so capital intensive, they rely so much on technology, only a small portion of that cost disadvantage actually trickles down to the bottom line. So they may have a little more room to maneuver than you would think just by looking directly at the labor costs. It's
interesting because the UAW is yet to endorse anyone in the 2024 presidential race, especially given that there isn't really going to be a Democratic primary. Is that significant?
I would say it's significant, but I wouldn't overread it. The UAW definitely traditionally endorses Democrats. They endorsed Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, but it's not as though they're on the verge of endorsing Donald Trump. The way I read that lack of an endorsement at this point was the UAW has been very supportive of Biden's clean energy policies. They were very supportive of all the subsidies that the administration sought for the transition to electric vehicles. And they felt like there should have been more strings attached to all of those tens of billions of dollars that are flowing into the auto industry. And so it was more of a like, we want to see you make good on your promises. And if you do deliver in the way that we want you to deliver, an endorsement will, there's a decent chance that an endorsement will be forthcoming. But it was more of a kind of show us before we make any sudden moves here.
You know, we don't have that much time, only about 20 seconds. Union membership, only really about 10% right now. What does all these very public strikes mean for the labor movement going forward?
Well, I think what we've historically seen is that enthusiasm for unions and labor organizing and strikes can be very contagious. You know, when one group does it in one industry, people in another industry see, oh, I can do that too. Maybe it's worth me joining a union. Maybe it's worth me going on strike. So this thing can really spread, and historically we've seen these things spread very quickly.
Excellent job answering that question so briefly. Noam Scheiber, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But NBC News coverage starts with Hallie Jackson right now.
And we are coming on the air tonight with a major moment for the labor movement in this country. Two big strikes, two potentially very different outcomes. You've got Hollywood on the verge of a tentative deal there, but no deal in Detroit, with a big ally set to hit the picket line just hours from now. What it all means for the workers, the companies, the White House, and your wallet. And former President Trump spotlighting the Second Amendment at a swing state gun shop. How new numbers show he could be on a glide path to the party's nomination as he kicks off one of his busiest weeks yet. Plus, how an indicted senator is explaining those wads of cash the feds found stuffed in his clothes, the defiant defense from Bob Menendez, and the fellow Democrat who's needling his Senate colleague tonight. Plus, a bunch of salt water is about to contaminate the water millions of people are supposed to be drinking near New Orleans. The race to stop this creeping crisis before it's too late. Then, nightmare fuel. Basically, look at this. People trapped on an amusement park ride upside down, crying for help 75 feet in the air. How that dramatic rescue went down and how long it took a little bit later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are watching a key moment for the labor movement in this country, with a deal now on the table between those Hollywood writers and big studios. A huge breakthrough. Right? A big breakthrough in this 5-month-long strike that has flipped the entertainment industry on its head. It's one of the longest walkouts in Hollywood history, but it could end very, very soon, because the Writers Guild is supposed to vote on this tentative deal with the studios sometime in the next 24 hours. And while this big writers' strike looks like it's coming to an end, the one for the actors, that is still happening. And the already historic auto workers strike, well, that one is only getting bigger, with the White House talking about all of it, saying late tonight that workers in every industry deserve a fair share of the value their labor helped create. We know that in just about, 18 hours, not even from now, President Biden is going to join the picket lines with the UAW president, that's according to two sources familiar with the planning, for the second week of this cross-country strike. And it's not just President Biden heading to Michigan. Former President Donald Trump is set to give a primetime speech to union workers in Detroit just 24 hours later on Wednesday, according to three sources familiar with the planning for that. That's the same time, of course, as the next Republican debate, meaning these labor battles could become even bigger political fights very soon. We've got it all covered from every angle, with Maggie Vespa on the ground covering that auto workers strike in Michigan. But I want to start with Liz Kreutz with the latest from Los Angeles. Okay, key word with this writer's strike here is tentative. It is a tentative deal, not a done deal. Could it still fall apart?
Hey, Hallie. Yeah, I mean, we're all waiting on pins and needles here to find out what's going to happen. I think there is a lot of hope that things are going to go forward as planned. So that is good news. But again, we're waiting to find out what the details of this agreement are. Neither the writers union or the studio executives, which includes NBC Universal, the parent company of NBC News, have released any details so far of this tentative agreement. We can assume, though, we clearly understand that they have come to some compromise on some of these big sticking points that we've been talking about here. The big question is, are the writers writers going to get what they want? Are they going to get those higher wages? Are they going to get bigger staffing for the writers' rooms? Are they going to get protections around artificial intelligence, which writers fear could one day take their jobs? And of course, the bigger question now with all of this is, when will writers go back to work? The Writers Guild says that nobody should be going back to work until this contract is ratified. So the question is, well, what's next as we wait for this? Well, sometime we expect in the next 24 hours, the negotiating committee for the WGA will be voting on the agreement. Then it goes to all the members. They have to ratify the deal, and then it will go back to the board and the council, who will then vote to end the strike. So it could be that writers go back to work this week, assuming they get that deal ratified, but we're waiting to see, Hallie.
Well, and then how does the actors' strike piece of this play into it, right? Because that is another huge thing that Hollywood is grappling with. And just because the writers go back doesn't mean the actors will, and it doesn't mean all the writers will, too.
Exactly. So we still have a long road ahead here. Some of the writers will be able to go back to work once this is ratified, because late night shows and daytime talk shows will mostly be able to get back to work. But scripted series aren't really going to get back into full production since actors are still on strike. Of course, there's hope that if the WGA can get a deal and this ratified, there's then hope that the actors union will be able to as well. And we do know that the writers union, the negotiating committee, is elated by the deal they got. They put out a statement last night where they said, we can say with great pride that this deal is exceptional, with meaningful gains and protections for writers in every sector of the membership. So they are very happy with this. That's the messaging they're putting out. And SAG-AFTRA, the actors union, they then put out a statement saying that they look forward to reviewing this agreement and that they are ready and willing to resume their negotiations. So hopefully this gets the actors union going soon too, Hallie.
Liz Kreutz, thank you very much. Let me go now to Michigan, where we find our Maggie Vespa live for us on the ground. We have just found out now that the UAW president will be with the American president, it sounds like, according to sources on the picket line. Even as the president, in just the last little bit, answered a question shouted at him from the press corps saying, I always support the UAW. Talk us through the dynamics here.
Yeah, so essentially, Hallie, I mean, you're not going to meet a person on the picket line who isn't aware that these two visits are happening. President Biden coming here to, as you said, join the picket line tomorrow, according to sources familiar with the matter. And then 24 hours later, you've got former President Trump expected to come here and deliver. There's a supporter out there today, his primetime address to UAW workers here in the Detroit area. The details of either visit, both visits, yet to be made public. We don't specifically know which picket lines they'll join, which plants they'll be in front of, that kind of thing. But basically kind of the consensus that we've heard from picketers, including people here outside this Stellantis parts distribution facility in Centerline, Michigan, is that they're just glad to have any larger spotlight, any more attention on this issue, on this negotiation, and just kind of on these stalled contract talks with the big three. Take a listen to what we've been hearing today.
I'm happy that they're both coming at the end of the day. The more support, I think, is the best.
We don't want this to be a political circus where Trump says this and Biden says this and we go back and forth.
I'm going to talk about it now. Hey guys, really quick. So coming back out here live, I want to show you what's happening because this is kind of a developing situation. We've got a line of trucks behind the picketing workers here. These, we're told by the workers on the picket line, are management and security and basically non-UAW workers who work inside this plant, came to work today. And the workers tell us openly they're kind of delaying them coming in and delaying them coming out by as much as like 10 or 15 minutes. They just let one truck out. You can see they're picketing back in front of the line. So just kind of tensions growing back out here on the picket line. And then just really quickly, Hallie, the other headline that you mentioned, the EV plant, Ford's EV plant, about 100 miles west of Detroit. That just came out here in the last couple of hours. Indeed, construction on that, the company confirms, has been stalled. They say they're just kind of waiting to make sure they can move forward as scheduled, but they would not specify as to whether or not it was because of the strike. You can see we're pausing work, limiting spending on the construction of the Marshall project until they're confident in their ability to competitively operate that plant. So not naming the UAW, but the timing has a lot of people making that link for sure.
It is fascinating, Maggie, to be watching the dynamic playing out behind you live. I mean, it says so much about where things stand in these negotiations now. Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. It's good to have you with us. Let's talk about Senator Bob Menendez, sounding tonight like he's not going anywhere, given his side of the story on camera since the first time since being indicted on federal bribery charges. Here's why he says investigators found hundreds of thousands of dollars stashed away in his clothes and in his closets. Watch.
For 30 years,
I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba.
No mention there of the gold bars that the feds also allegedly found, or of his upcoming re-election fight. And that's interesting because it means it's still potentially up in the air whether won't back down also means won't run again. Some in his own party hope that he does not. In fact, they hope he steps down now, including, we've just learned, Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, now the second Senate Dem to call on Menendez to resign. Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania was the first, with his office saying tonight he'll return $5,000 in donations from Menendez, and he'll do it, they say, sarcastically, in envelopes stuffed with $100 bills. Remember, Menendez and his wife faced charges they got bribes, the money, the gold, the Benz, in exchange for helping the senator's businessman friends as well as the Egyptian government. NBC's Lindsay Reiser is following this for us from New Jersey, where the senator spoke to members of the media, didn't answer questions, Lindsay, but did obviously defend himself super publicly. Tell us about it.
Double down, Hallie, also, and he's already facing a lot of pressure from within his own party to step down, as you mentioned. He said today he is not doing that. He has stepped down from the all-important chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. He would have had to do that anyway because of the rules of that committee. But today he remained defiant, essentially saying that everything he has accomplished, he has done so despite naysayers, calling this his biggest fight yet, but saying he's confident he'll be exonerated. He also called out people who have called for his resignation, essentially saying that they're trying to seize on a political moment here, political opportunity. He talked about what he said were some of his accomplishments in office: Affordable Care Act, pandemic relief, Hurricane Sandy. But that is interesting that you mentioned, and that stuck out to me too during this press conference, the idea that he had over the last few decades been making significant withdrawals from his personal savings account. And he said, call me old-fashioned, but he said it was because of his family's history there in Cuba and having their assets forfeited over. Of course, Fetterman pointing fun at that also on Twitter, saying at our house, we have an extra flashlight for our home emergencies. Hallie, he did not, as you mentioned, confirm whether he would be running again next term when his seat is up in 2024. I asked him that as he left the building. As you mentioned, he did not take any questions from reporters, but says he will be in D.C. to get back to work. Of course, Hallie, he has that hearing, the Southern District of Manhattan, on Wednesday morning.
Right. I wonder, Lindsay, what you make of the relative silence from not just top Senate Democrats, think Chuck Schumer, think Dick Durbin, but also from some Senate Republicans, too.
It is interesting. Some of the calls for his resignation have been deafening. Basically, the entire New Jersey congressional delegation. We have seen some members on his own party on the Senate, John Fetterman and Sherrod Brown, as you mentioned. But really, I mean, one other comment stuck out to us, and that is from Representative George Santos, who's dealing with his own slew of scandals here. And he told our NBC News crew, I think due process is important, and I think he has the right to defend himself. He's innocent until proven guilty. This media has to stop acting like everyone is guilty before they're even judged by a jury. So we will have to wait and see whether these calls continue to grow. I mean, Phil Murphy, who is a Menendez ally, he's called for him to step down. So also we'll be waiting to hear on Wednesday if any more details trickle out that could move the needle in that regard as well, Hallie.
Lindsay Reiser, thank you very much. To South Carolina now, and former President Donald Trump, all smiles tonight at a gun shop there. And from his perspective, some good reason for it, given the new numbers and new reporting showing what could be a glide path to the Republican nomination for him. He's kicking off one of the busiest weeks for his campaign in months with this rally in South Carolina. New polling shows him overall with a 43% lead over his next closest competitor in this primary. That's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. It is sticky support. Sticky, even 4 indictments later for Mr. Trump. With one of his supporters, one potential voter, laying out that loyalty in pretty clear terms. Listen.
If he's convicted and he wins, put the Oval Office in whatever prison they have him in.
Donald Trump does get the nomination and does win the White House. There's already some preemptive hand-wringing among Democrats that if President Biden does lose, he could have third-party spoiler candidates to blame, with one source familiar with the White House's discussions around this saying it's pretty effing concerning. Their words, not mine. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is with us now from that Trump campaign stop in Somerville, South Carolina. Let's talk Republicans first here. And you're reporting, as well as other members of our team, on the anti-Trump faction of the Republican Party, the so-called never-Trumpers, if you will, kind of seeming to fall apart.
Right. You'll recall earlier this year, Hallie, and I know that a great number of Americans heard the idea that there was going to be a massive effort to make sure that Donald Trump wasn't going to be the Republican nominee again. He announced his presidential bid back in November. Fast forward 10 months, we're here right now. And when you look at the amount of spending that has truly gone to explicitly anti-Trump ads, it's actually quite minimal compared to the amount of money that is spent in this Republican campaign primary as a whole. If you look at like one of the groups, for example, Club for Growth, this was an organization that has been involved in conservative politics and elections for a long time now, Hallie. Back earlier this year, they had 5 presidential candidates, including Ron DeSantis and Mike Pence, come down to meet with donors for a retreat. But when you look at how much money they've spent, it's just $6 million. And in the month of September, just $5,000. And I was talking to one major fundraiser out in Arizona, just anecdotally, who told me, look, it's hard to make the pitch to Republican donors to give to a candidate not named Donald Trump because, frankly, there's not a clear, viable candidate to challenge him right now. And right now, if you're going to pick where your money is, the best bet, it's arguably Donald Trump, who is right now doing quite well in polling not only nationally but also at the state level.
Flip to the other side of the aisle, and these concerns from the White House here, based on our reporting, that a potential third-party candidate could end up handing the election to former President Trump if it is him v. President Biden, right? And that is because the margins in some of these key states, as you well know, Vaughn, are just so slim.
Right. Right, and that's where everybody is preparing for what would be a Biden-Trump rematch. And when you're talking about a Biden-Trump rematch, the third-party candidacies and their impact, whether it be a Cornel West or whether it be the no labels ticket, right? The idea of a uniparty where it'd be a Republican candidate and a Democratic candidate joining to be a presidential and VP as sort of this independent bid. If you go back to 2016, arguably the third-party candidates potentially cost Hillary Clinton the presidential election. You know, just take Arizona again as just an example. More than 6% of Arizona voters in 2020 voted for a third-party candidate, and numbers and exit polling suggest at the time that those voters, a majority of them, would have gone to Clinton over Trump. There was no major third-party candidate in 2020, and Joe Biden just narrowly beat Donald Trump, and that's where there are concerns from the reporting of our team within the White House right now that a potential no labels party or a Green Party candidate in a close race could cost Democrats here. And, you know, I've had conversations with the CEO of No Labels who told me that she would make sure that there is no spoiler in the race. But frankly, this is politics, and that's why we don't know until Election Day or days after who is ultimately going to win, because the American population is large, Hallie, here, and third-party candidates have always been of interest to the American electorate.
Vaughn Hilliard, live for us in South Carolina. Vaughn, thank you. Right now at the southern border, with the most people crossing in months, according to officials, yet another Texas town is saying it's at a breaking point, with El Paso opening a new shelter and busing migrants to cities like Denver and Chicago and New York. And it's in that state, in New York, where the governor is now deploying 150 more National Guard troops to help handle all these people. Julia Ainsley has more from the border.
Here in Eagle Pass, Texas, is the epicenter of what has become a near record-breaking migrant surge. Just today, we saw hundreds of migrants cross the Rio Grande through treacherous waters that have killed some migrants last week. They came here. Border Patrol started cutting the wire to let in hundreds of migrants who are now behind me. They're being processed. You can see a lot of young children, families. They can get water here, use the bathroom, and then they'll be taken to Border Patrol processing centers. But according to some new data we just obtained, border processing centers here are over double their capacity, meaning they're trying to release these migrants as quickly as possible so they can take in more and more because they keep coming. You can hear some of the trains that have been coming through here. A lot of the migrants are riding on top of the trains. Most are from Venezuela. And when we talk to them, they're happy that they've gotten across, but many are crying because the journey was so dangerous. They say that it was in Mexico where they found cartels that were violent. Many of them were kidnapped, assaulted. They're worried about their children children being hurt as well. So from here, they'll be processed and released into the United States. We know that most of the migrants crossing now are not sent back. They're released with a notice to appear in immigration court. Sometimes that date can be set years into the future. And it's really calling into question the effectiveness of the new Biden border policies. You know, the COVID-19 policies that really restricted a lot of immigration came to an end in May. They replaced that with something that they thought would be even stricter, that would keep a lot of migrants from coming here and claiming asylum. But instead, these numbers now are just getting so overwhelming that they're getting more and more and releasing more. The word gets back, more migrants come. But I will say, some of the migrants we spoke to today said they wish they hadn't come, that the journey was just so dangerous. I've been covering this issue for almost 10 years now. I don't think I've ever seen a day like today with these numbers and this kind of desperation.
Our thanks to Julia Ainsley for that reporting. A new study out tonight says there is proof that long COVID exists, and there may be a way to diagnose it. It's some brand new research showing differences in the blood of people who have long COVID compared to people who don't. Basically, like their immune cells act a little differently. They have a lot lower levels of a certain kind of hormone, too. This is a big deal because millions of people, 1 out of every 13 of us, so think of your 13 friends or family members. Chances are one of you has issues with constantly being tired, with memory problems, that brain fog after having COVID. But there's never really been scientific evidence until now to say that what they were experiencing is actually a real thing. Dr. Kavita Patel is joining us now. A lot of talk about long COVID for a long time. This is significant now. Explain why.
Yeah, so this was a study that looked at not just people who have had COVID symptoms since about 2020, people who had recovered at around that same time period, and then people who never got COVID at all. So kind of taking, as much as they can of a sample of the population. And what they found in the people that have long COVID, exactly what you said, is that they've had kind of higher activated levels of their immune system against the COVID protein. So that means that perhaps they still, even a year later, have a little bit of the persistent antigen from the virus, as well as lower levels of something called cortisol. We think of cortisol with fight or flight.
I was going to say, that's the stress hormone, right?
Right, exactly. So this tells you that their kind of stress hormone levels are depleted, which could add to why they have symptoms like fatigue or some of the brain fog and other symptoms we talk about with long COVID.
There's a lot of questions we still don't know about long COVID here that this study lays out, including this sort of interesting dynamic on dormant viruses.
Right. So Epstein-Barr virus, otherwise known as the virus that causes mono, that's what a lot of people associate with it, that they see a reactivation of that virus, which is just all this illustrates, Hallie, is that this is a complex disease and that it is really kind of almost like a brew of inflammatory kind of symptoms, and all these chemicals that we're talking about give us a signal that we never had before. It's sad that years later we don't have enough information to make the definitive diagnosis. This is just the first step in getting us to a more definitive diagnosis to give people peace of mind.
What does that change at a practical level in the doctor's office? In other words, if you show up and you go, I had COVID in 2020, I'm still tired, I think I have long COVID, what does it do?
And to be fair, there are people that have had long COVID even just 4 weeks after their symptoms resolve, so that technically is long COVID. What they should do is use this research to kind of advocate so that they can say, are there some other tests? Are there some other things that we need to do? Right now, what this is showing us is not enough to make you go out and order a lab test and say, do I have it, yes or no? But I think it's enough of a signal to give us more information and to give us scientists and doctors more information to do further research so that we can eventually get to that 1 test, 2 tests that give us that ultimate diagnosis.
Do experts suspect that people are still getting long COVID now? And by that, I mean, I think there's this sense among some people that, long COVID is something you got back in the beginning of the pandemic and those earlier strains. And maybe with these more recent strains of COVID, you're not seeing that as much. Is that just people chatting, or is that based in any science?
There is some basis for that, but I think it's also associated with the fact that we're seeing fewer people. If you've been vaccinated and if you've had the recent infections, there's a less likelihood of getting long COVID. So it's just pointing to the fact that as we're learning more about COVID, the disease itself, we're treating it, we're learning more about how vaccines can help with long COVID and treatments like Paxlovid and other things that can help with long COVID itself. All of that is adding to our knowledge.
Dr. Kavita Patel, so interesting. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's talk about the storms tonight set to slam the Pacific Northwest, where people are getting ready to be hit by their first it's called atmospheric river. That's the name for it. If you're like, well, Hallie, I don't know what an atmospheric river is. Nobody does unless you're a meteorologist, but all it means is this, what you're looking at. Tons of rain, tons of water, very wet. It's possible that some spots could see rainfall for the entire month, like they typically get, fall in just a single day. This is happening as people out east start to clean up after Storm Ophelia, which brought wind, a lot of rain. tons of flooding you can see here in some spots, too. Bill Cairns happens to be somebody who does know what an atmospheric river is. He is joining us now with more. What should we be looking at?
We're looking at everyone in the Northeast and Pacific Northwest losing those summer tans in a hurry, Hallie. That's pretty much it. I mean, everyone's like, okay, that's enough. It's been raining for 3 straight days in the Northeast and still raining at this time. And all the white you see on here is clouds. And we didn't see any sunshine today from southern New England to D.C. all the way back through the Ohio Valley. It's still a lot of drizzle out there. And with the low visibility and the low cloud ceilings, the airports are a mess in New York right now. JFK average arrival delays 103 minutes. LaGuardia's at about an hour and a half. Newark's about an hour and a half. Also, Philly about 20 minutes. Boston about a half hour. So that has ripple effects, as you know, all across the country when you're dealing with stuff like that. The remnants of Ophelia are going to be spinning south of New England overnight tonight. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. The green on this map shows you where more rain showers and drizzle will be. So I hope you have those, rain boots and everything else handy again tomorrow. And then in the Pacific Northwest, look at the spin in here. The atmospheric river. The river's just like, it's like a fluid. And so there can actually be areas of higher moisture, and that's all this atmospheric river is. And Hallie, it is pouring and cloudy and kind of miserable from Northern California all the way through coastal areas of the Pacific Northwest. The only good about this, Hallie, it means an end to the fire season in that area in many areas. So that's a welcome thing, and this is the first one of the year, so it's not going to cause a lot of flooding.
Bill Cairns, thank you very much. Coming up, NASA's years-long mission, bringing a first-of-its-kind sample back to us here on Earth. How they got it and why it could hold some clues to the origins of our solar system. How about that? We're going deep coming up. Plus, Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner coming to a temporary agreement about their kids, where they'll be staying in our 5 things.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait the dishes, should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Why 8 people ended up in the hospital after a JetBlue flight today. That's coming up in just a couple of minutes. But first, let's talk about NASA scientists set to unseal a capsule that contains the biggest asteroid sample ever collected. Here's the outside of it. This is the canister. If you're like, well, wait, that doesn't look like much. It's about a cup's worth of rocks from an asteroid collected something like 200 million miles away. The mission to get this stuff took something like 7 years, ending with this moment. That capsule touching down in Utah. The scientists are now very carefully, obviously, pulling that capsule in. They're going to fly the samples back to Houston to the Space Center. They're going to look at it. They're going to analyze it. They're going to poke it. They're going to prod it. And they're going to hope that it helps us all better understand the origins of our solar system. Joining us now with a sample from that capsule is Tom Costello.
I wish I had a sample. Cue the Star Trek music, though, right? Because this is super cool. We're talking about, I'm going to get you to geek out here. We're talking about pristine space dirt and dust. Why do I care about pristine space dirt, you may ask? I hear you, Hallie Jackson. Because we want to understand, how did this happen? How did the Earth come together? How was this incredible combination of gas and dirt and rocks that came together to create this human flesh life on Earth? How did it happen 4.5 billion years ago? We may get clues in this sample. It was only about 0.5 pound in weight. But it is space dirt, space dust. It's the origins of essentially the universe, of really the solar system. So if they can now start to analyze this, and oh, by the way, how they did this is super cool. Landing a spacecraft on a moving asteroid, drilling down, they thought they'd have resistance, like when the dentist drills into your tooth. No, it went right into the dirt and exploded a whole bunch of sand and dirt and dust. It was a really astonishingly successful mission. What else would you expect from NASA, right?
I never in my life thought I'd be so excited about 0.5 pound of dirt, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
You have done it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Because but it also seems like from your description that this is a big deal. We talk a lot about the space race. We've talked about other countries trying to do these missions to help uncover some of these clues to the origins of the solar system. It feels like this sets the U.S. It kind of plants a flag.
Well, absolutely, there is a concerted effort right now globally to understand the origins of the universe. And that speaks to the mission to the South Pole of the moon, where we hope to put a lunar base sometime, right? If there is, in fact, liquid water ice frozen there, we can use that for jet fuel, rocket fuel, drinking. But to underscore how excited they are there at NASA, listen to what they said in the news conference.
We heard main chute detected, and I literally broke into tears. I mean, and I'm probably going to do it right now just thinking about it, because that was the moment I knew we made it home. I was there when it was nothing but a PowerPoint on a slide in a proposal that we were submitting to NASA with this dream that we were going to bring back samples from Bennu.
Yeah, Bennu is the name of the asteroid, 7 years, 200 million miles away, and they did it.
When grown adults are crying, as I know that you are also near tears from this discovery, Tom.
At this very moment, I am.
It is really something special. Tom Costello, thank you so much.
You bet.
Really good to have you on. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the New York City Fire Department is announcing today that 343 first responders have died from 9/11 related illnesses. Why is that number so important? Because 343 firefighters were killed on the day of the attacks. Fire commissioner saying in a statement, "We have long known this day is coming, yet its reality is astounding, just the same. A horrific reminder of the terrible legacy of 9/11. Number 2, to Maui now, with some people who live on Lahaina getting home today for the first time since that deadly wildfire on the island almost 2 months ago. Health officials were handing out protective gear, things that people should wear as they went back because of potentially dangerous toxins. The wildfire killed at least 97 people and destroyed more than 2,000 buildings. Number 3, Oscar-winning actress Sophia Loren is now recovering from successful surgery after she fell at her home in Switzerland, according to her agent. She's 89. She broke her hip and a bone in her thigh bone, basically. No word yet on when she'll be able to leave the hospital. Number 4, Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner have agreed to temporarily keep their children in New York, according to new court documents. Remember, the two are in the middle of a very high-profile divorce, with Turner last week suing Jonas, asking for their 2 daughters to come to England, where she lives, citing the Hague Convention. She says Jonas refused to release the kids' passports. NBC News is out to both of their reps for comment. We haven't heard back yet. Number 5, Lego says it's going to scrap its plan to make blocks from recycled plastic bottles instead of oil-based plastics because the recycled plastics didn't reduce carbon emissions. The company says it is still committed to making bricks from sustainable materials by 2032. They say they're testing and developing some other options. When we come back, a bizarre low-speed chase in California. How this driver managed to get away from officers, look at that, in the local. Plus, millions of federal workers might end up without a paycheck soon if the government does, in fact, shut down later this week. How it could affect you, even if you don't work for the government. Coming up. In just the last few minutes, some new developments about the House impeachment inquiry into President Biden. I want to bring in our Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles. This relates to the hearing that's set to happen just about 72 hours from now.
That's right. And this is the witness list. We're getting it for the first time.
So this is who is going to be testifying.
Yes, this is who's going to testify. And honestly, this is a group of people who are going to answer questions the way Republicans want them to be answered. If we take a look at this, Bruce Dubinsky, he's the founder of the Dubinsky Consulting Group. He's a forensic accountant. He's somebody that if you spend a lot of time on right-wing websites, has done a lot of posting of conspiracy theories about the various Biden family businesses and the way that they're interconnected. Eileen O'Connor, she is a respected former assistant attorney general, a bit of experience in the Department of Justice in their tax department. She's also a member of the Federalist Society, which is, of course, that right-wing group that has gone to many lengths to put judges in all various parts of the federal government. She was also a member of the Trump transition team. And then Professor Jonathan Turley is probably well known if you're a regular cable news viewer. He's somebody that's on Fox News a lot, talking about his theories as it relates to Republican talking points and issues along those lines. So, you know, while these are going to be witnesses that they're going to say what Republicans want them to say, keep in mind that this is a bipartisan hearing. So there will be Democrats in the room as well. So they'll be able to probe these members of this first impeachment hearing, ask them questions about their theories, their conspiracy theories. Like Dubinsky, for instance, has a lot of theories. Many of them have been debunked by independent organizations.
To be clear, this is the first step on what would be a marathon if House Republicans did decide to go down the impeachment road.
Right. And what Republicans have said, what they've told us, is that this is them setting the table, reminding us all of the work they've done. So don't expect any huge, bombshells or breakthroughs to come out of this. This is kind of a reset as they really dive into the impeachment proceedings.
An impeachment amuse-bouche, if you will. Ryan Nobles,
yes.
Thank you so much.
I think that's what that. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll go with that.
Thank you, appreciate it. So listen, talking all things Congress, we are at T-minus 5 days before the government straight up runs out of money to keep functioning. We are in deadline mode. So here's what to expect if you're expecting a shutdown. Starting with, should we be expecting a shutdown? Well, probably. There's a very tiny chance that House Republicans can loosen the gridlock and keep the lights on. But honestly, don't bet on that just yet. If there is a shutdown, when would it start? Sunday, when you wake up. Technically, stroke of midnight. How long will it last? Good question. Depends on Congress, right? We don't really know. Will it affect me? If you're a federal worker, definitely. More than 4 million of you will get furloughed. A lot of you will not get paychecks. And that's to say nothing of the millions more government contractors at risk here. If you are not a federal worker, will it affect you? It will. Here's how. It might make it harder to travel because of the possibility of mass sick-outs by TSA officers. It could be almost impossible to get a new passport. We'll stop getting jobs numbers and some other really important information about our economy, even at a time when the Fed is scrambling to avoid a recession. And at a time when we're heading into flu and virus season this fall. Public health agencies, if there is a shutdown, won't be running at full strength. They're not going to be totally closed. Some critical stuff stays open, but not 100%. Look at SNAP benefits. Those help people who need it buy food. That money could be on the chopping block. Same with the agencies that help people pay rent. They could face some problems, too. I want to bring in NBC's Shannon Pettypiece, who is live for us from the Capital Area Food Bank, which is gearing to give up thousands of meals if and when a shutdown happens. The big concern here, Shannon, is not just if this is a 24, 48-hour government shutdown. I hate to say that we've all covered those in the past, like we've been through those. Those, you know, national parks have an impact, et cetera. The concern is if this starts to stretch into week 2, 3, 4, 10, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. And it's the once you miss a paycheck, once you miss 2 paychecks, once those bills start coming at the first of the month, that is when people like this food bank here, where staff have been scrambling to get ready for a surge in demand, really get concerned. But I also want to emphasize, this isn't just a Washington, D.C. problem. Take a look at this map, Hallie. You can see across the country states that have large numbers of federal workers. The darker colors are the states with the highest number of federal workers. Of course, it's the Washington, D.C. area, but it's Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas. I spoke to one worker in Kansas. He's a police officer at an Air Force base here. Here's what he told me, Hallie. He said, some of us live paycheck to paycheck. You take away a paycheck. How am I going to live for the next 2 weeks? He said, how do I take care of my kids? How do I take care of my wife? He went on to say that, you know, that type of mindset ends up causing bad things to go through some people's minds, and some people can't get through it. So really taking an emotional toll. I talked to a couple other federal workers, one in Wisconsin, one in Indiana. Have a listen to what they had to say.
We'll be having to contact our mortgage lenders, our car loan servicers, our utility companies, anything that we have an auto withdrawal from coming out of our bank accounts, we'll have to stop that.
The disillusionment that comes with this looming shutdown that happens over and over again, you can't put that toothpaste back in the bottle.
Yeah. So real world consequences there, Hallie, for the people who are going to be stuck in the middle of this, which is millions of people across the country.
And I keep thinking about, Shannon, that Air Force officer you talked about, who's talking about, hey, might he have to go hunt meat, right? To figure out, he's a hunter, to figure out, like, what he's going to do if this thing goes on and on. I want to just note here for people who are like, well, wait a second, Hallie and Shannon, you're talking about this shutdown like it's definitely going to happen. It's not definitely going to happen, but it looks pretty likely at this point, right? I mean, just touching briefly on the politics of it, based on the conversations that are and are not happening down the road for me at the Capitol, it feels like that is a fair assessment at this moment here Monday night.
That's what our reporting indicates. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, he had a note of optimism today in the past few days, but the legislative pathway is getting very, very narrow. And the legislative pathway, even towards a short extension or even towards a waiver that would keep active duty members of the military, that pathway is very small at this point because they just haven't been able to reach a consensus among House Republicans. Of course, anything is possible in Washington, but certainly people are preparing for the worst here.
Shannon Pettypiece, thank you so much. Good to see you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, the NTSB says it's looking into a JetBlue flight that got really bad turbulence today, sending 8 people to the hospital. It was flying to Florida from Ecuador. The airline says the plane landed safely in Fort Lauderdale, but that it's been taken out of service for inspection. No word yet on the condition of the people who ended up in the hospital. Out of our West Coast Bureau, take a look at this video. This is a suspected drunk driver leading cops on a 10-mile chase through the streets of California. Yes, that is a golf cart. Guy's not wearing a shirt. He's got a dog on his lap. Police say the man was wanted in connection with an assault with a deadly weapon. They ended up arresting him in the parking lot of a 7-Eleven. And out of our Midwest Bureau, 5 flamingos have been spotted where you might not expect them on the shores of Lake Michigan. That's north of Milwaukee. This is the first time that anybody's ever seen flamingos in the state. Researchers think, look at all those people. I'd show up to see a flamingo in Wisconsin, too. They think maybe Hurricane Idalia pushed these flamingo north because the winds were so intense. They think the flamingos are going to fly south when the weather gets cooler, or they're saying, hey, leave these birds alone. Overseas now, and a new dramatic warning from Russia today, with the top official telling state media Ukraine must surrender on the Kremlin's terms, or else, in their words, they'll cease to exist. That's after Ukraine says it killed a top Russian commander in a missile strike. NBC News has not yet independently verified that. And Russia's defense ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment. That strike allegedly happening the same day as this moment. You're looking at it here, that the Canadian Speaker of the House is now apologizing for. I want to show it to you. So you hear that? That's a standing ovation from Canadian lawmakers, with the Ukrainian president in town for a visit to that 98-year-old man who fought for Ukraine's independence in World War II. Turns out he was actually part of a notorious Nazi unit. The Kremlin calling that moment revolting. I want to bring in NBC's Matt Bradley, who's following all of this. A lot of moving pieces here, Matt. And that moment in Canadian Parliament that the Speaker is now apologizing for is getting a lot of attention, not just in Canada, but obviously in Russia. Talk through that.
Yeah, Hallie, I mean, that just goes to show that, 19 months into this conflict, this is such a sprawling conflict, and, there's still impacts everyone throughout the entire world. That's why it's never one story. But starting off, you were talking about specifically those comments from the Speaker of the lower house of the Russian parliament. Now, that was kind of the sort of boilerplate thing you'd hear on Russian state TV, saying that the Ukrainians must surrender. But the thrust of his comments were basically saying that the support from the West has dwindled now, so that President Biden and other Western leaders no longer enjoy the same kind of support for their Ukraine policies that they used to. Now, he's kind of right a little bit about this, because there has been some eroding in the polls, particularly in the United States, for the huge amounts of money that the U.S. is pouring into the Ukraine cause. But so far, it doesn't look as though some other comments that this speaker made, that the Ukrainian offensive is necessarily failing. That was one of the things that he was hitting on, that all of these arms and weapons coming from the West, that they're not helping at all. Well, there's no evidence of that, really. And we just saw, just as you mentioned, that attack on the Sevastopol. Now, this is the main city in Crimea, and this is where the main Russian Black Sea fleet is based. Now, this was part of a bombardment that's been going on for quite a long time, and actually the Ukrainians, again, showing that they've been able to take the upper hand from the Russians. They've been making some real inroads all around that peninsula of Crimea, trying to take it back from the Russians. It was seized by the Russians all the way back in 2014, long before this latest war. So this is something that the Russians denied. They said that there was only one member of the Russian military who was killed in this strike, and that they actually shot down several Ukrainian weapons in the course of this attack. Now, NBC, as you mentioned, hasn't been able to confirm this, and it's going to be a long time before anyone's able to confirm whether this admiral was killed. But it could be just another massive embarrassment for the Russians if this turns out to be true. Hallie?
Matt Bradley, thank you very much. Coming up here, some new concerns in New Orleans tonight over the city's drinking water, what officials say is invading the Mississippi River in a creeping crisis. That's coming up.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
A slow-moving crisis happening tonight in Louisiana with a giant mass of salt water making its way up the Mississippi River from the Gulf of Mexico. It's happening because of a drought. Not enough rain means there's not enough water going down the Mississippi to keep the salt water from coming up. And that's a problem because the water treatment facilities in the area, they are not built to handle levels of salt that are this high. Officials now scrambling to try to slow this salt water down before it hits the New Orleans area as early as next month. Blaine Alexander is joining us now. So, Blaine, we're already seeing this one part of southeast Louisiana closer to the mouth of the river under this drinking water advisories. When you're looking at cities and towns in the area, what are they trying to do to get a handle on this?
Well, Hallie, they really are coming at it from all different levels. And I've got to point out the fact that it's raining right now. This is what officials want to see. They're hoping for more rain to really kind of drive those levels up. But in the meantime, what they're doing is, one, they're trying to bring in more fresh water. In fact, they're doing it to the tune of tens of millions of gallons every single day. They're literally bringing it up by barge from some of the fresh areas. They're trying to mix that with some of the saltier water and hopefully decrease the levels of saline. Another thing, though, that they're doing is they're literally almost trying to stop this saltwater invasion in its tracks. They're raising this underwater barrier by about 25 feet, so hoping to slow the flow of some of that salt water into the area. And then the final thing is they're going to some of the places further upriver that don't see some of the saltwater contamination yet and put that into the drinking water supply down in the lower river areas, Hallie.
What are you seeing, Blaine, as far as preps for some of these homeowners, for some of these people in the area, as they're bracing for this to maybe become a problem? We know that, you know, if there's salt in the pipes, it's a problem not just for the stuff, but for the people, right? People with certain health issues, et cetera.
Absolutely. And like you said, there are some areas that are already feeling this. We've got a lot of focus on New Orleans, but if you look further in the southern part of Louisiana, Plaquemines Parish, for instance, it's further downriver. They're already seeing the effects of this. So Louisiana Department of Health says, listen, if you have issues with dialysis, for instance, if you're taking dialysis, or if you're on a low-sodium diet even, you need to monitor this and make sure that this isn't something that could possibly affect you. There's already a drinking water advisory there, and officials there have started bringing in bottled water. They've got distribution sites set up around the area for people to go and get relief. But they are certainly hoping that, certainly before it gets to New Orleans, they will have some time to keep this at bay. Remember, they're projecting it to come into this area around October 22nd or so. So they're hoping that that time will give them enough time to try and keep it at bay, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander, thank you so much for being there and for bringing us this story. We appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, Taylor Swift's rumored romance with an NFL player, creating a pretty big business opportunity, maybe for both of them. We're going to get into the numbers. Wait till you hear how many jerseys Kelsey sold in the last 24 hours. Well, technically the last 40. Tonight, everybody is thankfully safe after a terrifying moment at a theme park in Canada, with this ride getting stuck upside down, leaving them trapped. Look at this, dangling midair. Noah Pransky has more on the dramatic rescue.
They're upside down.
The park rates this as one of its most thrilling